when they use the exact same method as you use. So when you combine them all together, all the same exact method, nothing changed. Where does he think the change would occur? I don't know.
But if there was more, like
if there was more, would these people measure it differently? Like maybe it's, I don't know. Would they? What would be a different method?
and because
up all night thinking about this shit.
I remember years ago.
I can say if there is more, or if there was more, therefore I can say that you don't know. Can't say that the Earth measures flat.
Yeah, that's like, it's like the equivalent of saying, like, if I don't know everything, I can't know anything. Like in every regard. If I don't know everything, then I can't know that I'm sitting down right now. I can't know anything. Yeah, I remember watching. I mean, that's the thing that tipped me off to was Eric Dubay. But yeah, I remember being like not up all night, but up till like 2 a.m. Like, what the fuck?
Oh yeah, reminds me. There's a picture going around circulating on the internet, which is of a basically the AE section without all the lines, and then on it's got an ice ring that doesn't join up at one point, and outside of that is more ocean, and there's some extra land, right? And it's a wall hanging, and it looks like it's some sort of, maybe it's artwork, it's either a painting or it's a sculpture of some sort, but it's hanging on a wall, and it's claimed to be hanging on the wall in the secretary, the UN office, right? And we quizzed somebody in 24/7 about where'd this come from? Who says it's there? When we searched it up, we searched Google, reverse, whatever, and all that, and that doesn't seem to be a source, an original source for it or anything. It's just somebody just put it out there and declared that it's this thing is hanging on the wall inside the UN's building. Nah, I don't think so. Sorry, guys.
I'm intrigued.
What are you trying to show, Peter?
I'll post it.
Cheers, man.
Hello, everyone. Hope the globe arguments have gotten better. The other day I was on here and Roland Ma Boulder was arguing topography, therefore the Earth's not flat. So
That's true, though. It's very true.
what,
I heard it said like 3 or 4 times just now. Like I don't even want to say it because, but yeah, like, and to say like the Earth is flat everywhere you go. It's like, what?
so Mount Everest, therefore the Earth's not a sphere?
Correct.
Okay. Fair enough. If that's like y'all's, like level of understanding about this conversation, Glober's pretty fucking shitty.
Wait, Mount Everest, thus the Earth is round?
No. That's not what I said.
Make sure.
No, Mount Everest. Well, you did. I don't know. Maybe you didn't mix up. Mount Everest. Therefore, the Earth's not flat. Yeah.
Well, in the most pedantic sense, no, yeah, it's correct, but we're not meaning it in its most perfect form, right?
Well,
Yeah, that's why I don't even get in on it when there's like somebody new.
You can
They're
also
trying to
say
understand it.
Mount Everest, therefore the Earth's not a sphere.
Correct.
But that's like the stupidest shit I've ever heard.
Yeah.
Well, then what makes it a sphere and what makes it flat then?
Deductive reasoning, logic, just a couple of.
I don't think so. I don't think A
What
equals
do you
A
mean?
makes
What do
anything
you mean?
a sphere.
What do you mean? What makes it a sphere and what makes it flat?
Well, yeah. What makes it? I mean, that was it. What makes it a sphere? What makes it
But you
flat?
could use the same argument that it's not a sphere, because the definition of a sphere would be that at all points on the surface is equidistant from the center, which obviously it's not, because there's topography.
Thank
Perfect.
you.
It's not a
I'm glad-
sphere.
I'm glad you understood my point.
Well, how do you measure the topography?
You don't.
You don't.
What are you talking about? No tanks. What the fuck are you on about?
Elevation
Yeah.
change.
Right.
As overrun.
Right. So you measure. You can measure. So now, how do you measure it to be a globe?
You don't.
Right. How would you?
You can't.
Right. Exactly. So you just get them to measure a mountain, and then say, okay, all right, this is what I did. I measure a mountain. I measure a hill. How are you going to measure now the curvature of the Earth? Well, they'll say, well, I just did. Okay, does that make it a globe? They'll say, no. There you go. No globe.
But does anyone claim that though?
Yeah, maybe. I don't know, actually.
What?
Do they claim
So
what?
they say I measure mountains, therefore a globe. Who says that?
Oh, I don't know if they say that.
So what are you saying?
That they measure mountains, therefore the Earth isn't flat.
Yeah, but it's not just the statement.
Reminds me of
It's the
someone I know.
process. It's not just the statement. It's the process that really does it. Okay, well, all right, so you're right. So maybe the Earth's not flat because there's a mountain. How would we go about measuring it? Let's go through the process. You go through the process, and all right, okay, now I know how to measure elevation change. And I say, okay, now I take that method and now measure the Earth to be, measure the elevation change of the Earth. So I just did, okay, can you measure to be a globe? No, I can't now. So now you can't have your globe. Because all the things you use, right, all the processes and axioms that you implement to measure the things in reality that you know are true and to be proven to be true would have to be false for the Earth to be a globe. So they'll have to concede that the mountain exists. Therefore, the globe can't be measured. It can't be a thing. It can't exist in reality.
I get what you're saying.
Yeah. So so to not go over that process and to tell them like it's flat everywhere, it wouldn't allow them to go through the process to eliminate the possibilities of what they think has to be the case.
But does anyone claim it's flat everywhere though? Who says that?
Well, I know what you guys mean, but like Plum Bob said it, and like Jedi said it. I know what they mean though, but they said the words and then somebody else is hearing it. Maybe it's like, how does that work?
What were the words?
It's flat everywhere.
Yeah. Okay. Well, yeah. Yeah, okay. If you're new to the argument, you might hear that and go, it's flat everywhere. Yeah, they take it literally. But yeah, if they've been in the argument, they would know that it's a flat from a horizontal reference plane. That's
Yeah, and
the
then
flat. Yeah.
Yeah, and the guys who have been in it a long time, they don't even want to talk about the measurement. That's like the thing they avoid like the plague. They want to talk about the sky. They want to talk about everything else. So it's almost like it'll be too late for them because by that time they're going to get to these anti guys who are going to galvanize them in this position that
Yeah.
you use everything besides the tools in reality to measure this.
Yeah. And then they'll go, listen to these guys. They claim it's flat everywhere.
Yeah.
And they'll go, they're saying that the Earth is 2D with no hills and no shit like that. Yeah. They ridicule it.
Yeah, but I try to get them before they get into that crazy space. But now the axiom for proof, the axiom that is globe. That's the axiom now. They measure everything from the sun or from whatever other, anything but the things that they actually do in reality. Try to get them away from it right away. Yeah, because I mean, I've gone through. I don't do the long conversations anymore, but listen, I've gotten Bob, the science guy, I've gotten Xanax, I've gotten all these guys to with the longer conversation, to tell me that the straight line would curve, right? With Bob, it was, he was telling me that it was like I got him to the point where, you got the water level in one hand and another guy's got it. Now I'm asking him the distance between the two things. He says, no, the distance is curved, all the way to the point where it's curved. The distance is curved. Dogs are gods, got him to do it. Who I don't ever want to talk to again. But, yeah, to that point. And at that point, it's just that they're low. How can you reel somebody back in from that there's an imaginary rainbow between the two ends of the water level, like that the line, the distance between it is curved. Yeah, not curved down like where the water level is on the ground. Like not even that. Not even trying to, just the distance between them is an arch, like an arc. Because
if you're in
anywhere
that,
you move it.
yeah, if you're in that mindset where you live on a ball and the oceans are curving and water curves to conform the shape of the ball, like it's understandable why they believe that water level would be bent somehow or different elevations from either end. Well, not different elevations; it'd be the same elevation, but
yeah,
their same elevation is curved. So it's like
no. Eventually, it won't. Well, good.
Yeah. I know, but
The curve is
for
in the middle.
them,
That's what I'm saying. The curve is in the middle of the water level. They're like,
that's
no, we're at
right.
the same elevation. We're equidistant from the center. The two ends are, but in the middle, there's a. So I said, okay, we'll move the water level 5 feet closer. They said, okay, well, that's still the same elevation. You're at the same, but in the middle, there's a hump. I'm like, a hump
It's
of
still
what?
curved in the middle. Yeah, it
Yes,
has to
what's
be.
curved?
Yeah.
The distance between the 2 points is curved in the middle. It has to be. So a straight line is curved. Yes, they'll say. Yeah, then they're too far. They're too far to bring them back.
Yeah. But if that's all you've been told your whole life, that everything curves because you live on a ball, then it kind of makes sense to those people. That's why they go, it just makes sense. It makes sense that everything curves. Yeah,
it makes
it's understandable. Like I get it. I get where they come from because I was there once too. Everything curves. Yeah.
But yeah, I mean,
That part takes precedence over anything else, right? It's the priority. It's the standard, against which everything else will be, compared.
yeah. Now that becomes the axiom. That's correct. That becomes. Yep.
And everything happens like this without you noticing. It just happens and you don't need to account for it. Almost like it's not happening at all. Hello. How are you?
Hello. I'm doing well.
It's a full pass.
Hey, listen, real quick. What's up, Trump? But be really nice if you guys want to talk to Trump. You can't mute him, not even once, and you just got to be real nice to him. What's up, buddy?
Hey, what's going on? Whoa, am I famous now? What's going? What is happening?
I don't know who the fuck you are, so don't get cocky. All right.
Well, I don't know who the fuck you are, so
Good.
listen to him and don't mute me if you want to talk.
Good. The feeling's mutual, so go ahead. Have you got any questions, or
Yeah,
you got
of course
a
I have a
claim that
question.
you want to make?
If the Earth is flat, how come the sky is high, or how come the sun is high in the sky right here in the United States and it's down in China? Shouldn't the sun be down? One flat plane.
Sorry, what do you mean by down? Like
It
underneath
is not in
you?
the sky. If the sun is
underneath
above
you?
us, the flat plane, shouldn't the sun be visible from both?
What do you mean? It's underneath you or not?
I said this. I said that the sun was above my head in the United States.
The sun goes behind the ice wall. It's that
Yeah.
simple.
So
And then you
in China, the sun is not above their head.
Don't interrupt, mate. God damn.
Okay. So, Where is the sun to Chinese people then?
Not above their head. So where is it?
Okay, where is the sun to Chinese people?
It's not above their
At
head.
the moment.
Give it a location. Give it a coordinate. Like, what are you using to gauge its position?
I'm asking what the flat Earth explanation is for this.
No, well, but you came out and you had a comment and you said it's down for me. So does that mean it
is not above the Chinese people's head, which it should be if the Earth is a flat plane. So where is it?
Okay, so is it under them and
I don't know.
above you?
You tell me. Is it underneath the plane? I'm asking you the question.
We're just trying to figure out what you're claiming. That's all.
Yeah, so what I'm claiming is right now I can look above my head in the sky as a person living in the United States and I can see the sun because it is above me. Now, if I'm in China, I can't do that because the sun is not above my head in China. So, if the Earth is a flat plane, how is it not above the Chinese people's head, but it's above my head? Where is the sun?
Are you saying that over a plane, right, over a planar surface, right, that something can't be above the head of one person and not above the head of another person?
Right, because if it was in the sky above you, above the flat plane, everybody on the plane would be able to see it.
Oh,
because it would be above everybody's head.
You're getting scale and reference mixed up as well.
Oh, okay, so then the sun is so small that you can't see it?
Well, how big? Okay, well, how big's the sun?
Well, I don't know. You tell me. You said the scale and reference made it such that you can't see it in China, so you tell me.
No, I said you're getting mixed up with scale and reference.
Yeah,
so you're not saying that the scale of the sun is too small to be visible from China and the United States? That's not what you're claiming?
I'm saying you don't know how big the sun is.
Well, I'm telling you that I'm trying to figure out your perspective here. And now
I know.
It sounds like you're doing nothing but non-commits.
I'm gonna tell you that I don't know how big the sun is, and you're gonna tell me that you don't know how big the sun is either.
Okay, yeah? So, well, that's not quite what's gonna go. What's gonna happen? I can go at any point from here all the way in a straight line in the same direction, and I can observe the size of the sun not change no matter how far that I watch from my apparent perspective. Now, this tells me that if I go from the United States to China, it's not going to be so small that it disappears, and that's why I can't see it. So it's not scale and reference.
Sorry, can you show me that the sun doesn't change angular size in the sky?
Angular size of the sky. That has nothing to do with what I just said. Repeat what I just said.
You just said the sun doesn't change size.
Yeah. So when I go and I walk,
so can you show me?
Repeat what I said back to me. Why don't we just see if you were listening?
Okay. So you said the sun. I told you to stop because when you said the sun doesn't change size, I wanted you to show me that.
Well, I'm still waiting for you to repeat back to me what I had said to you.
Well, I tried to stop you because you said the sun doesn't change size. So I said, stop, and you kept talking.
So are you saying that you weren't listening and you didn't hear what I said?
Yeah, I didn't hear what you said because the comment you said is not proven. So what you need to do is you need to say, because if you say the sun doesn't change size and then you go on with an argument of the sun not changing size.
It's okay. I'll repeat it. Okay. So if you take a welding mask and you
this guy's a fucking idiot or something. So you have to prove first that the sun doesn't change size for you to go on with your argument. Would you agree with that?
Okay. I wasn't listening to anything you said because I'm just waiting for you to be done.
He said you made the claim, if the sun doesn't change size, then this would happen. So you have to now prove the claim that the sun does not change size to now support.
Which is exactly what I'm trying to do.
Okay, go for it.
Okay, wonderful. So if I go from my current position and I take a welding mask and I take a straight ruler, or I take any other more accurate measurement instrument, and I do an on-the-surface experiment of the sun's side, and I go and I keep walking for 500 miles or 1,000 miles until the sun is barely visible on what
you
globers
can't do any of this.
and I do the same exact measurement, it will be nearly or literally identical.
Okay,
So,
show me.
This is an on-the-ground experiment that you and I can both do. Do you want me to show you? I just said walk 500 miles.
Dude.
You want me to go and show you me walking 500 miles?
Oh, justice be the man who walks 1,000 miles to fall.
Is that really the best argument that you have?
want to see you walk 500 miles.
If you don't believe me that this is the case, then go and do it yourself and then tell me how much smaller the sun becomes.
Hey, just calm down, man. All right, you came up with a claim, and now you're telling me to go and prove your claim.
No, I'm telling you that there is an on-the-ground experiment that you can do to prove this to yourself if you really believe what you're saying.
Okay, have you done it?
Of course I've done it, yeah. The sun does not change size.
Okay, can you show me the results?
No, I can't because I could, but I don't have a video of me walking the 500 miles.
So you can't walk 500 miles, dude, anyways.
You can't walk 500 miles, Timbo.
Yeah, how long? Okay, go. How long is that going to take you?
Dude, I'm sure you can walk 500 miles casually in a month of just going to and from work.
So, okay, go and walk 500 miles casually in a month and then come back to us.
Okay, or how about you just go in a car and you drive an afternoon and then you take two measurements and you see how
this is your claim. You can do this. It's your claim.
Exactly.
Done this. But you're not going to believe me when I tell you the fact that the sun doesn't change size.
Yes, if you show me.
Reference is not the get out of jail free card Timbo is trying to claim it is.
Dude, just chill out, because if you can show me that the sun doesn't...
How do I show this to you?
Okay, show me a measurement of the sun.
How do I do it to you?
Go ahead, it's your claim. Your claim is part of your argument. Just listen, man. Hey, dude, just chill out.
Okay, here are the measurements. I will DM it in the side chat, okay?
Dude, all right. So, your claim is the sun doesn't change size, and then you had an argument after that. But you haven't shown us that the sun doesn't change size.
It's my measurements in the side chat. There you go. I proved it to you.
Where?
In the side chat. I literally just said that, Timbo.
You say that 1 millimeter? What does that mean?
0.5. What's this from? You just typed in.
Well, I asked you how you wanted me to prove it. I told you I have the measurements because I did on the ground experiment with a welding mask and a straight ruler.
Okay, can you show me how you got these measurements, please?
Yes,
the method.
With a straight ruler and a welding mask.
Yeah, okay.
Timbo, I need you to calm down. I need you to listen to me when I'm speaking.
So what I'm going to do is
conversation. Otherwise,
millimeter is.
I'm the only one having a conversation. You're not talking at the moment, okay? I'm going to say,
told you so.
What? He went, did he?
Yep.
Oh, okay.
I'm sure he's BSing too, because he put in 0.5 millimeter. 0.5 millimeter for the sun. That's ridiculously small if you're holding your ruler up to your welding glasses. That's just dumb.
I don't know what's wrong with these people. I don't know.
What was that guy's name?
The guy who left?
Yeah.
Trump supporters, dude.
Was that him? Was it? Famous. Am I famous? Yeah, I never fucking heard of you, man.
He like started screaming and self-destructing at one point, and then he gets muted for screaming. And then as soon as he gets muted, he ditches, and then he whines about being muted. Like, what? Huh? Sorry, bro, but walk into your grandma's house, start screaming, and watch her take that wooden spoon and whip you over your head, and then question why you get a spoon on your head. Like, it's crazy, right?
Well, look at his name. Trump supporters are in a cult. Well, that says it all, doesn't it?
Oh, he left as soon as he got muted.
He's in a cult.
No, he's gone now, but he was in the call. You were talking to him for a minute. He got muted for screaming, then he left. And then he's like, flat earthers muting. No, you're screaming, and that's why you got muted. Come on, bro. Be reasonable.
Anyone else believe that we live on a ball and the sun doesn't change size? Put your evidence in the chat.
Hello, anybody talking? Who thinks the Earth is a ball? Speak now. Or don't.
Hey, what's up, David, mate? How you doing?
Had better days. My car kind of broke down. I need an alternator. Kind of
Oh,
frustrating. Anybody talking? Oh shit, I got mutated.
I'm sorry to hear about your car, man. But at the moment, apart from Peter, there's not necessarily many Globers around, mate. You can talk to Peter if you want. I'm sure he'd love to have a conversation with you.
Sure. Peter doesn't have any direct measurements of Earth curvature.
Yeah, he's the prover. He's the prover.
I'm the one Glober that does have direct measurements of Earth's curvature. You're in luck.
You think they're direct measurements, but they're not. They're
I do think
presupposed.
so, yes.
You presupposed an idea of curvature and you kind of made it fit in your mind. Be honest.
Again, you're in luck.
You look at that ocean hard enough, it's going to curve, right?
I don't look, I measure.
Oh, you measured a curvy ocean. Please detail me.
Absolutely.
Go ahead.
I'm showing it on your screen right now.
This will be the 40th time I've seen this, and the other gentlemen have rebutted and refuted you in so many different ways. The ocean ain't doing that, man. Water does not curve. I'm sorry. Guess that's the end of the conversation.
Okay.
I mean, do you want me to go through all the fancy rebuttals of what you're doing? You're starting out with the idea that you're on a globe and you're trying to make it fit.
I don't think you're looking at point 1 in the current slide.
Okay, where am I going wrong?
Why don't you read step 1 to the audience right now?
Ooh, I've got a reading assignment. Let me see if I can find
It's an easy one.
Let's see if I can find the chat. Is it in the text?
It's in the stream. The stream.
Step 1, we do live on a ball. Step 2, am I in the right one?
Step 1, what does it say?
Imbo the kangaroo guy, we do live on a ball. Am I reading the right one? No, that's Imbo being a joke. What am I supposed to be looking at? I'm sorry, man.
At the stream that I'm streaming right now, just for your pleasure.
I have to watch your stream. You're going to send me a
I'll walk you
Trojan.
through it. I'll walk you through the measurement of the curvature, yeah?
You're going to send a virus to my phone or anything?
Not planning to now.
Alright, can the shape of the Earth be determined using only angles and distances measured in nature, without any presuppositions? Step 2, show actual measurements, and Step 3, compare against flat Earth and globe. That's what it says. You're welcome.
Okay, step 1, here's how we answer that question.
Step 1, can the shape of the Earth be determined using only angles and distances measured in nature, flat Earth and globe compared? You can't really read it. The principles of the Euclidean geometry hold true in nature. Specifically, trigonometry is a very well-developed field of mathematics that is used in practice in nature. So it's lots of graphs and lots of so like it's going to be pointless to try to articulate.
It's just one graph.
Just because I have not done all the research and everything to refute what you're talking about, I'll let someone else. I'm going to step aside. Go ahead, man.
Whoever was reading, please continue.
Is that a forfeit by the flutter?
No, I did not forfeit. I told him he's presupposing a globe. That's basically all you need to know. Go ahead.
I am not. Look at the title of the slide.
Go ahead and have the discussion here with Jimmy or whoever wants to talk to you. I'm not informed enough on this stuff you're doing.
Go to the next slide.
So just to reiterate, you, Dave, asked if anyone had direct measurements of curvature, and when I attempted to provide one, you said you were not experienced enough to evaluate the direct measurement of curvature.
I have not researched
Not a
your
direct
idea.
measurement.
Oh, we didn't even get there. He just excused himself.
Okay, you're talking to the other guy now. I'll shut up. Go ahead.
Yeah, you're just measuring angles, yeah?
No, not angles. You couldn't do anything with an angle.
Okay, so what does a theodolite do that you're getting these images
Say it, Peter. So you can do fuck all with an angle. Say it.
Yeah, with an angle you can do fuck all.
from? Okay, so what are you saying then?
You need 4 values, 2 elevations, 1 distance over surface, 1 angle.
Yep. Keep going.
That's it. I answered your question.
And so where's the curve?
On the diagram or in reality?
Reality. You're an idiot.
Oh, come on, man.
Hold on, my finger slipped. Here it is.
Shit.
Here's the curve.
Come on, man.
Here's the curve.
See,
Numbers.
I'm not. Well, yeah. I mean, it's always going to be numbers because otherwise you'd have to have.
I mean, you asked for a measurement of a curve, so it has to be
Okay,
numbers,
so,
right?
Right, go. So what are you measuring?
4 values, 2 elevations, 1 distance, 1 angle.
Yeah, great. Go ahead.
There's no going ahead. This is the measurement.
Yeah, okay. So go ahead. Explain it.
Which part?
All of it.
Okay. In a quick visual way, I think it's fair to explain.
No, not
this
quick.
is-
No, not quick.
Okay.
You can go.
In a thorough, long, exhaustive way, I
Yep.
think it's fair to help visualize the numbers before showing the numbers.
I just have one question.
But I was just answering the previous one.
All right. Sorry. Go ahead.
Okay. So
That's all right. If he wants to get his quick question in first before we go on some long path that there's no return from,
Yeah,
then,
this is quick and easy. This is quick and no, I'm not asking anything like in depth here. If this is the foolproof, and I'm not, arguing either way here, I'm just asking. If this is like the foolproof way of determining, that there is in fact a curvature of the Earth and it can't be argued, then why haven't all of the, why hasn't this surfaced before? Because I'm sure a lot of these people in here have done research, just such as yourself, and like if it's this easy, why
That's an
aren't
easy question to answer.
Okay.
I think I can answer it because I think you asked it. You're just not sure where to stop asking. So it's because most people that you interact with focus on providing you with multiple points of evidence, whereas I am focusing on how to communicate a very limited set of evidence, and that's why I'm succeeding where others have failed.
Okay, I guess. All right, go ahead.
So I'm actually forgetting the entire body of evidence that I am familiar with, and I am bringing in very selective, very minimal set of arguments to present in order to avoid miscommunication. So going back to the previous line of explanation, we have to ask ourselves, when we have 2 points of equal elevation and of known elevation and a known distance on the surface, how are these points located in 3-dimensional space? In the case of a flat Earth, we would know where to expect point C1, and in the case of a curved Earth with a certain radius, we would also know where to expect that point C2. Now, when we perform the full measurement in nature, there's only one way that point C2 can land where it lands, and that's when it follows a mean sea level curvature of a certain radius. There's no other way to place point C2 where we find it in nature unless there's a certain curvature. The curvature could be 0, or the curvature could be 6,371 kilometers of radius. Doesn't matter, but spatially you cannot place those points A, B, and C in a certain location unless they follow this relationship. So that is how this argument works. Now we go
so the
out,
horizon,
we make a measurement. There's no
talking
horizon.
about you're talking about a physical curve, yeah?
I'm talking about a physical curve, yes.
Okay.
There's no horizon here, if you know this. You don't have to worry.
Okay, well you can, if you were lower down, your physical curve would be your horizon.
I'm not talking about the horizon. I'm not interested in the horizon discussion today.
Okay, so if you were further down, closer to the ground, what would this physical curve be your horizon?
A physical curve is not my horizon.
No, okay, so not, so horizon
Not
has
interested
nothing
in
to
talking
do with,
about the horizon.
okay, I'm just trying to clear something up. So the horizon has nothing to do with the physical curve. Yeah?
And I'm not answering the question because it's irrelevant.
It's not irrelevant, because it'll come into it later on.
Maybe later we can have another conversation about the
No,
horizon.
I want you to answer it now before you go any further. So if you were further down, closer to the ground, would this physical curve that you're presupposing, would that be your horizon?
I don't know. I didn't think about it for the purpose of this argument.
Well, think about it now, and then give me an answer.
I guess somewhere in there would be the horizon, yeah.
There would definitely be a horizon.
Again, what I'm measuring here is two elevations, one distance, and one zenith angle from point A to C, none of which involve a horizon. None of the four measurements involve a horizon.
Alright. Cool.
So apologies, but I don't see where the horizon comes into the picture.
Horizontal?
Say again?
Where are you getting your zenith angle from?
A zenith angle, by definition, is obtained from the vertical.
Yeah, okay. How are you getting your vertical?
By establishing a horizontal plane using a spirit level.
Okay, so you are getting your zenith from a horizontal.
No, elevation angle from horizontal, zenith angle from vertical.
Okay, vertical is, you just said you're getting from a horizontal.
One and the same. Spirit level establishes both a vertical and horizontal.
Okay, we just need to clear this up, right? Because if anyone's listening, they want to know how you got your vertical. And you're saying you got your vertical from a horizontal.
Yes, the vertical is 90 degrees off from horizontal.
Yeah, great. Okay, awesome. Thank you.
And vice versa.
No, not vice versa, because you can't get a horizontal from a vertical.
Yes, you can. 90 degrees to vertical is horizontal.
Okay, show me how you practically measure 90 degrees from the vertical. Using what tool?
Spirit level.
That's a horizontal.
That uses plumb.
Uses plumb from a horizontal, yes.
Plumb is vertical.
Yeah, plumb is vertical, yes, but you're getting plumb from a horizontal.
Okay.
Okay, so you can't get it the other way around, because the only way you're getting vertical is from a plumb bob, and as soon as you touch the plumb bob, you're not getting vertical anymore. So if you're hanging a tool from a plumb bob to get a 90 degrees from a plumb bob line, you are not getting 90 degrees from the plumb bob line anymore. So you can't practically measure 90 degrees from a plumb bob line. Plumb bobs purely give us a line down the wall or a point on the ground. Do not give us a measurement from it. If you disagree with me, look into building codes.
How about something like this? Would that work?
I'm driving, man. You're going to have to explain it to me.
Maybe your colleagues can describe it to you.
Maybe you can. It's your explanation.
I am also
it's driving. It's a plumb bob with a horizontal.
Okay, Peter. what's like the maximum width of a plumb line or vertical line? What's the width of this?
I don't know. We can assume
What's
infinitely
the
small.
maximum?
I mean, can you look in the chat at the picture?
I'm driving. So like, what's the?
I don't know how to describe it.
How wide is the maximum plumb box?
I do not know.
So that tool you just used, Peter. All right. So you've got that'll give you plumb, but that tool has to be level for you to get a correct reading.
Yes.
So you're getting plumb from horizontal.
Yeah, I'm not using that tool. I don't know where this conversation is going. I'm using a spirit level. Is that okay?
Well, because I want to know, because you're getting your zenith angle from a horizontal and not a vertical. Sorry.
It's the same thing, 90 degrees off.
It's not the same thing, Peter. You want to interchange them, but you can't get a measurement from a plumb. You can't.
Elevation angle equals 90 minus zenith angle.
Yeah, from a horizontal. That's my whole point.
Yes. Okay, yeah. I agree to everything you said. Can we proceed?
Okay. Good. Yep. Go ahead.
Okay. So there's no other way to place those points spatially other than as shown. Either zero curve or non-zero curve, in which case the line B2 to C2 starts leaning away from the observer. And this will be measured by the measurement of the elevation angle to point C2.
So from your height,
line? Yeah, sorry.
No, you're all right. Go ahead.
I just wanted to know. I mean, if you could answer that, like, how thick is that line? Like, you had the level.
There is no line.
Oh, there is no line.
Yeah.
No line.
Easy question, easy answer. So by measuring the elevation angle while also knowing the two elevations and the distance over surface, we can immediately measure the angle at which this segment B to C leans away from the observer. It might not lean away, or it might lean away a certain amount, and that amount is a direct function of the radius of the curve that the surface follows. So that's our method.
All right. So you're above. So your height, your elevation above the surface is what?
In the actual measurement?
Yeah.
It is 17.07 meters.
Okay, so 17 meters. All right. So how are you? Then you're getting. Then what are you shooting at to get your level, to measure your angle drop?
At a known location on a building that is 68.27 meters off the sea level.
That is what? How high?
68.27 meters.
68 meters. Okay, so you're shooting up from 17 to 68 meters.
Surprisingly, it is shooting down.
Okay, so how far is this?
It is 34.12 kilometers.
34 kilometers. All right. So what?
The top of it is, or the bottom of it is?
The bottom. The building is vertical.
Okay, but the top is further. All right.
It's not crooked. It's not the Leaning Tower of Pisa.
Okay. All right. So 30. What did you say? 38 kilometers.
34.12.
34 kilometers. Okay. So, all right. So then, I remember you saying, you accounted for refraction in this?
Well, in the measurement of the angle, you just take the measurement.
Okay. So you're not counting for anything. Is this over water?
In my overall measurement, yes. But when you measure the angle, you just point it at something and you take the reading, right?
Okay. So over 34 kilometers over water, are we not? What have you got? Temperatures, refractive rates? What have you got?
No.
No. So you're just treating it as no refraction over a flat surface.
No, I'm treating it as both. I'll show you next.
So you're treating it as refraction, but not refraction at the same time?
The numbers that are taken as they are, and then they are interpreted.
All right, so you've got an angle measurement from horizontal down, right?
Sounds good? Yeah. Negative 0.044 degrees.
Okay, yep. And that's down to 68 meters.
Yep, it's a negative angle.
Okay, go ahead.
And then you compare these measurements against the prediction expectation of flat Earth and the expectation of globe with the radius of 6,371 kilometers.
Yep.
And you see where they fall. With no
Okay, where do they
refraction.
fall?
Okay, I'll walk you through it. I present two cases here. A case of no refraction, which is obviously absurd. The measurement falls close to the globe model and six times further away from the
What do
flat
you mean by
Earth
close?
expectation.
What do you mean by close? Wait, stop.
Off, so the globe
What's
expectation
close?
is off. I'll tell you. Globe expectation is off by 0.06.
Is he roboting for anyone?
Can you hear me okay now?
Is he roboting for anyone, or is it just me?
Yeah, it's just you, but
Oh shit.
It will be very unfortunate if you won't be able to receive the final conclusion. What an anticlimax.
He probably had to take a phone call.
Yeah, from Neil deGrasse Tyson.
so what was the answer? How wide is the vertical?
That's an absurd question.
How wide is why is it a fair question?
It has no width.
The plumb bob, right, that you're dropping.
I'm not dropping a plumb bob.
It has a width.
That's why it's an absurd question. There's no plumb bob here.
Yeah. Okay. The level that you're holding that has a width. Why is it absurd? How? Yeah. What's the dimensions of this horizontal?
Another absurd question.
Yeah. So you're saying they're selling you at the store a thing that has no dimension, doesn't exist, and then you're measuring an absurdity that doesn't. What are you saying? You say you don't have any tools to do this? What do you do?
The tool that was used is presented in the slides.
Yeah, either way, you can use a level, use a spirit level, right? Which is typically about 2 inches wide by like 3/4 of an inch thick.
That's not what's being used.
What is being used?
A theodolite has a built-in spirit level.
Okay. What's the width of it?
The width of the theodolite?
Of the level. And how wide is the level?
How wide is what? The bubble?
Yeah, how wide is it?
I don't know.
Okay. All right. So you know that it has some sort of relation to reality, that it takes up space in reality?
Yes, it allows me to level the theodolite.
Okay, so there is a width to it.
Absolutely, yes.
Right, and you don't, but it's not. It is or it is not an absurd question.
It has to be at least Planck length of width.
At least what?
Cannot be less than Planck length.
Okay, not less than a Planck. Is that the thickness that you're measuring right now?
Yeah.
Okay, how did you measure that?
I did not measure the thickness of the bubble.
Okay, so then, yeah. You don't even know what you're doing. All right, so the vertical, how thick is that one?
Yeah, it's a nonsensical question.
What do you mean? You're telling me again that the plumb bob in reality takes up no space in reality. You're saying that the plumb bob, the drop that you bought, if you buy a plumb line, you drop the line that's made of physical material. You're saying it's absurd that it measures.
You did not drop a line. That's why your question is absurd.
Well, I mean, either one. I went there. I mean, I went there. I went there. I took it all the way to the vertical.
Okay.
All right. I mean, so the things that you're saying, right? They don't take up any space in reality, and you're measuring things in reality that take up space with things that don't take up space in reality.
No, I'm not saying.
Oh, then I fucking asked you, dude. Like, does this thing exist in reality? And you're saying no. You're saying it's absurd.
Which thing?
Either one of the things that you're using.
Yes, there exists a theodolite with a spirit level in it. Yes.
Okay, and what is that measuring? What's that measuring?
Depends on what I use it to measure.
Okay. Is it using anything to do with vertical or horizontal?
Absolutely.
Okay, so it's measuring vertical and horizontal.
I wouldn't use the word measurement, but okay.
Okay, so it's not measuring. Okay.
No, it detects, yes, it establishes both the vertical and horizontal.
So it detects something that exists in reality. Okay.
Yes.
Okay, what's the size of this thing that you detected in reality?
At least Planck length.
Okay, and how did you measure that?
I didn't, I just read it in the book.
All right, so you got nothing. You got no measurements. Not with your magical hippie bullshit and just measure something.
Apparently, I have no measurements.
Well, I mean, can I turn it into something? Like, can I then, I don't know, go like to the store, get the spirit level, right? I don't know if you thought a spirit level is like, I don't know, like the spirit and the essence of level inside a theodolite, but can I go to the store, get a spirit level and it be of any type of thickness, take up space in reality? Can I do that?
Any spirit level that you'll purchase, you'll have to have at least Planck length of width in it.
Okay, is it if I hold it correctly, is it going to be level on the top of it?
Is it going to be level on top of it?
Yeah, the top, like the level. It's like a 2-foot level, right? So so it's 2 feet of like this piece of metal, and it's called a level, right? So is the top of it level?
Within the tolerance of the tool, how it's been built, yes.
And if I don't move anything, or nothing moves, is the bottom of it level?
Again, within the tolerance, yes.
Okay, so they're both the top and the bottom are the same. I could just flip it over and it would still work.
Yep.
All right, the space in between the top and the bottom also good to go.
Yep.
Okay. Now, is there a maximum thickness to this that all of a sudden it stops being level? If I just keep on stacking level on top of level on top of level.
You mean to the tool that you bought at the store?
Yeah, if I take another level and I put it on top of that level.
There are some practical limitations where the rigidity of the material will not hold anymore.
No, I got the best ones. So, like, can I put at least one more? I can stack one more on top of it.
I think so. One more.
Right. And the top one, the top of that one will also be level because it would be parallel to the one under it.
Yes.
Now,
yes.
when I keep stacking these over and over, and then I got these levels from Wolverine, Deadpool snuck them to me, and they're really strong. So, right. So when
perfectly
does it
rigid.
stop? If I keep,
perfectly rigid.
Yeah, they're from
so it's a bit of a hypothetical, but I will answer in always. They will remain level.
All right. So anyway, so then there is a thickness. I'm gonna put them on mute. I don't know. I got them on mute. But so there is then a thickness to this stacking up of levels.
Yes, if you had a perfectly rigid set of levels, this is for the audience. It's a hypothetical, but I'm going to engage in it to generate.
Yeah. Okay, and they all will establish plumb and level, both of them. Oh,
absolutely, yes.
Okay. So these tools are parallel to each other in both the vertical and horizontal orientation.
Yes.
Okay. So all the verticals there are parallel, and all the horizontals are parallel. And no matter, if we keep making them thicker and thicker, will that change? Or
the fact that they're parallel? No, it won't change.
No. And they all establish level. That's great.
Yep.
Okay, so there is a width, right? So it wasn't like a plank length. You could extend the width of this.
You could, yeah.
Okay. All right, great. Okay, and then no matter what width, right? Because they're all just getting stacked, right? No matter what width or length, even it's just the axioms being continued on and on and on. They'll remain parallel.
If they're perfectly rigid, yes.
There you go. So you can measure it in reality. That
I'm curious
level
where you're taking. You're taking us mighty far away from the question of the curvature of the Earth, but it's entertaining.
I don't know what you're talking about. The curvature of the Earth. I measure curvature.
You're just talking about some hypothetical levels that you could purchase.
No, I have levels. I stack them on top of each other. Actually, sometimes if I drop a level, I'll put another level on top of it to see if it's any good or not. They fuck it up.
You did it for fun or to relax?
No, if you drop a level, you can fuck it up. You mess it up.
Yeah, you shouldn't drop it.
Yeah. But yeah, you can stack them on top of each other. No problem. Like when they're at the store, you can stack them.
You could, yeah, until they kick you out of the store for stacking too many of them, I guess.
All right, but at no time, I'm glad that we agree. At no time will these tools, I don't know, deviate from each other in any way. You're going to have so now we got a vertical, right? That it's like at least 2 feet thick, right? And it's parallel to the prior vertical and perpendicular to the horizontal all the way across. Yeah, so now we just keep it extending this vertical, right? We just keep on making it fatter and fatter and fatter. Now you get like I don't know, You put it on a table, and then you put the table on a basketball court, and it just keeps getting bigger and bigger, and it still remains parallel. Do you think it changes?
In this hypothetical, no.
No, I mean in reality. I mean, I could do this in reality. I've done it in reality. You're saying I haven't? I haven't put a level on top of a level in reality?
Oh, you have.
Okay. And I haven't, established that a vertical was parallel to another established vertical.
So far, we were talking about parallel to the horizontal.
Yeah, like I can get two plumb bobs, right? And I can hang them from the ends of a 4-foot level.
You could.
And now, now vertical is 4 feet thick.
That's a different question, though, that you were asking me before.
No, it's the same one. It's the same one.
No, it's not.
I'm not asking. I'm telling you. It's the same thing. Well, you used the spirit level to establish. You said a plumb.
Yes.
Yeah. So So there you go. Yeah, same one. So now I got the 4-foot spirit level and two plumbs on it, and everywhere in between, they're all plumb in between. Yeah.
What is the spirit level?
I don't know. He's in
Here
Home
she is
Depot
asking
and
for my
he's
4-foot spirit level again.
Spirit levels.
Sorry, I couldn't hear you guys. You were talking over each other. What?
Yeah,
sure. Sorry.
This guy is walking us through either a personal experience, I'm not sure, or a hypothetical where he is in a Home Depot and he's grabbing multiple horizontal levels.
It's not a riddle.
It's
not like, hey, if you're in a club and you're in a bunch of boys and have a bear,
is the
then you're in the Boy Scouts. It's not a riddle.
What is the spirit level is the question. That's it. I just want to know.
Spirit level. It's a level, like you buy at Home Depot.
So
spirit level is a level.
What's the difference between a level that you use when constructing things and a spirit level?
Nothing. That's the one. But a lot of times, like people or myself, a lot of times myself or other people, they'll bring up like a water level or laser level. So now in this arena, you say spirit. You say which one you're talking about.
Oh, you say which one you're talking about?
That's right, Allison.
Hey, I'm walking here. I'm
not walking here. I'm at the gym.
What is the benefit of having one level on top of another? You also mentioned that, and I wanted to understand what you meant by that.
To show
depending on the rigidity of the first one, slowly the vector of the vertical is going to unalign. Right? If the first one isn't perfectly level, then the second one will be less level.
So again, what is the purpose? So if you can use one instrument to gauge level.
Okay, well, all right. So I'll tell you, Elsa. Initially, Peter was refuting the idea that you can establish like this thing, like a horizontal or a plumb, like a plumb bob or a level, to take up space in reality, right? Like, so it would be like a 2-foot level, right? So I had to walk him through and prove to him that it can take up space. He said it was only a Planck length.
Minimum, I said.
True.
I mean,
so what's the max?
You could literally take out the little tiny thing inside of a level and use that.
Sure.
I just didn't understand the use of two levels.
Well, pretty lady, the thing inside the level, right? It has the bubble, right, and the air bubble will go higher, right? So if you tilt the tool, the bubble will go higher. Yeah. So
no way. Is that how that works?
Yeah. Yes. Yeah. So the straight line, right? Would that tell you, of the level?
It's spinning out of control,
if it's sloped or not.
Roll with it.
And so, what is it? What is it level?
Hold on, let me just put down this 60-pound free weight. Hey, sorry, go ahead.
Yeah, no worries. I'm glad that you can take a break from your muscle building or whatever. I'm saying, the measurement level is relative to something else inherently. So I'm wondering, what is it level relative to? And I heard I heard you say something at the beginning. It's relative to something, but I can't remember what you said.
Well, we were taking, all right, I don't know, I guess. So we took the level, right, to show that it could take up space in reality, in three-dimensional reality, right? So it has a width to it. So now the level, we put it on the table, and we get our, we make sure the table's level, right? By like put a piece of cardboard under it or whatever you want. All right. And now we're making, we've confirmed that the top of the level, right, that's 2 inches, and then the bottom 2 inches further from the top of it. They're both parallel and they both establish level.
Okay, so the top of the instrument, you're saying you want to make sure that's level to the top of the table.
Just to the top of the instrument. So we just got a straight edge. That's it. The top of the level and the bottom of the level. You can flip it over. Both sides are level.
And what is it relative to? What is that measurement of level relative to? It has to be relative to something
the vector
else,
of
right?
gravity.
Thank you. Okay.
I see. I see, Girl Scout.
Yeah, Boy Scout. Anyways, I want to go sing songs. I have to go. I love you all. Thank you for continuing this conversation.
Peace, Allison. That certainly is a good way to find out if you're first leveling. If you stack another one on top of it, hell yeah, you're gonna know how the first one's doing. I like that.
Is she a friend of yours? She's a little strange. I mean, this is my third time talking to her. She a friend of yours?
Me?
Yeah, I don't know. Is anybody else? Like, is she
That
friend?
was Allison. Yeah, I know Allison. She's cool.
All right. All right, so Peter, you're on board then here. The verticals, the plumbs, right, that we put on the level, we hung it on two ends of the level. Verticals are parallel to each other. They do not diverge.
I guess we would have to measure that. I haven't.
I just did.
I'm gonna trust you that within the tolerances that you measured that they came out parallel.
Or can I have any? So I can. I mean, I guess just to rub it in your face a little more. I can have an object in reality that is vertical.
You could.
All right, good. So.
In fact, in my measurement, I use the building as a vertical object within the tolerances that it has been built to.
So that's what I'm saying. So both sides of the building are vertical. That's what I was asking you earlier.
Yeah, to within the tolerances, absolutely.
No, I mean, it's either vertical or it's not. Both sides of it vertical.
I'm sure it's slightly crooked, but within the tolerances of this measurement, it is vertical.
Yeah, I mean, I'm sure it is probably not perfectly vertical, but somewhere in there, within a Planck length, one side of the building is vertical, and the other side is within a Planck length, like the paint.
I'm
somewhere within the paint on the building, and that's it. It's vertical on both those sides, which are parallel to each other, and everything in the center between the two verticals will all lie within that plane and remain parallel to the others, to the other verticals.
Yeah. I'm sure the walls diverge by more than a Planck length.
Right, but no, I don't know if they do. What do you mean you're sure?
I mean, they have to.
Maybe, I don't know. How do you know that?
Because no one has ever aligned two things within the Planck length.
So you're on the I don't know, man. Listen, you're on the board. The verticals are parallel to each other. We can have like a length to these verticals, like the sides of the building or the plumb bob has a length and a width now, and with everything in that imaginary rectangle, they're all parallel to each other. I don't know what else to do with you. You're my guy.
Maybe you should do some measurements.
I mean,
I would suggest to perform some measurements over distances longer than 4 feet.
what would that do?
It's just to satisfy your curiosity regarding the shape of the Earth.
What am I curious about with
Whether there's
measuring more than 4 feet?
To see if there's
I know that there's curvature of Earth. I measure it all the time.
Yeah, me too.
Okay, so
wait, what?
I'm not curious
wait,
about that.
Hold on a second. Hold on a second. What'd you say, Matthias?
I measure elevation change of the land, of the Earth, all of the time. I'm not curious to find out if it
then
changes.
we're talking about different things then. That's okay.
I don't think we are, sir.
You said curvature. I thought you said curvature.
Me too. I must have misheard.
I thought you said you measured the curvature of the Earth.
All the time.
I did.
Well, what the hell, man? Why do you argue against the globe?
Maybe out of habit.
What do you think I should be checking for, guys? Like over 4 feet. What's going to be different? We all agree just now, right? I don't know. Gary didn't really get in on that.
Yeah, I've agreed with everything you've said. You're not wrong about anything yet. I don't think you will be wrong.
Why don't you start where I started?
So yeah. I mean, Peter, the verticals are all parallel to each other. They lie within that same vertical plane, within the 4 feet. But you're saying in 4.5 feet, it might be different. What might be different?
There might be a curvature or not.
Curvature of what?
Of the surface on which you're standing.
Yeah, but I'm not measuring the surface. I'm just holding the level in the air, With the
then you're measuring something else. Well, I'm not telling you what
while
to
holding
measure.
the plumb bobs on the level. I'm not doing that.
You're a free man. You can measure whatever you want.
Yeah, I'll be able to measure the elevation change of the Earth with a different method. But I'm asking you, like you're saying, well, something might change. What's going to change? What do you say is going to change?
I guess you'll have to find out if you're going to measure it. You're going to
everywhere I go, it does the same thing. Like I can bring this tool 2 places and it works the same universally. Never been to the whole universe, right? But
yeah, then to within the tolerances of what you measured, you have the conclusions that you deserve.
All right, what are you saying is going to change over distance?
In whose measurement?
Measurement. I don't know. Listen to it. We got the level. We got the plumb.
I don't want to speculate.
Vertical.
I'm just going to stick to the things I measured.
Yeah, we have a width. We have a dimensionality, like 3D space. It takes up space. The line, all these tools, they take up space. And on both sides of whatever it is you got, it's vertical. They're parallel to each other. What are you asking me to do somewhere else? Like, what do you think's going to happen? What do you mean test? I don't even have a hypothesis. What am I testing for? You're just saying do it again. Like, do it again. How many times? How many times do you want me to do it?
As many times as it pleases you.
Okay, so there's nothing's going to change. You're on board. Verticals are all parallel to each other, which are perpendicular to the horizontal, which is established using the level, which also has a width to it. And you can stack the levels on top of each other, and they'll remain parallel to each other. The verticals parallel to each other, and they'll be perpendicular to each other because it's horizontal and vertical. So
you speak as if you have measured those things. I don't think you have. To what? At what distances? 4 feet?
Yeah, what about 4 feet? What about 5 feet? What are you saying is going to be different?
I think that
You're like
within
a
4
mystery
feet.
man. You won't let me know what's going. What is it? What
Why
you got,
would I
mystery
let
man?
you know? I don't want to speculate. Like, I trust you that you measured something to within 4 feet, and within the tolerances of your measurement, it came out parallel. I'm not questioning that. I don't even know why we're talking about it, but I'm just engaging in a conversation out of politeness, I guess. You seem to have some kind of mystery here because maybe one day you're going to tell us why you're measuring this 4 feet level and the parallelness of the vertical stuff of it. So, you know, you have my attention. And since we're generating good content for the YouTube stream, you know, everybody's winning right now.
Nobody watches the YouTube stream.
Most likely.
Sometimes I do.
Yeah, you maybe watch back.
Some Globers do when they get banned.
So we're all agreed then that the Earth's flat. Good.
So, any globetards in the chat?
Get him, J-Dog.
Are you a globetard?
Yeah, there was a round of the chat flat Earther versus the globe of Virgin earlier, but I think that's finished now.
Fucking idiots, though.
Yeah, everybody knows. Everybody knows the Earth is
Is it disc?
yeah, you're one of those guys, aren't you? You don't even know, like, reality. You don't know how to get places. You don't know what every other scientist has known forever.
Just because I don't have my license doesn't mean I don't know how to get to places, but...
Yeah, well, where's your map?
What do you mean?
You trust the maps?
I get where I'm going.
Yeah, okay. Getting where you're going.
I have my GPS for that.
Yeah, the GPS shows you. I don't need a map. A map is flat, and that's actually not right, because the map is square, right? Think about it this way. If the map is square, and you're trying to map a circle onto a square, you gotta have deformation around the edges, man.
I don't know what you're saying. What are you saying?
Well,
You're saying you're denying all of reality that we've known for thousands of years.
You sound like a glober. Wait, are you? Do you believe the Earth is flat, or do you think it's round? Because right now you're talking about using maps and shit like it's round, and I don't know if I trust you.
Yeah, of course it is.
Do you know what magnetic declination is, No Tanks? Oh my.
Yeah, of course I do. Yeah, that's what they have to account for the correct longitude on a globe. Yeah.
Oh, okay. Well, if you know about magnetic declination, then surely you know of Alden's number.
That's 7. No, what's Alden's number?
Okay. It was just a test. You were right with 7, by the way.
So, when does Nathan Oakley usually stream in here?
Usually Friday mornings.
Oh, fuck. Okay. I thought it was Thursday. Okay.
No, today's actually Wednesday.
Oh, Jesus Christ. Well, technically Thursday, but...
Dude, get a map. Get a clock. Get a map.
Clocks are flat. Maps are flat. You're proving our own argument, bud. Come on.
You just say clocks are flat?
Yeah. I'm sorry, do you have a clock that's shaped like a globe, brother?
I mean, I could.
You could, but you don't now, right?
It's not flat.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying.
What is it? The one in the bathroom is like a big, what is it? That's just like a big ancient looking clock. That's more of a decoration.
All this guy's talking about is reality this and reality that, but I don't see a single experiment. We've shown from thousands of years ago, the shadows didn't line up, okay? We know that the Earth is flat, and it's pretty straightforward. If it were round, how the fuck does a plane work, right? You're telling me a plane's flying in like an arc? That would put you at a different location. It wouldn't even work right.
Yeah, the location. Whatever the location is, that's the map.
And how do you even determine what a location is if you think like we're,
you gotta
go there first, coordinates, bud?
You gotta go there first, and then you know where it is.
What is this, Skyrim fast travel? That doesn't tell you whether or not the Earth is round or flat.
So you're saying it doesn't prove your argument that you just made up a second ago?
The numbers don't add up, man. That's all I'm saying.
What are they supposed to add up to?
At least 3. When you take the radians around the circle Earth, right? The disk out there, and then you just divide that by the actual circumference, you come upon 3 radian. It's pretty straightforward. It's like basic high school trigonometry.
What the hell are you talking about?
Just because you can't understand it doesn't mean you got to yell at me, brother. Come on, chill out.
No, I'm sorry. That really didn't make sense. I was trying to follow.
I mean, it's quite clear.
So does so you're a flat earther then? You're like actually a flat earther?
Well, my name is Anthony, but no. I believe technically the Earth is a disc.
Okay, all right.
Yeah.
So like a clock, like has
It's
that
got
little hump on it.
I thought you said the clock wasn't flat, dude.
Yeah, it's got a little hump on it. That's what I'm saying. Like the clock's got like
Clocks don't have humps on them. What are you talking about? You got weird ass clocks, bro.
Well, I mean, this is the glass that goes over the clock.
Clocks are not shaped like a drinking glass. What?
I mean, my grandma had like a big grandfather clock that was like a rectangle. I don't know how this proves the shape of anything, but you're telling me the clock still is square.
I've seen spherical clocks.
So have I, yeah. So that's why I was like, I don't know what the clock does for him, but this guy's like a clock lover. Just one big clock lover.
I do. I like the time. You know, time passing, time not passing.
Are you saying you like flat you like flat clocks?
I prefer a clock that's flat because it reflects the state of the Earth. You know.
Yeah.
It's like I wouldn't buy a globe because I don't think it matches.
Say flat clocks 3 times in a row fast.
Flat clock, flat clock, flat clock. You're a hoe, man. What the hell? You fucked me up right there. What kind of magic you just playing on me?
Oh, boy.
Rectangular.
Peter doesn't have a flat clock, and that's why his ex-girlfriend left him.
Oh.
Bro, my clock is round as hell, okay? That's why my GF didn't leave me, okay? I'm crying if you imply that.
So if space is a vacuum, wouldn't it just suck out the atmosphere?
Yeah, that's true. Space isn't a vacuum. It's filled with ether.
He's so fucking stupid. I think that space is a vacuum.
All these people talking about, you know, globe, Earth, and this and that. I just want to hear you explain gravity to me. Like, you can't prove gravity is even real, dude.
That's the thing. They don't even understand it.
Yeah, I don't know why I try and argue with people who are trying to talk to me about, like, oh yeah. Okay, wait, I'm sorry. Go ahead.
I can do all of that. It's easy.
All right, yeah. What is gravity? And explain it. Like, how does it work, man?
Gravity is an observed phenomenon. Galileo observed it in his experiments on an inclined plane.
All right, well, I'm observing the horizon and it's flat right now, so...
Wait a minute. Brenda said it's an observed phenomenon, so it's not a cause then.
Yeah, you can't even prove that gravity is even real. You're trying to tell me that that's why the Earth is round, dude?
I just told you.
So it's not mass attracting mass, because that would be a cause, and it's not bending and warping of space-time, because that would be a cause. It's just some shit you saw.
That's real.
Well, again, it's an observed phenomenon. Galileo did a series of experiments of rolling.
Why did he do experiments? It was an observed phenomenon. You do experiments to test the cause of phenomena. You're just saying it's a phenomenon, so what the hell do you need the cause for?
So you either want me to explain it or not.
Measurements.
Right?
You're just
no, he's muting you.
So can I explain it?
I'm muting you for real.
Can I explain it?
Why are you stalling by asking me that question?
Yeah, because you keep interrupting me.
I'm not talking while you are.
All right, so it's an observed phenomenon. Galileo conducted many experiments of rolling balls down an inclined plane. Excuse me, just let me. If you want to hear our version, then just.
That's really funny. That's all. Continue.
Just please grant me the time to explain it. Right. So he rolled multiple times and at multiple angles, balls down an inclined plane, and he timed them with, I think it was a water clock. They didn't have accurate clocks back then, and then he accumulated the data, and then from that data he was able to derive a rule, And the rule was that things fall at a rate of 9.8 meters per second squared.
That's not an experiment.
That's literally how experiments are done, and how laws are derived from data. You extract.
Those are different things. So what's the D? So it's an experiment. What's the DV then?
The independent variable.
I think the two of you are using slightly different terminology.
So
he made measurements. Could you agree? Could you both agree that he made measurements?
Yeah, there was a measurement made. There was no experiment. And why would you need one anyway?
So it was all right. So it was a measurement. And he measured that things fall at 9.8 meters per second squared, regardless of their weight.
Yeah.
So Brent is just telling me the phenomenon again, but like, that's just
not even true though. A feather falls fucking slower than a ball.
That's all we know. That's all we know.
Right. So then you can derive, and Peter knows this, you derive laws from the data. You collect the data, and then from that you can derive a law that governs the data that you collected.
So what?
That law is that things fall at a uniform rate.
Wow, thanks for that.
That is what
it is pretty good.
Okay, but you're just not telling me that gravity is a cause of anything, so you're just describing.
No, we're not. It's a rule.
So I know you're just elaborating on what you first said, which is that it's a phenomenon, and I was like, oh, okay, great. So it's not a cause like Newton or Einstein said.
So that the result of that experiment is that we have a phenomenon which affects things universally at a downward rate of 9.8 meters per second squared, right? And we call that phenomenon gravity.
Okay, so it's not a cause.
And
you're telling me you're seeing it.
There's no cause. So gravity's not mass attracting mass or bending and warping a space-time necessarily. It's
So from that, we can develop another hypothesis, and do other experiments like the Cavendish experiment.
What's that?
Or any other.
What's the hypothesis? What's the hypothesis from Cavendish?
In the case of Cavendish, he was trying to measure the density of the Earth, but in order to do this,
can you get the hypothesis from his papers, please, Brenda? And
could you just grant a little permission for me to finish my sentences and to speak in turn?
You said it's a measurement. I just had to interject.
Right. If you're not interested, then that's fine. Right.
Well, it's not a hypothesis. You said it was a hypothesis.
I haven't told you the hypothesis yet.
Yeah, I know. You told me it's not when you said it's a measurement.
Because you keep interrupting me.
Yeah, because you said it was a measurement, so already right there I was like, okay, not a hypothesis.
No, the Cavendish is an experiment, and so is Galileo's. They're both experiments.
What's the hypothesis from it if it's an experiment? It's going to be an statement, a prediction about a cause and effect relationship. What is it?
Yeah, I'm sorry.
I have a question for you. Can I ask you a question?
Just keep interrupting. I'm just.
Is it worth fighting over?
Properly. It's not a hypothesis measuring something. It's supposed to be an if-then statement, cause and effect supposition.
I've heard a lot of stuff here about gravity being an observed phenomenon, but I haven't really even heard anything that shows a reason for why gravity is here. What I've heard so far is just you telling me that you see something and you call it gravity, but you don't know why it happens.
Yeah, the thing is, what's wrong with that? If you're just calling the phenomenon, well, here's kind of what's wrong with it. If you're just calling the phenomenon gravity, then why are we even doing experiments? Because experiments are to test the causes of phenomena. So if you're just saying this thing I saw is gravity, you can just stop right there because you're not making any cause claim.
I don't know.
How do you know?
Question, please. I have a Glober on Glober question that I'd like to ask.
All right, fine.
Glober on Glober
so,
violence.
Brenda, this is not your first conversation here or in similar settings. Do you really think, it's an honest question,
that it's worth fighting over the meaning of experiment versus measurement? Wouldn't it be more conducive to what you're trying to say to just accept that Galileo performed measurements and not insist on calling them experiments, even though you may disagree? Wouldn't it be better to just say, hey, he just made some careful measurements and other people later did some measurements and they have concluded certain things regarding how nature behaves from those measurements? Otherwise, everything you say will be nitpicked.
Yeah, it's just too easy for us otherwise.
Right. So these guys use a very specific definition of an experiment. Why not meet them in the middle and say, okay, I'll accept it just for the purpose of these conversations, and I'll use my words slightly differently than I would, outside of this setting. And then we can move on to the next step. Otherwise, we'll just get consistently, like clockwork, get stuck on the same step. And nobody wins.
I have an honest question.
Fine. They were a series of observations from which he derived a law about gravity, that there exists some kind of universal force that makes things go down at the rate of 9.8 meters per second squared. Okay? That was an observation.
What a shitty attempt to do what Peter told you.
Seems like, did I not do a good job?
You didn't even say the word
think
measure.
you did an awesome job.
I mean, he made measurements. He literally counted drops from a water clock, I believe.
That doesn't matter.
Yeah, and so it does matter because he found a certain rule in nature that was counterintuitive, which was that things of different weight
Brendan,
all at the same rate.
you're echoing everybody.
It is a meaningful observation, though, right? Meaningful discovery.
Yeah. No, it's a good one.
I mean, it's meaningful to a point, but other experiments, quote unquote, let's call them measurements of things falling in vacuums, show that different elements fall at slightly different rates.
I don't think he had any ability to create a vacuum in his day.
That's why I said more recent measurements. Maybe that didn't come through clear. So more recent measurements where we drop things in vacuum demonstrate that different elements fall at slightly different rates. The 9.8 meters per second squared is an average.
That's true.
Yeah, I'm not sure I know what he means by that. It's an average.
It's an average. So different elements fall at slightly different rates. We gather the average from those measurements, which is 9.8 meters per second squared.
I don't believe that that's true.
Okay, I'll find the literature for you. Peter's already agreed. That's fine.
The rate. Yes, Peter?
It is the rate of 9.8 is a certain average across the Earth. The fact that all things that we have discovered so far, including subatomic particles, including massless particles, all fall with the same rate.
I would certainly agree that 9.8 meters per second squared is
Massless
an
particles
average.
don't interact with gravity.
Yeah, they do.
Yes, they do.
There's an
There's not
average.
a single particle that doesn't interact with gravity.
Nah, bro, if you don't have mass, you don't interact with the Higgs field, and that's what actually mediates gravity.
Absolutely not.
I don't know. I don't even know if you can see atoms, so I don't know how you're going to prove that. But I got another question, though. Yo, Brenda, why is your mic so much better than Jedi? What kind of phone you got? You got that Z Fold 3?
I'm using a Google Pixel.
Yo.
Maybe that's why.
I'm about to go buy a Google Pixel. You good advertisement for the mic quality, man.
Okay. It's only a 6A, so it's a couple years old. I should upgrade.
Hell yeah.
But I understand that the force of gravity at any one point is going to affect any object with mass the same. But yes, it does vary over different places on the Earth because the density of the Earth varies. And so there will be the strength of the gravitational field will vary. That's why we're able to find pockets of oil and natural gas under the Earth. They use gravimeters to detect areas of low density. I didn't understand you.
Strength of
What did you say,
gravity.
Brandon? Dude, close your phone or something.
The gravitational field varies depending on the mass of the Earth beneath you, right? And you can use it.
So gravitational field would be a causal mechanism, right?
No.
No, not at all.
Really?
Gravitational field means the value, the vector, the distribution of the acceleration vectors over the area, right? So gravitometer is just a device that measures that acceleration, and we know that it's in one place it's going to be greater than in another place. And furthermore, we have discovered a correlation between the value and direction of the magnitude and the direction of the vector and the density below us.
So a field is
That's
not
all we know.
causing the acceleration?
No, a field is just a mathematical description of a vector field.
Okay, fair enough.
Yeah, it's the value. It's the value.
So as you move the gravitometer from one place to another, you just measure a slightly different acceleration. And because we know there's a correlation between that and the density, that's why Brenda said we can detect a certain like oil fields and things like that, because we found that useful in practice for that correlation. Yeah.
Yeah, because a pocket of oil or natural gas is going to have lower density than rock surrounding it, and therefore lower gravitational force.
Or the acceleration is different in that area than it is, let's say, half a kilometer away from it, right? Yeah.
Yeah, yeah.
So this is practically shown that you have a very precise, essentially scales, or what you call that type of weight measuring spring-based scales. Not balance scales, but spring scales. Essentially a super accurate version of that. And as you move it over the surface of the Earth, you get different readings of the acceleration. And then you dig and you find out where it was lower, there was less density in the ground. And because you know that certain things you're interested in, such as oil, have lower density than surrounding rock, you can employ this in practice.
Yeah, and this information
on an industrial scale.
Yeah, and the information is worth millions of dollars because finding an oil deposit beneath the ground is worth a lot of money.
Notice how these careful measurements give us insight into certain laws of nature without us needing to understand the actual cause.
So that was helpful, Peter. I'm willing to listen to you, Peter. I try, but maybe I get stuck into certain ways of talking to people. And so I'm willing to try. And so, I'm making an effort.
Many of us do get stuck on words and terminology, and we're here to build bridges between flat Earth and globe, as well as between globers. So we just made the globe a little bit better today, Brenda.
Yeah, I'm trying. People have been really critical of me because I sometimes come off as really aggressive, and I've been trying to moderate that.
You're like a sassy little thing.
Yeah.
Like, think about it like this. I was saying this earlier.
Calm down, Brenda.
This discussion is discussion between two groups of people who use significantly different frameworks of reasoning, right? Flat Earth people think that we're wrong about many things, and we think they're wrong about many things. So if we just stick to our guns, we're not going to go anywhere. We got to find a common set of things that we can agree on. Maybe it's a tiny little small set. For example, that things fall with a measurable acceleration, and so on and so on. And we can then at least build some communication on top of those. If we just stick to our guns, experiment means this, experiment means that, then we get stuck on irrelevant things, really. So,
well,
anyways,
can we agree on common sense, right? That if you don't have an actual experiment where you manipulate the independent variable, that you may have a false cause?
Absolutely. And the cause is another story, right? But here's a useful observation, maybe an experiment. Check it out, Larry. Let me know what you think. You have an extremely precise acceleration measurement device, aka spring scales. You move it to location X. You get a reading of 9.8. You move it to location Y. You get a reading of 9.7. I'm making up the numbers just to make a point. I wonder. You dig in those two places. You discover that the density below the instrument was significantly different. What have you found? A correlation between the density below you and the acceleration above it. That's a useful observation, isn't it?
Sure.
And the conclusion that there's a correlation between those two things, at least to within the tolerance of your measurement, is an interesting. Now you repeat that all over the place at different scales, and it is confirmed. You could say there appears to be a rule in this world, aka a law, in quotes, that when there's more density, there's more acceleration.
Sure.
Humankind just got better
Acceleration of what?
and understands of everything.
Peter's saying there's an
Makes
acceleration due to density.
Mm-hmm. But then you also discover that you do another observation. You try to precisely create a situation in which there are no interfering factors as much as you can, and then you see that things of different density, of different weight, accelerate at the same rate. For example, you take a ball made out of lead that weighs 50 pounds,
I thought
and
you
you
said
take
that
a ball.
density changes the acceleration.
Can I conclude? And then you take a ball that is also made out of lead, but it weighs 1 ounce. It might even have the same volume, right? You could make a lead ball with very thin walls that weighs 1 ounce, but occupies the same amount of volume as the 50-pound lead ball, right? And then you drop them in a area where you removed as much air as you could, and you controlled for other factors as well. And then you see that they accelerate at the same rate or very close to it. And as you move that instrument around the Earth, you see that acceleration changes, not as a function of the ball itself, but as a function of what's below it. That's fascinating.
What is accelerating?
The object.
What object?
The ball. The lead ball, Gregory.
Okay. So the ball is moving from A to B through space?
Yes, it's moving from... Yes,
Yeah,
exactly. You nailed it.
A couple of
You
things I
nailed
wanted
it.
to challenge, actually, from what you've just said. Yeah, can you hear me?
Yes.
Yep.
Yeah, a couple of things I wanted to challenge. First of all, the idea that things go down at 9.8 meters per second squared. That's not actually observed. You do have an interaction between medium and object, where the medium will go down and the so to cherry pick just the object going down.
You're roboting, Crypto.
Yeah,
Try
you're
again.
roboting. We missed a good deal of that.
Try again. You're roboting.
I won't be roboting in about 10 seconds, so just bear with me.
8.
Am I back?
That's clear.
Yeah, I don't know why I robot there is weird. So the idea that things full drop at 9.8 meters per second squared is disingenuous. I pointed this out many times. The objects will fall relative to the medium if it's denser than the medium. But that means that the medium is
but I
being
think you missed what I was saying.
But then, so what you actually observe isn't things dropping. You're witnessing a dance between objects and medium. And
yes, if we have created situations.
Okay, I hadn't finished. If the density relationship is reversed, then so is the effect.
Okay, and what I'm telling you is that humans have performed controlled observations where they have removed the medium as much as they could. And under those circumstances, they have observed that things of different volume, density, material fall at the same acceleration, and that acceleration will vary from location to location on Earth, but it in the same location does not vary between the material, its density, or the volume that it occupies.
Yeah, obviously. Because it's actually not this medium itself, it's the density of the medium. So if your density relation...
Good. Good.
Yeah,
very
I hadn't
good.
Finished. Thank you. I hadn't finished.
You're breaking up a little bit.
If the density relation... Am I?
Go ahead, try again.
Okay. If the density relationship is effectively zero for the medium, because you say you've removed the medium, which isn't really relevant. What's relevant is that there's no density within the medium, right? And the object itself has retained a density. Then, of course, the separation between those two is extreme, and therefore the acceleration should be virtually identical for every single object you drop. I don't see how that proves your point.
Well, because you're only representing half of the point. What if I told you that the amount of density below the experiment, below the observation matters?
Yeah, well, that was going to be my second point. Have you got evidence for that?
In the way that if you take this setup that Crypto just described and you move it from location A to B, where the difference between those locations is not the medium inside of the observation, it's the same, but underneath. So the density of the Earth below your feet varies, then you get different acceleration.
Have you got evidence for this?
Yes, of course.
Go on then.
The gravitometer
is talking about an interferometry within a sealed container that they use
a gravitometer is a device that is used in practice on industrial scale to perform these measurements. You can purchase a portable gravitometer.
In fact, you can. One of the things that Professor Tony does with his students is that he goes out in a field and he buries weights under the ground, and then he has his students find those weights with their gravimeters, and they can do it.
Yeah, so you're detecting a metaphysically impossible, ridiculous asinine doctrine.
What we're saying is, Crypto, is that people have observed an extremely strong correlation between the amount of density below their feet and the acceleration that objects of various sizes, weights, and densities experience.
Yeah,
and it's not a function of their weight, but it's a function of what's below them.
Say again.
Yeah, Gregory, if you notice how they've just made the same claim over and over again without providing evidence at all.
Keep repeating the same thing over and over again.
Yeah.
Well, the evidence is the ability to find things hidden in the ground, like oil deposits or gas deposits, or even just objects buried in the ground.
I'll be back. I'll be back in 5.
Yeah, you're roboting pretty bad.
So you're detecting a metaphysical impossibility because we're going to act like I haven't deductively refuted MAM and TGR.
We're not even claiming those things right now. We're just claiming observable correlation between density and the acceleration experienced in a given area.
Okay, so you're going to act like when appealing to the gravimeter, or gravitometer, however you say that portmanteau, that you're not presupposing the reality of TGR and or MAM?
No, absolutely not. What I'm going to claim is that your modest
So you do
Schmalens
acknowledge
is
you are
not going
presuming
to
that?
help you
Just to be
out
clear.
against observations of physical reality.
Wait, so you
You
acknowledge
can question the
that you are
theories.
presupposing that appeal, right?
No, you just see that something falls with faster acceleration or it
Wait, I don't
doesn't.
understand. Wait, I don't get it.
Dude,
Are you going to
I'll
act
help.
like? Listen,
No,
because
I'm not going to act like.
you said two different answers to my question. You said yes or no. You said no, then yes, or yes, then no. Let's try again.
Okay,
Are you
I'll
going to
explain.
act as though that appealing to the so-called gravimeter or gravitometer is not presupposing MAM or TGR?
Yes.
Okay. Why are you going to pretend like that's the case when that's not the
Okay.
case?
Can I explain? Are you ready now?
You're going to explain why you're being disingenuous?
Yes,
Okay.
I do. Because a person can disregard Newtonian, Einsteinian, or Galilean anything, and they can deploy a carefully set up observation and conclude that the acceleration at which objects fall is a function of the density in the earth below the observation. And not a single equation is necessary. All you're doing is measuring the acceleration.
Okay, so let's
And
be
you
clear.
don't
What
need
is the
Newton,
gravitometer?
you don't need Einstein. It's something that measures acceleration.
So why not call it an accelerometer?
Because it's customary to associate that with a phenomenon known as gravity, but that's just
Okay,
word.
so the gravitometer is detecting acceleration due to gravity, correct?
Due to we don't know what.
Okay, so it's just detecting acceleration.
It's detecting acceleration, and when we use a precise acceleration detecting apparatus, we also conclude that there's a correlation between the value we measure and the amount of density below us.
Okay, so it has nothing to do with gravity, right?
It has nothing to do with gravity, no.
Okay, so calling it a gravitometer is a misnomer and misleading.
It's,
So it's
call
just an
it, yeah.
accelerometer.
Yes,
So what
perfect,
about an
yes.
accelerometer? You detect these things with an accelerometer, therefore what?
Therefore, there seems to be a correlation in nature between density and acceleration in an area.
Is that the initial and concluding point of dispute, or was that a supporting tangent?
This was a topic of conversation that we had before you joined with your modest attempt at modest schmollens.
I didn't even say the modus schmollens or any other type of
Well,
event.
Thank
once
So
God.
you're
we
not
have
saying
that,
all this in defense of gravity, correct?
We're not defending anything. We're building bridges in our understanding of the relationship between density and acceleration.
Okay.
right?
Are you supposing that density is the cause of acceleration?
We have positively confirmed an extremely strong correlation between density and acceleration. Yes.
Okay. So how is being dense causing motion?
We don't know.
Okay. So what sense does it make to say that being dense of any degree is causing motion?
It's an interesting discovery that humans have made.
Yeah, and it might be that it's not
It doesn't make
causing.
sense out of the proposition.
It
There's no
might be that
proposition.
You
it
just
might
said
be
there's a
that the
proposition. You
density.
just said, are you supposing that
There is
density
no
is
proposition. There's no proposition. Humans
Yeah,
were ignorant
that's a
of the fact that there's a
dude,
correlation
that's a
between
proposition.
density and acceleration,
You're
and now
confusing.
we're not.
Dude, you're confusing. I just asked you, are you supposing that density causes motion? You said yes. That's a proposition.
We're not supposing, we've observed it.
Okay, so
well, it might be.
do you affirm the
Can I
proposition
ask a
density
question?
causes motion? Yes or no?
Brenda, give me 2 minutes because I'm going to be out of here in 2 minutes. So let me enjoy my time with Gregory. What did you say, Gregory?
Do you affirm the proposition density causes motion is true? Yes or no?
No. What I affirm is that there's an extremely strong correlation between density and acceleration.
What's the nature of the correlation?
We don't know.
Okay, so you don't know what your proposition is. You don't really have a point. Just to say
No,
there's a
we
core.
have an observation. We have a
It's
very
just
careful,
ambiguous.
precise observation. Why?
It's not precise at all. The proposition is ambiguous. What is the
It's
correlation?
very bad
There's
faith.
just a
God,
conclusion from an observation that if there's density, then there's more acceleration. More density, more acceleration.
Okay, so that's more specific. It's not just there's a correlation, simplicity, or no other. So you believe where there is more density, there is more acceleration?
We don't believe. We have observed and measured it ad nauseum. Yes.
Okay, so when you went to the more dense place, you saw a thing move faster,
Yes.
such as what?
Such as anything.
Okay, show this to me.
I can't right now.
Well, in this case, it's a spring scale. It's a scale designed to measure
For
the
some
vertical
unusable
acceleration.
being at this or that
An
given location
accelerometer.
is accelerating the motion of any given
Yeah.
thing.
Yes. An accelerometer that you described, Gregory, is a practical implementation of a device that does that, but we have confirmed that correlation using many other devices, more precise, even in more controlled setting. And over time, we created a device that's portable, that's useful in practical applications, and it's used on a daily basis on an industrial scale to detect areas of lower density in the earth, such as oil deposits, as
And
well
are you
as many other
detecting density? Or are you detecting
density.
So you're just detecting density. You're not detecting
Yes.
this correlation
Well,
between more density, faster motion.
yes and no. We're detecting density purely based on a measurement of acceleration. Then we dig, and then we say, oh, it was right. Again, less density.
And so
Oil.
what did you detect moving? And show well, as I say the question, show me what you're talking about in the open chat. So what did you detect moving? For instance,
The spring inside of the apparatus.
the spring inside the apparatus.
Yes.
So when you went to a given location, the spring was hopping up and down faster, or how does
Yes.
this work?
Yeah, it was stretching more or less depending on the amount of density below it. Yep.
interesting.
Okay. So what's the demonstration for this?
Essentially, the weight of the thing was changing. The weight of the thing attached to the string was changing without altering any of the physical characteristics of that thing.
Yeah, just like
Yes.
your bathroom scale has a spring in it. Your bathroom scale has one too.
Yeah, just an extremely precise version of that. Okay.
Okay, so you're
They're
going
all
to post
yours,
a demonstration of this?
Talk to you guys later.
Okay. So who's going to post a demonstration of what Peter talked about?
We don't have to demonstrate. It just suggests a hypothesis.
I thought the whole point was that this was your son did an operation to demonstrate that you detected this phenomenon.
It's an observation.
Okay, so then show us this, since someone observed it.
Why? Why?
To demonstrate the veracity of the proposition.
You can conduct the experiments. You can look them up yourself.
Okay, you're not going to do the task anyways. Who else besides him would like to actually demonstrate this is true?
We're not required.
Dude, can you just wait? Can you just wait? Obviously, you said no. I'm not going to do it. So I'm trying to give the room to someone else to show what was talked about.
Yeah,
Just
there's no
just
requirement.
Dude,
There's no
just
requirement.
chill.
There's
Dude,
no requirement.
just chill. I'm not talking to you.
There is no requirement by science to prove things to you.
God, dude. You've already said that. I'm trying to let someone else give the demonstration. Let them.
There is clearly nobody else. Come on, move on.
Okay, Gregory. I wanted to talk to Gregory, yeah? So, Gregory, I was listening in and I was trying not to, I didn't want to butt into your conversation, but I had issues from the very beginning where they started claiming gravitons. Because a graviton is something that can't be viewed with the human eye or any type of device. It's too small. Yeah.
We don't claim gravitons.
So it's just
moment, Brenda. Wow.
Well, actually, you guys were claiming gravitons. I heard it mentioned about 3 times and measuring gravitons, yeah?
Yeah, not once in the
So,
past half hour have we
Oh my
mentioned
God.
gravitons.
Brenda,
okay.
you actually, sorry, you might be misunderstanding. You're actually supposed to let them misrepresent you. You actually have to let them misrepresent you. That's actually one of the rules. Wait, hold on. Can somebody cite one of those rules for me? Hold on, I'm
Oh, hang on.
scrolling up.
And maybe I can just go back into the live stream and actually find where they were talking about gravitons. Yeah?
Now, please let AJ finish his point to me.
Yeah, so, okay. If they didn't mention gravitons,
The
but I'm sure
Jiteka
they
can't
didn't,
hear
I'll go
now.
back and check the live stream. Well, I have big issues with that because, again, this is like an atom, yeah? It's something that they can't actually see or test or observe, yeah? And with the latest discussion, yeah, in regards to measuring the density of the Earth, this is just inferred, yeah? They take a measurement of something falling and then they just infer that it has to do with the density of the Earth. So again,
Well,
it's not.
yes, that's true. That's true. It's a correlation.
Yeah, it's a synthetic correlation, not an analytic correlation.
There's no such thing as an analytic correlation.
Yes, there is. There's a
No.
intrinsic connection. Stop talking to everyone. Stop that.
You stop that, man. You talk too much, Gregory.
There's a difference between recognizing the meaningful connection between the various reference within a given proposition, as opposed to referring to two different things that don't analytically correlate by the meanings of their terms, but they're just associated by will.
What is an analytic proposition, Gregory?
I never talked about an analytic proposition.
Yeah, you just were.
No, I didn't.
There's an analytic synthetic distinction. What is that?
Okay, so since you don't know what it is, I'm going to cite it for you.
I'm testing you to see if you know what it is.
No, evidently you don't know what it is.
Well, because of the word salad that you just gave indicates that you have no idea what it is.
Okay, so again, the same cavil, word salad, no argument.
I'll tell you if you want me to know.
Yeah, I'd like to run my mouth. Please go ahead.
Analytic propositions are true by virtue of their definition. Wow, that quieted them down.
It wasn't quieting me down. You just repeated what I already said.
No, that's not what you said.
That's
so
not what you
synthetic
said.
propositions,
Yeah, you're not listening.
propositions
That's not
are
what you
true
said.
by virtue.
Yeah, you're not listening.
That's not what you said.
Notice how you're persevering to keep talking through the fact that I'm critiquing you for not listening to what I actually said.
But we're telling you that's not what you said.
You don't know even the most elementary logic.
Right, so go ahead and Ipsy Dixit tell me what I do or don't know. Instead of humbling yourself and acknowledging that you missed
it's
what
obvious,
I said very
right?
clearly in the microphone.
So synthetic propositions are true through experience. Analytic terms are true via their definition. So there's no such thing as an observation that's analytic.
Never said that.
And there's no such thing as a correlation. There's no such thing as an analytic correlation because correlations are synthetic, not analytic.
Dude, you're being pedantic. What I said is meaningful.
They're from
let's see if you
experience.
stop being pedantic and actually acknowledge what I meant by what I said.
No, I have no idea what you meant. I don't think you even know what you meant.
Okay, so you're not going to tell me what I meant by what I said because you're not even trying to listen nor be charitable in your interpretation of my replies to you as usual.
So correlations, we correlate the observation. We correlate the acceleration. The acceleration.
You're not going to keep repeating yourself.
Stop talking over him, man. Can you stop it, Gregory, please?
No, he doesn't need to keep repeating himself.
Yeah, no, but stop interrupting like that.
Just keep repeating himself. He already said that.
You can't do that. You can't do that. You can't do that. Let people talk.
Is he a moderator here?
He can't.
No, he's not. He needs to shut up.
Because he's a child.
As a respectful thing, like
he's immature. He's an immature, belligerent clown.
That's not my take, man. Like, can I say that? Moderate that.
There you go.
Yeah, I just cited analytic synthetic distinction from the Stanford Encyclopedia of Philosophy there in the open chat. Stop telling me that I don't know what I'm talking about. You're just being willfully and belligerently and invincibly ignorant, just persevering to be contentious and not actually
Right.
interpret what's being said to you with charitability. It's the same
So
stupid sophistry you do every time you
right.
come in here.
So what we have is a correlation in an observation. We correlate the acceleration observed with the density observed. So we form a correlation, right?
Yeah, you have no
Yeah.
justification whatsoever by any rule of inference at all to prove
It's an
that
inductive
density is the
inference.
cause of motion, let alone the acceleration of any
No, it's
motion.
an inductive inference.
Yeah, it's a weak inference, not being consistent
no.
with what density is. Density is not a cause of motion.
We don't know that it's the cause. We're just making a
Thank you for your
correlation,
concession. So next.
right? Right. Yeah. And in fact, in Einstein's theory, the mass isn't the direct cause of things going down, right? It's an
So you
indirect
don't know what he
cause.
teaches?
It's an indirect cause.
Are you asking me because you
Mass
don't know what he teaches?
mass causes
So you're
space-time to
talking past
bend.
my question again.
Mass causes space-time to bend, which
So you're still
causes
talking past my
objects.
question again, persevering to lecture
Yeah,
me,
you
not
just keep
engaging in a
interrupting.
dialogue.
I have attention. Well, you don't engage in
No,
dialogue.
you
You just
asked a question,
overtalk
then I asked
people.
you a question, then you talk past my question.
You just overtalk people.
Yeah, you're still
You're
doing it
very
now instead
rude.
of just
You're
answering my
very
question.
rude, man. You're a very rude man.
You're still just doing it.
You're a
You
very
asked a question,
rude
then I
man.
asked a question to clarify your question, then you just talk past my question.
Yes, because it was gibberish.
Oh, it's gibberish. So evidently
Yeah.
you don't have the intellect to mentally grasp the propositions that I'm saying to you in the English language. You're not competent for this dialogue.
One of us doesn't. One of us doesn't.
You, yeah, like I just said, you.
Yeah, one of us.
Right. So thank you for your concession to that. So evidently, given that
Yes.
you're incompetent to engage in this dialogue, I'm going to engage someone else now.
Yeah. So, your arrogance combined with your ignorance is just off the scale, Gregory.
Okay.
You
So more
know nothing.
presumptuous,
You know nothing,
self-righteous
and you presume
admonition,
to know
which is not
everything.
what this channel is
And then
designated
you're
for. So I'm just going to
belligerent and
blurt through that
abusive
until there's
to people.
moderation. Like we don't need to waste time listening to that garbage.
You're belligerent and abusive to
And he's
people.
still going on with his self-righteous admonition.
Yeah, and please stop misgendering me.
He doesn't know what
So,
gender is.
so
Anyways,
the fact
stop
is, I do know
digressing
what
from the
gender is.
issue,
You don't.
right?
You don't know what
The
gender
issue
is.
is not your self-righteous admonition, nor your sexual confusion, right? The issue is geodesy, right?
I'm not confused about sex.
Okay, let's stop talking about it. Stop talking about it. I just said stop
Well,
talking
you
about it.
brought it up,
Talk
not
about
me.
geodesy.
You brought it up.
No, I
Right?
didn't. Talk about geodesy
You
now.
literally did. You literally
Talk
did.
about geodesy now.
Oh, okay.
Or just be
Right.
silent.
So we have a correlation between density, the mass, and the force of acceleration that we can measure.
Yeah, it's just
And
your
that
weak inductive
suggests
image. We already went through this. Stop going in circles. So next page.
just a minute. That suggests a hypothesis.
Dude, we already went through all this. Stop repeating yourself.
So the hypothesis would be historically the hypothesis was that mass causes some kind of force of attraction to objects with other objects with mass. That was historically
Already refuted.
thesis that was
Refute
put
it
forward.
again. Stop extenuating your reply. You completed your reply. You're repeating the appeal to MAM again. You refute it again. There is
What
no
is
refutation of
MAM?
this. So let's see how
What
much
is
you
what
want
is
to do the
MAM?
sophistic dance. Stop talking to me. Let's see how much you want to do the sophistic dance with this deductive refutation in the form of modus ponens. Go ahead.
What is MAM?
It's an abbreviation for mass attracting mass.
Oh yeah,
It's
that
an
was
acronym for a mass attracting mass.
Yeah, that was a hypothesis, a theory that people had for a long time. I said
Okay,
historically.
you're repeating a truism instead of engaging the argument.
I'm just telling you what the history was.
Yeah, you're just repeating a truism, not engaging the argument.
What argument?
In the open chat.
I'm not opening the chat. Just tell me.
Okay, so you're not going to actually pay attention to the argument in the open chat. Is that it?
Use your words.
Is that it? So you're not going to engage the argument in the open chat. Is that it? Just to be clear.
What? Refutation against mass attracting mass. Okay, number one, if matter being matter, materiality, can't generate causal power, nor is causal power, then it cannot cause any locomotion. This is gibberish. It's just nonsense. It has no relation. It has no relation to physics at all. It's just gibberish.
Okay, so let's try again. All right. So you said your critique. Stop extenuating it. Let's see if you can engage this dialogue now. Do you not understand the proposition? Yes or no?
It makes no sense based on my background knowledge of physics.
Okay, so yes, you don't understand the proposition. What part of the proposition don't you understand?
Generating causal power.
Okay.
What is causal
what's your
power?
question?
What is causal power?
You don't know what causal power is?
You tell me.
You don't. Do you know what causal power is? Yes or no?
I don't know what you mean.
Dude, I just asked you, what part of causal power, what part of the proposition don't you understand? You said causal power. Then I'm flabbergasted at your ignorance, your inability to mentally grasp the concept causal power. So I'm asking for clarification. You don't know what causal power is?
I don't know what you mean. I don't know what you mean. It's reasonable to ask.
So yes, you don't know what causal power is.
It's reasonable to ask something.
Just listen. Let me reply. Stop replying and refusing to let me reply. It's not a dialogue, dude. So you don't know what causal power is, yet you have gone out of your way multiple times to highlight just how credentially robust you are, your background, which is silly. Someone who is so robust in their background concerning physics should understand the basic metaphysical concept of causal power.
Yeah, what does it mean to generate causal power? That is just nonsense to me.
Okay.
Nobody
do you
in physics
understand causal power or generate causal power? Which one?
All of them together. None of them make any sense
all
in
of them
physics.
together.
It's
So
not a
going
term.
back to I don't understand the proposition.
Gregory, nobody in physics talks about generating causal power. Causal power
let's try
isn't
again.
a
Let's try
thing.
again because you're obviously confused. You're talking a bit too much, which
Gregory?
is also contributing to your confusion. You're talking a
Gregory?
bit too much. So stop.
Gregory?
Stop. You don't understand. Stop talking. You don't understand my argument. So I'm teaching you right now. Okay. So either you're going to listen or not. Let's see what you choose.
Yeah.
So
Teach
Brenda,
me what
part of the
it means.
proposition? Let's try again. Let's try again, Brenda. You're making this
Teach me what
entirely
it
too
means.
difficult. You're just talking past the questions I'm asking you to get to an understanding of the first premise. Since you challenged the first premise, please engage.
I'm asking you to.
Please engage. Stop repeating that. Now engage. Stop repeating that. Now engage. Here we go.
I'm asking you.
Do you understand? Stop talking, Brenda. You have one mouth and two ears. Listen more than you speak.
You're really just a bully, aren't you?
You're still talking, Brenda.
I bet you beat your wife, don't you?
You're still talking and stifling the progress of the dialogue, Brenda. You're demonstrating that you're not competent to engage in this dialogue, Brenda. Let's see if you can engage.
I'm sure that makes you feel better.
Number one. Oh my God, Brenda! I'm literally trying to ask you for the umpteenth thousand time about premise one, which you challenged. Let's try again. What part of premise one do you not understand?
I do not understand what it means to generate causal power because causal power isn't a thing.
So you don't understand generate causal power because you deny the reality of causal power?
No, you're reifying causal power.
How am I how am I reifying causal power?
By saying it's something that can be generated.
Okay, you're misinterpreting the proposition. I'm not affirming.
And I asked you to explain it to me,
you're still
and you had a
talking to the
hissy
correction
fit.
of your error. And I'm doing the thing that you're asking me to do. You keep talking to my effort to do it. It's stupid. There's nothing commendable about it. It's only stupid. So once again, Brenda, you must be misinterpreting the proposition because I am not affirming the proposition. Matter generates causal power. No, that's not what I'm affirming. I'm saying if this proposition is true, then it entails the following. So let's see if you can track with the dialogue. I'll read it again. Let me scroll back to my app. Let me scroll up. If matter being matter can't. What's that word? Can't? A contraction of cannot? So I didn't affirm that matter being matter can generate causal power, right? Yes or no?
Can't means cannot.
Right. So I did not affirm the proposition matter being matter generates causal power, right? That it can do that? I did not affirm that premise, right?
Correct.
Right. So what you said earlier was a misinterpretation of the proposition which you challenged, correct?
So you're talking about a thing called causal power, which doesn't exist anywhere in physics.
Okay, I'll just take that as correct. So yeah, you misinterpreted the proposition. So now you're confused about causal power, quote unquote. What is confusing about that?
So it seems to me that you're reifying an abstract. Causal power is I'm explaining it to you. Causal power is abstract, not concrete. So it's not something you can generate.
Where did you just went back to the very thing. You just went back to the very misinterpretation I just refuted. I'm not affirming that it was generated, nor am I affirming that matter being matter, that materiality is generating it. Do you understand? Yes or no?
You're talking about it as if it's something that could or could not be generated.
Oh my freaking gosh, Brenda. I am not affirming that materiality is generating causal power, nor am I affirming that anything is generating causal power. Do you understand?
You are, in the sense that you're denying that they can have this property. Hence, you're talking about it. You're talking about it.
Are you serious? Are you serious? So you're just going to dictate to me what I am saying, even though I've clearly affirmed with clear diction that I'm not affirming that proposition. Is that it?
Yeah, but is the contrary possible?
So you're not going to engage the question I just asked? You're just going to reply with another question to distract from my question?
So you're not getting the point, which is
so you're going to continue to condescend and not acknowledge that you're obviously engaging in bad faith. Because I've clearly made it clear, I'm being redundant deliberately, that I'm not affirming the proposition that materiality is causing or can cause or generate causal power, nor am I affirming the proposition that anything it can generate causal power. I'm not affirming that proposition is true. Do you understand that now?
I'm rejecting you talking about causal power at all.
Okay, so you're obviously invincibly ignorant. You're not engaging. I have a phone call.
No, there's no such thing as causal power. It doesn't exist. And so whether you talking about matter being able or unable, it's still a badly formulated hypothesis or premise. Besides, things can cause other things to move. They do. Under your locution, a billiard ball does cause a billiard ball does generate causal power when it strikes another billiard ball. So it causes the other ball to move.
It doesn't exist, but you just invoked it.
So, Brenda, are you done attacking a straw man, or are you going to continue doing it?
It's not a straw man. It's right there in your premise, in your first premise.
Okay, so I'm affirming. So the premise one is, if materiality can't generate causal power, then materiality cannot cause locomotion. So given that that's the premise in premise one, then I'm not affirming that materiality nor anything generates causal power. So for you to insist that I am affirming that proposition is true and attacking that is textbook conspicuous straw man fallacy. I have a phone call. Give me a moment.
I'm telling you that you're just bad language, because causal power isn't a thing that anything could exist. It doesn't exist. Causality is simply a consequence. It's an abstract concept. It is not a physical property of anything. Causal power is not a property. It's just an abstract. When the billiard ball strikes another billiard ball, it causes the other billiard ball to move, but it doesn't generate causal power. It simply generates kinetic energy. Right? So actually the first premise here is actually okay. I mean, if I ignore generate causal power, if matter being matter can't generate causal interactions, then it cannot cause any locomotion. Right? That would be true.
Okay, so are you done
Matter
attacking
being
a straw
matter.
man?
Matter. No, I'm
No, you're not done
critiquing the
attacking a
wording.
straw man? You're going to keep doing
No,
it?
I'm not. I'm going to accept premise
Okay,
one.
straw man. Okay, good.
I'm going to accept
Okay,
premise
so
one.
given that I'm not
Matter being
affirming the
matter.
premise that you thought I was affirming, now
No.
you're going to engage the premise that I am affirming in premise one?
I'm going to provisionally accept premise one, and I'm going to matter being matter can't generate
Provisionally accept,
power.
as
Yeah.
opposed to accepting? What's the difference?
And I would accept even the conclusion number 3 that matter being matter cannot cause any locomotion. That would follow from your premises. The problem matter is that matter can cause locomotion.
Okay, again, you're attacking a straw man.
No, I'm just disagreeing with your syllogism.
No, you are. Yeah, I know my
No, I'm
argument
not.
better than you, Brenda. I know you don't want to affirm that. I don't care.
Affirm what?
I know my argument better than you. So,
So do you
given
think?
that I know my argument and what it is affirming, you're attacking a premise that my argument doesn't contradict. You're attacking a premise that my argument doesn't contradict.
So do you
know how?
believe?
Do you want to know
So
why? Do
go
you
ahead.
want to know why? Right, because I didn't say matter can't cause motion. I said materiality can't cause motion, or matter being matter can't cause motion.
Materiality is an abstract, not a concrete.
Is that supposed to be refutation? Because what you said is
Why can't matter cause locomotion?
why do you keep asking me that as though I'm affirming the proposition matter can't cause motion?
Because it says literally matter being matter can't cause locomotion.
That's not the same proposition, Brenda. Now I will give you this. You are slipping between the two different propositions because there is a subtle distinction, but there is a subtle distinction nonetheless, no matter how subtle it may be. The difference is, I'm not denying that matter possesses causal power. I'm contradicting and refuting the fact that matter being matter cannot cause any locomotion.
Okay, I understand that.
Okay, good.
What's your proof?
Now next, after I refuted that straw man, what do you have to say
What's your
now?
proof? What's your proof that it can't cause locomotion?
What's my proof?
Yeah.
What's my proof for what?
That it
See if
can't
you
cause
can correctly
locomotion.
identify my concluding premise.
Yeah. Maybe matter can cause locomotion. Maybe matter
I knew it.
materiality.
Yeah, I knew it.
Right? Because your first premise starts with an if.
You're still attacking the same straw man, Brenda. Stop doing that.
Could your first premise be wrong?
Brenda, stop attacking a straw man. So stop inquiring and interrogating me about a position I don't affirm, right? Because I'm not denying the proposition matter can cause motion. Of course,
How
matter
about
can
this?
cause motion.
Sure. How about this? If matter being matter, materiality can generate causal power and is causal power, then it can cause any locomotion. How about that?
What the fuck does that have to do with my argument?
That's just a premise.
What the fuck is the point? Like,
which one of those premises are true?
What the fuck are you talking about right now? Are you talking about my argument?
I'm talking about your first
evidently
premise.
You're not.
I think your first
That's not
premise.
the first premise.
Your first premise is. Yeah, I'm saying it could be true. It could be the opposite. Maybe it is the case.
Could be. I mean, so what? I mean, these are just hypothetical truisms. As far as you know, you're not arguing for anything. You're not saying an argument.
Yeah.
What is
How
your
would
point
we
right
decide?
now?
How would we decide which one of the premises are true? Mine or yours?
Concerning which premise?
Mine versus yours.
Okay, so you affirm the proposition materiality can generate causal power?
Yes. And
Do you
can
really?
cause locomotion. Yeah.
Okay, why?
Well, for the same reason you do. For the same reason you deny it. It's
I
just
do. That's self-contradictory.
No, it's not. That's not a
You
self-contradiction.
affirm it is. You affirm that materiality can generate causal power, given that it cannot generate causal power and therefore cannot cause locomotion.
So I affirm it because we observe a correspondence between matter and materiality and locomotion.
So an appeal to an ambiguous premise, just some unidentified correlation.
Matter, being matter, materiality, does generate causal power and is a causal power, and it can cause any locomotion. I can affirm that based on evidence. The evidence is a correlation, right?
Yeah. Show me materiality itself.
Well, anything, right? Any substance.
No, not anything. Materiality isn't non-materiality. So show me materiality. Show me the matter that is materiality.
Any substance in our, that would work.
No, Brenda. Materiality is not non-materiality. Materiality is a type.
I didn't say.
You're not listening. No, Brenda. Not everything is materiality. There's an entity that is materiality, and then there are other entities that are not materiality. So no, not everything.
So what things do you think are not material?
That's not the issue. You're talking about materiality.
Right? So I'm talking about things that have mass then, if you like that.
So you're still not talking about what I'm talking about. You just abruptly switch the subject. You just abruptly switch the subject because you're obviously not grasping the subject right now. You have not contemplated this.
I'm talking about matter.
Okay, let's see if you can get back on the subject.
I am.
Show me the matter that is materiality. Don't show me an orange. Don't show me silver. Don't show me gold. Don't show me a leaf. Show me a piece of matter that is materiality.
All matter that has mass is an instantiation of materiality.
My fucking gosh. You are obviously ontologically challenged. So you evidently don't know what materiality is. Well, let's see if you can actually demonstrate what materiality is. Let's try one more time. What is materiality, Brenda?
It's an abstract concept.
Is it now?
Yes.
So it's not matter, right?
Matter is an instantiation of materiality.
Let's try again. You just affirmed that it's an abstract concept.
Yes.
Which is ontologically and categorically different from concrete entities, material entities.
Yeah.
So if it is abstract, then it is not matter, right?
Materiality is not matter, no.
Correct. Good, Brenda. So
however,
you can't show me the matter that is materiality, right?
Let me argue by analogy.
Right.
Apple. Let me argue by analogy. Apples.
You're not answering the question.
Apple.
I didn't say to give an argument. I said a question. You're not answering the question. So then, materiality is not matter. It's not a material entity, right?
Materiality is an abstract. It has no ontology.
So yes, right? A conspicuous yes in the microphone, Brenda.
What?
Oh, what? Yeah, you're obviously dodging. You're engaging in, you're being dishonest. You refuse to say yes because you don't want to acknowledge that I embarrassed you on this point also. Obviously, the answer is yes. Like I just proved deductively. If materiality is an abstract entity, then it's not a concrete entity. Materiality is an abstract entity. Therefore, materiality is not a concrete entity, aka a material entity. So you refuted on that point deductively by a modus ponens. Let's see if you can engage with the next question, Brenda. So, given that I'm not affirming that materiality, and I'm not denying that matter has causal power, can cause motion, what am I affirming, Brenda?
I don't know.
You don't know.
Right.
You don't know after the dozens of times that I've said the conclusion. You don't know after the dozens of times that I posted in the open chat.
Right.
You still don't know, in spite of it being an open book test,
right.
for you to see the concluding premise in the open chat yet, and still. You're
Because,
obviously incompetent to engage in this dialogue, Brenda.
No. So apple is an abstract concept also. Nevertheless, apples exist. The apples are an instantiation of apple, right? So red delicious is a type of apple, even though apple is an abstract quantity. So matter is an instantiation of materiality, even though materiality is an abstract concept.
Okay, thank you for the ontological lesson. Are you going to engage my argument now, since you obviously don't know what my argument is?
So I'm claiming that matter can generate causal power and can cause locomotion.
Okay, which is not antithetical to any of the propositions in my argument.
It's literally antithetical.
Christ alive, Brenda. You just told me that you don't know what my argument is, yet somehow you know that the proposition you just affirmed is antithetical to the proposition that I'm affirming, even though you don't know what my proposition is. If you don't know what my proposition is, Brenda, then you couldn't know that your proposition is antithetical to mine. You don't know my proposition, Brenda, therefore you couldn't possibly know that your proposition is antithetical to mine. So you've been refuted on that point. Let's see if you can engage this time, Brenda. What is my position?
So your position is that matter, being matter, materiality, cannot cause locomotion.
Great. You read the passage verbatim. Okay. So I'm not talking about matter cannot cause locomotion. Matter cannot generate causal power. Matter is not causal power. That's not what I'm talking about.
You're saying materiality cannot cause locomotion.
Aha. Okay. So
yeah, but that's an
given that you
abstract.
correctly identified my argument now, given that you correctly identified my argument now, do you have a refutation? Do you have a concession? Do you have regrets? What do you have to say?
Yeah, I do. Yeah, you're confusing abstract and concrete, right? Because
But
I can't
not. How am I confusing the two?
I can eat a red delicious, but I can't eat apple.
What does it have to do with my argument? Where in the propositions,
it's a direct analogy.
Where in the series of propositions in the open chat did I conflate these two categories?
Your switch from matter to materiality. That was where you conflated.
What? No.
Your switch from matter being matter.
I didn't. Stop repeating it. I'm correcting your error. Stop repeating it. I'm correcting your error. Stop repeating it.
Category error.
It's the fifth time you said that. Stop. So don't keep repeating the error. I'm correcting you now.
Abstract properties
You're repeating it 6 times. So keep repeating it. Let's listen to Brenda keep repeating the same erroneous reply over and over again.
Yeah, you're confusing abstract properties with material properties.
Go ahead, say it again.
Yeah, you're confusing materiality, which is an abstract, with matter.
Go ahead, say it again. Get it all out your system.
Is a real thing. Yeah, there you go.
Are you done?
Right. So how do we decide which premise is true?
Okay, so talk past me.
No, I'm trying to.
You haven't correctly identified my proposition yet. It isn't as though your critique is correct. We're not going to just whistle past this like you like to do.
Well,
so are you done repeating the erroneous critique you just said? Yes or no?
My premise is based on observation.
Are you done repeating the erroneous critique you just said? Yes or no?
How can it be? How can just proposing
Okay, you're just going to keep talking past that question. So you're obviously not engaging what I'm saying to you. You're just going to determine to talk to something else that I didn't say, to someone else that isn't speaking to you, instead of what I am saying to you and me. Because obviously you can't engage my...
So, here's the question. Your argument is titled Refutation Against Mass Attracting Mass, and yet in your argument, you do not mention mass at all.
But I do. Mass.
No, you don't.
I mentioned mass.
No,
mass
you don't.
in the sense of matter. Yes, I do.
That's not the same thing. That's not the same thing.
Okay, you're not engaging. What did I...
And let's see your shit happen, because I'd like to see that happen. Where do we see that in nature? Go outside and tell me where two things like that are fucking clinging, like they're drawing themselves to each other. You fucking morons.
Oh, been attracted to any fatties ever, so.
Did you say fatties?
Yeah, I didn't know. Who's attracted to fatties?
Dude, they told me this one time, man, that you were, had a Blue Monday and shit, and
A Blue Monday.
your Blue Monday took over, and that was it.
Oh
Stop the
Lord.
cap.
Mass attracting mass. That's cap.
Yeah, but it's frustrating, man. And it's just like, it's already to the point that you want to have the discussion with these guys, but those guys a long time ago, the ones we used to have those arguments with, they're no more. You got like these bottom shelf Globers that come in, barely even know anything. I mean, obviously it's content either way, but it's
Yeah.
frustrating as hell. And they still, to this day, will still talk about ants on a fucking beach ball, dude. Like, there was a guy the other day. There was a guy the other day that was talking. I was like, where the fuck is CB at, dude? This shit is.
Yo,
And
man.
I think he was even changing the analogy to some basketball. It was like, no, it was like a ant on a basketball or some bullshit.
Jeez.
It's
What do they
utter
think?
moronic.
Kindergarten? Like what?
I don't know,
So
man.
class, you have a ball and an ant. Man, come on, man. That's so season 1. It's not even funny.
There's
Yeah.
no
And how do you even know?
demonstration.
And how do you even know that's true in the first place, anyway?
Because
Right.
they see all these pictures and shit. Like,
Well, even if it was true, right? It doesn't matter what the ant is seeing. They always say all the time, well, just because it looks flat doesn't mean blah, blah, blah,
yeah,
right?
they say that shit too. Well, it looks
They say
flat,
that.
but it's not really flat.
So it doesn't matter what
Fuck.
the ant sees. The ground would be curved on that ball or whatever. So it doesn't matter what it looks like. If they were to measure, if the ants were to measure that basketball or beach ball, it would be measured curved, period. Well, it's
Look,
a terrible example.
I have no problem saying just because it looks flat, it might not be flat. That's a true statement. But when they say it's not evidence of anything, that's
That's a
just
lie.
that's exactly. That's just a fucking lie. What is it? Evidence of it being curved? The flatter it looks, the more. Like, dude.
Well, that's what Sasha would say, right? Or what would it be like if it was flat, or what would Earth be like if it was stationary? You know what I mean? They say it seems this way because it's a globe. It's like, well, if it was flat, what would it look like?
Yeah,
Flat?
the evidence would be that
shit, dude.
Yeah, the evidence would be that it looks flat, but the proof is that it's measured that way. So if they found out that the Earth is curving in any way, the divergence from horizontal, then they would have to give you that divergence. How much does it divert from?
But these clowns will say, if you ask them if it was flat, what would that evidence look like? They're like, well, you'd be able to see the edge from fucking 2,000 miles away or something.
The edge question. I really, it's an honest question. I just want to know where the edge is, bro.
No,
What can you guys can't tell me?
Oh, they're so shot. They think the horizon would be the edge of the Earth. That's how fucking shot they are.
Here's the main thing. If the Earth was actually definitively a globe, there wouldn't be flat earthers. And I'm telling you now, I wouldn't be a flat earther if the Earth wasn't flat.
Facts. Yeah, they're like, well, you're all brainwashed. Brainwashed by who? Who is brainwashing flat earthers? That doesn't make sense. Everywhere you look, they're telling you it's a globe.
Here's
everywhere.
Another thing they all say is, okay, so you're saying that you wouldn't change your mind if you found out that the Earth was a globe? I'm like, dude, we changed our minds when it was not proven to be a globe. So what do you mean we're going to change our minds back to it not being... Like, that's the whole point of changing your mind, because it wasn't a fucking globe. Why would we want to change it back to it being a globe if there was no evidence of it being a globe? That's utterly stupid.
Mm-hmm. Well, we're also the ones that changed our minds to begin with. We're at least like somewhat open-minded enough to consider some other option when they're the ones who haven't made any change at all, right? They probably haven't even investigated their own worldview, which is like the biggest L in my opinion. Ask any rando some questions about the globe, they'll fumble it.
You can be like Bev and shit. Well, because we have mountains, the Earth is not flat.
I don't know who's worse. Those guys or the globe heads? Those guys might actually be worse.
Yeah, because they're really a road to nowhere. least the Globers they got some kind of paradigm they're trying to adhere to. Fucking Bevites don't have shit. They just don't know anything. They don't fucking know anything.
Were they just scarred by flat earthers? Like who hurt? Which one of you guys hurt them? Or what did you do, McGee?
I think they're agnostic
started
flat earthers.
He started here like years ago, bro. Years ago in 24/7. He was in here. Most of all these offshoots that are like these doing their own shit. Yeah, they started here.
But it was Mimas. He
yeah.
Then they ran off and did something else.
I feel like somebody scarred them, and they're like, I don't want to associate with this person, so I'm going to try to be different. I'm going to branch off.
And he's
Like, that's
always
what
on Nathan Oakley's jock, bro. Like always. Did you hear what Nathan Oakley said? Are you in part of Nathan Oakley's boys? Like always, dude. Like, dude, get off his fucking jock, bro. Do your own shit, but don't be. And they're only fucking only about that drama shit. They're all about that life. So it's a he said, she said bullshit. And what did they say last week on the show? Remember what they said? It's like, who gives a fuck, dude? Like that's not a part of our fucking what we do. Well, at least not what we do, but you do fucking whatever you do and stir up some drama. Because that also makes money, right? Let's admit it. Fucking drama makes money. Like when you hear some juicy, scandalous shit about somebody doing something, you're like, oh man, what the fuck happened to that guy?
Yeah.
Anyway.
Well,
But
no,
ultimately,
man.
it's not the fucking what we're about, you know?
But for when it comes to those guys, I know my role in this whole flat earth thing. I'm not Mr. Technical, Mr. Numbers, Mr. Stats. But if I can kind of slap around those like elder bears and Bevites and stuff like that, and I can slap around like even like Peter and these other goofballs, then dude, anyone can. You know what I mean? Like they have no hope. I'm not
Peter
the
thinks
biggest
that he's
brain in the
going to be
room.
able to stick around long enough to kind of figure out a gimmick to get into the minds of like he's trying to fucking insert a brain worm somewhere. Like
He's been around for so long though, and it hasn't worked at all. He's got his little Twitter, like, well, what are you gonna try next? What I've noticed that a lot of them try to do is just like really calm and try to pretend like they're not rattled and speak as if everything's okay, even though they're getting shit on by Nathan Oakley or Huey or whoever. They'll still respond like they're Mr. You know what I mean? They do that a lot. It feels forced and lame.
Yeah. I made fucking. Did you listen to the clip where I made Scott Mackey's mask fall off, Indio?
No, dude, I'm pissed, dude, that I didn't freaking go. Oh man.
Dude, he went fucking.
Yeah, I know you told me about it. So
ape shit, dude.
I forgot what day that was because I was gonna go like, oh, you said it happened earlier that day. I forgot to go tag that video. Now I don't know
And
which one it is. I have to go.
He
to
always
one.
comes off as like Mr. Calm, monotone.
Yeah.
I fucking made his dumbass mask fall straight
Was it
off his face.
getting heated?
Dude, he
Mickey,
all kinds of bitches and he wouldn't call me all kinds of bitches and hoes, man. Like he just went up and down.
You called him a motherfucker a couple
Yeah.
times. Man.
Yeah, and he never says those words. I was glad to hear it, man. I'm like, that's your true fucking nature. That's who you really are behind that mask. You hate everything about flat Earth, and that's exactly what you want to tell people right there. That anger that you have, that what you want to do, that's what you want. You want to come in here and yell your fucking brains out until you can make everybody feel diminished, like because he takes like these pot shots at you about your intellect. That it doesn't matter who you are.
Yeah.
And like, oh, you don't know what you're talking about. Where did you learn that math? How do you know it says that? You don't know anything. That's gibberish. Like he just diminishes every fucking thing you say, so they can make it sound like like you don't have anything to offer.
Well, he's just appealing to the crowd, right? He's trying to rev up his crowd when at least like I think genuine people are just listening for an argument. So when he's like, well, that's just nonsense. Like, okay.
Bro, I was surprised he's actually got a following. Like, there's so many people white knighting for him in the comments.
There's like 3 people that came in after I fucking.
They're dumb. They're
kiboshed him.
even dumber than him. They're dumb as a box of rocks. Well, they're gonna look up to someone they think is a big brain, right? Because they're all stupid, really. Like, if you can't figure this stuff out, I'm not to bring myself up again. I'm not the smartest person, but if I can figure this stuff out, Why can't some of you other people? Clearly, a lot of people in this panel and flat Earth in general have figured it out. They're the lowest of the low, so they're gonna look up to retards like Scott Mackey and Brenda and all these goofballs, Batoon.
So even after I laid into him, I asked him at the end of it, I was like, so go ahead. What's your evidence that the Earth is a globe? Just say it, whatever it is. You know what he said, dude? Fucking sunsets, bro.
Oh my god.
Oh, we got sunsets. Oh, dude. After all of that, he said sunsets, bro. There wasn't any, I don't know. Like, what do you do with that shit, man? Because, like, everybody, all these other Globers, they try to think of their little fucking, argument, and they try to formulate it and all this shit. He's so fucking stupid, dude. Like, that's the best he's got. That the sun goes below 0 degrees. I don't know, man.
Yeah, that's funny you say that because I drew up a picture for that. They literally think the sun is going under you. So dumb. So dumb. Sunsets? Come on.
Well,
how does it work on your flat Earth model? I want to see it working.
Well, how does the sun work? Like, oh god, dude. So fucking
We're so
moronic.
winning, dude. We're so winning. It's season 9, guys. It's season 9 for you.
Well, these Globers that are out in YouTube land come in here and smack them around a little bit.
We had GE Platypus here last night.
Oh, Platypus?
Oh, hell yeah. Yep.
The Submariner?
Yep. Flatsy had a good... She said something like about how we've not touched the bottom of the ocean. Is that true? Like the bottom surface or whatever?
But the Mariana Trench?
Had we touched...
Not everywhere, so certain submarines have a maximum depth that they can go to, and the seafloor is further away from that maximum depth of a submarine.
Wow, wow. So that was a good point that she made, though, sort of. She was like, well, we've never actually, quote, touched the, bottom of the ocean, if you will, but it's not like we're going to pretend like, the ocean just goes on forever or whatever.
Yeah,
it's uncontained, right? That's a good argument, Flatsy.
I'm going to give Mickey the credit for that. I heard him speak about it. And, yeah.
I had never heard that before. That's brilliant. It's the same thing, up or down. We've never
down, yep.
touched the bottom or the top, but we're not going to sit and pretend like it just goes on forever.
Exactly. It's the same fucking argument.
The only thing that touches the bottom of the ocean floor is radar pings.
Yeah, and if you were to say it's
and whale poop,
whale dump, whale droppings.
No, but what I'm saying though, wouldn't it be the same for the top?
Yeah.
Doesn't shit bounce off the quote unquote air quotes? I'm doing my air quotes. You guys can't see, but the ionosphere.
You want a what?
You know what I mean? When they shoot shit up in the sky, shit bounces back. What the fuck is it bouncing back from? You know?
Yeah, right.
Anyway, but I mean, if you got sonar and shit happening in the bottom, and they got stuff pinging back from down there, so why can't they? It's because people haven't been down there. Who's ever verified that depth? At the floor. So what are we saying? There's no floor?
Right.
That's
maybe I
stupid,
should
right?
Yeah, exactly.
All we got to do is come up with a layer of the ocean that's bounces back, but it keeps going.
Yeah,
it actually
yeah. I was just thinking that we'll just throw it right back at them. Well, why can't the ocean just go on? Well, there's a gradient, right? Why does there have to be a container?
See,
but why can't it just keep going on indefinitely?
It
we'll see what they have to say about that.
It fucking works, and it would be stupid to say that, wouldn't it? Like utterly stupid.
But that's what GE Platypus was saying last night. I don't understand why you flat a container. Why can't it just be an open container? Why can't there be a top?
Because what's containing the bottom? There's a fucking it's the floor. The fuck?
There's laws against that open container, sir.
As in just a straight abyss, dude. There's no fucking end to it. You just keeps going. You could turn that shit around to them. The container argument is the same shit, down or up. You just can't get away from it. Yeah, cook them on that point. Trust me, it'll work. Like we got them. They can't go anywhere. The container argument has always been a really good argument. They're upset about it. They're getting their feelings because they want to prove it wrong.
You're attacking their religion, bro.
It says Flatsy for gold. What's up, Platter? I thought she had gold already. Oh no, she didn't.
She is gold. She's got a golden voice.
What about Steve? What about me?
No, the promotion. I thought you were already a gold member. You're a silver.
Oh, I've been silver. Actually, I got up to silver pretty fast, but I've been silver for a long time.
Do we vote on this? I mean, for fuck's sake, if Fatsy's not golden, I don't know what to do anymore.
Yeah, and you at some point need to be back up in mod status. Did I?
God bless you, Flatsy.
God bless you. I'm not worried about
Yeah, I mean,
She never told us she was a lush.
silver's the best role on this server. Take my word for it.
Hey, Dio. No responsibilities. Nobody has to lean on you for.
That's right. No responsibility and like just enough power to, stop the annoying people.
You can mute somebody, right, Fletzy?
No,
I don't. Not in here. She can't. She
Oh.
can in BC check-in.
Yeah, and I can mute people in FED server because I'm a mod over there.
I hate to bring this up, Fats, but one of your roles is too many roles complainer. I just don't want to give you any role. Otherwise, you're just going to complain.
About 20. I don't know what. I don't remember.
Ooh, you. Yeah, you do got a too many rules complainer. What is Sun and Moon?
I don't know.
Temporary admin? How did you get that one?
I don't know.
You got a temporary admin role?
I don't know, dude.
Are you a temporary admin?
Yeah, I don't know.
Look, I got New Yorker. I got temporary admin too.
How the hell do you have New Yorker?
Nah, I don't know. I'm removing that one because that's just not right.
So, in case you guys don't know, I know you guys have been over the other server. Created a new channel called a question channel. So there's a Discord bot called Answers Overload, and you can create a channel that answers questions, and then Google will index them, and it becomes like searchable on the web. So I actually started a channel. It's right above the lobby. It's called Flat Earth Questions. So if you want to answer questions, ask questions, whatever. I know you guys don't need to ask questions, but like people are going to come in and they're going to freaking hopefully post in there, and we don't have to like reinvent the wheel every goddamn day.
I like it. I've been throwing stuff in there too. It gives you a way to work on your answers too. You know what I mean? There's things we've been saying in the VC that sort of evolved over years. Like, I mean, that's what I mean by season 9. So when I go in there and I type it in, I'm like, cool, yeah, this has been worked on for a long time. This should answer the question once and for all.
I should just pre-populate it with all the dumb fucking questions. Right? Where's the edge? Why would they lie? All that stuff, right? I'll just pre-populate. Just ask for them.
Right.
Just you can probably do that in AI. AI will do that for you.
But this is like a regular. Well, yeah. So a thing with this, you can actually get an AI to actually go through this and like make a chatbot for it out of it. So it's in the like Discord has a forum channel style now. So it's in that style. It's in that like a regular. I mean, you just look at it, you'll figure it out, dude. Just seeing it, you'll understand that it's not like a regular channel where it's just text and whatever. It's like you type a thing, you type your question in, and then it'll make its own thread for it, and then people respond to it in the thread. But like I said, there's this answers overload. You can actually eventually, when we have enough answers, that you can integrate it with a chat bot that'll automatically answer the questions.
Lit. That's a great idea, Indio.
Yeah, but then what fun will we have?
VC baby. I don't know. Half of y'all don't even be in the lobby answering questions anyway, so.
I mean, I do.
Hey, is there any way
sometimes.
you could move the chat to the bubble for the room, like they did in politics? Yep.
Wow.
Yeah, we could do that. I mean, you really want to?
Why you want to do that?
Oh yeah, wouldn't it be easier? Because you have to actually click another room to get the live stream. But if you're in here, like on your phone, it just I don't know. It's easier for your phone if the chat room's connected to the live stream. And if I'm not mistaken, you can put it like where it cleans up the chat too. Like so many chats it'll clean it up. Not unless you
I
want to
don't
keep
like
the
that.
history.
I don't like that they do that over there. I don't like the chat being deleted.
Well, I mean, we made it like this
I don't
before
know.
the chat bubble thing even existed. You know what I mean? You remember they didn't have that feature. They basically,
Yeah,
as far as I'm concerned, they stole that shit from us, dude. This is the first, like the old Discord was the first Discord I saw where I had like a channel that went with the voice channel, texting.
I like that feature, to be honest, bro. I don't know if you
That they did that they
don't like
wipe our
that, but-
history? I don't like that at all.
No, I mean you could do that, but obviously I don't think you have to do that. Just
Okay.
the chat bubble, it's existing within the voice channel.
Oh yeah.
I think that's pretty cool. It's a cool feature. No, I mean
With the open chat shit, like to have over there, right? Yeah,
Yeah, the
I
open
mean,
chat.
we could
Yeah.
do that.
It's attached to this channel, so that all we get like if you want to jump into the chat, you just click on the specific channel, and then it has its own chat like connected to it. You know what I mean?
You still have to click though. I mean, what's the difference? You click there or there. I mean,
It works on on your phone. It's a little bit more streamlined, so it's like intuitive.
you
When
got
you click the
you
channel,
got
and
an Android or iPhone?
oh, top tier iPhone.
Flex on
I mean, anything else is uncivilized.
them. Shots fired.
What's the red flag? He's got an iPhone.
No, it's not.
Dude, I've heard chicks say that shit. Well, no,
Oh,
it's the
really?
other way.
Red flag if you don't have an iPhone. Oh yeah,
If they don't have an iPhone, they got
yeah.
Android.
If you have an Android, you're a weirdo. Like
Dude, I was gonna say something. We're gonna get an iPhone and Android war here in a little bit.
Yeah, for some chicks, not having an iPhone is a deal breaker.
See, guys, for y'all old heads that don't realize, they're like, "What? Just go out there and get married, youngster." It's like, yeah, dude, these girls are so weird. They'll literally like disqualify you if you don't have like a certain phone or
Dude,
your
back
phone
in
is.
my day, it would be like,
Fuck.
you got AT&T and not MCI? Fucking, you're out of here.
That's funny.
Yeah, they took a survey of men and women and found that men had about 3 items that would prevent them from getting a second date. Women had a list of 300 items.
Jeez.
Damn, that's a landmine field right there.
Like one chick said, "Well, his belt didn't match his shoes, so I didn't want to date." Like, seriously?
That's valid. That's valid.
I mean, but if you're wearing warm-ups to a date, I mean,
No, that's valid, guys. Come on,
I
guys.
mean,
You got to match the belt to your
It's
shoes. That's a
valid?
given.
Hold on. No, it depends. Like, if he had a leather belt and he was wearing, like, freaking open-toe sandals or like, what if he's, like, wearing one of those, dude, because they make some fucked up belts. What if he's, you know what I mean? He could, maybe he had a big-ass cowboy belt with a huge-ass buckle, right? And he's wearing tennis shoes. I
Jeez.
just saw one.
Yeah. That's modern dating, ladies and gentlemen.
I'm for fucking arranged marriages. I'm like off. I'm over it.
For real.
I think we should bring back dowries.
What, like 2 goats and a pig or something?
And some sheep.
A few sheep, yeah.
If I had sheep, I wouldn't need a wife.
Well, don't worry about it. In the UK, it's gonna be like that soon. Jedi's got a bunch of those people running around with swords. They're gonna turn it back to the Stone Age over there and shit.
Yep, Sharia law is impending. Yep.
Fucking hell, bro.
Yeah, we've had a couple more stabbings and stuff recently. It's like
Yeah,
over
you got fucking dumbasses running all with swords, bro. Like, what the fuck?
Yep.
Dude,
Police don't want to shoot people. Like, I don't know.
Your fucking country has fucking lost its goddamn mind.
We see it over here in the West, like the fucking. I don't know,
You're
man.
like locking people up for Facebook posts.
Yeah, I told Miggy this the other day. So since the inception of the Ukrainian war, over 400 people have been arrested in Russia for posts on social media. Since these riots started happening about 3-4 weeks ago, 3,300 people have been arrested in the UK for posts that they've made on social media.
That's some bullshit right there, bro.
It was already at
Bullshit.
something like 5,000 since the start of the Ukraine war in UK. They've been arresting people for Facebook, for social media posts. But before it was for trans stuff, of saying stuff against gay people or whatever, right?
Yeah, but how are they gonna fill up the prison? Dude, this is so stupid. This is not even a fucking crime. It's some bullshit, dude. Some politicians, I don't know. Do you?
Yeah, but they get arrested, but do they get charged for anything?
Yeah.
They just sentenced to someone like 20 months or some shit. I just read.
Yeah, in
For what
fucking
crime?
jail, bro.
What crime?
Speaking your mind.
I can't remember the name of it. It will come to me in a couple of minutes, man.
Is it a new crime?
Yeah, it's hate. It's under the guise of hate crime. Yeah, it's invoking
Hate
hatred.
speech or something.
Yeah,
Like,
yeah.
how do you
fuck out of
How do
here?
you police hate speech? Like, anything could be hate speech if someone's offended.
Man, they locked Timbo up in a fucking heartbeat, dude. He'd be in
That's
jail
the
like
point.
forever. Like he'd be in jail forever. He would never leave.
So listen, this is how dictatorships work. You make an ambiguous law that applies to everybody's any action, and then you just like the people you don't like. Those are the ones you arrest.
And you can arrest anyone you want. You just
exactly. You
make
can arrest
up
anyone.
Yeah.
Except for
It's
people
not
walking
about
around with
justice.
fucking swords.
Justice is the furthest thing from their mind. It's to avoid justice.
Hey, the people they locked up after the riots were people speaking against the riots, right, Jedi? They called it racism because it was the Pakistani population, wasn't it?
Yeah, it depends on who's rioting you were speaking against. If you're speaking against the white people rioting, that was okay. If you're speaking against the migrants rioting, that was not okay. They're allowed to riot.
You understand it better than I do, mate, and I fucking live it. It's all mad at the moment.
Well, fucking dude, what balls did fucking London police commissioner or whatever says? Anywhere in the world who says some shit about England, we're gonna hold you responsible. Come get me, motherfucker.
Yeah, exactly.
Serious, dude.
Exactly.
Come get me.
Except for Jedi, man. You fuck with him, you're gonna fuck with the team. So.
We already fought that war twice, man. You want to go for the trifecta? Let's go.
Yeah, whole country's falling.
Oh, the Empire's falling,
God, Oh, they're handing it over. It's a peaceful transition. That's what's going on. They're fucking giving it to them guys on a silver platter, bro.
I'm curious. Obviously, you have a very corrupt government.
Yes.
And I know how our government got corrupted. How did your government get corrupted?
It was always corrupted. Well, the House of Lords. No, if you're a landowner, you're in the government.
Yeah, I understand that.
But they're handing it to a regime,
right?
bro.
Well, in the United States, you can directly bribe politicians. So I know how we got corrupted. But I don't do they have campaign finance or shit like that over in the UK? How do you corrupt government officials in the UK? I know how we do it here. We have grift, graft, corruption. We have all sorts of ways here. I'm not sure how it works over there.
It's pretty much the same way. Obviously, we have a completely different parliamentary system, but it all comes down to what money you have and what titles you hold. There's even stuff going around at the moment that our new Prime Minister Keir Starmer is I think it's Belarusian or Russian spy or something. I don't fucking know.
Oh God!
Yeah,
Everyone's a Russian spy. Russia, Russia.
Yeah, exactly that. But I don't know, man. It's all to do with the globalists and Europeans and whatnot. Brexit. All goes back.
So, like, say you were the head of a regulatory agency in the UK. How would you corrupt them? So here, the way they do it is basically, if you become corrupt when you retire or get out of that job, you're gonna have a job in the agency that you're in some company who you were regulating, right?
Yeah.
So we basically do this thing where if I work in the
Give him a
pharmaceutical
chair
company,
position.
yeah, then I end up in the FD somewhere in the FDA doing oversight of the fucking company I just worked for, and then when I get out of there, I just go back to that same company or some other industry. Does it work the same way there? Is it the same type of?
Yeah, pretty much. I mean, every prime minister that we've had over the last 20 years, going back to Tony Blair, is the chairman of some committee or other, European committee or something like that. They always end up getting promoted into some overarching, powerful role.
Yeah, and their argument is
The freaking bear in my backyard.
And their argument is the classic appeal to authority, right? They say, well, who else should regulate the pharmaceutical industry except for people that know the industry very well and they work there, so they know exactly what's going on.
Yeah.
It's the craziest thing. Like, no, dude, you should literally it would be better to just take a random person off the fucking street and use them.
Our guy that was pushing the thing, the Mabby, was is now the head of the Australian chairman of that company. So he was in politics. He was pushing. So he was the health minister. Then retired. Now has the head chair position on the Australian part of that company that made them. You get what I mean?
Yeah. Like, my brain is like doing freaking backflips right now, man. Because how do they just do it right in front of our face? I don't know how they get away.
Yeah, and the coincidental thing is his family is the biggest shareholder of what was in the V thing? It was like a metal. What was that called?
I can't remember. Something aluminum, right?
yeah, it was a black, like a black metal or something like that. His family was the biggest shareholder of that element, of that company that produced that element.
Yeah, we got
It's just
legalized
fucked up,
insider.
man.
Yeah, we got legalized insider trading here. Like, if you work in
Yeah, you're Nancy Pelosi's fucking all over it, yeah?
Yeah, well, it's come up for a vote to get rid of it multiple times in my lifetime, and they just like, nah. They're literally immune to insider trading laws. They don't apply to anybody in Congress. They literally exempted themselves. They're literally exempt. It's not like it's like hidden. They're literally exempt. Right? So say you have this, right? You're gonna pass, and this actually happened. So when they were gonna pass Obamacare, okay, they had a bunch of closed door meetings, right, with the industry freaking representatives of the insurance companies. All the committee freaking people, they're all investing in certain insurance companies simultaneously while they're having these closed door freaking meetings. They know because they're going to pick the winners, right? This insurance company, I know they're going to make shit ton of money when we fund this. This insurance company is going to make a shit ton of money when we fund this, right? So they're like before any of the information gets out that they know, because they're going to pass the law to make these companies even more money, right? And it's going to be government money. So in a way, they're almost reaching their hand directly into the public coffer and taking the money out themselves. They're just doing like it's just doing it with more steps, right? They're just taking more steps to steal the money.
Yeah, because no one else knows. No one else knows that these deals are going to go through except for them, and they know how much the deal's going to be worth and exactly who's going to get the money. And then they go,
And
oh,
they're
okay. Well,
and they're
before I do this,
deciding,
I'm going to buy 1,000 shares of this company and fucking, you know.
and they're also the ones deciding. Right?
Yeah,
On top of it,
it's
it's not
fucked.
like they just have the information. They're literally making the decision to give them the money in the first place.
Yeah, that's right. Yeah, it's fucked up. Yeah.
I think it was Congressman Issa. So they were going to build a new interstate highway between like fucking somewhere in Nevada and California. He front ran that shit and he bought all the land that they were going to build the highway on before they. Dude, it's so obvious. Dude, but it's like desert, right? So it's like land that nobody wanted. Like no one was trying
like
to get that land.
$5 an acre or something.
He buys like 500 miles of freaking desert in a straight line, then all of a sudden they're building a highway there. Come on, man.
Yeah, they all do it. Like one of the mayors up in Queensland, on the Gold Coast, he was going around buying up property because he was the one doing the permits for high-rise buildings. So he was buying these old beachfront houses for millions, way over budget, way over what they were worth. And then holding on to them for like 5 years. And then he was the one giving the permits for high rises. And then he'd sell them off to the high rise company. He said, I was just lucky. He goes, I was just lucky.
So what they were doing, they're still doing it, right? The courts ruled that for the purposes of community development, that they can take property by eminent domain and give it to whoever the fuck they want. So these corporations now, they see a piece of property they want, basically, they just go to the politician, we want that. And then they'll just pay fair market value for it, right? The government will pay fair market value for it and then subsidize the entire fucking, whatever they want to turn it into, the entire thing. Dude, it's
like
just
compulsory acquisition or something like that.
Yeah. Well, technically, it's taking it by eminent domain, right? Where like the government is taking it for further development of like the state, county, whatever the hell it is. But they're really just taking it to give it to their buddies. It's really disgusting, dude. It's the most disgusting thing.
It's a big social club, and you're not in it.
You ain't in it.
It ain't even a social club. It's just a crime fucking club, man. It's just a mafioso crime family.
Yep. And they're getting their way every time.
Well, I mean, you're half right, Miggy, because I remember all the mobsters, man. They would have a quote unquote social club where they did all their business, but they would call it a social club.
Yeah, they're trying to run shit above board, and they're doing these fucking backdoor deals. It's like everybody knows this shit's going on. Like we're just all in the guise of it being, legitimate government. It's superficial, man. It's just superficial. Like we all know that it's.
Everyone knows what's going on. We even have it here. Like you got three. Let's say you got three major building companies in the city doing high rises and offices and stuff like that. So they all know each other. They sit around a table, and they'll be doing quotes, right? So they'll go, well, we've got enough work. Can you take it on? And then they'll go, okay, I can take it. Okay, you overquote 4 times the amount that it's worth, and we'll overquote 10 times the amount it's worth, and you'll get it. Next time it's our turn. But these 3 companies are sitting around doing this and taking government contracts, and the people approving the permits are getting kickbacks.
Yeah, and nobody else can break into the industry.
No, you can't. You get thrown out.
Because they don't have enough business, or their company isn't big enough, or they don't have enough capital, or some other bullshit, right? Because
the guys actually doing the negotiations are all bikie and mafia guys. They're the ones making the negotiations. They're using standover tactics to push the companies doing the work. Like plumbers, electricians, carpenters, steel framers, everyone push their prices down, yet they're pushing up the price that they're getting paid. So they're almost quadrupling the amount of money they're making, and then fucking everyone over in the meantime. But there's standover tactics, and they're doing an investigation into it at the moment. All the unions are under investigation. They're all run by bikies and mafia, so they're fucked at the moment. Crazy, man.
I've come to the conclusion, and shout out Andrew Wilson. I doubt he's listening to this shit, but he said it doesn't matter what form of government you have. You can have a dictatorship, you can have a monarchy, you can have a democracy, you can have a republic, you can have socialism, communism. It doesn't matter. If there's no morality in the country, none of those governmental systems will work.
None of them are going to work.
W. Andrew Wilson.
Yeah. So I think the problem is we're not going to fix it. The thing isn't like, oh, go fucking have laws and vote, and that's going to fix it. That shit isn't going to fix it. We need to bring back morality, and I don't know how to do that. I mean, maybe we should bring back like the dunking chairs and like the fucking Scarlet Letter and like
dude.
fucking. Dude, I'm serious. I'll put people in fucking stocks in Boston Common again.
Yeah,
Let's do that shit.
Fucking.
Yeah, there was what the Spartans used to do was they'd have someone who was voted in, so they'd be in for a limited amount of time, and then what would happen is the next person comes in, and every single document and transaction or anything was scrutinized by the next person, and if you were found to have had any dodgy deals, you were put to death.
Damn.
Bring it back.
That shit ain't. That's.
It's all right. Go to jail, not put to death, but they should at least be put in jail.
Yeah, sure.
Yeah,
Take them out.
because that's the public's money. Yeah, that's your money. So they should be doing. They're getting paid a wage to work with your money. So they should be honest in the way that they work with your money.
You know what I'm thinking?
They go to jail. That's it.
I'm thinking in the future, and I'm looking at just like the sign of the times. Maybe where Jedi's living in the UK, it's going to be an Islamic, country. All of it's just going to be transitioning over to where they're going to be the dominant force, and it seems like he's going to be the minority soon. But it seems like there's a transition happening. There's something going on. I don't know what you want to call it, but it just seems like there's a transition happening right now. Within even the U.S. government, like we see something happening over here too. With the I mean, it doesn't matter who we elect, but if Kamala gets her wish, or Jeannie
mass
gives her
immigration.
the
Are you talking about?
Fuck yeah.
Yeah.
I'm telling you, there's going to be an influx because you guys have been seeing it in the UK, and I don't know how it is over there in Australia.
Oh yes, 50% of our country is born overseas.
Well, I think this is going to kind of. I don't know, man. It's going to just mix in with this because, that's going to cause anarchy because you get people from these other countries that weren't under like the rule of law or at least some form of it. And they're going to be coming in here just running around with swords in the streets. It's going to be fucked, dude. I'm telling you.
They already do, man. We got
That's what I'm saying,
carjackings
like,
from a certain type of immigrant.
How dare you?
Have you had that over there?
Yep.
And they're jacking cars and shit?
The Somalians and the Sudanese, those gangs, they go around with machetes and stuff like that.
Oh, fuck,
carjack, they run in to kick people's doors down, and they take their keys and they steal their keys, and then there's someone behind it, like there's a bikie organization behind it, buying the cars and shipping them off to the south, to the Middle East. So, but see, everyone else who came in integrated pretty well. There was problems at the start with a lot of Lebanese people and Turkish people and stuff like that. There was a lot of crime and violence. The Vietnamese in the 80s. But everything's calmed down. Like, everything's good now. Except for that. What's happening now. Hopefully in a generation, there'll be, because these are first wave where they were in a country where they had no laws. And then they come here and they go, oh my God, no one does anything. If we do something, no one does anything.
Well, think about it like this: if you were running a war against a country, what's the quick? You think a like military force would take it over, or just put an influx
Internal,
of
yeah.
put an
Well,
influx of like immigration? You know, like just a whole bunch of people fled the place, and then you
Yeah.
got like all kinds of like drugs that are coming in and mafiosos and just whatever, just fucking up the the whole place. And next thing you know, you're turning into a different. The country's changed, like what's happening in the UK, and that's what I'm seeing. It's what we're seeing. The
Yeah, they
transition
make
is
people.
happening.
They make people racist. That's what they do.
Yeah.
because you
And what
can't speak.
happens?
You can't
Yeah, go
speak
ahead.
out against. You can't. If you speak out against any type of immigration at all, you're classed as a racist. Even if that migration is a legal migration. We don't have a deportation policy in this country, for fuck's sake. We let people in, and then they just hang around until they've killed someone. Basically, what happens at the moment. We don't deport people.
So Jedi, if I was to travel over there without a passport, they wouldn't let me in the door, right? That's one way. But if I was to walk across the border from another country, then that would be okay.
Pretty much, mate. I mean, all you've got to do,
dude.
You go to France. All you've got to do is get on a boat, pay a couple of thousand euros to a group. They'll stick you on a boat, and then because you're crossing the English Channel, the Coast Guard will come and get you because you're in danger, and then they'll put you up in a hotel for a couple of years.
No fucking shit, dude.
And it's not an exaggeration to say that the landscape of every British town has changed over the last 20 years. And what I mean by landscape is the population. You have gangs of people hanging around in city and town centres that are not indigenous to this country. Thousands of them, dude.
So it's like a war.
Yeah,
it's like a silent war. It's
a
not
silent
really.
invasion. Silent invasion, mate, is what it is.
And
But
you guys,
you can't speak out against it.
the good-hearted, folk of the country, you guys are trying to do what's right, but even then, it's just like there's a wave of people that are, I would say, that are coming in that are not violent, because you got the mixture of the ones that aren't, causing problems, but then you got those provocateurs who are, they just like want to stir shit up, but they're coming in with those other ones, they're mixed in.
Mm-hmm. And the
So
ratio the ratio of people, so I think it's about 75%, 80% is male, and the rest is women and children. And you think about that for a second. 75 to 80% of the migrant population are of the age of 18 plus and are male. If these people are running away from war-torn countries, and where are the women and where are the kids?
Exactly. We got that same problem over here in the States.
I mean, we've always been a multicultural country. We've always invited people from the Commonwealth, like, to come and live in this country, work in this country. And my goodness me, and are we grateful for them? Right, we appreciate that people have come from Commonwealth countries, for example. And that's fine. That's internal migrations. Hasn't been a problem since the 1950s. Yeah, okay, a little bit of racism here and there, but pretty much everybody else has settled. But the illegal migration that's taken place over the last 20, 30 years, the numbers are astronomical, dude.
I think you're on the front lines of that too, from what I gathered the last time you spoke.
Yeah, pretty much, man. Yeah, it's kind of getting closer and closer to people's doorsteps every day. I'm not lying, it really is.
I don't know,
There was another stabbing in London the other day, apparently committed by, quote unquote, an illegal immigrant. And you can't complain about it, though. That's why he's called two-tier care. There's two types of people in this country, and he treats one with one rule of law and treats others with another rule of law. Pretty much what's going on at the moment.
I don't know, man. I feel like we're gonna probably see some shit go down.
Yeah, it's going to get
in our
worse.
lifetime.
Yeah, it's going to get worse.
Good to hear from the front lines. Just quickly want to welcome Creed K to the panel. Creed K, you've been unmuted. Feel free to chime in.
Hey, how's it going?
It's going great.
All right.
No, just kidding. What brings you here?
The Earth's a globe.
The hell?
Stop the cap.
No, I'm just kidding. I'm just kidding. I'm a flat earther.
Creed K. Where did you come from?
Stop the cap.
What forum were you on? What social media platform?
I'm with Logris.
Oh, Logris. He brought you here?
Yeah.
Okay. And yeah, I don't know if somebody else wants to ask him any questions.
All right, Jedi.
Creed says, with a tongue firmly plastered in one side of the mouth, that the Earth's a globe, and that was a joke, and you said you're a flat earther. Why are you a flat earther?
Well, because water. Anytime you look at water, common sense will tell you that water stays level no matter how big pools of water is. Another example, another reason why I think Earth's flat is because we can measure how we can measure distances and see that we see too far.
How long have you had these ideas? How long have you been a flat earther?
Can you say that? Can you say that again?
Yeah, I do apologise. How long have you been a flat earther? Months, years?
A few years. Since I've been a serious flat earther since 2020, but I've sort of had an open mind to it when the flat Earth boom came in 2015.
Did you kind of discover it on YouTube and so on? Watched a couple of videos and that, yeah?
Yeah, I discovered it on YouTube, like everyone else.
I get you. That's where I found it, mate. 2015, yeah. Have you done any observational tests yourself? Have you done any long distance observations, that type of thing?
No, not really.
Not really need to, as long as you understand the dynamics of water and how the Earth is measured. Then the only conclusion is that it's flat. So I appreciate it. Welcome to the channel, though, my friend. I hope you enjoy yourself here.
Thank you.
Have you debated the topic before, or you're just kind of getting your feet wet in that regard?
I've been debating since 2020.
Okay. So, what are some of your? Do you have some go-to arguments that you like to use, besides the ones you listed earlier?
I list the black swan. There's a
Nice.
There's a couple ones that I like, such as where's it at? Give me 1 second. Where did it go?
Take your time. Take yours. You got all the time. Ripcord is here as well. Welcome back, Ripcord.
Shout out Ripcord.
Can I post pictures?
Yeah.
Sure.
What's up? What up?
Oh, hold on.
Oh
my. He needs something better. I'll give it to
He's
him.
good.
Hold on.
He's good. I got him. W panel, by the way, guys. This is a great panel. So we're talking with Creed K. Might have to put my baller hat on here in a second. We also have D'Lo Blake, but he's deafened.
Oh, here it is. This is my. I like this one.
Ooh,
you can
okay.
See, I think those are wind turbines, and you can measure each distance between them. See that it doesn't drop.
Yeah, that's from John D. Dr. John D.
So that's
Yeah.
that's kind of like dropping the ball right there.
So what do the globe earthers usually say in response to something like this?
They think they just say that you don't know what you're talking about. You're misunderstanding. And they
Yeah, that's
often
like
bring up
classic.
refraction as well.
Refraction.
Yeah.
Serious.
Refraction.
Interesting. Yeah, so Secret Asian Man in the chat says, so no claim geometric horizon then.
No geometric horizon.
Facts. And we're joined by Ghost as well. Welcome, Brad.
Yeah, that's
okay. We also have Daz Studio 68 in the panel. Welcome, Daz. Feel free to chime in.
Shout out New Perspective.
What's up?
What's happening? Are you Aussie?
Yep. Another one.
Okay. Cool. So are you a flat earther?
Yes.
Okay. You mind if we ask you a few questions here? I've got some questions
go
for
for
you.
it. Yeah, go for it.
All right. So are you familiar with the claimed radius of the globe Earth?
Yeah, 3959.
Yeah, he's a regular.
Yeah, I'll back Jazz up. He's politics over like pretty much as we are, so I'll back Jazz up.
W. All right, we got two endorsements. We'll just go ahead and upgrade some roles here. Boom, boom. Cool. All right. Sweet.
I want to get it on record because what I said in chat seems more and more like it's more likely. But September 11th of this year, Biden dies and Kamala becomes president anyways.
Wow, I actually saw a video today that it was some video from like 1968. Some guy said something similar. Didn't give a date.
Him what it would be like for a girl to become president, and he said that she would have to be elected vice president, and the president would die and she would become president, right? Is that the one?
Yeah. You saw that too?
Yeah, that's kind of where I'm drawing this conclusion from.
Okay. Well, I guess we'll hold on to our seats. I mean, Biden, is that even a real person?
But I said September 11th because that's the date that they always do that on. It's something crazy.
Facts. But, yeah. I guess we don't have to get our full tinfoil hats out, but yeah, I don't even think whoever this Biden person is even. Where's the real Biden type shit? Like, I don't know, bro. I don't even know what's going on. It's a damn movie set. It's giving movie set. But what do I know? And the show goes on. Let's take a look at I guess I'll take a look at politics. Decent little crowd over there.
So New Perspective dropped a new video. It's freaking hilarious, bro. Absolutely hilarious.
Who did a what?
He was debating some kid, and the kid said, he said the atmosphere is in the same reference frame as the rotating Earth. Rest in peace, Coriolis.
Yep.
Coriolis. Do they even argue that still?
Yes. And no at the same time.
because
Was
they
that the
don't.
one I did from earlier, or was that the one with bacon that Alan posted? So you're talking
No, it's
about
the
the one
one
I just posted today?
yeah, the one you just posted
Yeah.
today. I haven't listened to the whole thing. Got it like 10 minutes in. I couldn't stop laughing.
Yeah. At first he's like, I don't know why you guys are arguing atmosphere, and that doesn't. It's the jet engines it's the thrust that makes the plane actually be able to go anywhere. And then later on, when I get to the point where, like, wait a minute, they're going to be landing at a different tangential velocity than when they started at, and they only have a considerable momentum of 500 miles per hour. So how are they landing at 1,000 miles an hour? He's like, well, the atmosphere. And then he started arguing for the atmosphere after starting out saying that doesn't have anything to do with it. So funny. They're
Classic.
stuck between a atmosphere and a jet engine.
Dude, they're such freaking fundy zealots, dude. They try to argue both positions at the same time. It's literally just so hilarious to me. Yeah, they have to, or concede. Like, that's their only other option.
Yep.
And then like they're gonna pretend like you don't notice. I mean, like
No, dude, they don't notice. They don't even notice what they're doing.
Oh wow.
Exactly. It's like they're so convinced it's a ball that there has to be some answer for it, because planes land all the time. It couldn't be a problem there because it's a ball. But there's a real problem, because you'd have to be moving exactly at the same rate eastward with the rotation as planes landing. Treat the Earth as stationary.
Yeah, like where'd you get the extra? Yeah, where'd you get the extra 500 miles per hour? Where'd that come from?
Yeah, right. And especially if you're going west southwest, like mostly west against the spin, but south towards the equator. You started with 500 and you get to the equator where you're going against the spin. Now you got to imagine that the plane's correcting backwards and sideways, or the atmosphere is pushing it faster backwards than it's propelling forwards. 400 mile per hour cruising speed, it would have to actually gain 500 backwards by the time it gets to the equator.
Look, man, whatever the wind needs to do, it does, because we know the Earth's a ball. There was a guy with sticks a long time ago.
I want to make a skit where, like, there's a flight instructor and he's got a classroom. They're about to go out for their first flight, and like, oh, there's one thing I didn't mention in all of our training. Now, technically, the Earth is spinning independently of the plane. So you're going to have to make sure, well, actually, you're not going to have to. Just put your faith in the atmosphere. It's going to make your plane actually go sideways twice as fast by the time you get to the equator. But don't worry about that. Just make sure that you don't think about it, because you're going to have to put your faith in this other vector happening that makes your plane go faster sideways, regardless of how fast you're going forward.
It's like the
Just
Van
the looks
Allen
on their
belts.
faces.
It's like the Van Allen belts. They didn't tell them about them, so they weren't a problem.
Right. Exactly.
Yeah, they didn't go far enough to reach them, remember?
They went through them.
No, an astronaut literally said that. He said that we didn't know. I didn't know about any Van Allen radiation belts. We didn't know about that back then, as if that was an answer.
Right.
Because the question was, how the hell did you get through them in the first place? You should have died of radiation. Well, we didn't know about them back then. Yeah, what's that got to do with anything, man? It's like saying, if I don't know it's fire, I won't get burned. Like,
Pretty much, yeah. If I didn't know that I got shot, then I didn't get shot.
It's lame that that's what we have to argue with.
actually, we should pity them. Really, we should pity them that they're that far gone.
They got worse. Like they devolved, even though they believe in evolution.
And it's gonna get worse still, because it's like, you got to think like you're pruning a tree, right? They started off with lots of possible routes, but as each route gets pruned away, they're gonna get freaking funneled into a narrower and narrower argumentation, and eventually they'll just be saying the most absurd shit that you've ever heard come out of a human being's mouth. Eventually, it's going to have to lead there because they're not going to just concede and go, "Oh yeah, Earth is flat," right? Not the anti-flat earther types. They'll just say more and more absurd things.
Yeah, like we get measurements from the center of the Earth. Like,
Yeah, center of Earth. That's some lore if I've ever heard it.
they say all these things with a straight face. Like it's like we're not supposed to like laugh or think about it twice. Like you're like, oh, don't think about that twice. That's just that's what happened. It's like, no, it like doesn't. Indoctrination.
Season 9, guys. Season 9.
Season 9. Season 9.
Anyways, I just saw another freaking black bear in my backyard. This one was a bit smaller. It was a bit smaller than the last one, but it's fucking moving. Holy.
Go poke it with a stick.
Dude. I started yelling at it, and it booked it, man. It fucking was moving. I'm like, yeah, that thing would kill me.
I don't know if this is true or not, but they say that if it's rushing you, can stand up like as tall as you can with your arms up and yell at it. I don't know if that does anything, but
yeah, bears are generally pussies, except grizzly bears. Grizzlies are like they don't give a fuck, but most bears are pretty scared of human.
Well, I heard that bears are scared of females, like female humans.
Shots fired.
Shiver me timbers. Oh.
I just dropped a ping to everyone, so we'll see who joins.
We're already here.
Gird your loins.
well, Crypto just joined, so now it's a party. He brought the beer with him.
Look at the tunes on.
He brought the White Claw. I'm just kidding.
White
I was spinning last night. Holy crap. I haven't drank since January. Had like 5 beers and like maybe 2 or 3 dabs. I was fucking spinning. The ceiling was fucking going everywhere. I was like, damn, I'm on a ball now.
Hilly already drunk. You making it awkward, bro.
You're making it awkward, bro.
That's what I felt like. What it feels like to be on a globe. Holy shit.
CB, have you got that? Now you're a single mom.
Actually, I do.
You let him hit it raw. You didn't have second thoughts. Now you a single mom.
Oh shit! Is that you on that track?
Nah. It's this other dude named Brandon Carter or whatever. Brandon Jamal.
The TikTok guy, yeah.
Now you a single mom. You said I'ma have these kids. Don't care if he's here or not.
Now you a single mom. You said I'ma have this kid. Don't care if he's here or not.
It's too good.
What's his name? I'm gonna look him up.
Brandon Jamal. He actually went on Fresh and Fit, but he was kind of he like kicked himself off. It was weird. But the song was fire. Gotta give him credit for the song.
Nah, he's got a YouTube channel. He actually talks about that, like what happened.
Yeah, I've seen it.
Why he acted that way.
Yeah. He also went on the Saint and the Sinner and Saint talked to him as well. So, but I still like the songs, man. The songs are freaking awesome. I gotta give him credit.
I give him credit for just like going his own way, kind of. He kind of just doing it. He isn't trying to. He said he had a manager and he caught his manager stealing, but his manager said you can't do this, you can't do that. And now he's just like fuck that. I'll just do it my way. So he's kind of like, I don't know. It's either going to work or not work, right?
Right.
What's the title of the song?
Now You a Single Mom, or something like that. Brandon Jamal. Now You a Single Mom.
I found him on YouTube Music, but they look for that one.
Oh man, you're not gonna like this, CB.
What?
Having preached frickin' Myron. Flamed
Oh,
him.
I seen the Saint and the Sinner did like a breakdown. I like skimmed through some of it, but And then, dude, what is it? Freaking apple and peach, man. Apple and peach.
Yeah, did the yacht adventure to go to a yacht trip?
Yeah.
That's the one I'm talking about. Is that what you're talking about?
Yeah. Someone was doing a reaction to Abba and Preach's thing. Man, they're always just, making content, man. Just reaction channels type.
Yeah, I get it, but it's funny.
They got like 34. They got like 33 videos on Fresh and Fit, bro.
Dude, you have to admit, dude, their audience are simps, bro. They're preying off the same fucking thing.
Someone made a good argument though. It's like, if you're like a fitness instructor and people like come to you to improve, like, are you taking advantage of them, or they're just like that's what they're there for? You know what I mean?
Well, obviously, also they're going to be fat people, right? They're not going to be people that are in shape.
Right. Yeah. That's a good point. That's a good argument. So yeah, man. I mean, it's not for everybody, right?
No, I'm just saying, there's like the business above everything. It's just like
True.
CB, like saying that, it's like, people who come to your house and organise things for you. You can say that they're taking advantage of you because you can organise things for yourself. You know what I mean? But people are too lazy to do it. So they're too lazy to go to the gym. They need someone to go 2 more, 3 more.
Right.
Oh, because they can't be fucked by themselves.
Well, the thing is too, like, I mean, just we live in a rather like a fatherless society. It's not like everyone was raised by a good dad. You know what I mean? So some people just need that masculine, like, get the fuck up, do this fucking right now. Like, some people need that, and I might be one of them.
But what's a good dad? Like, my dad was a good dad, but he wasn't that strict on us.
I mean, you can have a good dad
But
if he's
if
not.
you ever needed support, I wish he was more strict. But if you ever needed support, he was always there. So what is a good dad? You
can't have a good dad if he's literally not there. You know what I mean?
Oh yeah,
I was gonna say, yeah. Having one to start.
So, and that's like very common. You know what I mean? So
you got to be there to be a good dad.
Cartoons in the media, how they portray dads and stuff like that. He's a goofball, bumbling idiot, right?
They're embarrassing.
So we're not even encouraging like masculine, patriarchal like father figures. So I mean, guys like Tate and things like this have popped up and it's become popular. And obviously, not everyone. They're like, "What the fuck is all this?" Well, good for you. You had a good dad, I guess. Some of us, our dads went and got milk and never came back. All right, so hold on. Let me get the violence out for myself. But yeah, I think that's part of the reason why these things have become. And a lot of people say, "Hey, this has helped me." Oh, good. I used to listen to Joe Rogan. I don't still listen to him. I used to listen to Jordan Peterson. I don't still listen to him. But you just gather what information you can from wherever these little sectors of life you end up in, and go on with your life. So
I agree, man.
That's me right now, boys.
Yeah, I remember we had this conversation. The same with what's that guy from the 60s and 70s that we both like?
Alan Watts.
Alan Watts. Like you take what you take from him, and then you move on from it. Right? You go, you venture back there, you listen to him, and you go, "Oh, I forgot about that." But everything he says is not for you.
Yep. So I'm not taking it with like people. All my haters be taking it more seriously than I do, low key, because I know it's probably just a temporary thing. I'm just gonna learn what I can and move on. You know what I mean? Even though flat Earth is different, though, I've not moved on from flat Earth. Really, I'm still here.
That's that's one thing I haven't as well.
And whatever Indio said is like a lot of things are for business or for profit. This is one thing that's not for profit. We do this for free, literally day in and day out. And welcome
an anti-profit.
Yeah, we'll probably lose money. Granny is here as well. You are unmuted.
Okay, boomer.
Boomer detected.
Okay, she's muted. All right. Well, Granny, feel free to chime in anytime. I'm gonna give you a listening pass for now. And
And you
Mathulsa
hit
is
you hit Daz up with a verified or what?
I gave him Globe Skeptic and the link embed role for now. Unless you guys are,
He's a regular on politics.
should we just give him Flat Earther? But I mean, you guys.
Oh,
Yeah,
Daz
give it.
Studio?
Yeah,
Yeah.
yeah, man. Yeah.
All right, cool. Got it.
Who are we talking about?
Daz Studio.
Daz Studio 68. Should I give him the tie me tank kangaroo down sport or whatever?
Oh, Daz is solid.
All right, got it. Cool. All right, well, he's all set. Hell Angles is back.
Hey, did Granny say anything?
Granny, hello?
Yes, hello, Mickey.
Hello, Granny.
Granny 222. Is that your angel number?
Well, I mean, the golden rule of trolling is if you're going to troll, at least be funny. So, I mean, fair play.
Well, we did hear you breathing earlier, so
Is that you
make sure
breathing?
you-
I hear you breathing.
How did you hear me? I put you on mute. Did you think a mute button was going to stop me from hearing you? Yes. No. You got a mic.
That's so good.
Did you think a mute button was going to stop me? Yes, that's its intended purpose. Granny, you are up. My ping did absolutely nothing. Migo Wego is here as well, guys. Migo Wego.
Who the fuck is that guy?
Órale, amigo. ¿Cómo estás?
Bien.
Mi amigo.
Muy bien. ¿Y tú?
Ah, aquí nomás.
Sí, ya.
¿Cómo estás?
You know what? Didn't hear you guys.
Mi casa, su casa.
Punto.
Necesito un pelea.
Ah, órale.
Arriba.
Ahorita.
Ahorita.
Punto madre.
Ahorita. My missus always says, ahorita or ahorita? Yeah, come on. Serious?
They have the best
You mean
humor.
now or later?
Wait a minute, you got
They have the best humor.
You do have a good accent. What's up with that, Timbo? You have that.
I try and speak it at home, but they always tease me. They say I speak a little bit of Spanish with a Mexican accent. I have to change. I have to change my voice when I do it. Otherwise, I think I sound weird. Because imagine speaking Spanish with an Australian accent. Sound weird.
That would be.
So,
That's like.
Can we hear that? Can we hear that?
Do those two mix? I don't think they do.
No, they don't, because we don't pronounce letters, and when in Spanish, every letter is pronounced as it is. So yeah, we just don't pronounce.
That's like a bus in a car at a busy intersection just crashing, right? Like the way that's.
I put this together. It's just a click.
Yeah, and blending together.
Then put together, bam, and then posted it and basically credited the guy. So yeah, his account is Matt.
What? What you talking about?
What's he talking about, Willis?
I think he realized he was hot micing, so.
Hey, man, what you talking about?
Habla español.
Habla español. Damn.
You can't do it. So the only way to do it is to. Well, I grew up with Speedy Gonzalez, so you kind of.
Was he your neighbor? What the fuck?
No,
I grew up with that guy. He lives down the road.
on the Cartoon Network. So the only way for me to, do the pronounce the letters properly is speak like Speedy Gonzalez. So.
That he was a
Bien,
bad
muchas
instructor.
gracias, señorita.
I know what you mean, but they don't talk like this. That's a weird way.
¿Qué comida?
Órale. We got Foxtails just jumped in. What's up, man? You think the Earth's a globe? Break yourself, fool.
No.
Right away, right? Just fucking piranhas.
Foxtails, what up? Alrighty. He'll chime in at some point, probably. So,
Read.
Okay.
Do we have anybody in here that thinks that the Earth is a globe?
Granny? Granny DM'd me and said, yes, they think it's a globe. Granny.
Oh, really? Okay. You're just gonna keep all your secrets, or
give us a good argument.
Hey, you could tell Uncle Indio. He's here to listen to you.
Yeah, just make a good argument on why we can't believe our own eyes.
Uncle Indio, that's fine.
I'm sitting on Uncle India's knee.
Oh boy.
Oh damn. Oh my.
Crazy, bro.
Tell us, Granny, why can't we believe our own eyes? The Earth looks flat. Why should we both disbelieve that? Why should we take that as evidence of a ball?
You see, Indio, it's like ants on a beach ball. Like, dude, that would be.
I want to hear it. Dude. Come on, that's what I'm going for, man.
You're fishing for that, huh?
I'm trying to bring out the stupidest argument.
Well, it's like an amoeba on a basketball. Can't really tell.
Well, Kiki is here.
Hello, Kiki.
Hey, do you love me?
Howdy.
Are you?
And then, I just straight away I thought of that car thing where they jump out the car and walk beside the car. Is that what they do it to?
Ghost ride the whip. Is that what you mean?
Yeah. Oh, is that a different song? Is it?
So, Kiki, you new here?
Yeah.
Yeah. What brings you to our illustrious server?
Indio's not much for singles bars. Just letting you know.
Yeah, I won't hit on you in public. Check your DM. No, kidding. I won't hit on you in your DM either. But yeah. So what brings you here?
Sam told me to join.
Oh,
Samantha.
He's in my DMs right now.
Who?
Perfect.
Are you do you know her in real life?
Yes.
Or just like in real life? In real life.
We went to high school together.
Damn.
So you're in Massachusetts too?
Yes.
Okay. I won't
Who's
dox you.
Santa, by the way?
I know right where you live.
Groups
Just
are
kidding.
competition.
I don't know where you live.
All right.
So
Do
yeah.
you believe you live on a ball?
Yeah, that's where we're going. Like, so you just came here because you're flat curious, or like, what?
No, I just joined just to talk.
Yeah, that's what we're doing right now. That's what we're doing. We're talking.
We're talking over here.
So what do you want to talk about? Shut up, Cody.
He's from Massachusetts. You know, she don't even hear my accent. So come on, guys.
You
Where
feel
are
like
you
a
from?
I'm in Cambridge right now.
Oh, you're in Cambridge?
Cambridge, yes.
Oh my goodness. Well, no, that's actually kind of far from me, but I'm in the South Shore.
Yeah, I know that.
Damn.
That's why I asked you if you knew her in real life.
Why you know that?
Because I know where
you
she
got
lives.
your GPS.
Bruh.
If you went to high school with her and I know her where she lives, then it's easy to figure out that you're near her somewhere.
Have you ever been to Coriano's?
Bruh.
No, what is that? An Italian restaurant?
No,
Pizza
it's
joint.
like it's Asian and like Mexican. It's good. It's in non-Cambridge in Alston.
Asian Mexican fusion.
Yeah, it's so good.
Oh
So good.
god, would that be like
Like them Asian
like,
burritos?
yeah, like noodles with I don't even know.
Enchiladas?
Taco.
noodles with guacamole.
Whoa, what accent is that? Are you Australian?
I'm from
Not
Cambridge.
really.
Oh,
He lives in Texas.
no, he does
Yeah.
not.
Yeah, real deep south Texas.
Yeah.
Wow.
Real deep
we have
south. Yeah, really, really, really deep south.
You go to the south of Texas and then just keep going
Yeah, just go
until
south.
you can't go any further.
I'm going to Disney in 2 weeks.
Aren't you a lucky person?
You can actually. You can go to New
I'm
Zealand.
a lucky ducky.
Try not to get kidnapped.
Was that a girls' trip?
Watch out for
Red
the
flag.
pedos.
No, I'm going with my sister for her 15th birthday.
Make sure you wear a walking brace on your knee so you can get in the lines quicker.
Bruh.
Oh, dude. That is pretty low, but I like it. I was going to add another one, but we're on YouTube, so I can't say the other one.
No, Kiki, I don't go to Alton. It's kind of scummy there.
Go to Alston, yeah. I like watching the rats fight, though.
Yeah, you know, that's really funny because I was going to bring it up. I don't go to Alston because of all the rats, but since you said it.
It's so bad. They literally, like, they're building homes in the sidewalks.
What, the rats?
Yes.
How the fuck do they do that?
They can chew through cement. It's crazy.
Fuck, dude. What kind of rats you got?
Dude,
Wow,
all
like just-
rats, all rats can chew. They can chew through steel, man. No problem.
What, Terminator fucking rats?
Do they taste good?
Giving Splinter a new name, aren't you?
I've never had a rat kebab, so I don't know.
I
don't
would
think I've had
recommend
one. Could be
a rat kebab.
I mean, if you've eaten Chinese food, good chances are you have.
So that's the combination of a Mexican and Chinese restaurant mix? You get a rat kebab? Fucking, that's the happy medium.
El
Right there.
raton.
It's a rat taco.
El raton.
Fucking rat taco, dude. What the fuck?
Oh no, where'd my cat go?
El ratoncito.
El gordo ratoncito.
Hell no.
Meanwhile,
Or
back
you
at the
could
ranch.
say that with a Chinese accent. El ratoncito.
So you're probably Kiki. You're probably I think you're probably about 40 miles away from me, maybe 30.
Talker.
Do you think there's like a? Oh, dude, please. She just.
Hot singles in my area.
So you're approximately about latitude.
Stop,
Why
man.
no?
She'll look out her window and see me. Cut it out.
Yeah, she's gonna see. I can't tell her you're in the tall tree that's next to the car, right next to.
I'm almost at the sliding glass door. Cut it out.
You say that, but please pray she doesn't look in a attic or a basement because then she'll see me.
Oh, fuck, he's already in there. Are you guys storming the castle?
Now be careful, because if you climb the tree, you can see the curvature of the Earth.
Like everywhere she goes, she just sees like flat earthers trying to infiltrate.
So how much Earth curve? How much do you, on this big ball you probably think we're on? How much Earth curve do you think there is between me and you, Kiki?
Bruh, enough.
If you're 40 miles away from me. She seems disinterested. I'm trying to like scare her into it.
You're fucked up, man.
I know that. You think you're telling me something?
He's knocking on my door right now.
Not yet. He said he's not there yet.
That's Jedi.
Hey, it's a pizza
He's
guy.
on
I'll
his,
tell
he's
you
on
that.
his way. He's on his way. Uh-oh. $5.
can tell
She turned around on that knock.
Right, do you know anything about?
Uh-oh.
Do you know anything about the curvature of the Earth?
Nope.
Kiki, are you there?
Me.
Did she leave?
That's
I think she
negatory.
actually was serious.
Just lock
Someone
it
was
window.
literally at her door, dude. Someone was literally at her door.
Oh,
Try looking out the
she
window.
must have been shitting
Looking for
herself.
Indio.
Indio got there fast.
Are you okay? Are you okay, Kiki?
No, she's fine. I left. She's fat. I'm leaving.
Ah. What the fuck, dude? God damn.
You got catfished.
Did you manage to test gravity? Was it easier to walk towards her than away from her?
Must
You
be
guys are
anti-gravity
fucking
because
raw
I
tonight.
ran away.
What the fuck?
I mean, that mass was not attracting mass.
Except for CB on a Blue Monday. Because
Yeah. No, on Mondays it'd be bending and warping.
bending and warping.
Crypto's mysteriously absent all of a sudden. After that
Tell him,
knock.
man, she's fucking locking all the windows and doors and shit.
Crypto's already in the house.
He's talking to from inside the in the attic. He's underneath the pile of clothes. Can't see him.
Don't tell her.
Yeah, if you see a guy with a green turtleneck and a brown fedora, do not open the door.
Oh, he's just he's a friendly guy. That guy.
How come all the chicks are from like Boston area, man? She left, man. I hope she's okay.
Yeah, fucking...
Because you scared the mess out of her.
You did scare the shit out of her. Oh, so what's the curvature between your house and mine? Like, I thought it was fucking funny.
I can't see her, man. There's curve in the way.
Yeah. So you're like at what longitude? What was that again? Like trying to get the coordinates and shit.
I'm gonna geoseeker her.
She's nowhere near me. She's far away.
Bro, I had someone geoseek me the other day. I was impressed and choked at the same time.
Did they like pinpoint exactly or?
Oh yeah, 100%. They showed me on Google Maps like this is you. I'm like, what? Or like Google Earth. All I said was I live near Mission Raceway. That's all I said. And they found me in 5 minutes. I was cooked. Like what?
So if they really wanted to, you know.
Yeah, luckily it was my friend.
No.
Hey, I'm in Ohio. Pull up. Huh.
Do you know Ohio Fish Rescue?
Nope, but I know it's like Texas out here. Yeah, so anyone can pull up.
I'm thinking of buying the gun that John Wick used, the KSG shotgun. Looks pretty cool.
It's high noon.
It's like $1,000 too. Not that much money.
Damn, not that much.
Nice flex, bro.
Baller over here.
Well, for a gun,
Like
I mean, there's like
man, fucking...
there's like $300 shotgun. Like for me, like $1,000 isn't a lot, and then 3,000 is like a shit ton. So
It's like in my third money clip. It's just sitting on the dresser, just there. I don't really pay attention to it anymore. It's only $1,000.
I don't know, I'm broke right now. I got all my money invested. But
You're broke. You're fucking poor.
W panel, dude. There was like at least 12 people in here earlier all day just listening to the bot. Who said 24/7 was dead?
You did. I mean, maybe.
Oh yeah, nobody.
You just did.
Hey, shh. Just delete that off the stream.
All right. Why is that 50 cal got so much recoil?
That guns that guy's firing?
Yeah. The compensator should prevent a lot of that recoil.
I still haven't fired a 50 cal. I'm like $170, so I'd get fucking sent flying probably.
Not really. I've seen little girls fire them.
Misogyny. I know they're not elephant guns, man.
Like I said, that compensator helps to reduce a lot of the recoil, so it feels more like a AR-15.
I think maybe if you're standing up and shooting it, then you go flying back.
Nope.
No? Oh, okay.
Nope. Like I said, I've fired 50 calibers, and with that compensator, like I said, it feels like an AR-15. It's
okay. Well, what about a Desert Eagle?
Very light recoil.
Like a Desert Eagle is a pistol. That would send you flying back a little bit.
Maybe your hand, if you're not gripping it correctly.
I don't know. I see those black guys they got the switches on their gun and they just practice the recoil on that thing like nothing.
I got 3 switches. I'm bringing tattoos and 2 T's with me. Neil, you know what that is, right?
Yep, you're whipping feet.
Dude, where is Granny at?
I know. Where are all these chicks coming from anyway?
They said that. See?
Do they got a Discord somewhere or something? Come on, CB. I know you're talking to them in the DMs.
I mean, it's not like isolating to their DMs. It's not like isolating to their DMs, all right?
Yeah, I know. We know you got a harem going now. You got a freaking CB's harem Discord.
She belongs to the streets.
Speaking of which, the link to my server is I'll drop that in the chat.
So there's Bella, Samantha, this new one, Kiki. Is Granny part of their clique?
Grannies, play along. Come on.
Is Starfish part of their clique? I just
Starfish.
changed the girl Starfish to Spurger one. The chick that was on the other day that wouldn't let me frickin' even say 3 words.
That was horrible. Horrible.
I changed her name to Spurgfish.
I haven't literally banned and kicked someone from the server. I kicked her out of here so fast. That was so annoying. But someone told me she does that on purpose, though, India.
Yeah, I've heard that. And I remember her from the politics server doing the same exact shit. She she's like a weirdo that jumps from like VC to VC to VC to VC to VC, getting kicked out. Like, I don't get it, dude. Like some weird mental illness.
Has to be. Very strange.
You do get a lot of attention that way, right? So every time you jump into VC, you're the center of attention. Everybody fucking hates you.
Yeah, that was a nightmare. And we tried so hard to give her a chance. She wanted smoke.
Dude, I don't think I finished a sentence
Nope.
even once.
Because I tried to talk to her and then I realized like I'm not gonna get a word until let me just mute up and then see if Indio can talk to her, reason with her. Didn't work.
No, it was like she waited for you to talk.
Yeah. Yep.
She would like literally like let you like, because I would talk slow at first, to see if I'm gonna be able to say anything before I have to start over. And like we're like, okay, it's safe now. And then all of a sudden, boom, there she is. There she is again. And she kept doing it over and over again. I'm like, what the fuck? Like, she got to be doing this on purpose.
That was a nightmare. I started getting misogyny. I was like, "This is why you're single."
Oh, we got Nima that just joined. What's up, Nima?
What's up, Nima? How are you?
Nima.
What's up, man? I'm good.
What? What'd you say?
Yeah, bro.
I'm good, man.
What the fuck? You talking
from,
through
are
a
you
hallway
from
or something?
Czechoslovakia?
An article?
You from the Czech Republic?
No.
Why are you using a voice changer, bro? Why are you
What
hiding,
voice
son?
you-
Dude, he's
Are you
talking
ready?
to like a boom tube, man. Like you're
He's
like
using
at
that fucking Alibaba mic.
Freaking a can and a string.
Yeah, I'm just using this headphone microphone.
From Timu?
Yeah, that's better. Thanks for turning that off. That was annoying. Yeah, Nima, you flat earther, globe earther, agnostic, concave, fucking don't give a shit guy. Like which
Come
are you?
out with your hands up.
Think flat earth is stupid?
Yeah.
Hi, stupid fuck.
No.
Yeah.
I'm
Hot.
flat.
I stupid. Who you talking to?
Shut up,
I'm
bitch.
talking to you.
Why are you talking to me?
You're the biggest stupid fuck of all.
Why?
Damn.
Why is that? Why are you talking to me like that?
Oh, the language on you.
Just got upstairs.
You blow your father with that mouth?
Fuck.
Why are you being mean, Samantha?
Cause where's Kiki?
This is why we need more dads.
Someone knocked at her door and she went away.
It was India. India was at her door.
Damn.
Not at her door. I was at her window.
It was at the back door.
Let me tell this hoe to come back.
We don't like unplanned pregnancy, so I was at the back door.
Why did you say BLM?
Fucking India.
Oh Lord, where is she? Where's Kiki? Tell her to get back in here.
She's saving it for marriage.
Okay.
Stop the cap.
All right, and here we go.
Yeah, the thing with Kiki is she went to check the attic and she hasn't been seen since.
I'm not saying it was duct tape, but it was duct tape.
Duct tape. Woo!
No, shut the fuck up.
Dude.
Bro, who are you
Take it
talking
easy. Dude, she must be bleeding.
She's barking at nothing.
I thought you were talking to Crypto, man. I thought he
No,
was
my
gonna
dog
have
is barking at nothing.
Nobody cares.
It might be barking at the same thing that would knock on Kika's door.
No, I don't live with her.
That don't matter.
Oh, shut up!
God damn.
Hey, man, you almost made your dog bite me.
See,
I hope
this
my
is what-
dog bites your balls off.
The fuck?
See, my
Now he's
friends,
talking to
You
your
better
dog
have a
shoulder.
big, dude. You better have a big ass dog.
this is what we have to deal with, guys. See, Flatsy's like, she's getting the full treatment right here, front and center. This is what we have to deal with, guys.
Chat with a bunch of flat earth fucking retards.
Low
See, Chad?
low IQ bitch exhibiting attention-seeking behavior.
Isn't this is the current
Flat
dating
earth
pool, guys.
crazy.
If we're flat earth retards and we're smarter than you, what's that make you?
Right, you're smarter than me because you believe in a flat earth.
No, we're smarter than you because we can think logically and rationally. Has nothing.
Right, that's what you call it. Okay. I thought that was
No,
just
it's what it is. It's not what I call it. It's what humanity calls it.
Right.
Well, hey,
Yeah,
you
fine.
can, if you think you're talking to retards, you can leave. Yeah?
I was just invited back here, actually.
Okay, well, I'll uninvite you. Fuck off.
Oh, did I hurt your feelings? Oh my god.
No, you're just fucking Annoying. Just fuck off. Just leave.
No, Mr. Australian.
Okay, I'll make you leave then. How about
I'm
that?
so sorry. Don't cry. It's okay.
Okay. See you later. You're fucking annoying.
It's not that deep, bro.
Bad behavior.
See
Crazy.
Samantha.
Mm-hmm.
Thank you.
We solved that. Back to Nima. Nima.
Get the rocks. Yeah.
Hey,
Abdul.
man.
Yeah. Get the rocks. Get the rocks.
What the
Exactly. Nima knows what time it is.
Peanut butter jelly time.
What time is it?
Oh.
You grab the rocks, Nima?
Nemo, save us.
Oh shit.
So Nima, you flat earther, globe earther, what? What brings you here, man? Spit it out.
Flat earther. I just became flat earther.
Why?
Why? Because
Why would you do that?
I've seen the evidence, man.
Ah. I thought maybe you just liked the abuse. Apparently. It must be it, man. Apparently fucking
Well,
Samantha, you know.
Well, the abuse too.
Well, are you used to it? Really? You're gonna get used to it.
Yeah, I've been in PC here a lot of times.
Oh, okay, cool.
So, anyways,
Welcome back.
Jedi was. Oh, never mind. He's back.
Oh, Kiki's back. She lived. Crypto, thanks for letting her go.
Yeah, no worries. Thought it was more fun that way.
It's a game they play.
Yeah. Yeah, I just catch her and release her every now and then, you know.
Too small.
Yeah, exactly. Not going to feed a family, so off she goes. I'm amazed that the same bait works each time, though.
So, anyways, what were you saying about Matthew Learns? Oh, fuck.
I think we should talk to Matthew Learns.
Why?
And here we go.
Oh shit!
Why?
Here we go again.
Here we go again.
I just think he has something to talk to us, something to say.
You think he has something to say?
So.
I don't know.
Oh,
Maybe.
Matt, yeah, he always has something to say. Say it nicely.
Satellite dishes in Ecuador all point to the same direction. It's 90 degrees up.
Has he said that?
That's a good one.
Crazy.
Satellite dishes, yeah.
Yeah, but you know what is wrong? That picture that I always show is actually from Indonesia or something.
Oh, okay. Oh, so you're wrong.
So Matt, let me ask you this: if all of them pointed at 90 degrees from straight up, would that mean the Earth was flat?
No.
Thank you.
So, are Globe Earthers in season 2 now, or?
Well, Kiki's back. So,
Point
I don't know.
5.
I don't know if she's gonna be very
Hi.
Hi, Kiki.
Hi,
Glad you're
friend.
still alive.
Should we play Are You Smarter Than a Flat Earther? And then you can ask me and Kiki questions and see who gets the most right.
Yep. Let's do it. What's 1 plus 2?
Who are you asking?
25.
Oh,
What's 9 plus 10?
21.
You stupid.
I think I got it wrong.
21?
Kiki, can I ask you a question? It's kind of personal. Do you
Okay.
have all your fingers and toes? Because maybe that's why you counted wrong.
Bruh.
Yeah, I was watching a program earlier where there was this guy who's like super rich, and he claimed that he would fly to Italy to get all his trainers, and then the guy said, "Oh, where in Italy?" And he goes, "Madrid." So how are you that? Like, how are you able to even catch a flight and then not know the country you're going to and get it?
He doesn't need to be smart when he has money.
Yeah, you still need to
Damn.
apply for. You still need to
You
apply
need to
for
get
a
on the right
visa
flight there,
in
don't you?
Spain. Oh, that's funny.
So Kiki, if you could marry a rich guy that was dumb or a rich guy that was smart, which would you pick? Tough, isn't it? That's actually a tough choice.
I know, very difficult.
Why? Why is it a difficult choice? Wouldn't you rather a conversation with an intelligent person than?
Because they want to manipulate the dumb guy.
Yeah,
Well,
exactly.
no, it's not about manipulation, but it's just
Yes, it
like
is. Y'all don't like being led. I don't want a man to lead me. So you want the dumb guy to manipulate him.
that's
Facts.
okay. I'll be led, but like,
Cap.
mm,
Yeah. She wants to feel
thinking is hard.
Thinking is
Massachusetts
hard.
is an 80-20 state where the wife gets 80% of your assets, dumbass. Okay.
Sam,
But
both options were
let's
rich
get
guys.
married.
Well, that's like the boomer advice. Just get out there and get married, fellas. To who? These girls?
Don't get married. It's a scam.
Yeah, not on you
See,
though.
they don't even
Nobody
believe
is
in
loyal
marriage.
anymore.
It's
Yeah.
not even about that anymore.
Shots of hypergamy.
Well, Kiki, I got a question.
Okay.
What do women lose out on the shitty marriage situation? If marriage is a scam and no one's loyal and people get divorced and all this, how does that negatively affect women exactly?
Yeah, I didn't say that it affected me. Well, women in general.
This wasn't the question.
I don't. Yeah. So like,
They always
because
attribute it to themselves.
I know how it negatively affects men, right? Because men are gonna give up most of their assets. They're gonna pay child
Give
support.
up the kids. Give up the house. Give
Yeah.
up the
Give up.
cars.
Yeah. So like,
They might just give up in general.
there. No matter what the condition of marriage is, it doesn't. No matter what it is, good, bad, and different, it never negatively affects women.
I mean, I would agree.
Yeah, so like, why would you be advocating against marriage, dude? You should be freaking promoting it. Like, damn, this is a fucking scam. Let's go.
No, because I
How
don't
much
like
is the side?
people. So marriage like scares me.
See you guys.
You
Just
are
want y'all
aware
old
there's-
heads to hear this.
You are aware that there's no fault divorce.
Divorce is a sin.
Oh, see, hey, if that's how you really feel. Respect that. There can be no secular marriage should be abolished. Just be religious marriage, and that's it. Get rid of secular marriage.
I agree with that. That's what it originally was, anyway. So.
These
Yeah,
birds aren't religious.
Yeah, the state took over everything. The government took over everything the state did. All the stuff that used to be recorded in the family Bible, now the state has stricken something called the Department of Vital Records, where they do all that shit. And it doesn't work. I mean, it works for keeping a tab on you, but other than that, it freaking doesn't do anything. There's no continuity of anything.
Plus, it's just like, I don't know if it's just like this generation of people. Because, like, I
Which
won't
one?
say just men or just women. I don't know. I guess, am I a millennial? I'm not even sure. Or like Gen Z, whatever is right now.
No idea.
Do you know what
It's,
Skibbity toilet is?
I mean, I've heard it. I have TikTok.
Yeah, you're a Zoomer.
Okay. But it's just like, I don't know.
I want to hear what she has
so
to say.
cringy. It just, everybody's so cringy. And like I said, it's like, there's no
Everyone's so cringy.
loyalty.
It's only your generation that's cringy.
Okay, sorry. My generation is cringy, and there's no like loyalty. There's no monogamy anymore, and it's just like,
Well, why do you think that is?
You
Oh,
guys are
hold
both
on, hold on.
fucking
Oh,
scared of each other. The
hold
guys
on.
are scared of the girls, and the girls are scared of the guys.
Yeah,
And
but
they're
I feel
scared
like
of
that's
fucking
been a forever
communicating with
thing.
each other. So they never
Hold
fucking
on.
do anything.
Hold on.
Communication is definitely part of the problem too. Like COVID just kind of ruined everything. I feel like
I'll agree with
because
that. I'll
it
give you
made
that.
everybody antisocial, right? And
Started
then,
way before COVID.
well,
Yeah, this is
maybe,
way
but I
before
think
Hold
that.
on. I
I
got
mean,
to.
yeah,
I
but
just
COVID
Let
probably
me.
didn't help.
I
Can I
think
ask
COVID
you a
made it a lot
question?
worse.
I want to ask you a question. You
Sure.
said we don't have these things anymore, right? People like say, how'd you put it? Would you say like people don't have relationships anymore? They're not close or
They're
whatever.
not monogamous. Yep.
Yeah. When
I would,
were
yeah, I
they
would say,
in
sorry,
your
go ahead.
lifetime? In your lifetime, when were they ever? How do you know it's gone when you've never had it in the first place?
That's a good question.
Your generation, even
Bruh.
though technically your generation has less sex on average than other generations did.
Yeah, you guys are fucked.
You're more as in when I talk sexual
Or not
events, how many
fucked.
times they have sex. But you guys are having sex. When you do have sex, it's with freaking not with the same person. It's with fucking different people, right?
Streets.
So like
Facts.
that's a different dynamic of say when I grew up, and I'm curious to like why you think that it is that way. I'm asking your opinion. So like all of us, like I'm Gen X, Boomer, whatever the fuck you want to call it. So older people, we have our opinion on why that is. Why do you think that is?
My opinion on why people
Why
are.
your generation is so promiscuous, but they don't have sex as much in the first place?
Mm, I don't know. I feel like
Merch.
Merch?
I don't know.
She's like, fuck, I'm on that show.
I don't know. Maybe it's just because people are seeking a lot of validation. Like, I
Is it
feel like
is it pornography? Is it social media? Is it like the fucking way they taught you in school? Like,
it's probably.
I think it's
I
social
would
media,
say
right?
it's
Having to
social.
do with
Yeah,
social
I would
media.
say it's social
I
media.
want to know her opinion because like I know our opinion. We're fucking old fucks, dude. I want to know her opinion. She's
I would
living it
say
from the inside. I want to see what it looks like from the inside, not
it's
from the
social
outside.
media, but also just like
Fucking knew it. I
I
knew
don't
it.
know. Everybody wants to have like issues, right? So then they're just seeking
Like everybody thinks
comfort in other.
they're like. Would you say everybody thinks they're the main character?
Yeah.
See, I told you. I know it's like what do
That's
you,
always been the fucking problem, though,
having
dude.
I
Everybody
mean,
thinks they're the
no,
fucking
having a
goddamn star of their
because check
movie.
it out. Everybody's looking at each other like on social media, and they want to be the best at like getting all the attention. And when they don't get the likes on their profile pics or whatever, they're just like they ain't worth the fuck, So everybody like judges everyone on that, on the merit of like, well, how's your status on social media? Like, oh, what's your page is like, And then you look up the person, and they're just like not really performing, and based on that, it's kind of like the way that people are judging each other nowadays. So if nobody's really getting out there like saying things, they're not really important, and so they're. I guess that's how they're doing it, right?
Having a
Kiki?
mental disorder is cool, yeah?
No,
Cool to have
I
a
mean,
mental disorder.
Look, what I think it is, and I got a 13-year-old, so I've noticed this in him, is that everything becomes an extreme exaggeration of everything, right? In order to like stand out, you have to be more. It's like the Tide Pod thing, right? Like you have to do something more and more and more extreme. Right,
Yeah,
so
man.
everybody's like, "Oh, to compete with
Yeah.
everybody else and to stick my head up, I'm going to do something more extreme." It's like goth girls back in the day, right? Oh, no one's paying attention to me, so I'll fucking put freaking metal through my face and look like I'm the fucking undead, and then everybody will pay attention to me. And other people are like, "Oh, I'll fucking one up that. I'll shave half my head and dye it fucking purple and have a goddamn
Ew.
mohawk." Right, so this thing has always existed, right? You had like the punk girls, like so everybody's trying to stand out, but now it's just like all of them are doing it, and the extreme has been pushed so fucking far that like you have these people trying to like, oh, I'm trying to be internet famous content creator, so I'm gonna walk up to this random black dude and talk shit and get shot. Right?
That's
So,
what the fuck it's all about. And I was at Walmart today, bro, and there were some young kids, right? And the guy just pulled out a phone. He's like, "So check it out, dude. We're over here at Walmart, right?" And like, I was like, "Oh fuck, dude. I hope they don't come over here and be like, so we're over here and chilling, you know." And this guy's like, I was just like, hopefully they don't do that. But that's kind of like the vibe, you know.
Yeah,
Most of
but that
Kiki's
started
generation
like,
is that way.
but it started before that, right? So it started like the early days of Facebook, right? People posting, "This is I'm eating for dinner," some gross looking fucking macaroni and cheese that looks like it's been left out in the sun. But like, you know, everybody's trying to get attention doing something. But now after like a decade and a half to 2 decades of this, now you have to just do the craziest possible shit in order to get any attention whatsoever. And we have a whole generation of freaking children, basically children that grew up this way, that are trying to, you know, crawl over each other to freaking do the most extreme thing. And like, you know, some have it in them, some don't, right? So I guess you would have 2 responses, right? People that are gonna like, I'll take, you know, I'll be your Huckleberry. I'm gonna go all the way and do something crazy. And then the ones that are like, oh, I'm never gonna be able to do that. I'll
Introverts.
never. And they become, they become introvert,
introverts.
social outcast, depressed, all that shit. That's just my take on it from just like an outside view. But
that's the way I see it.
But I don't know it from the inside, right? So I don't really. All I see is like the way my kid, like the way the school, like. Oh man, they fucked my kids up. Public school fucked my kids up. That's all I can say. Never about Kiki's age, probably. I know they are. Well, they're not fucked up in that way, but like I just saw like how they were taught, like the way they learned in school. Everything was like a group thing, and everybody like congratulated each other. The fucking, you know, everyone gets a trophy. That shit, dude, is fucking horrible, man. Horrible.
Yep.
Thankfully, my kids play sports where everyone don't get a trophy. So, you know what I mean? You could say everybody gets a trophy and give them a trophy, but even the kids know. They look at the fucking scoreboard. They know they lost.
That's not a true statement, Kiki. Come on now.
But yeah,
It is.
That's not a true statement.
Why is everybody mad now?
No, no one's mad.
No,
it's just we're mad at like society, dude. We're not mad at like you.
Yeah, well, you're basically like a byproduct of the societal, you know, thing
It's
that's
so
happening.
bad. And it's like, if I had a lot of money, I would move away and just live on a land with some pigs
See,
and some sheep.
I mean, that's okay, but
She belongs to the streets.
I think the whole purpose of what we're saying is like you have to sometimes live life just like the way we used to back in the like late 80s, you know, early 90s. Just unapologetically yourself. You are who you are. Who gives a fuck what anybody else thinks? You know what I mean? Just like get out there and do the damn thing. But a lot of times, you know, people are just relying on what status you have and, you know, like what kind of person you are based on your social media, you know, like page or whatever. Like that's pretty stupid, dude, to base it off that.
Yeah, I got rid of my social media. I mean, I'm back on Discord, but that's very recent.
I know things are like your generation isn't as cliquey. Like when I was growing up, there was like cliques of people, right? Like all the jocks hung together, all the fucking
There are
cheerleading.
still
You know what I'm
cliques.
saying?
I
Like
feel like there's
it's not as
still
bad. There's more crossover in your generation than
Not
ever.
really. No.
You
There's
guys
still
got groups
cliques
like
all
that
over the
too?
place. Yeah,
Wait.
it's not.
That's a
it's not
forever
fun.
thing.
All right, so what group are you in then?
Yeah.
Who?
See, she can't even say.
No, because
There are groups. All right, what's your
you know
group?
there are, but like there's not everyone needs to be in the group.
So you're proving Indio's point for him. There's
No,
tons
what?
of crossover
Not
nowadays.
everybody was in the group before. Like there were some people who just weren't.
So what group are you in?
Outcasts?
No.
She's an outcast.
No,
I'm just
wait,
saying.
Are you
I don't.
still in high school?
Wait, I got put in the art section because I did art, so everyone just knew me as an artist. I wasn't like in.
Yeah, but
a
that's not
specific
really
I know it's not
I
like
don't
a
think that's a
group,
group.
but
Like, are you
I
a
don't
geek?
know.
Nerds, the
Like a
geeks.
nerd?
Would you call an art student an?
Yeah.
Yes.
Yeah, then sure, yeah. I don't know, because I was still talking to the popular kids. Like I wasn't.
Talking to them.
See, that's what
talking
I'm
to
talking
them.
I didn't
about.
like
You were
them.
in the crowd.
I
You weren't
didn't
in the
like
crowd.
them, so I didn't stay with them.
Listen, you just prove my point because that's what I'm talking about. There's more crossover. There was no crossover. Like Like, listen, if one of the fucking yeah, exactly. There was hardly that honors kid comes into the fucking group of jocks. He's going out fucking flying.
Yeah.
You end up in the locker for a week. Like
In that case, you're right. There is crossover, but the groups are still there. Is what I'm saying. Like they're not gone.
I don't know.
Is all I was trying
Maybe
to say.
I mean, you guys are obviously in that. You guys are still in that that mindset, right? You guys
they got all the anti-bullying shit now. That didn't exist when I was growing up. There was bullying.
Bullying still happens. That's not gone.
No, like real bullying.
Real bullying, yeah, that's not really there.
But when we were younger, I think everyone understood that bullying had a purpose. Like, they're not bullying you to be unkind; they're bullying you because you're fat and you need to not be fat, right?
Oh man, that reminds me of a locker room incident. This kid, he was fat, dude. They fucking gave him a wedgie, wrapped his underwear around his neck, and then dragged him around the locker room.
Damn, dude. It sucks to be fuzzy, huh?
He quit the football team. He didn't keep going. Well, he wasn't like the thing is he started playing football and he was big and strong, but he was kind of like a poor kid, kind of dirty, didn't really socialize with anybody, and like he was threatening some people's varsity spots. So yeah, didn't go good.
Dude, what the fuck? What the fuck did Adam and Salta do to you? Fucking hell.
Here we go again.
They should have fucking let him in the front, you know, and do what he was good at.
Yeah, things have changed, guys. I just personally, the reason why I like when this conversation comes up is because a lot of I call them old heads or the OGs or people who have already been settled or they're way past this whole like dating scene. Well, you get to see live in color what we deal with here, guys. The solution is not, well, just go out there and marry one of them. Who? These chicks? Nah, fam. We good. So
they're not equipped for anything like that.
They don't want to be married. They want the Instagram photo shoot and they're out. Like,
Look,
that's
I almost
at
want
best.
Look, after listening to that, I want to bring back teen pregnancy. Like, for real.
What the fuck?
No, because sometimes responsibility forces people to be responsible. You know what I mean?
That makes sense, yeah.
Because listen, back in the day, you got a chick pregnant, you're getting fucking married, bro. You're getting married, you're getting a fucking job, you're raising that kid. Or dad
Yeah,
is gonna
but
whoop your
usually
fucking
you had
ass.
your mother and father pushing you to
Well,
this,
that's
you know.
yeah, but dad, that girl's dad, you're gonna get your ass whooped, bro. You're getting. I'm talking about the shotgun wedding, man. Bring back the shotgun wedding. Bring back teen pregnancy. Shit was better then. As much as people complained about it, it was still better than this.
As harsh as it sounds, it's like it's the opposite of what they're telling people to do these days. They're saying wait until you're 35, 40, then settle down and get married. Why? How does that make any sense?
It's the whole idea of like I gotta be in love and I have to like my wife and she's gotta like all the things that I like and we have to like read the same books and wear the same color shoes and like no,
That's
dude.
a bunch of nonsense.
That is, dude. That's some boring ass shit. What do you want to clone yourself?
Hell no.
Well, someone you can fight with. And not want to kill them. You know what I'm saying? Like, I don't know. No, I do know. Like,
But listen,
love is not
one of
lust.
the issues with that is when they get together and the girl says, I feel something for you, and then when she wants to leave you, I don't feel anything for you, and then she leaves.
It's a good point, Jamesy. It's a great fucking point.
She wasn't feeling you.
Yeah, if the relationship's just based upon how you feel, like that's fucking. And you're gonna bank on a woman on how she feels at any given moment. Fucking good luck, dude.
Yeah, it changes every month.
Then
Yeah.
before that you got together and
Every
she's
month, they're
here.
like 5 times a month. What are you talking about, man? When the cycle's going up, when the top of the cycle, when the cycle's coming down.
What about what is the economic? I mean, this has been going on forever, but the economic effects, like people kind of like overworking and money issues, that affects relationships like in a grand scale. I think.
Yeah,
I think.
I think listen, I'm gonna keep saying this. It boils down to lack of morals. People don't like, hey, here's a girl or a guy with the same moral principles I have. I know that if they have the same values I have, we're never going to have a problem, because in any situation, we're both going to eventually come to the same conclusion. Now, we might not agree on how to get there, but we're going to both want the same result, right? Right? If you're both scumbags, right? Rob, cheat, because I know people like this, right? Two people been together, like they had, but because they had the same moral principles, basically none. Rob, cheat. It's basically all for us, no matter what. If we have to rob, cheat, and steal to do it, but like they're rob, cheating, and stealing together, like Bonnie and Clyde, right? But if you have good morals and she has good morals, it's the same thing, right? As long as your goal's the same and you're trying to go to the same place, it doesn't. The other shit kind of don't matter.
Correct. Yeah, I think that's a big one because some
And
girls
trust.
are gonna say morals. What's that?
And trust.
Yeah,
You
they
don't
think
trust a
it.
bitch, just forget it. Just walk away. The moment you don't trust the fucking woman, just leave. It's over right there. You're already done.
Crickets, please.
Yes, crickets. I mean, trust is the foundation of every relationship. If you don't trust the other person, and when I say trust, I don't mean like, oh, when she leaves the house, she's gonna fuck somebody. I don't mean that. I mean trust. Like, here's the keys to my car. Here's I can leave fucking money on the table. I can, like absolute trust. Like, if you say, hey, do this, that person's gonna do it, and you don't have to fucking worry about it happening, right? Or if the shit hits the fan, like they know what to do, right? It's fucking tidal wave. She knows what to do. I know what to do. We know what to do, right? And even if she doesn't know what to do, I trust her that she's gonna be able to figure out what to do, right? That type of trust, right? Trust that no matter what happens, this person is reliable to fucking
That's how the
figure it out.
Globers know that the Earth is a globe, because they have absolute trust in NASA.
You also gotta trust that whenever you release the car keys, in the children in the back, and she's gonna put the seatbelts, that kind of stuff too.
Oh yeah, that's exactly. Yeah, exactly. See, that's what I'm talking about. It's not just like you're not going to fuck somebody else. Trust. That's not the kind of trust I'm talking about. But some people might interpret it that way. Like, trust her. I don't want that. It's not about fucking. Not all all trust isn't about one particular thing. You know what I mean? Trust is a broad spectrum of shit.
So trust she's gonna buy the correct microphone
Yeah.
to use on Discord.
Well, no, I trust that'll never happen.
I trust
Look,
NASA's
dude,
pictures from Earth being a globe.
you don't give a woman a task that she's not capable of performing, dude. Like, you need to check yourself on that.
Agreed.
Yeah, true
True
that.
I need winter tires for the car, honey. Will you go pick them out? Forget it. Don't fucking do it.
Yeah, it is tough.
I just said that because your mic changed from a good mic to a bad mic for some reason, but now it's good again.
I got a floppy mic, dude. That's what she said.
Oh.
Pause.
I was just gonna say, like, it's tough these days, man, because not only is it difficult to trust, like, women, for example, in general, it's tough to trust people in general.
What do you mean, like NASA?
That too, man.
Oh, I trust NASA. Why would they lie, Iggy?
Yeah. Fucking,
Why
I'm
would
trying
they
to tell you,
lie?
man.
They have our best interest in mind. Why would they lie?
You guys have to
Yeah.
trust NASA. Why not? I don't
Yeah.
see why you guys don't trust NASA.
I trust, you know what a rule of thumb is I trust, or I'm more inclined to trust people who emphasize me going and verifying what they're telling me. If they're saying, "Oh, don't worry about it, just believe me, bro, trust me, bro," type of thing, as opposed to like, "Oh, well, this is where I got it. You can go verify it, no problem," and then leave it at there. It's like the best fucking sales pitch ever. You know what I mean? And frankly, that's what I find in these rooms, which is why I'm more inclined to actually, stick around, because like shit, But out there, it's hard to find that kind of honesty. So CB, I definitely I feel you in that arena.
Yes, sir. It's just exposure is all. People need to wake the hell up. How can we change anything if people just ignore what's going on, right? If people are like, no, just brush it under the rug, guys. Why are you even talking about this? Well, how do we have future generations? How do we have future families if if this continues the way it's continuing? So I don't know. It's a problem to me. Maybe if you're already married and you have a family, why would this concern you? Maybe it should concern you if you have children and maybe they are also in the same situation I'm in. I don't know why this wouldn't concern more people. But props to you. If you're already 60 plus, married, whatever, no children, good for you. Happy. We all want the same thing, but we don't achieve that by just like crossing our fingers and hoping it's going to happen. Or just get married, son. Like that's not a solution. So sorry. I know it's annoying for some people to listen to, but it's also annoying to be dealing with in real life.
I just feel like there's a bunch of people out there that have certain attitude and people's in positions of power. Like the other day, like it's kind of weird. I was, like we scrolled through videos and I was scrolling through the shorts and I saw this short of Lady Gaga, and this lady was, "You're going to hell," and she stopped and grabbed the lady from the face and kissed her in the mouth, and "You going with me?"
Whoa!
like I've seen like people will just wreck you, and they'll be like, "Yeah, let's do it. Let's just wreck each other. Let's just get in the car with the keys and let's just wreck it. Children in the back, okay, let's do it. Doesn't matter." That's like a not saying that people are actually doing that with the car, but it's like, yeah, let's just crash the whole thing, and it's okay. Let's crash it. Whatever you built, let's crash it. Some people have that attitude.
Gen Z, like I take that's from your own personal social media feed.
I saw it. Yeah, I saw it scrolling. Sure.
I put this forth to the audience, right, and yourself included. If you really want a really interesting exercise in this manner, okay, I guess either on your phone or on your computer, something like that. I encourage anyone who wants to try this out. Open up a browser in incognito or whatnot, and go to these types of sites, right? YouTube, TikTok, Twitter, if it's available or whatever, without logging in, and scroll through this shit that pops up without your account, because that's the general, basically the lowest common denominator of what's out there. And do that same thing and see what you see. If you think that's bad for what you see, check out the lowest common denominator.
Oh, bro,
It's always the same every time. I did this often to see this, just to check for myself how different the algorithm is in general, and it's ridiculous. The stuff that is represented, it's society breaking.
I'm around many people to speak, multiple languages, and you'll see the scrolling, and the scroll adapt to the person, whatever they like and whatever they're searching, and each person has their own feed is personalized. The silliest jokes in Spanish are pretty silly. I get a mix of Spanish and English content, so I do get a lot of different sites. I get the topics of this server. I get it in Spanish too.
Glad you guys get to see it, guys. Shit's crazy out here, bro. Crazy.
Well, it's not like you were planning on getting married anyway.
Well, listen, man. I think a lot of us were raised the same way. Just like, you know, you need to be this prince and save this girl and put your jacket down over a puddle for her and all this stuff, right? That's kind of how I was raised. Give her flowers and all this stuff, right? So sort of, it's like ingrained. We all, or at least let me not speak for everyone. I wanted, or kind of still want to do that. Have the whole happily ever after, the house, the dog, the kids, the family. I think it's potentially achievable, but this current state it's not looking good, guys. It's not looking good, bruv.
This behavior
not
is being
looking too good.
incentivized. Actually, people are incentivized to behave this way.
I know, right? Exactly. So I think speaking about it, it can at least, what do they say? Sunlight is the best disinfectant, right? So if they're encouraging your daughter to go be on OnlyFans, like, why would we just be quiet about that? Like, I think we should shame that, be open, more vocal about it. But they're like, well, you're a misogynist if you say anything about that. Like, well, I wouldn't want my cousin, my daughter, my grandma, anybody doing that, right? So, let alone my future wife. So, yeah.
Your grandma's doing OnlyFans, you got bigger problems.
I wouldn't be surprised, my guy. Let's not pretend like there's not some 60-year-olds out there trying to pop some pee on freaking OnlyFans.
If your grandma has an OnlyFans,
instead.
If your grandma has an OnlyFans, the world is done.
But you know that
I said
oh, go ahead.
No, I was just gonna say. I said years ago, man. Eventually, every woman will be naked on the internet. Every single one.
If I can see your coochie for $3.99, why would I go drop $40,000 on a wedding? Like, no, sorry, you belong to the streets. It's over.
Well, technically, go ahead.
No, I was just gonna say, man, we should get back to flat Earth streets.
Streets are flat. I was gonna say that technically, when you say every woman are gonna be like that on the internet, technically, with all the cameras around, all the sensors, all the computer screens and cameras all around, there's probably pictures of all of the women that are around those devices and all men somewhere. There's so many devices out there that there's gonna be images of you that even if you don't know it. But talking about flat streets, there was 2 accidents in the street in front of my street. Within 3 accidents within the past 2 nights. So
what did you do?
I was just walking and someone crashed at the corner, and then when I got home, another one crashed in front. So people are just crashing for some reason, just crashing and crashing one after the other one.
Hey, I want to talk about OnlyFans because this is kind of related to flat Earth. I actually saw. So this lady from Alaska, she runs like a conspiracy YouTube channel, and YouTube nuked her. So what she ended up doing, she started an OnlyFans, not for porn or anything, but to basically run her conspiracy channel and still be monetized. So actually, OnlyFans is a way around censorship, which I thought was a pretty clever use of OnlyFans.
So you're saying you want to get us on OnlyFans?
Because if you can show buttholes, certainly you could talk about conspiracies.
I mean, wasn't that the original or one of the original selling points of it? Like you
Yeah.
can sell your content, and then people just went off the rails with it.
Yes.
I
And now
thought
it's
the idea
complicated.
was to attract like celebrities, right? It's a way for celebrities to interact with their fans. That's what I thought the original intent was, but they couldn't
Yeah,
get
almost.
enough of them.
Okay. Yeah, almost like a Patreon-esque thing.
Yeah, something like that. Yeah.
I'm opening one.
So I was gonna
Subscribe.
start a Flat Earth OnlyFans, man, so they can't censor us. I should start a
Nah.
COVID OnlyFans. Just like talk mad shit about frickin' the vaccines and COVID and all that shit.
Yeah, well, whatever it is, fronts.
It's a better split than YouTube too. I guess it's 80-20 and YouTube is something like 70-30 or something.
YouTube is you get 45, they take 55.
Whoa.
Yeah, it's
That's
terrible.
robbery.
Yeah. Well, I mean, in a way, put a nice little bow on it on both of these fronts, right? As the saying goes, which is kind of tautological in a way, whatever can't last won't, right? And this bullshit, I think, it can't last. And, as much as we might be talking about it and trying to find solutions to it, natural order kicks in, shit happens, and people resort back to their kind of common denominators, And to be frank, one of the biggest catalysts for that type of shit, that really blows shit up, no pun intended, is unfortunately sorts of wars and stuff. And where the world is now, well, we're heading right to it. So,
Well, the internet is so gatekept. Like someone needs to figure out, because the first saying of the internet was the internet perceives censorship as damage and routes around it, but that is not the case anymore. That is fucking so far away from the case it isn't funny. And it's because Google and whatever, sound like a freaking mainstream parrot, is fucking, the tech companies have monopolized the internet. Like people have to come up with a way to circumvent them, and like it's easy to do. The thing is, how do you get the normies to stop drinking the fucking Kool-Aid, right? Stop using Google, stop using Bing, stop using even DuckDuckGo, stop using all these large platforms to interact with the internet, basically.
Yeah, I miss Alta Vista.
Yeah, let's go back to that. Let's go back to like WebCrawler, WebWorm, or whatever it was called. Alta Vista and Lycos and fucking whatever happened to Yahoo? Is that even search engine anymore? I still have a Yahoo, man.
I mean, I still use Ask Jeeves.
Ask Jeeves. Dude, that was the most search engine ever. I wouldn't find anything.
It was like the early AI version 0.001.
Shout out to all my 90s babies out there who remembers that.
Like, Flat Earth is mad censored, and like people only use YouTube. Everybody admits that YouTube is a big censorship shithole, but everybody uses it because everybody uses it. It's one of those things where, oh, I want to get my message out. Where do I do that? Oh, the platform with the most people. Well, that platform censors the shit out of everything. Well, what's the alternative? Oh, make your own platform. You can make your own website and never be censored, right? You just make your own website, host your own videos, and never be censored. Well, how is anybody ever going to find you? Oh, you got to go through Google. Oh, Google censors. So how do you get around that, right? So there's no way around this. It's being gatekept. There's so many layers. It's like, how do you get around the freaking the agents blocking every door?
I saw that movie. Remember when the agents came out and they were like coming out of all of the doors?
Yeah, exactly. There's an agent blocking every fucking door. Mr. Smith. Agent Smith. Because back in the day, if you wanted to get your shit across, right, you'd create a website. All the content you would host yourself. Wouldn't be up in the cloud or anything like that. It would just be yours. No one could censor you, right? The worst thing that could happen is your host could freaking kick you off, but hosts almost never did that. That was freaking...
That's like throwing money away.
Yeah, I've actually... And if you wanted to, you could always host in some country which has like no restrictions, like fucking Japan or Estonia. So Japan is like a country, they can't keep logs longer than 24 hours. So they have like really strict internet privacy. So like IPs, like IP addresses that connect to your server, whatever, webpage, you can't keep a log longer than 24 hours. And you can only keep the logs for the purpose of like troubleshooting or whatever. So it's a good place if you want to use an anonymous email where it's actually anonymous.
And also to add to that, the extra good news is things nowadays are so easy when it comes to web tech, and I speak from experience. Okay, it's my field of occupation. Okay, a lot of the stuff that that's being spoken of, it's at a point now where things can be done by yourself from your own stuff, with your own service, your own servers, your own IP internet connection from your house. Okay, and if you don't know how to do it intricate, like all the intricacies, you can always hire somebody to do it. You know, a friend. You probably know somebody who does this type of thing. And that at work, you
That's
have your
always
own.
been around. That's always
Yeah,
been around.
exactly. But now it's
So
so sophisticated and easy to do. I'm telling you, it's a lot better now.
Back in the day, you weren't allowed to run like a web server from your house if you had a commercial. Most of these like ISPs, like Comcast, Verizon, it was like against their terms of service to run a web server. Plus, they gave you like dynamic IP addresses, so it would always change. But there was.
But that's not anymore.
Yeah. There's dynamic DNS and all these things, right? So they've existed for a long time. I actually used to host web shit. So, and the internet connection is fast enough for a lot of people where you can actually host stuff, and as long as your website isn't crazy, you can actually manage the traffic.
Yeah.
So, all these options exist, man. It's just like...
Yeah. And upload and download speeds were an issue too, right? Or not even necessarily speeds, but bandwidth, right? People were charged per megabyte upload and download and stuff like that. Now most people have unlimited upload and download. It's just the speeds that are different, maybe, but you can even purchase faster speeds, you know? So there's not really much excuse.
Yeah, I mean, and fuck, dude, you could actually... Now it's so much easier because you don't have to be able to code in HTML or anything like that. It's so much easier, but it's like, how do you get the traffic? That's the thing. Everybody's going to these corporate sites, right? They're going to X, they're going to YouTube, they're going to Rumble, they're going to these sites. If you're hosting videos and you want people to see your videos and them not get nuked, how do you drive traffic to your site? You have to use one of these other platforms to get attention in the first place.
For mass adoption, yeah. Right? If that's what you're going for, then you're kind of handled in that direction. But if you're not worried about mass adoption, just adoption, period, you know what I mean? Like if you get one visit per day or per hour or something like that, like your service can handle that. Your tech can handle that. You know, it's 100, couple hundred a day or something like that, like, or a week, whatever. You know, word of mouth was always a thing, can still be. Maybe not as much because people don't fucking talk. But you know, yeah, shit's difficult.
Yeah, I can get 3 megabyte synchronous here at the home now. Can really host a server if I wanted to.
Yeah, I actually have a VPS. It's fucking cheap. So
Yeah, and the machines themselves are not expensive anymore. You can run your own freaking Raspberry Pi. You know, it's like a couple $100 machine, if that. They're quite. I mean, for relatively speaking, like, you know.
And there's plenty of used servers all over the place. The obsolete stuff.
That too. You know, if you know what you're doing, you can really soup those things up. Get something really cranking.
dude, you could probably get a decade old fucking Xenon fucking processor. That would host 100 web servers.
Mm. Yeah, it takes some know-how, but the point being, it's feasible. Anyone who really cares and really wants to can. It's just the real difficult part is what you're alluding to. It's the marketing, quote unquote. That's always the hardest part, I think. The tech,
Yeah.
you get a couple of nerds, you know, bing bang boom, buy some pizzas, whatever, they'll be happy.
Well, that's what I'm talking about. Like, you have to go to like one of that's the same thing. We're basically saying the same thing. Going to one of these big platforms is the marketing, right? Because you have the captive audience of, you know, millions of people using YouTube. Right, I'm just thinking of it related to flat Earth content. Okay, I want to make flat Earth content. I've had a channel. Everything I got in the channel is flat Earth. I think I got fucking. I don't even know how many subs I got. It ain't that many because flat Earth is censored, right? So people can't even find my videos. Good luck. Even if you type in the name of the video, good luck finding it.
Yeah, you got a better chance of using Google to find the proper video on YouTube than using YouTube search.
Yeah. Yes, exactly, man. Oh, what have they been doing? So this is one thing they've been doing this shit for a while. If I watch like a flat Earth video, the next video, if you got autoplay on, the next video will be some stupid fucking space video. But they don't do it just for that, right? So I watched a video that's basically critical of the U.S. policy on the Russia-Ukraine war. And if I autoplay it, the very next video will be like from some mainstream, like The Guardian. And it'll be like propaganda from like the mainstream side. It's like you can't even if they let you watch, you know, somehow you find a video that they don't like, that they're just suppressing in the algorithm, they're going to feed you something else, the exact opposite message immediately afterwards. It's a little of brainwashing, or attempted at brainwashing.
Isn't like brainwashing like washing the dirty brain? I mean, if the brain is dirty with bad stuff, then you wash it, make it fresh.
Yes, you wash it with the good stuff.
So when because the other night, or yesterday or today, I think, I don't remember when, but there was some guys talking about, you know, the topic and talking about FE and, you know, horizontal level, and explaining it to the guy, and the guy was like, "Ah, you guys are brainwashed," and left. Like, bro, like that sounds like your brain is dirty and someone is trying to clean it, and then you're projecting or something. I don't know. It's kind of weird.
You're brainwashed. You can trust your own senses. You're fucking brainwashed, Jemsy. Fuck, whoever taught you that? Where the hell are your parents, Jemsy? Whoever taught you to trust your own senses?
Yeah, so I learned the dirty stuff, you know, the globe, the black holes, the Uranus stuff, and how we send probes and all this dirty stuff. I learned it, and then I washed it off my brain. See, I am brainwashed. I learned the nonsense and learned that the nonsense make no sense, and that the senses make sense. I learned that. But that means I'm brainwashed if I acknowledge reality.
You should fucking give everyone here a score on how brainwashed they are. Matt,
Well,
sorry.
Callie is here.
Matt's at the bottom. Sorry, Matt.
No, I'm at the top. I'm pretty smart.
No, the most brainwashed. You're like you're at
He said I'm at the top.
if we go by least brainwashed, I would say Denmark is the least brainwashed. Fucking ain't
Yeah,
no
but
one taught him that shit. And you're probably the most brainwashed. Maybe not. Let me see. Let me look through your chat. Yeah, it's you.
Yeah, facts. Because they said you said,
Hold on.
yeah, Callie. Maybe are you brainwashed?
Well, look, I think we
Calico.
all believe some false things, but some people believe more than others.
We all believe false things.
Right.
Well, I mean,
What?
but it's where the false thing came from. Did it come from you or did it come from someone else? Because people can be self-deluded, right? But they're not brainwashed. You can't brainwash yourself. Well, I don't think so.
I don't know. I think there's some level of self-delusion that can happen. But yeah, I see what you're saying.
Yeah, if the sun is moving across the sky and you believe that the ground is motionless and the sun is moving, that means you're brainwashed. If you don't believe the other story, that is the opposite happening, the opposite of what you see.
Our senses are not the final arbiter of truth. Sometimes our senses deceive us.
Yeah, your senses and the world are conspiring against you to brainwash you.
I'd put my money on my senses for other things.
Yeah, but there's lots of things our senses can't tell us.
Yeah, I agree, but if all things being equal, if I had to place bets on what I'd rely on the most, it would be my senses.
But it seems like a worse argument to say don't trust your senses versus your senses work.
Yeah, our senses work pretty well, but we just need to be aware that there are limitations. And then if we have good reasons for believing something beyond our senses, then that's okay too.
We don't have the good reasons, though.
I have pretty good reasons for believing that Wi-Fi exists, even though I can't sense it.
It's not in question, though.
You sense it with your phone when you look at your phone screen and it says Wi-Fi connected.
Yeah, but that's using a machine. I don't directly sense. I never directly sense Wi-Fi.
Try using nonsense on your wife.
Facts.
I mean, you probably could sense Wi-Fi if you turned up the power on the antenna.
Yeah, I would argue take that Wi-Fi, maybe not us personally, because we're so doused in it, but take that Wi-Fi emitting device, bring it to, I don't know, like a fucking Amazon tribe or something like that. They'll probably pick up something's wrong.
I doubt that. I don't think that they would be able to tell.
I think they would, actually.
Yeah, some people claim to be able to pick up on something is quote unquote different or weird in the air. They
I
may
don't
not be
believe.
able to
Yeah, I don't believe their claims. I don't find them credible.
and you're allowed to not to, right? That's fine.
I think they'd be able to pick up the electricity, period. Not even the freaking Wi-Fi. Just plugging that shit in, they'd probably get a sense.
Well, yeah, I mean, the what is it? They call it dirty electricity or whatever, because all wires are imperfect and they have little magnetic field, shit emissions from them or all that type of stuff, right? Not all cables are perfectly insulated, et cetera, et cetera.
Okay, so you're saying let's say if we got 4 Wi-Fi routers and put them in boxes, like cardboard boxes, you couldn't see what's inside them, And for 3 of them, we leave them off and unplugged, and the 4th one is on, transmitting Wi-Fi signals. You're saying that the Amazon rainforest people could tell which of the 4 boxes is on?
I'm speculating that they might be able to pick up something's wrong, something's
Okay.
different in the air. I don't know if they'll be able to be so fine-tuned to be able to delve down into to such high precision. I don't know. But what I do know is, you take a cell phone, for example, which is just, a higher or lower frequency version of Wi-Fi, right? There's just EMF, right? At a higher power. You put it around a little ant farm or something. You give it a phone, you call that phone number, it rings, and the ants behave differently. So we know that biology has a way of interacting with these fields. Now, on a small level, it might not be easy to tell for us because, like, again, we're so doused in it. But we do have microbiome and all sorts of little guys running around in our bodies, and to say that they're not affected by this stuff to any degree, right, might be a little bit far fetched.
Okay. Yeah, fair enough. I buy it. I think there may be some small effects.
So Wi-Fi is like what, 2.4 gigahertz?
And 5.
Sometimes 5.
Yeah, and 5. You don't think that has any interaction with any element in the human body? There's no absorption or anything?
I think it's pretty low power, so I don't think we could directly sense it, but what Mike was saying was that maybe there are some small effects, and that may be true.
Because what's interesting about that is, like, my understanding is the way that industry measures "quote unquote" harmfulness of this stuff is by the rate or the degree to which things heat up in contact with this stuff, right? It's a single metric that, this thing is low powered enough and it doesn't affect the water temperature or whatever other little, jelly thing that they use to test it or something like that, a little probe. And they go by, it's low powered enough, it's good for sale, right? But there's people who argue that, hey, it's not just wattage and output that needs to be factored in. The frequencies themselves, even low powered specific frequencies, have effects on things, right? You can have a low powered high pitch, for example, that something will pick up on and behave differently, even though it doesn't heat up. You might have some sort of molecule or set of molecules in your body that will harmonize with that and behave differently and reroute, in the bloodstream or some shit. I'm not a doctor, I don't know. But this is the type of thinking that eludes the industry or eludes people who criticize or don't criticize this stuff because they do trust the industry. It's an ongoing process, and it's very, very fascinating. And, we're in the midst of it, so it's going to take time. But it is multifaceted, and if we're only thinking about energy and heat absorption or heat temperature effects by the stuff, there's a lot to say about that. We're being blindsided to some degree.
Yeah, it could be.
So, El Globe?
I hate killing the room like that. I apologize.
No, there's other effects too. It's called near field coupling. I think 2.4 gigahertz. How long is that wave? So that's 12 centimeter wavelength. Yeah, dude. If you're within the wavelength or 0.6 of the wavelength, so at 2.4 gigahertz, that wavelength is 1.25 meters. So if you're 1/6 of that, so that's like 6 centimeters, you should be able to feel it because it's called near field coupling. So you actually, it's not a transverse wave that's transmitted. It's a near field radiation. You'll be electromagnetically coupled to the antenna. So this is actually a problem if you work on big antennas. People that work on like large radio antennas, they'll electromagnetically couple to the fucking antenna and fry. Right? They go into resonance with the antenna, their whole body. And the power transfer isn't frickin' inverse square law. It's exponential fucking curve. But the power transfer is instantaneous. And it's unknown whether, quote unquote, whether it's an instantaneous transfer or whether it's bound by the speed of light. It was never made out. It's never figured out because it's not a transverse wave.
And is it not the case that some, or most, at least some, manufacturers actually have a warning label in, deep in the, small print of the user manuals that say, oh, this thing must be kept at, X length away from the body at all times, or something kind of like, seemingly ridiculous because, oh, it's a fucking cell phone, you put it to your fucking ear, but, oh, the thing says, oh, don't do it because, can have whatever. Like, I've seen a handful of these, and I'd be hard pressed to think that some manufacturers are exempt from putting that if it's an industry standard.
Yeah, I'm actually trying to find one of the warning labels for the antennas. I've seen them before. I haven't seen one in a while. That say basically don't get too close to this or you're gonna fucking fry. Microwave antennas propagation. It's called the reactive zone. The reactive near field zone. Trying to find an actual warning.
And this is really interesting stuff to me because after acknowledging the fact that each one of us is our own transceiver to some degree, like we know the body emits radiation very subtly, and it picks up on that, or at least one could assume it therefore picks up on that, right? Or at least somehow interacts with that to some degree. Like if the brain emits certain frequencies, which is reasonable to assume if you haven't looked into the studies, right? Because all electrical circuits have corresponding magnetic fields, right? And if we are just a makeup of a giant electrical circuit, well, duh, right? And if we know that things interfere with each other, well, think about it. Think about it.
We were talking about an hour ago about the younger generation and how weird they were getting. You think the cell phones might have something to do with it?
If not the devices themselves, certainly the media coming through it. That alone is enough to fuck you up, right? The light flickering on the cell phones and shit, like the flicker rate. The cell phones now are fucking really high tech. Your eyes are processing 60, 80, 90 frames per second. That kind of like tunes your brain in a certain fashion, right? Like that's, I don't know. I'd be hard pressed to think that that's not something aside from the media content itself, right? And that part's really easy to pinpoint because we all see it, right? We all know this. 60 frames per second. Your eyes pick up on that and have to process it. It's out of the ordinary, let's say, at least traditionally. I wonder what that's doing. Herp derp, I wonder, right?
This is all pretty interesting.
Sorry, guys. I'm still here. I'm just dealing with some simps in the background.
The apocalypse continues. Oh, why are you calling them simps? Fucking, they're anti-simps.
Well, apparently, we don't have to get into this here.
Yeah, let's not do that. Fucking
This is such fucking bullshit.
dude. Just fucking don't let those girls rile everything up, man. That's their goal.
Exactly. That was my point that I've been trying to make to the folks here in the panel. Don't let these girls rattle you. You let them rattle you. That has nothing to do with anyone else here. Compose yourself and keep it pushing. That doesn't mean anyone's trying to pick them up or anything like that. That's crazy for you to assume that you getting upset at some silly little girl means that we want to date them on Discord. Come on, guys. Get your shit together.
I don't think
I
those
take it
girls
back.
can
I
be.
don't think you guys are simps. I take it back, but you're calling me a simp for not getting upset at them.
I don't think those girls can be picked up.
Holy shit, guys.
Wait, CB, where are you getting this from? I don't see anything.
Well,
in the chat.
it's in back chats.
Dude, you
It's in
guys
back
been to
chats.
the gym?
Oh.
That's the only way you're picking those girls up. We're gonna go fucking do some fucking deadlifts and squats and shit. No, I don't know that. I'm just guessing, man.
I don't know. This is just so funny.
Oh, they like listen. It's their tactic, dude. It's what girls do. Not all girls. I'm
CB, I
not
mean,
talking
if
about
they're
not you,
sliding,
Brew. I'm not talking about you. Obviously, you're alright.
Shout out to
yeah,
Flat.
And Platsy too. I mean, come on, that goes without saying. I don't even need to say anything about you.
that's a given, of course. I mean, CB, if they're sliding into your DMs, man, you definitely pinched a nerve. So that's their problem.
Platsy's
Well,
way above bucket drama.
it's just so
So
funny.
far
All
above
these
that shit.
these guys who don't mean to give me this credit are giving me all this credit. Like, I don't think you mean to give me the kind of credit you're giving me here, guys.
Look, they're little girls. They play little girl games. It's fucking how it works.
I'm a bit lost, but what's going on?
Well,
Never
Nothing.
mind. Let's move
Absolutely
on.
nothing. No, nothing's going on. Nothing. Nothing. Go back to sleep.
Yeah, dude.
Take a siesta.
Holy.
I just put everybody else to sleep, so I'm gonna be awake now.
So we're waiting for Bella to give us gold proof. Secret agent, and Bella's got it. That's what Samantha said. Samantha said Bella had the gold proof.
Did someone just kick Bella?
I think no. I think she ran away.
Oh my god.
Bella, come back. You can blame it all on me.
No, someone just kicked Kiki too. Someone go onto logs, because I don't believe this.
You don't believe that she left? I mean, this is not a
No, I
question of
don't, because I was
belief.
just talking to them.
Our voice log don't work anymore. Kicked them out of the server, banned them.
No, kick them out of the server, not the voice.
No, doesn't look like it.
Their roles are gone.
He might have got detention. He might have talked shit. I don't know.
They got banned. She
No,
just
they're
DM'd me and she said
banned.
she got
Yeah.
banned.
Who the hell just banned them?
Hold
I
on.
think I already know who it is.
It was a pussy move. That's the truth.
I'll be a sim. Bring her back. I'll be a sim.
I know who it is. I'm not telling either.
Why not?
Because I don't want you to get banned.
How would that get me banned? I haven't even done anything.
I'm kidding, man.
But if
I'm
anything,
kidding.
they weren't even talking. So that's an odd time to ban people.
Yeah, but they're disruptive.
They weren't speaking. If anything, you were bringing her up to talk.
Well, you also don't know what's happening in other people's DMs. Let's put it that way.
Okay. Mm-hmm.
Because the person that they're talking to might have been talking to them in DMs, and maybe they got sassy.
Wouldn't that be a DM problem, not a server problem?
Well, if he's DMing them so he doesn't have to air the dirty laundry out in the fucking chat, it is a server problem. It's directly. If he's moderating the server through DMs, that is a server problem.
Uh-huh.
I mean, he could have done it in the chat and done it that way. I mean, that would have been fucking stupid. But when we say we don't police DMs, we mean police people's personal fucking problems in the DMs. She said, he said, that crap. Because a lot of times people share multiple servers, so even if we did something, it isn't even going to matter. It isn't going to solve the problem. It's the problem with internet romances and shit like that. Anyhow, he's this Hoex guy, girl. Nikita's Hoax. Let's frickin' see what's going on here. I like that name. Hoax. You can talk now.
Got something to say? What's curious? If you have any questions, go for it. Yeah, some of these dudes come in here with Twitch accounts and they don't fucking stream anything. Have you been to this museum, Drew?
I walked past it, but I never actually went in. I was going to with my friends, but then they like backed out last second.
On Washington Street.
Well, are you from Boston?
Me?
Washington
Yeah.
Street Museum or something?
Yeah,
Which
she
museum?
ain't here right now. I don't think. She could be. She's just hiding.
No, I mean, which museum you talking about, bro?
In Boston, the Winter Museum.
The what? The which museum?
The wait, just go in chat.
Winder or something.
Can you know, I have that brain, Spanish brain. I can't get that word. Can you spell it?
WNDR. It's like an abbreviation for something, but it's hard to determine what it's an abbreviation for. Fuck is Summer Street.
Can you spell it in the text, not in voice?
WNDR.
It's
I
dark in
posted a
here.
link. Fucking dude, I'll just post a link.
And the girl can do it for me, right?
W.
There you go. Thank
Dude,
you.
I'm
Thank
gonna
you.
use like drop some Molly or acid and go there. I'm not going there sober. Fuck that shit.
The heck is that? I see like rainbow colors, but not in a rainbow
It's
way.
interactive and immersive Boston Art Museum. Yeah, fucking getting high to do that. I'm not going there sober.
Let's go together, India. Let's do it. The fuck, $50? Fuck that shit. I thought it was free.
Yeah.
Oh, I can identify as a H2 or below, and it's free.
I mean, what's so great about it?
Remember, it's Boston, so I can identify as H2.
Oh yeah, that's right. You're all good, man. $32. Fuck, dude, that's expensive. Well, it's not super expensive.
That's a whole month of a gym, isn't it? Like a gym subscription, $22.
Yeah, that's exactly what it is. Well, I think it'd be 25 now. Breathwork. Hey, let's go to a psychedelic breathwork ceremony. Dive deep, breathe and transform. Unlock the door to deeper self-awareness and healing. To a 30-minute psychedelic breathwork ceremony held in our immersive theater with Giuliano Gallardo on August 25th, 7 to 8 p.m. For those wanting to explore ancient healing modalities using the transformational tools of guided meditation, pranayama breathing techniques, yoga nidra sound bath, and aromatherapy, this immersive experience is designed to harmonize your body, mind, and spirit. Fuck, dude.
I want to do that.
It's worth every penny. Buy tickets. Click button. Let's see how much these cost. Okay. Oh, available. Let's go. We're gonna go at 7. $40. $40 for this.
Bro, look at the
Psychedelic.
look at the merchandise. There's a 12-inch balloon dog bank. It's $85.
Oh shit, man! It's a bargain at any price.
There's
But
a
like,
Elo water bottle, $50.
look, but Jemsy, they're gonna let you breathe for $40. You're gonna teach me how to breathe for $40. Dude, don't make me fucking hurt you for even suggesting such an absurd fucking thing. Garut, did you drop acid before you went? Oh, you didn't go. That's right.
I didn't go in. No, we passed it. I never looked at the actual website. I
Alright,
was
Gru, let's
literally
go
walking to
together.
Boston,
You and
and
I.
I
We're
passed
gonna
it.
go to the museum. Let's go. You wanna go?
Go buy that all the time, dude.
Totally.
I've never.
No,
I'm
it's
from
an
Boston too.
experience, man.
Yeah,
You
but
gotta go.
Jemsy's in East Boston.
Wait, what?
Jemsy's
Yeah,
in
let's
East
go.
Boston.
I'm telling you.
How many people are from Boston?
Dude, we're
No,
the
because
cool
that's just
people.
weird.
Are you
This is like
scared of just going out? What's going on?
this is the cool kids club, man. Didn't you know that?
Oh my gosh.
Just going to the museum, watch the rainbow.
Only if we go to Chinatown.
Alright, done.
Bet.
Nah, I haven't been down there since the combat zone's been gone. There's no reason to go down there.
I don't know. There's literally no. There's this one shop that I am obsessed with. I don't even know the name of it. But they have like the best drinks and what's it called? It's like this triangle rice thing. Onigiri.
There used to be a Chinese place in Faneuil Hall. They got rid of it to Hong Kong. They had like these fucking massive scorpion balls.
How they
You
go
know what a
out of
scorpion ball
business?
is?
Yeah.
Well, they got all freaking uppity and high class down there instead of freaking all alcoholic college age freaking insanity.
I don't know. The area is still fine to me. Oh wait. What's it called? The market. What the hell is it called? Timeout. Is it Timeout Market?
If you tell me.
No, you would know. It's not.
Time Out Market?
Yeah.
This sounds familiar.
Yeah, Timeout Market. I love Timeout Market.
After I go to the gym with Indio, I will go to the museum.
No, you need to go to Timeout
No,
Market.
we'll be going to the fucking hospital, Jemsy. Stop lying.
We
How
going
do you
where?
live in Boston and not go to
We'll
Timeout Market?
go to the gym and then we'll be going to the fucking hospital to help you.
To the hospital?
Yeah, so you can recover, dude.
Oh, okay. Oh, yeah.
Tells you, be like, I fucking can't breathe. This fucking dude is killing me.
Nah, I won't be that beat. I've been riding bicycles for some time now, so I'll
Oh,
be okay.
I go down there all the time, Guru.
It's freaking amazing.
I've never been in there though. I actually used to live near. I used to live near there about I don't know during COVID. I lived right up the street from there.
No, wait. You need to go and at least try the donuts because there's this whiskey donut that I am addicted to. Like literally.
I'm really into that type of shit.
It's not really. It's just a food place. It's like
Yeah,
a
I'm
lunch
not really
spot.
into that type. I don't like
You're
other
not
people
into
cooking my
food?
fucking food. Not other people cooking my food.
What? You don't go to restaurants?
No,
What
not
is-
really. No.
What? Okay. It's the first time I'm hearing someone
I
say
know how to
that.
cook, man.
I mean, yeah, I know how to cook too, but I don't mind.
No, I mean not in the microwave, man.
No, I know how to cook. Thank you very much. Surprised your wife isn't just doing everything for you.
Fuck, dude. I'm not getting into that.
Oh. I retract that.
She's not capable.
Okay.
Chinatown has some good spots. I'll I'll go to the buffet. Eat all you want. To the Korean one.
You know where so Garut right up the street from there is Saloniki. Do you know what the Greek restaurant? It's right next to Target. So Target's right up the street from there.
Yeah, I know. I
So
don't think I've been to that restaurant though.
yeah, it's like a little Greek. It's right next to the freaking Sweet Green, Wahlburgers, all that shit. It's a little Greek.
I have to go next time because I have been to that Sweet Greens.
Saloniki's pretty good. My son worked there. He don't work there now, but he worked there all during COVID.
Okay.
Everybody he fucking worked with was working and collecting like the frickin' and collecting unemployment at the same time. Fortunately, my son is honest and didn't do that, so somewhat smack him for, but whatever.
It's free money.
Yeah, I know. And he was honest. He didn't take the free money.
Good stuff.
That's a pretty cool area. So I used to frickin' do sprints, like right where that frickin' timeout market is. So if you go across, like you got the highway, it's like 4 lanes, and there's like that rotary thing. If you go across that, there's like a path that goes into Brookline. And I used to live right over the border of Brookline, so that I used to do sprints up that path, right where the train goes along. So yeah, that was pretty cool. I was doing that during COVID. There was nobody around. So I lived in this area during COVID. It was fucking nuts, dude. You didn't see anybody. It was fucking awesome. Absolutely awesome. No people. No one around.
Well, apparently you can revisit it this year again.
Oh, and the monkeypox? Word.
Yeah.
Fucking come on, monkeypox.
I mean, if the people do not know right now, then you can say that they are hopeless. They had 2 years in order to research all of this.
Whatever
Yeah,
CNN
man.
said.
I don't have any hope for anybody. Like if you can't figure it out by now, dude, it's like nothing's gonna help you. You're too dependent on the system. You just need to.
I mean, to be honest, I only heard about monkeypox today, and I was wondering why is someone walking on the street with a mask on. And then I heard the news, and then I knew. Oh, that's why.
Oh, good. I have to take public transportation tomorrow. Fucking, this should be interesting. Everybody's gonna be masked up and wearing body condoms.
No, well, you can tell them. Ain't gonna help you if a mosquito bites you. So watch out for them damn mosquitoes.
We do have a Glober in here. We got rolling my boulder. If anybody wants to skip rope with him. I sure don't. Exactly.
It's high noon. Enemy spotted.
When you say mosquitoes are
Not mute.
it's the new weapon.
UAV online.
I mean, in Las Vegas, this is the second year we have mosquitoes. The last 6 years that I was here, there was no mosquitoes. And apparently there was this mosquito farm, and mosquitoes escaped from it, and now they are saying there is Nile River disease coming from that mosquitoes. Be careful. Yeah.
A mosquito farm? Why would you have a mosquito farm?
Ask Bill Gates, I don't know. He likes these things.
I swear to God, I catch someone with a mosquito, I will burn that place down and I will murder them. Fucking hate mosquitoes, man.
There was one in California and there was one in Florida that some of them escaped. And I know Flat Earther, she told me she lives in the other side of the town, and she told me that she heard that helicopters, they were like spreading mosquitoes. I don't know, man.
Yeah. I mean, it's happened. People have recorded this happening, you know?
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. I mean, it's like, I didn't see it, so that's why I'm saying, I'm not sure, but I know from my friends, like they are flat earthers as well. We go meeting with them and this, and she told me that she saw it and then she heard it on the news as well. And yeah, before I used to sleep outside. Last year I couldn't. There was so much mosquitoes. It was like crazy. I like to sleep outside in the garden, and watch the stars and things like that. But
Well,
this year it was
let's just hope they have not been engineered to the way that they ignore all mosquito repellent sprays and what have you, you know?
Yeah,
Well,
I do usually.
then we are fucked.
They don't like lemon, and I do some traps with them with vinegar and sugar and things like that.
Yeah, but if they have been engineered to also ignore that.
Yeah, apparently, because Nile River virus, where it will come from in Nevada, it's like that's crazy, right? They had a few cases here. Probably they are cooking something. I don't know, but it's crazy. 2 years ago there was not this problem, and suddenly now we have this problem.
Well, get your burning lights out. I guess they can't
Yep.
avoid that, I guess.
Yeah. Yeah, that's when I get fires, so there's no way. So I do small fires every night, so like this I can sit a little bit outside.
Yeah, actually, how much is Elon Musk's flamethrower? $70 or something? Yeah, just get that and run around, burn around you.
I don't know about that. Now there is apparently some nice mosquito things. They work on frequencies, and this frequency apparently the mosquito doesn't like. They don't come, but I never tried them, so I'm still on the old system. Citronella of plants, if you have plants, and couple of.
You're roboting a little bit. Maybe go closer to your mic.
A couple of maybe I have like a couple of citronella plants. I have lemongrass plants, so they don't like these scents a lot. So it helps, but I still do the fire with every night just to kick them out. Or when they were talking about the Matthew was saying that he cannot feel the Wi-Fi. Yeah, there is some people they have their houses all protected from this radiation because they get sick. Some people they can feel it. We don't feel it because maybe we are used to it slowly. But it has an effect. For example, the Bluetooth earphones, if you put that, you talk for half an hour, you take a thermal image picture of your face, and you would see that your side where there was the phone, it's all red because it's too hot. Maybe you're not feeling it, but it is.
Yeah, I mean, when I have a phone call, even with my phone, it's not even 5G, it's 4G LTE. But regardless, if I have 5 minutes on a phone call, then I want to end the phone call because it gets unbearable for me. I do not like
always
this
speak on
feeling.
Yeah, I always speak on the speaker anyway. I never speak to my ear. Always on the speakerphone. I don't care what is the subject, who it is, and
Yeah. Yeah, I second that, man. Highly recommend just get a wired set of headphones, man.
yeah.
The
And
audio
all my
quality is so much better, right? Bluetooth audio, I don't know, man. There's a slight delay. Maybe I'm just an audiophile. I don't know. But there's a little slight delay, and yeah, I think there's something to that, right? The delay alone is enough to really annoy the shit out of you, right? But it's just handy to have phone calls. It's private. You don't need to be on speaker, but I would be. Otherwise, I don't hold the thing to my ear unless it's really, really short and just snippy and quick phone call, very rare. But yeah, no, there's something about all this shit, man. Keep it in mind.
yeah, and I always use wired earphones.
I do,
You
yes.
plug it straight away into the thing. I don't like them when they are Bluetooth or wireless, let's say. I don't like them. I always use the
I mean,
one
if
with.
it's just an external device like a radio box or something, then I don't care,
Oh yeah, yeah,
But if it goes
yeah,
in my
yeah,
body, then it's different.
yeah. Exactly. I have that Bluetooth speakers. Yeah, I use them in my campings and things like that. But yeah, I know what you mean. On my body, yeah. Even on my computer, I use external keyboard. I don't put my hand on the on the PC.
Yeah, it's so weird. Sometimes
Magnetic.
when I have rubber shoes on and such, I was sometimes so statically charged that when I put my hand on my keyboard, my keyboard would go may higher. You know, it doesn't want to do what I want to put in. It discharged always and made its own thing. Was totally weird.
My computer, it has like on the left hand side bottom corner, it has magnetic field. Like every time I put something lighter that has the top is metal, right? It will stick on that. And it's like a jar where I have the marijuana, for example. If I put
Let me test this real quick.
the cover on the top of it, the cover on the top of it is like it will stick on that magnetic field. And I
Okay,
feel
yeah,
it when I
I
put
tried
a
this
lot.
on my keyboard right now, but it didn't work. Doesn't stick.
But uh, it must be somewhere on it. Maybe it's not on the left side, maybe it's on the right side, maybe it's on the top corner. There is somewhere that magnetic thing that is happening. And when you put your hand on the keyboard, I don't know, after like 10-20 minutes, I feel my left hand is like tingling. So
Really?
that's why I use the wired keyboard.
Yeah, I'm
I cannot.
personally, I'm a lot more tolerant of external devices, right? Especially if they're at arm's length, like a keyboard or a trackpad, mouse, whatever. But the internal ones right next to my head, like fuck that.
Even in the back pocket, apparently, it's not good. Like a lot of the people, they put their mobile phone in their back pocket, and apparently that's not good as well.
Yeah, if it's in use, there's something to that. If it's not in use, like if it's on airplane mode or whatnot, you know, is probably better.
You should have a
Man,
EMF sleeve and get the little devices as well that block the EMF. I've been selling those for like even 20 years ago. I was selling those things. You sell those like I used to go into like businesses and sell those EMF blockers.
Yeah, the
And,
isolator
the
bags
orgon,
and such you
the
can carry
orgon,
around. It's good.
some of them
there
are
was the
maybe
orgon.
some are good.
There was something. It's called the orgon thing that they shape it like a pyramid, and it's made of crystals and copper and metal and things like that. They do it usually the pyramid shape, and that attracts all the radiation or
Yeah,
like the.
I've heard of this long time ago, and I started
It's
to
something
believe in
from
it,
the
but I
William Wright.
don't know if it really works unless someone actually
Apparently,
has it and you know, and
Ye-
also
I got
the
expensive ones.
cloud splitting and such that is going on with
oh
this
yeah,
rover
yeah,
stuff. I don't know about that, you know.
Cloudbusters.
Yeah,
Actually,
Cloudbusters.
there is a guy. It's called James DeMayo, and he worked on William Reich's work. Yeah, the Cloudbusters, and he did 3 years in Eritrea in 70s, and the country was in war with Ethiopia that time. And that 3 years when he did, there was no problem, and then the war started again. So he had to go because his cloudbusters they look like rocket missiles launchers and things like that, and so he had to leave the country. He did another one in uh, Israel in '73 when the the Lake Galileo it was very low, so low that they didn't have enough water. So he went there the second the first winter. They had the river, the lake was already going to flood. So they said, okay, we don't want anymore. And he was so upset because he couldn't make his research valid. So you can say now, oh, it happens, it just happened, you know. So he was very upset because of that. And he has a very nice website as well. He's from Oregon, James DeMayo.
I prayed for rain the other day. There was all our lakes were like running like completely dry. Even the alligators were like leaving. And so I said, in Jesus' name, rain come. And then a week later, a big storm came and filled all the lakes. They're full of water now.
Amen.
Yeah.
And I know this guy. He went to South Africa because it wasn't raining there for like years. It was like just a total drought. And then he went and he prayed, and rain fell. As he was praying in the meeting, he said, and he prayed like he had like a 6-day meeting or something. On the 7th day, the rain came back again, just like raining and everything. First time in ages, it was like a drought, really bad.
William Reich he used his cloudbuster in I think it was 45 in Arizona, and there was these farmers for like decade there was not enough rain and they were like complaining and all these things. So he comes in with his machine and he puts it on and he starts to play with it, and then in 16 hours there was like crazy rain coming down. And of course the FBI was there, they were watching what he was doing, and in the end, you know, they killed him, or he died in his hospital, in the prison. Apparently, after 3 months, apparently he died by heart attack or something like that. So I don't know.
I actually got a friend who he actually like travels in his sleep, right? He physically travels in his sleep. He's actually can't wake, and he can go places like in his sleep. Like, well, he's a Christian, but he's a pastor of a church actually, and he flies around to different places. And one night he flew down like a couple of 100 miles south, and he actually saw this witch doctor that was actually causing hurricanes. Actually, he was using spells to create hurricanes, basically. And he prayed in Jesus' name, and he broke the power of evil over him, whatever. And the hurricane just suddenly there was a hurricane coming, and it just vanished, just instantly vanished. In real life, it vanished as well.
You got an astro projecting Christian preacher.
Yeah, well, it's not astral projecting; it's Jesus
Well,
projecting.
whatever. You know.
Well, I know this one guy here.
Flying without buying a ticket or whatever you want to call it.
Hey, I'll tell you the
You know
story.
that
about this one
woman
guy.
that he was doing.
It was in
That,
Africa,
that
okay? And it was like these witch doctors, and they were like, a whole lot of them, they were going in the spirit. They were astral projecting, right? And they were coming to him. He was preaching in that town, and they came and they flew upon him, and they were trying to kill him in his sleep, like astral projecting, right? So what he did, he astral projected in his sleep in Jesus, and he said, "I'm going to cut your cords if you don't get lost here. Once you cut the cord, it's finished. They're tickets, you know what I mean?" So he said. And he went in the astral projection, and he actually entered into the astral projection, and he said, "Hey, watch out, guys! You come near me again, I'm going to cut your cords." And they didn't. And the next day, they gave their lives to God. You know, they became Christians.
you know the thing. When you say the astral world, yeah, the astral world is different than the physical world. So if you can get in touch with it, you can. Otherwise, you cannot. It's just different dimension. Because in your physical body, you can only experience the five senses, nothing else. That's what your brain it will decode from what you see, what you hear, what you feel, what you sense, what you smell, what
No,
you
but you mustn't mess
you
with
know.
that stuff. That's really bad. If you mess with witchcraft, you're in big trouble. That's demons and stuff in that there. It's really bad. It's really bad side effects. You must. If you're
Yeah,
with
of course,
Jesus, but in
of course.
if you do astral projection outside of Jesus, man, you are in big trouble because you're dealing
Yeah,
with
but
demons and all kinds of stuff, and it's really dangerous stuff. You don't mess with that stuff.
yes,
It's
but
like
the same thing you can use for good. Like Moses, when he opens the water, he separated the seas for
Oh
the
no, you
people to
can't use
move
it for
around.
good. No, you can't use nothing for good unless it's by the Holy Spirit. You got to be in the Holy Spirit, totally one with the Holy Spirit. But that's fine. But
Yes,
that's different.
but
That's a whole different
no,
level.
but when even if you are with the Holy Spirit, so it doesn't limit you from using the astral dimension for your good.
No, you can with the
If you
Holy
can
Spirit.
do
Yeah.
it,
Don't do it. Don't do it
if
with
you can.
the dark powers. You know, because there's different ways people
No,
do it.
I know. That's what I'm saying. There is all I'm trying to say is there is the energy. You can use it for bad, as being like the demons and creating all these things. They
Gotta
do
be
all this
careful.
voodoo
A lot of
shit,
people think they're
and
doing it with God, and then
but
they're doing it with the wrong way.
you can do it with the positive energy, which is the God and the Holy Spirit and Jesus, and you can use it for the good purposes.
You got to be careful though that you're not doing it with the wrong
Of
way.
course.
Yeah. Exactly.
Of course, because a lot of this is what happens. A lot of people they start to look for their own benefit instead of the using the God's energy for the good of all creation. And when you start to use that energy for your benefit, and then it becomes the other side, because
You got to know
you're
that
not
you died
doing
with Christ. If you died
you
with
know
Christ
you cannot.
and you got a revelation and you're walking in
So remember,
revelation, then you're not gonna misuse stuff. But if you
yes, of
just
course.
go with your own human understanding and you think you can get involved in stuff like that, no ways. Don't mess with that stuff. It's very dangerous.
Yeah, I agree with you. And there is a lot of people are using that. I mean, artists, singers, especially in the entertainment media, TV. All they use is like they use the other side of the thing. They use the energy, but not for the good, for the all creation. It's only
Price to
for their
pay.
company.
There's a price to pay when you mess with the devil. Don't mess with the devil because then
Of
he
course.
latches on and controls you. Yeah. So you don't mess with this stuff, man.
Yeah, of course. But I mean, unfortunately, the world is like kind of dictated by the bloody thing. He's everywhere. He's controlling everything. He's like, because it's so easy,
No, but
you say to
I
the
don't
people,
agree. Actually,
No, he ain't.
I really agree. I think people don't see the power of which Jesus really did at the cross. He defeated the devil already, and he's a defeated
oh, I
enemy.
know,
So
I know.
there's a lot of preaching going around that there's so much bad devils and all this, and they put this on YouTube all the time. I don't think like that. I don't think that when there's actually the ancient fathers, the ancient people that came from the disciples, that came from Jesus, they preached a different thing. They said, I don't see devils anymore. I just see Jesus everywhere. So when you have a devil focus, you're going to see them. But when you have a focus on Jesus, you're not going to see those things. You're not going to focus on those things, because there's a lot of people making a big thing, and I'm not saying there aren't devils and there aren't whatever demons and all that stuff, but I'm saying if you just focus on that, that's what a lot of people are doing. They're getting so focused, especially nowadays, like from YouTube and stuff. They just become like doom and gloom. It becomes everything's focused on the wrong things. But if you focused on like God and good things, then that's the right focus. You've got to have the right mindset. So it's all about your mindset.
Yeah, I agree. You know how many Christians they have? They are globers and globe religion, which they fooled us all, and it is in front of us, and it's like something that you can see, you can measure, you can feel it. I mean, I don't feel spinning. I don't feel. I'm not. And they fooled us with this thing, with their religion, yeah, and this is the most easy thing to understand for the people if they trust their senses, and they don't even trust their senses. I mean, so what they do is like whoever say something nicer and make them little bit happy, they follow it, and that's why they watch. It's the devil's way. It's very easy to manipulate people. Drink little bit, smoke little bit, and I don't know, a little bit
Tricks.
sex, and everything is happy. Everything is good.
All tricks. Yeah,
The
scams and
reality is
tricks.
not that. The reality is not that. It's completely the opposite. Is you have to have control of yourself. I mean, you cannot even pray when you're drunk. You cannot even, when you're on the drug, you cannot even pray to God. I mean, how can you be on that substance if you are really want to be one with the Creator or experience the presence of the Creator?
Yeah, it's all tricks and scams. Everything's a trick and a scam. Yeah.
Yeah.
But yeah,
I mean,
you can be filled with the Holy Spirit though, and God, the greatest pleasure, in fact, is to experience God. That is the greatest pleasure on earth. But people don't realize it. People don't know it
yeah.
because most people, even churches, don't even know that because they're not experiencing it because they get too much in their heads and stuff, and they try to figure it out with their minds. But the
Yeah,
greatest pleasure
because
is actually
they change everything. Before when these beautiful cathedrals, when they used to have in 1300s, they used to have this French, how we call them, like the uh, organ, which was like clavecin, they call it, I think, and it was
from the
connected to
French
that
Revival.
pipes.
I
Yeah,
studied the French Revival.
it used to make vibration to heal people in that place. Now you go, it's like fucking disco place, and most of the women they are naked, and most of the men they are wearing the best clothes just to show off, and maybe they can get a girl. It's like crazy. It's like a dating place. It's not anymore a worship place. I remember when I was kid, when we used to go to the church, every woman they had to put a scarf on their head, and of course they should wear long sleeves and like long uh, jupe, how you call that, uh, I don't know in English. It's the jupe, the skirt.
A dress.
So it has to be long, you know. It's like you don't show your body. It's not sexual place. It's not like somewhere you have to be attracted. It's now you go to the churches. It's like, man, what the hell is happening? It's crazy. They change everything. It's like,
Yeah, funny. Churches now. I'm hearing it
I
every
think
now and then.
nowadays we do need lots of good families. I mean, that's a good thing.
yeah, of
Yeah,
course.
like
We need
I'm hearing
there's
churches
so
these
much
days.
nonsense happening. We need solid, good Christian families, and that's good. I mean, that's good. But yeah, I mean, we don't want to. Yeah, we don't want to create a culture of community and stuff and all that.
Yeah, we don't need churches anyway. Like even Jesus said, yeah, the guy he was praying at home and saying, "God forgive me because I'm a sinner." He was more accepted by God than the guy he came and he put all the money and said, "Okay, I don't know." He puts a lot of money, and he's a rich guy. He said, "Oh God, please give me more money." Of course, it's wherever you are, God is there. You know, you don't need to go to the church, especially if it's for dating.
But you know, I mean, it's nice to meet other Christians and stuff, and I mean, there's nothing wrong with it, and that's good. I mean, the Bible says it's good to meet together, and it says don't like not meet
Yeah,
together. It says you should
yeah.
meet together.
Uh, uh, I've been thinking about this because I saw this guy like every time he sees me because he's around my neighborhood. Every time he sees me, he says, "Hey, how are you? You look very good today. You look very happy today. I wish you had a good day," and all these things. And he does. I don't even know his name. But this guy, he always spread, "Oh, you have a beautiful car. You have a." My car is fucked up car. I
Let's
know,
bring it back to
but
the
the guy is
topic.
just
Thank you.
giving this positive thing for me. You know, it's like instead of looking back, suspicious to me, who this guy is, or is he a criminal or something? He's just like he's open, and I like him, and I think, well, I hope I see him tomorrow again, and because this week I saw him 3 times already. So if I see him today, I want to stop and see, talk to him a little bit. First time is charm.
Yeah, I normally
Any
greet
new
people.
people got any questions? Any new people got any questions? Any new people got any questions?
How did they hide the flat Earth from us? I'm still wondering, man. That was a great magic trick,
I still don't understand why they would hide
and
it.
we
This makes sense. I can't
all
understand
fell in love.
the reason why they would try and hide the flat Earth. It doesn't make sense to me. Still, I'm still trying to figure that out. Why? I mean, just for money, but it just seems like so dumb, actually.
I think I know the why. I think I know the why, but how and I mean how we fell in it. That's crazy. Yeah, I think the why is because they want to steal your soul. You know, it's like, I mean, they don't need power. Everybody keeps saying power, money, and all these things. They print the money as much as they want. They have all the gold, all the diamonds. They have everything they want. They have all the army. They have everything. They want your soul. They want our soul. You know, it's like
Remember, they started this like 500
that's why
years
it's
ago.
a devil's war.
Remember, they started this 500 years ago. So, what inspired those people 500 years ago to start this lie? What? They must have really been like really evil people, and they must have really been like really wicked to try and start something like this. Because, I mean, just think of that. That was the time of Martin Luther and Reformation. The Protestant churches just came out, the Catholic Church, and why were they trying to do this? They must have had some really evil motives to try and hide the flat Earth. I don't know what it was. I still can't figure it out.
Of course, you know, when the Renaissance started, and then you had the church was starting to shake. and Galileo came, and things like this came, and then Jesuit started. 1449, I think. And
Well, the Jesuits
when they started,
the Jesuits actually
but
came from the
it was them. It was them. It was them. They came and took over the Catholic Church. And
Can't be smarter than
already
the king.
the Catholic Church, it was not a very nice place. I mean, and they saw the gap and they went in. And when they came in, and of course they were not Christians, and it's not a Christian agenda. So all they did is like, you work with us or you don't work with us.
You can't be
And
smarter than the
that's why you
king.
have the black pope. That's why you have the black pope, and you have the white pope. The white pope, the one you see on the TV, but the black pope is the one that he controls everything, which is controlled by Jesuit.
But at that time, it
I mean,
was
look at this. The biggest pedophiles, they are the priests, and nobody say anything, and we all know, and even they came out and they said, but nobody can say anything.
I mean, most of the priests are pretty messed up, but I mean, there are some good priests. I mean, I think they killed the one that I like, that I read most of his books. I think they murdered him. Is actually pretty much against all the Catholic politics and stuff. I think they actually took him out because he was outspoken.
There was a lot. They saw what's happening, and they came against it.
You can't
And they don't last. I mean, even the one before, Benedict XIII, he tried to go against the pedophile community in the church. That's why he resigned, because he couldn't do anything. I mean, they said, okay, your life or you resign. Okay, I resign. I don't want to die.
The one guy was actually he was a new pope, and I think he lived like 2 days. They sent like a TB guy, and they took him out. They poisoned him and they killed him in the Vatican.
I think it was 20 days. The one in 70s, I think, or
They
80s.
murdered him because he was a good guy, yeah, and they killed him.
Yeah, because it's too big. The power is too big. I mean, you can play in it, but as they do, because they are like all presidents, all politicians, they are all controlled. Like they're puppets. The Pope is a puppet. He goes out and says, "Oh, if the aliens come, I will baptize them and make them Christians." I mean, come on, you're not even Christian. They have this crazy sculpture behind him. What it's called?
They don't like exceptions. They don't like to point out anything.
It's all like a devil thing, It's like crazy, man.
No, it's like they gotta know. You need to know. You want to know, right? But they have to. They have to. So, like the supposed Pope supposedly has to know some fucking secret information that you couldn't possibly somehow. And same with a general or a fucking king or any of it. So, like, if you come up and say, "Hey, man, I'm going to show you this and prove you wrong," they'll say, "Well, actually, my guys right here and my sorcerer specialists tell you that thing is actually this," and then you're fucked because they just said so.
Yeah. I mean, these people, they are ready to do anything. I saw a long time ago this guy. He was talking about why we are winning. He says, like, when you go to a dark room, doesn't matter how much dark you put, it's already dark. But soon as you light that candle, the room, the darkness escape. So all you need is one candle, and the darkness will escape, like the devil will escape. It's like we just have, as a population, because we cannot do it. We're still minority. We are not breaking it through.
No, that's not really true. Jesus really defeated the devil, but there's a scripture that says one day people will look at the devil and they'll think, "Is this the man that deceived the whole world? what a weakling. He's so weak, but he uses
Yeah.
trickery. He uses
Yes.
scam. He uses con artist.
Of course.
It's all trickery. The trickery is
Of
that
course.
the victory isn't won yet, but it is. It's already won. He's already been defeated, but he's still fighting from a position of because he's so tricky. He tricks people to think that he's not being defeated, but he has been defeated.
Yes, but you see, he's still doing his tricks though, and he's still hunting people's souls, like internet. Look at the word, what it means. Internet. He's going inside you with that net and catching your soul. Because internet is you can use for a good thing, and you can use for a bad thing as well. It's a like an instrument, right? Like the astral dimension. You can use it for the good or bad. And most of the people, they are on the bad side of the internet, because they are stealing your soul from inside you, and people they don't know about it. Most of the people, they tell you I'm Christian, and they don't know what is Christ yet. It's like, I mean, we are so far. I mean, his trickery is working. Look at majority of the people. They still think that they are on a ball and spinning in the vacuum of space. And
Yeah, but don't worry about it. It's just a matter of time. The Bible says the whole world will be filled with the knowledge of the glory of the Lord. That means, and it says every knee shall bow, not unwillingly, willingly. So it's just a matter of time. The gospel is like a yeast.
Yeah,
It just going to fill all in all. But what I'm saying is, don't worry about it. It's all going to be everything. We on the winning side. You see, they on the losing side. That there's not going to be any of that anymore. It's going to everyone's going to come to this side. Eventually, everyone's going to see, hey, man, because there's an irresistible the love of God. When you see God, you'll be changed. So eventually, people are going to be changed. It's just a matter of time. Some people are going to go through a lot of hardship, though, because they're going to make hardship for themselves. But there's just it's really a matter of time. But if you don't focus on what is not. Focus on the fact that everything will, because it does say all in all things will be filled with the glory of God.
So what if we make up the sides?
The thing is, it's already filled with the glory of God. The only thing people, they are not realizing that, because they are under indoctrination.
Spell. It's like a spell of darkness. Yeah, they're under a spell.
Because God is omnipresent. God is everywhere. I mean, it cannot be next to me. It cannot be in me. It cannot be. It's everywhere. Yeah, omnipresent.
Yeah, I mean,
I think the influence of man.
Yeah, exactly.
It's like when man says stuff, you might as well just put Satan said or Satan did, because it's like every time a man puts his tongue in the way, fucks everything up. You know what I mean?
Everything's.
Yeah, of course.
I mean, we're on the winning side. We're on the side of truth, and eventually everything will be filled with the glory of God. Everyone will see that the earth is flat, but they'll also see that God is good and that He's a loving God, and that's the most important thing, that He's a loving Creator. Because it's not just about we're not talking about shapes and dust here. We're talking about a person and who he is. It's about actually knowing who God is. It's way more than just shapes here. We're talking about
if man adds their interpretation to everything, and that's like the words from my mouth, I look at whatever and I interpret it, whether you agree or not.
You can face God face to face and see who he is. You can meet him.
Me what?
You can have an encounter with God. God can reveal himself to you, and you can encounter him. You can see who he is face to face. He reveals his. No, I'm talking about not just looks. I'm talking about who he is, his ways, his heart, his actual. Way more than looks, bro. I'm talking about like to intimately know, like you know your wife, like really well.
You can experience it.
You know God, who he is, like what he's like. Like
I can see myself in the mirror. I've never seen.
I'm talking about knowing like a person, like knowing God personally, like actually knowing what he's like.
What's it look like?
And a lot of people don't know what he's like. They've got a complete wrong picture of who he is.
You cannot know. You
can by the
cannot know. You can only experience His presence.
It says we have
You can only experience His presence.
Sounds like
I disagree. You cannot know God. God
Bible
is
says we
bigger
have
than
the
your
mind of
mind. He's not. Yes, that's why. Because everything you know, it's in your mind. Your
No, it
experience,
sounds like what you don't
but
know.
you can only
No, it sounds like what you don't know.
experience God. You cannot know it.
Infer.
You can have the same
Always
mind as
infer.
Jesus if you
Yeah,
want.
that's an inference too.
Okay, we're talking. We're rumpusing each
I mean,
other.
unless you can
Okay,
meet
start
them and
demo.
bring them over
You
here.
start. Okay, start demo because we were rumpusing each other. We didn't hear you. Start, and then he goes,
I'm
and then I
saying
go.
it's a lot of inference. Oh, I'm sorry about talking over you. I wasn't trying to. It's man's inference and everything. So whether it's science, religion, any I don't care what it is, weighing a fucking feather. Man, most of the time, the action and reaction that happens or the attribute we see, man always infers shit. Whether it's right or wrong, I don't fucking know, don't care. But man
You got
always
to do
infers
experiments.
something.
You got to do experiments. That's why you got to experience God. And your experiment is actually to say, God, are you real? Are you inside of me?
Exactly.
I
You
want
only
to
experience God. You see, you
haven't
said it. You
experienced
only
God, you don't know.
experience God.
Because you haven't done your
You only
experiments. You haven't
yes,
done
you
your
only
if you haven't
experience
done your experiment,
God.
you're not going to know the Earth's flat, right? And if you haven't done your experiment to know God, you're not going to know who He is because you haven't experienced Him yet, face to face.
Yes, exactly. That's what I'm saying. You can only experience God.
Well, Jaron
Then
says he
you
measures
can give,
the world flat,
You
right?
have to
you.
experience
Real
Him.
quick, hold on. Jaronism says he measures the world flat, right? But he said that's no big deal because he's just measuring a big warehouse or a big hardware store, and then he still lives on a big ass ball. His hardware store, he said, the only place we can go is in our hardware store. We can't get outside of it. So we measure it flat, but it's on a big, big, big ball. So, like, exceptions to the rule everywhere, right? Why the fuck would he say that? You know what I mean? Why all the inference? If you measure it flat, why would you infer anything else like too big and all this other shit? Why do we all like? Do you see what I'm saying?
Yes,
It's
but you
weird.
see, God,
It's
you
weird.
cannot measure. You cannot.
Correct.
He's
No, I'm
outside
with
of your
you.
five senses. All you can do is experience God. You cannot.
You can't.
Your
Yeah, you
mind.
can't figure it out with your brain. You can't
He's
explain Him
outside
to
of your
beyond
reality.
our brain.
He's
But
outside of your reality. So your
you can.
reality is your five senses. He is outside of your reality. You can only experience him. You
Outside,
or
you can
out.
experience something that's outside of your reality. You guys said you can
Describe
know,
it. You
be face to
You
can
face.
cannot
experience it.
describe. That's what I'm trying to say. You cannot describe God.
You
You
can't
can
describe Him for you. You can
because
experience Him.
Then how do you guys
yes, you
know
can
about it?
only
If you know
experience
your
him.
likeness.
He has to reveal Himself to you. It's a supernatural revelation. But you can actually experience God in a real way, and then
Is that like
you'll know what I'm
LSD?
talking about. No, it's better than LSD. Way better. It's like 1,000,000,000 better.
Licking the frogs
Yeah,
back?
without LSD is much
I'm not
better.
talking about like
Without
thinking
LSD is
anything.
much better.
So
Oh no,
basically
Jesus is
die.
way better.
So when you die, you're like, yes, I'm there. I'm good to go.
No, it's not about dying.
There
It's
is no
about
yes,
like
I'm there. You're already there. I mean,
you can experience
sorry,
God right now. Like right now, you can experience God like fully.
Right. I experience
Demok. I
good
think
and
you're
bad.
already there.
Like
No,
life
I'm
has
talking
good
about
Demok.
and
I
bad.
think
I see like crickets and snakes. Like one thing will eat one thing, the other thing will eat the other thing. One thing blends in and hides from the other thing, and God gave it that ability to hide its ass off and to be secret and lie and wait and sit there. And the thing comes to get it, and snatches it up and eats it whole. You know, God did
it's not
that.
about
That's
that.
awesome, isn't it?
It's not about that though.
yeah, of course.
It's about a relationship with God. It's about knowing God. God's a relationship kind of God. He's not a faraway, distant, like psycho God that just watches us from a distance. He's actually involved with us. He's an involved God. He's involved with His creation.
Of course,
He's not.
he's everywhere. He's omnipresent. He's omnipresent.
I thought you
He's
thought
He's
everywhere. He's of
outside
course.
of our experience, we couldn't experience it. Now you're saying we can.
God is interested in us. He's interested in us knowing Him, but He doesn't do things our way. He does it a different way, completely different to us. we think.
Sounds like reality to me. Like when Globers say, "Hey, we're going to do science and tell you that water sticks to balls," and then the flat earthers spin the ball. And I'm a flat earther too, but spin the ball, no water sticks. I mean, what the fuck are we supposed to go with? What the science says, or what religion says, or what we see in reality? I don't know. You know, it's the same, really. It's inference versus fucking reality. And I understand what you guys are
See,
saying. You're probably kind of
our reality is our five senses. So that's why we stay in this.
that's your
But
five.
when if you want to experience God, you have to go to a different dimension, and you can only experience it. That's why when you come back from that experience, you cannot put it in words. God is this, God is that, God is that, God is that.
Yeah, I don't even know what
You cannot put it
dimension
in
is.
words because He's
You know
greater
what?
than that.
But you know
Like
what
the
people do
ability
though?
to get everything.
Project
What is
like
that?
Globers.
Alzheimer's? Like that's some scary
You
shit to me. Like I don't know, man.
you know Globers, right? Globers like to project. They're always projecting their views on us. Like they project what they see, how they see God. They project that on God. It's the same thing with us. We also project. We project how we see God by ourselves. Like we judge God by who we are. But God isn't
Right.
like us. He's way beyond us. So we can only sometimes we can only see God by how we project. But when God opens our eyes and gives us revelation to who He really is, it's like suddenly then we start becoming
Right.
like Him. When you behold God as He truly is, but like Globers, they project from their position. They're using rational, but they don't see beyond because they can't think outside the box. And we had to start thinking outside the box before we could get out of that mold of global thinking, right? It took a step.
But
We had to take a step of faith because we had to start thinking, hey, but maybe I could be wrong. And then you started, hey, then you started getting, wow, okay, maybe I am wrong. And you started looking at the evidence, and then you saw, wow, I was wrong all along. I thought it was round, but it's actually flat. Wow. And then you go through that cognitus, you're like, but am I really wrong? How can all these people be wrong? And you question yourself and you go back and forward like for a while, right? It's months
Right.
for
I did
months.
it
You go,
for all kinds of stuff. They're like, hey, you're breathing air, you're pushing out this CO2. Like they say it for fucking your blood, your plasma,
yeah,
your
but
platelets, your no, not that, but not but. They say it for everything. Any book you grab, there's cartoons to follow. And most of the time, 99% of the time, there's no fucking science, no physical attribute of anything that you get to work with, see the reality of it on any small like. I mean, you're not the one that discovered it, so clearly, if you ain't the one that discovered it and drew it in a fucking cartoon, you're not the one that can see it right or something. I don't know. Or can you literally look down at this fucking liquid and see these little bubble things and these little other things? Like, is that what they're looking at? Or is it something different and that's just their explanation so you get a bigger fucking picture, right? Of what they're trying to explain because they don't know how to explain it. They can only show you a cartoon. So it's kind of like all of it. It's everything, brother.
But you see, to find out about the shape of the earth, you don't need God. You can go outside and find out for yourself.
Oh, I
And
know.
when you see that, you will know that there is a creator, because to live in this beautiful place, it cannot happen by mistake. It had to be
Migo,
somebody that
Migo, Migo,
created.
Migo. You can't go outside
Yeah.
and find the shape of the earth. That's you can't do that.
Not a
Well,
state.
when
No, outside, I'm saying outside of my house. You know, when
you can't go outside of your house and find or see the shape of the earth, bro. Come on, why are you saying that?
no, we see it as it's not curving. So
I
it's
think
not a
he's just
Is
ball
trying
that
that
to
is
so?
take
If
the
it's
curving.
not
measure.
I know
curving,
that
is that the shape of the earth?
it's a flat. I know
Is
that because I am breathing air,
is
there
that
is a
the shape of the
container.
earth? Is that the shape of the earth when you go outside and see?
No, I think he's just misspeaking.
No,
He's seeing the
he's
No,
trying
attribute.
to describe
what I'm trying to say, what I'm trying to say is like when I go outside, I don't see a ball, and the air that I'm breathing, it must be contained. So it must be a container. If somebody had to put that container there, so it must be a creator to this reality that I'm living in. I'm not like a mistake spinning in the ball tard and going around I don't know how many motions, and I don't feel any of them, and spinning so fast, million miles a minute or something. I don't know what. I don't feel that. So I know there is a creator, but I cannot describe the creator because he's outside of my reality. I can experience it, his presence, his uh,
It's
existence,
design, the design in place,
but I
the
cannot
construct.
explain. But I cannot explain that in words to you. Doesn't matter. I tell you, I was in love. So, what is to you love? It's a word. You see, the feeling I cannot express it. I was angry. How angry I was. Why I was angry. So there is a lot of things. It comes with that feeling that I cannot express it to you. Doesn't matter how many words I put, it will not be the perfect explanation. Even the greatest poet will not give you the correct explanation because you cannot express feelings, experiences. I can tell you my table is white, it has a drawer underneath it. I can explain these things, but not feelings and experiences. My hike with my friend, it was beautiful. For him, it was a disaster. It was the same hike. It was the same path we took. It's different experiences. And I cannot explain, doesn't match how much words I put in. I cannot make it reality because it's mine and yours it's yours. Nobody have the same experience.
That's true.
Nobody.
And I don't have the same experience I used to have.
That's why everybody
I've had different experiences doing stuff, and suddenly my experiences change. You can have different experiences as you go.
Yeah, but still your experience. It's nobody else's. Your experience, they are getting better. You see? And doesn't matter how many words you're going to put in them, you will not explain it 100% because I will not be able to feel that experience. When I feel it, it will be my own experience, which I cannot put it in the words for you. That's why God's existence is unique for everybody. That's why you have so many beliefs, so many things in life.
And you have 40,000 different denominations because people argue about words, but they all talk about the same thing, but they're not experiencing the same thing, and they're not speaking the same words as well. They've got different knowledge and ideas, but you've got to get the mindset from heaven, the blueprint from heaven. God's got to give you the mindset. That's the thing. When everyone's getting their mindset from heaven, then that's when everyone's going to be walking in the same way. Everyone's going to understand each other because you have to get connected from the Creator. It's got to connect you.
Yes. Yes. And when you meet people that are connected to the creation and God, and you can see the connection because you don't need even to say anything because the energy is there and the connection is there, so you don't have to say anything. That's why I don't have to convince you of your religion because that will be stupid. I cannot put God in a book. I cannot put God in a sentence. I cannot put God in thing. I don't know. It's too big for me. If I can
So when
describe
I
God,
think what you're
that
trying
means
to
it's not
say,
God.
is that when the people of God walked out of the gates of the city of the holy city, right? When people released, people God opened the gates. His people walked out of the city of God. You're saying there was no religions, that there was no denominations of those people walking. The people of God, you know.
You mean Adam and Eve when they opened the paradise? for them to go out. Of course, there was no religion back then because there was direct connection with God. That's
So
why they lost.
the 12 tribes,
That's why
the 12
Adam and
tribes
Eve
that are
lost.
or
They
the
lost.
tribes, you know, the God's people. Did they have any denomination of the ones that
Who's
we have
God's
today?
people? Who's God's people? We are not God's people. You are not God's people. Can anything be except of God? God is everywhere. He's omnipresent. It can everywhere
Bro,
you see is God. That's why He
it's
told
like I
Himself,
say something
"I
and you
am
thinking
that I
about
am."
something else or something. Never mind.
Say
Let's
it again.
just. You're trying to say that there's many religions and God. Yeah, exactly. So what I'm
No,
asking is, like,
I didn't say that. He was saying that there was the God's people, and I was saying who's God's people. We all are God's people.
he wasn't saying that. I'm saying that.
Potentially, though,
No,
everyone can be saved because everyone was. Jesus died for everyone on the cross, but maybe some people haven't realized that yet. You see, so
yeah, but doesn't mean that
You're saying a lot without saying
they,
anything because I don't get it yet.
yes, maybe they didn't meet Jesus yet, but doesn't mean that if they are doing good life, they have to go to hell. I mean, if they didn't kill anybody, they
did you hear
didn't
the other
steal
day?
from anybody, they were just living their own life, gardening, having a marriage, couple of kids, and they had couple of chickens. They didn't do anything bad. I don't think God will tell him, "Oh, you have to go to hell because you didn't meet Jesus yet."
Did you hear
I
about the
think
other
that
day in
would be
Gaza?
perfect.
Like hundreds of thousands of people, they saw Jesus in Gaza the other day during the war while they were all getting bombed and killed and stuff. They suddenly saw Jesus, and they were Muslims, and they converted to Christianity recently. This happened recently. They saw like Jesus. They saw that he was real.
Jesus is back.
They all got converted. This just
Yeah,
happened.
That's good news.
Jesus exists in Islam as well. I mean,
Wait,
that's not a problem.
if Jesus is back, that's actually good news.
No, they got converted to Christianity. I'm talking about. They actually gave their lives to Jesus because they saw Jesus came to them in their dreams or whatever when they were just about to get bombed, killed by the Jews because they were getting blasted so bad by the Jews, and then they all gave their lives to Jesus, like thousands of them. Recently, this has actually happened.
There was a miracle, and then there was some miracle happen.
I believe in miracles. I don't have problem with that.
Well, if we're going to go off the uh, basis that Jesus did exist, and then you're going to have to look at the accounts of the people who are claiming to know what Jesus said, I would find it more reasonable that the people who wrote closest to Jesus' time, who said what Jesus said and wrote down what Jesus had done, I would trust that before I would trust an account that never met or heard
The
what
whole Bible
Jesus
is
said
about accounts.
or seen
The
it.
whole Bible is about accounts, and
500 years, then they wrote it down. I wouldn't
the
trust
whole
that.
Bible is about accounts. There's accounts today that are happening right now. Every moment that we're talking, I've encountered Jesus personally. I've encountered his presence and encountered him one-on-one. So it's not about a book or what's written down. It's not about everything's not about books. It's about people experiencing God, and then they write it down later in books. But the real thing is actually experiencing Jesus. Jesus is not a book. He's a person.
I know, but you're trying to get at an angle that I wasn't trying to get at, right? His statement was that everybody wrote about Jesus. They even have Jesus in Islam. Well, the Jesus in Islam and the Jesus in the Bible,
I didn't say
they're
everybody.
contradictory.
I didn't say everybody. I
Migo,
said
why are you
Jesus
interrupting the
was
guy?
man.
He was trying to say something. I was trying to hear what he had to say, and you jumped in the middle of his
Yeah,
sentence, Migo.
but
But.
I said
Okay, well then I will make it my own claim. If the
no, but I
claim
said
is,
something that I didn't say.
well then I'm taking the claim away from you and I'm going to put it on myself. Is that fair?
Okay. Yes.
Okay. If the claim is that, well, everybody wrote something about Jesus, and they said their own thing that Jesus had said and did, then it would be on the person who's looking into it to dig and make comparisons. You have the Bible, you have the Quran, they each say Jesus said and did things. Well, they're also contradictory. Which one would be more trustworthy? The one that was written closer to the time of Jesus' existence, or the one written 500 years after? I would go for the one that was closely written to his age. I wouldn't trust the one that was 500 years later and contradicted the eyewitnesses of the time who claimed to be the witnesses that experienced him every day.
And that's fine.
my logic. That's my
Yeah,
logic.
that's fine. I'm not asking anybody to be anything.
Yeah, if someone like the other friend said, who was it? Trinity. Some people met Jesus yesterday or the other day, and they got saved. That's amazing. This is good news for them.
And they weren't even looking for God. They were just like being Muslims and getting killed, and God just appeared to them and said, "Hey, here I am. Look at me. I'm the one to save you." And like this one Jewish guy the other day, he was in church and he said, "I'm not going to believe Jesus is God." And then next minute, unless I hear it in my language, the next minute someone started speaking in tongues. They said, in his language, it said, the person said, "I am God. I am Jesus. I am God." And that was what he heard in tongues, in Jewish. So God speaks to you and he reveals himself. He opens your eyes from his side, but you have to be looking as well. I mean, he opens your eyes.
Yeah, well, he could also open up his Torah and not his Talmud and hear God say that I am my people's savior, which in his language would be God addressing himself and saying, I am their Yeshua.
That's why when I was the other guy, I don't know, there was a guy. He asked me, "What about the people that he
I
opened
didn't ask
the
you.
gate and let them
I
go?"
asked the panel, not you.
Okay, but there was somebody asked that question, right? And that's what I said. Who is there? His people. We are all his people.
But that wasn't the point.
The only
That wasn't the
people they
point.
are thinking
Listen,
that they
talking
are.
about many religions. People talk about many religions, right? And I'm saying, well, I'm saying all these religions, right? But all of the religions together are the denominations. And I was asking, when the 12 tribes or God's people came to whatever they did, right? What was the religious denomination when they walked out, right? Like, was there any religions?
It was not
Just
Christianism. It was only the only God. It's a monotheistic religion. It was the only God, because before that, like in Egypt, they used to have the many gods, and
yes, that's my point. Yeah.
in Persia they had different gods, so they were the only monotheic God believers, that the God was one.
Anyways, yeah, the
Once you
panel on
encounter
the
God,
PC has dropped.
once you encounter God, though, that's the end of all religion because you see Him face to face. You don't even need words because it's beyond words.
Yeah.
Once you meet Him, it's words are like too little to describe what He is because He's so incredible. And when you meet Him face to face, you have a revelation of all who He is, like His love, His infinite love, His infinite goodness. Once you see, you actually grasp that, not just mentally, but you actually experience that, and you actually drink the living water. Drinking the living water means you actually you experience that, the presence of God, the presence of God's presence, who He is, of what He's like. And when you experience that, there's no words to describe that. And you can't, unless you experience God, you're not going to even understand the Bible, because the Bible is like it's a confusing book if you don't know God. If you haven't met God, it's not going to make sense. It's made for
Exactly.
to make sense.
Exactly. Because once you know God, that is everywhere, so it's in everything. So it's like it's much easier to understand what you're reading.
Wait,
because
God is His
I'm not.
creation.
I'm not trying here to promote religion or something. Yeah, I'm not that. So I'm just the opposite. So if you're thinking that I'm kind of protecting religion or something, no, I'm not. But what I'm saying is that you don't need religion, as you said, to know God. God is here. You just have to open up for
right.
for you to feel it, to
The
experience it.
problem is there's lots of people that go to church, they don't even know God yet because they've
Yeah.
got so much religion that they can't see the actual God who's alive. They can't actually taste God or know God or actually experience Him because they're so full of this religious stuff. And yeah, I mean, God's working with them though. Don't worry, he'll
Yes,
sort it out.
exactly how I start my conversation. That the media, the entertainment industry, they are all into it. They are stealing our soul. They are not letting us to know God, the existence of it. They're taking our mind, the internet, the games,
Don't worry,
that.
I've given up Star Wars now. Star
What
Wars
about
is, I'm not watching
what
Star Wars
about
anymore.
cats? Can domestic cats steal your soul? Because the cat is not talking about God, teaching you anything about God. Can the cat take your time and steal your soul?
No, when when you're spending time with nature, which is the creation of God, I don't think you're wasting your time. For example,
Inside the house. Not the cat in nature. Not the cat in nature. Not the cat doing what it does in nature. The cat that you have to feed him, hide the food, and change the shit. Change
Yep.
the cat inside the house.
If you want to take that responsibility, it's up to you. You can live without the
It's
cat.
similar to video games. You said that video games are stealing your soul, right? And
Yes.
and
Yeah.
I might agree. So the cat might be doing the same thing.
Well, if you're playing
No,
Tetris,
but
it's
you
not so
see,
bad. Tetris is
you are choosing to do that. Instead of, if you don't want to take care of the cat, you are allowed not to have a cat. It's your choice. You don't want to play the game because you are wasting your time for nothing, and it is nothing if you look at it in the end. All you have is like, oh, I beat my friend, or I beat that, or I beat that. Yeah, that's like a small pleasures that you're gonna have in life. That's the small. That's why everybody is stuck on it. That's a small pleasure. Oh, my cat will come and lick me if I give him
well,
the food. Oh
I
yeah,
don't want
that's
to
good
watch.
for you. If
I don't
that
want to watch.
leak will make your day good, that's up to you. But
I don't want to
I
watch
can go
Star
out.
Wars anymore. It's terrible. And all these movies are they're just getting too bad nowadays. It's like I can't even watch them anymore. Like, oh no, man, this is too much. They just took it too far. First, they take the superheroes and they make them all into like these weirdos, and now they want to take the Star Wars as well. They're taking all these movies and they're just making them terrible. It's just too terrible now. So I can't even play their game anymore. They've done me a favor now. They've gone so bad that I can't even watch this stuff anymore.
The thing is, it was always bad, but we didn't know about it. we were
It got
fed.
worse. They
We
David
were
let
led
started
up into this
focusing
shit.
on the Babylon, and he was like, "I don't want Babylon in my life anymore."
I mean, Star Wars
Babylon.
was terrible before, but it's even worse now.
Yeah, I never liked the space. Like I don't remember any of the. What is the space movie? The most famous one that has 12, 13 movies, one after the other one. Uh,
Fast and the
one of
Furious.
the one with uh, the guys, they play sword with their lighting swords or something like that.
Star Wars.
It's a famous.
Python.
Star
Star
Wars.
Wars.
Star
Lucky
Wars,
you.
Star Wars, yeah, Star Wars, yeah. I never watched any of them, but I had all the episodes of the Cosmos. I had everything about National Geographic that talks about the bloody the universe and space and the galaxies and other Earths, and I had all that thing. But the movies, I never trusted them. I don't know why. I never trusted the movies because I thought I don't want to look at the bullshit. I like to look to the reality that they are showing me on. I was member of National Geographic. I used to get every month the astronomy magazine. You know, it's like I used to watch all the stars. Oh my god, it's so stupid. I was into it. Yeah, I was into it, but not the Star Wars because I knew they were not real, but I thought the others they were real. You know, it's
Well,
crazy.
the gentleman who played Captain Kirk in Star Trek, he said that there was no difference between science and science fiction. Because in the science fiction, they would talk about wormholes and all that. And then later, the science community would come out talking about wormholes.
I used to
I
play
can't remember his name.
space games and watch a lot of space movies all the time, but it's like I can't play this. I can't play Eve Online anymore. I always say I'm gonna let me play a bit of Eve Online, and I put my finger on the. I'll try to log in, and I think no, but I don't want to play space games anymore. It's just such a scam. How can I? I just feel like uneasy about playing space games. I mean, I'm sure it's fine for some people, but I've got to the place where I can't even play Eve Online anymore.
I can understand you very well. It's like it's a waste of time anyway. You know, it's crazy. Like I like chess. I like chess. I like to play darts because I'm doing something activity alone, me against the board. You see, I don't need anybody to play against. So it's me against the board. So when I play chess, I do like um, you know, just to exercise my memory. Things like that, yeah, not like games that I want to kill or conquer a city, do this, do that.
Didn't God make you a man to get a woman, to get children, so you can play chess with them?
Yeah, why not?
Say it again.
Why will you do it by yourself? That I don't think that's part of the design.
Yeah, but
No, I
it's
play
nice to
chess
have
online sometimes.
a clever wife.
I play chess online sometimes, but I prefer to solve puzzles and things like that, like strong puzzles, just to exercise my memory, nothing else. It's like I don't do it every day as well. It's like not something I'm obliged to do. But this is the only sports games that I play. Is like that's what I'm saying. I don't like to
I
play
think
games that I
chess
want to
is kind of
conquer.
like
I
a good
want
one to train your brain, kind of to think forward or backwards. To be a couple steps ahead.
no to solve puzzles
No,
and
to be ahead, to be a couple steps ahead.
yeah, because when you're solving puzzle, like mate in five, so it's like you have to count until the five. So yes, it is solving problems that comes in your life. It's easier. It comes easier because you have the problem, yeah, and then usually I used to react as soon as I have the problem and I am in a big shit. Now I look at the problem. I look at the ways that I can get to it, and I try to solve it. So it helps me in life. But by conquering other islands or fighting against another person, it doesn't interest me. Like Even I don't watch boxing. I don't watch football anymore. It's like I'm soccer. I was a big fan of it. Uh, I don't anymore. It's like, I want, like I do slingshot shootings, things like that, and to train my hunting experiences, maybe if I need it one day. I do things like that, no sitting on the computer playing games. Especially some of them, they want money to go forward, and then when you're stuck, and some people they go like, I know my nephew plays, and he sell his things that he gets from missions or whatever, and he sells them and he makes money out of them. But I'm not into it. I prefer to go up in the nature, hug a tree. I don't know, things like that.
What do you hug the tree to get grounded or something?
I'm more connected, not to internet, to the nature.
Why not climb the tree? You can hug it, right? Hug the tree. It might give you like a grounding sensation.
Yes, of course.
The tree is grounded.
Yeah. But I'm always naked, barefoot. I mean, to be connected, grounded. But I like to be connected to the nature more than I like to be connected to the internet. Internet, when I want to do work, I want to make money. I use the system, let's say. But I like to be connected with the nature. Trees, bird singing, cold snow melting, showers, and things like that. And
I like to sit on my porch and watch the local hummingbirds eat.
oh, that's amazing as well, man. That's amazing. I have a few
It blows
hummingbirds
my
at the
mind.
house.
It blows my mind how tiny these little birds are and how fast their wings run. And it just sounds like a massive beetle is just swooping by your head.
Let me see if I can share some of the pictures. Oh, not on this phone. Damn. Oh. Wait, maybe I can share from the other phone. When I got my P1000, so I start to practice on hummingbirds. It's my early photos, so they're not very good ones, but I have some a few nice ones, I think.
I think my wife has videos of our hummingbirds. I don't have anything on my phone. I try not to use my phone when I'm at home.
I understand.
That might be a good idea.
It's the best idea I've
Actually,
ever had.
one of my Flat Earth community members, she had hummingbird nest on her. How you call this in English? Listen to this sound, maybe.
Xylophone?
Yes, when the wind blows, they move and they make sound. Yeah.
Wind chimes.
And so she had one of them, and the hummingbird made a nest on it, and they had the puppy. Yeah, they had chicks. She
I
was so
usually
happy.
get like tiny birds, either robins or like talos. They like to try and make nests on the internal eaves of my porch. because it's out of the weather, and there's like a lip on the ceiling of my porch. One year, I had birds living in it, and they were cool because we could walk outside and sit on our porch, and they wouldn't bother us. But this year, we had some birds come by, and we'd step out on our porch, and they'd want to buzz us. They almost pecked my wife, and I was like, "Nah, y'all can get on with yourselves. Go find a tree."
I don't have them anymore on my phone. Oh man. I don't have it on my phone, sorry. Yeah, I have a couple of them that they come. It's been a couple of years. I give them some rose water.
Do you
They
take a
like it.
feeder out and let them self-feed, or do you periodically take out something for them to eat?
No, I have a feeder and I leave it there. So they come anytime they want.
Do you clean it? Because I found out that if you don't
Yeah.
clean it, there will be a bacteria growing in it, and it could cause their tongues to swell and they die.
It's not only bacteria. The ants, they found the bloody place because I leave it on a tree, and the ants, they found a way to go to the sugar and the scent of the rose water. So they go in and they make it so dirty. So some of them dies, and so I have to clean every week, every couple of weeks.
Yeah.
2 to 3 weeks. Because of the ants. But I didn't know about that.
Yeah. My wife found out about it. She was like, "Oh my God, we could have been killing them." Because we would set it and let it sit for weeks and weeks and weeks. And eventually, one of her friends was like, "No, you need to be cleaning those." So now, like, once a week or every other week, I'll take it down and clean it.
Yeah, before I fill it up, I always clean it. Usually there is little bit left and full of ants, so I what I do is like I take it off and wash it, and then I put it back. So I'm good with that side. But I even put some houses for them to nest, but they didn't. I think because of my dog or my cat, maybe.
Yeah.
Because they can smell, probably. Yeah, there is a cat around here that. Because I'm sure he's pooing in my garden, yeah, somewhere. So.
My cat, he'll climb a tree, but he's too lazy to try and get at the hummingbirds. Like,
So.
we've had.
I know she. I know that he got one of the yellow birds. That, man, this bird was so beautiful, and it comes only like couple of weeks when one of my, I think it's a, I don't know what kind of tree it is. I think it's a willow tree. They call it in English. I'm not sure though. And it has like these yellow flowers before they become like a bean kind of a thing. And these birds, they come to get the pollens from the flower, and he got one of them, and I was so mad. I ran to it, but I couldn't save the bird. He was too quick, man. It's just like, choom! And you know their canine tooth, they are so sharp. It's like goes into the body completely, and you know the body is done.
Yeah.
And it's a small bird, so. But my neighbor has chickens that he cannot go there yet. The chickens they will kill him. And yeah, so I'm getting chickens next year for my eggs. I'm trying to expand my garden a little bit.
Just get dogs.
I have a dog, but
No, ducks.
she.
Duck.
Quack, quack.
Quack. Quack.
Oh,
No,
duck,
no wolf.
duck.
Wolf. No wolf. No wolf. Those don't give you egg
No,
unless
but you
you
see
wanna
the
eat the testicles.
but eggs, but their eggs they are very expensive. Like it's like I don't know, half a dozen is like $9-10, something like that.
Yeah, but if you got your own ducks, you can go selling your own duck eggs. Dude,
And then you
I love duck eggs. Those are my favorite. I would choose a duck egg over a chicken egg any day.
same here.
Oh,
Dito.
damn! I have to taste it then.
Yeah.
Because there is this Filipino supermarkets around me that they sell duck eggs, but I never try them because they are too
Yeah.
expensive. I don't know.
The shells of the duck egg are a lot more firm than the shells of the chicken egg. And we went through all of our duck eggs, right? Like 30 plus eggs. And then we finally had to tap into our chicken eggs. And my wife was like, I almost made this egg explode in the pan because the shell of the chicken egg is so much softer than a duck egg.
Yeah.
It was like trying to crack an egg like Vegeta. Just couldn't control her power.
I've noticed that.
Yeah. I mean, you know, in Africa, like they use the shell of the ostrich egg as a water container. They just like make a small hole on the top, and then they take all the liquid from it, and they make like a water container, and they bury it. And they hope like the elephants they will not smell it. which usually they do. It's like, you know, you put 50, you get 30 of them. Yeah. Yeah, that's why like nature is beautiful, man. It's like, you know, going up to the mountains, camping, and like, you know, small creek, a couple of water fishes, you know, it's like amazing. And usually that's where I experience God, you know. It's like no worries, nothing. Disconnected from internet. So you have the outer net that is connecting with your internet. That's your phone internet.
There was wow. Airplanes are so scary. There was this airplane that crashed in Brazil. It's falling from the sky. Some videos
And
in Instagram.
lately I see on Instagram a lot of pictures that things happening in like hologram things that happening around the world, and it's crazy. angels flying, UFO setting down, and like people believing in this shit.
Wait,
Crazy.
what does that have to do with the airplane falling from the sky and exploding and people dying?
Say it again.
Nothing. Yeah, there's a lot of fake videos before Instagram, yes, and now during Instagram. But there's a lot of real ones too. So I was talking about a real one, not a fake one.
But which one is the real one? That's the problem. How do you know which one is the real one? The guy who's seeing the angels coming down behind the clouds, and for him is reality because he saw it.
So which one is real and which one is fake? Once you watch
So which
one,
one is real? Yeah, how do you know which one is real?
it, oh god, dude, like each video is different. One video that you watch, if it's real, it's real, and then the fake one, if it's fake one, it's fake.
But how do you know? How
How
do
do
you
you
know
know?
it's?
How do you know?
Yeah,
Are
I
you
mean,
saying
if
that
you're
all
not
the videos are
if
fake?
you're not an
All the
expert,
videos are fake?
if you're not a director, videographer,
Is
or
that what you worry about? That all videos are fake, therefore you don't know which one is fake. You don't know which one is real, so all are fake.
yeah, that's why you don't trust the videos. That's why you go out and
Trust the
experience for
videos.
yourself.
That's why you jump in Instagram to trust the videos in the first place.
I cannot trust the videos. That's what I'm saying.
Who asked you to trust
You
it?
show me something.
Who's asking you to trust the video? Who asking you?
Nobody, but you said
Nobody,
that
right?
no, you're saying that
Huh.
is all the videos are wrong. Then
No.
yeah,
If I watch a video and something is happening in that video, I'm not gonna be saying, look, since I watched videos that are fake, this one has to be fake too. I'm not thinking like that.
yes, I agree. So what's the problem? I don't know.
That I mentioned a video that an airplane fell from the sky, and then you were talking about fake videos. Nothing to do with the real one.
Yes, I was saying that what I'm seeing on TikToks lately, it's a lot of holographic things
Yeah, we
happening.
know. Yeah, I
And
know that. I know that already. You tell me something that I know. You telling me something that I know already.
okay, that's what I'm saying. That's I'm experiencing a lot lately.
Yeah, but I wasn't
So,
talking about the fake videos. I was talking about some different video.
like, which one? Show me a real one then. Which one?
I'll show you a fake one, and then you just believe it's real, right?
I don't have to believe. That's the point.
Who asked you that you have
I
to?
can take it. I can take it as an entertainment. I can take it as or reality. I can take it as any way I want. It's my choice.
No, that's
I
not
don't
your
have to
choice.
take it. Of course, it is my
No, it's
choice.
not. No, it's not.
Okay, if I show you the moon landing videos, you will believe in them.
No, you believe in it because that's your choice.
So that's why I told you I have a choice to
No, you
believe or
don't.
not. And if
No,
you
you
know,
don't.
you don't have a choice.
You don't have a choice.
So how come I don't have a choice if I don't believe in
Because you
the
do
moon
have a choice.
landing?
That's why you don't have a choice. You don't have a choice of not having a choice, you see?
I don't have a choice not to having a choice.
Exactly.
As a human, do you have a choice?
Humans are evolving from apes and they live on a globe. Why do you think you are a human? You don't live on a globe, bro. Come on, like you know this already. You're not a human.
So I know I'm not the body.
You
I'm
think
not
you
the
came from
mind.
apes, bro?
Of
Like
course,
that's ridiculous.
of course, I know that I'm not the body and I'm
You
not the
calling
mind.
yourself a
I know that.
human, bro? Come on, like don't
I
do
know
that
that.
to yourself.
No. Just a second. I am having the experience of the human. I am a soul.
So you are an
I
ape.
am.
You are
I
a
don't
homo.
die.
You're a homo sapien. You're a homo sapien.
No, I'm not a homo. It's
Yes,
what
you
I
are. You're a
experience.
human.
It
You
is
came from homo
what I
sapien.
experience. No, I am not. I
Yes,
am
yes.
not.
Because
I'm not the
you
body.
say you are a human, and so that means you believe in a globe because you
I am
believe
not
you're a
the
human.
body. No, I am experiencing reality as a human, but I am not the body, and I am not even the mind.
Humans
I
come
am
in the same
spirit.
coloring book as globes. You know, humans comes in the same coloring book as globes.
Humans, they come as a globes. That's what you said?
In the same
I'm a
coloring
man.
book. In the same coloring book as globe for coloring.
Oh, okay. What is the color of the globe then?
Whatever color you want to put on it, whatever crayon you pick to paint it, you
I
paint
don't
it.
have a globe. I don't know what you're talking about. I don't have a globe.
You think
So
you're a human, so you believe in globes.
I, I didn't say I'm a human. I said I'm a
You
soul
did.
experiencing the human experience. I didn't say I'm a human. I'm
Stop
telling you,
believing
I
you're
am
a
not the
human, bro. Come on, just
body.
stop it.
I am not the body. No, man. I told you
Stop it
I'm not
right
the
now.
body. I'm
Stop
not
it
the mind.
right freaking now. Stop it.
Why not? Because I'm not the body. I'm not the mind. I am the soul
Because you
experiencing
might be
this.
spreading when you speak like that, you might be spreading that disease to others. So don't do it.
I am. I am only saying that I am not the body. I am not the mind. I don't care whatever the other people they
You
are.
don't have a body and you don't have a
Because at the
mind?
moment,
Oh my god, am I
at,
speaking to an AI robot? Are you
at
like an
this moment,
AI? Bro,
my friend,
how do you get like how do you get silver if you're just an AI in here? Like a bot. Are you a bot?
what do you mean by AI?
You say you don't have a body, you don't have a mind, so that means
Do,
you're like an
of
AI
course,
bot, like a bot. You're a robot.
do you have a body?
I mean, I'm
Yes.
touching it right now, and I feel it. I feel it. You see, I'm touching it, and
Okay,
I can
so okay,
I can feel
okay.
the body, and I use my mind to think about it and express it to
No,
you, right? And I'm
I,
expressing it
I
to you because I want to. I make that decision because I know I got the body and I
okay,
got the mind, and I'm telling you, yes, I got that stuff. But if you don't have it, like you
okay,
said, that means that you are some type of bot.
okay. I agree with you that you have a body.
You
So
are
if
agree that you are a bot. Okay, so if
wait,
you agree you
you
are
have
a
to listen
bot,
to me,
why are you trying to
my
talk
friend.
to us and convince us of stuff if
But
you
you
are a
have to
bot?
listen
Stop
to me
doing
as
that. Stop it.
well.
Error.
There is a time.
Just shut down right
There is
now.
a no. There is. I'm trying to agree with you,
Shut
so
it
you can
down.
shut up and
Shut
talk.
it down.
Why I want to shut it down?
Because when I tell Alexa to shut down, she does. And you don't.
My friend,
You're a bad bot.
do you think I'm a bot? Yeah. Okay.
You are. You don't have a body and you don't have a mind. So you are a bot.
No, my friend. I am a soul who is experiencing that body and the mind. And the soul is the control of the body and the mind, and not your fucking body and the mind.
That is
Because your body
exactly
will
what
die
I'm
soon. Shut
saying.
up. Your body will die soon, and it will be food for maggots. You know, the maggots, they will come and eat your body, and your mind will fuck off and disappear as well with it.
What
The
if there
only
is
thing
no
will
maggot
stay, the
around
only thing,
this area?
the only thing that will stay alive is your soul. So you are your soul, and you think you are your body, and you are Republican, you are Democrat, you are white, you are black, all these stupid things, you are man, you are woman, all these stupid things. You
You
are
know what?
not.
That is
You
that
are
is
a
ex-
soul.
that is
You are a
exactly
soul
that is
that
exactly what
accepts.
a vegan bot will say.
Yes. Why do you think the steak it doesn't taste good? Steak is
Yeah, like
beautiful,
my
man.
goddamn parrot sitting right next to my cow.
The steak, man, it's fucking amazing. Especially like when you put it on the fire, like you turn it around little bit. Oh my god. Ah,
Put some more ground up
your
plants on
vegan
top
shit.
of it.
Your vegan shit will not work here, man. Now you're gonna tell me, oh, you are a soul. Then why? How you kill? Yeah, with respect. Even when I eat a tomato or a cucumber, I give respect.
Ew.
Yeah,
Who
because
eats
they
that?
make my body.
Vegans?
Because they make your body, my friend. Your body is
Ew.
made of every shit that you ate all your life.
Bro,
That
I'm
is your
not
body.
made of a
your
cucumber,
body is
nor a
not made
carrot,
out.
That's
nor
why
a
it goes
broccoli.
back. That's why it
Not
goes
a
back to
potato.
the
I'm
earth
not a
where it
tomato. I'm not a
belongs.
cow. I'm not a duck. I'm not a
And no shit.
chicken.
And no shit. He
I
said
am
your
me.
body's made out of shit, and your body has shit, but it's not made of shit. So you're wrong about that too.
Negative. I am me. I am made of me, and what me is made of is not what I'm eating.
Exactly, because you are the soul, you are not the body, and you are not the mind. Because your body will go back to the earth where
Listen,
it came
buddy.
from.
Listen, buddy. Listen, buddy.
It goes back to the earth where it came from. Everything you ate from your 1 year old to now, or even 1 month old, everything came from the earth.
What about one day
That's where
old?
we go back
What
to.
about one day old?
That's why the apple goes back to the ground when it falls down from the tree. And the
Uh-huh.
fucking stupid Newton, he thought it's a fucking gravity pulling it. He didn't know that the apple grow from the ground up first. The energy of the apple to be there on that tree, it came from the ground.
Well, listen,
That's why
listen. One day,
your body will go back to the ground.
but listen. One day I was going across Mexico, and then an avocado fell on my head, and I invented guacamole. So that
That's
means that the earth is a spinning water ball.
that's amazing, man. Lucky you. And I want the best for you. Hopefully next time it will be a coconut, not avocado. So probably you make
If
it.
a coconut falls in my head, I'll invent coconut water.
Yeah, man, coconut is amazing.
It's not really amazing. It's gonna.
It has everything you need, man. You can live on coconut.
No, you can't.
Just open it, drink it. Man, you don't need anything else. I tell you.
What do you
You
mean?
don't,
You need to breathe air, and air is not a coconut.
man. Of course, without
Listen,
you
listen,
see,
bro.
this
Coconuts are
is
not
another thing
air. And
of my
also,
thing.
also,
Because
listen, coconut is not sunlight. Okay, you need sunlight. Don't you know this already, bro?
man, you're fucking up with me, but I like it. You see, the thing is, I like the way you're approaching this because the the coconut it has everything you need. But if you're eating only coconut, you are not sitting in a room with a concrete wall around you. You are sitting in a bamboo hut in the nature.
Listen, bro. When I open the coconut, when I open it, it goes. It goes like. You know why?
Of course.
Do you know
Of
why?
course. There is a pressure inside it, man. That's why there is this container to hold that pressure. Because otherwise you cannot breathe the air that you are breathing. You see, before you said, oh, I eat whatever I want to eat or whatever, blah, 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 I'm a vegan. But you have to breathe, man. Pranayama. Breathing is the most important thing. The first thing you did when you were born, you inhaled. And the last thing you're gonna do when you die, you're gonna exhale. This is the nature of your reality. Inhale and exhale. How you do that in the rest of your life, that's up to you. You can do very short breathing, like everybody does. And then you can do the it's like alive again. You know, I always say to my friends, what do you think the first thing when you wake up? They say breakfast. But without that breath, they will not be able to think about that breakfast. And the bloody thing is, you are breathing is gas pressure. That means it has a container. Somebody.
Bloody thing is contained because blood causes pressure inside of your body. And if you don't have enough blood, you don't have enough pressure. So the bloody thing is that blood is pressurized.
Because of the pressurized surface that we are living on. And that whole thing needs a container. And that container is not me and you who put it there. It's something out of us that put it there. It must be
I
a
did it.
creator. I believe you. Because you're an amazing person. And you don't know it.
Just kidding.
And you are part of the guy that who put that thing. Because you are not the body, you are not the mind. You are just experiencing it. You are the soul, which is connected to God. The rest is the video game. You see, when I said I don't like to play the video game, because I am playing the video game. Yep. It's just a video game. 5 senses only. You cannot have any more. That's your video game.
It's just a video game? I don't know about that.
Whatever you want to call it. It's the same thing. It's the 5 senses. That's your limitation. If you want to go behind it to the next level, you have to use different sources of your body and mind. Otherwise, you're still on the same level as everybody else. The five senses. Do you know now why I said I'm not the body, I'm not the mind?
Yes.
Thank you. All I know is like life is so beautiful in this creation that I'm living in. And that's why I have to praise God before every meal, before every drop of water that I take in. It's amazing.
Hallelujah.
Yep. Hallelujah. Thank you, Yamsi. It was a beautiful ride. Thank you for it.
Thank you.
Then for that globe spinning into the vacuum of the earth.
It's right, yeah. It's right, yeah. It's right, yeah.
We the best music.
It's right, yeah.
Another one.
It's right, yeah.
DJ Khaled.
You gotta make your mind up. I gotta ask you, bro, just how'd you find us? I got flat earth on my mind, is that a crime, yeah? Don't wanna go back to days when it was a globe. The curve is my priority, and I'll put that over everything. And the globe ain't shit, and there ain't no space. Waiting on gravity, validate. Cap gas pressure, and less contained. Cause ain't gravity, but you can bend space or time. Sometimes it's sunny, but sometimes it don't shine. The globe don't exist, it's only in your mind. So let go of the space globe. Let it go, oh, that glow, oh, let it go, oh, that glow, let it go, oh, that glow, oh, let it go, let go.
I let it go if you say that there's curves in that shit better show. Don't try to play like I'm slow, cause I've been running the block and I know there's no glow. Ask for proof when I give you some more. And I'm proud of myself cause I used to be glow. Now I just hustle and grind until I smack into all of my muscles or so. Asking me say it's a ball, he ain't got no proof at all. Keep asking why did it fall, don't try me, it's gonna end up in a brawl. Brenda's clocks like a dog, C-top are less than some fog. Ask for curvature measurements, making go claims without no evidence. Globe's too big, can't see curve, hopped in a plane but you still ain't high up. Red Bull jump, no curve, can't see none. Parallel race with some shadows in the stick up. Think you measure shit, no hiccups. You know it's some bull that they whipped up. This is flat as little baby, it's CB, I ain't got no choice but to tell ya.
Cause ain't gravity, but you can bend space or time. Sometimes it's sunny, but sometimes it don't shine. The globe don't exist, it's only in your mind. So let go of the space glow. Let it go, oh, that glow, oh, let it go, oh, that glow, let it go, oh, that glow, oh, let it go, let go.
Anyone with common sense would know that in actuality the Earth could only be a globe. This theory of a flat planet is just a fabrication. There's years of documented ship circumnavigation. You liars came along and eliminated the truth. The ancient scholars have all demonstrated the proof. We have days, nights, time zones that happen as we spun, verifying that we're absolutely circling the sun. We're not circling the sun. The sun's above us, they lied. Day and night is a result of it moving from side to side. The principles of how are not hard to uncover. When it's shining on one side, there's darkness on the other. The sun's 93 million miles away. No, it's not. It's closer and smaller than what they taught you and not as hot. No revolving in an upward direction we propel. The sun sits over the flat earth and the moon does as well. What the hell? You're speaking so miscellaneously. Where's the evidence to back the way that you claim it to be? So I need you to explain this to me. If the sun's above a flat earth, we should all see it simultaneously. Okay. Next question, you can both issue your case. If the earth is flat, explain the globe pictures from space. There's satellites that take shots and photos are captured. Those are fake computer generated images from NASA. They've lied on many things for the illusion of advancing. And please don't even get me started on that moon landing. The pictures keep changing, so it's obvious they did it. If you research their documents about it, they'll admit it. They've covered up the truth for years, believe it or not. It's all just a fake government engineered plot. Well, I have a question since NASA is our space station. Its locations in the US, what about the other nations? See, many countries have space programs that excel, and they all have pictures of a globe Earth as well. You're failing to see this thing as a collective endeavor, cause you don't believe that other countries conspire together. If the Earth is flat, couldn't you go to the edge and fall? No sir, the edge is blocked by the Antarctica wall. There's a block of ice surrounding the planet, totally froze, and this is the barrier that keeps everything enclosed. The governments of the world know, all of them are in it, and it's strange how that part of the planet is off limits. Alright, back to the globe guy, present your next claim. Yes sir, I've seen the curvature of Earth while on a plane. It's the same with an astronaut. No, with all due respect, that curve you think you see is called the fishbowl effect. That window was probably convex and round too, so naturally the surface seems curved when you look through. And another thing that I would like to easily disprove, if the Earth is spinning so fast, why don't we feel it move? Well, I'm not surprised that that's the point that you'd rationalize, and not take into account the Earth is massive in size and moving at a steady rate of speed that stays the same, so the movement isn't felt unless the miles per hour change. That's insane. We fly off of the planet spinning around, and please don't try to say that the gravity keeps us down. Gravity's a non-existent force that can't be grasped clearly. The physiological function of it is only theory, so the concept is a lie. There's no pull on the tides. We live on the top, there's no one on the bottom or the side. There's a question upon which I'd like my counterpart to expound. How come just the Earth is flat and the other planets are round? Mars, Neptune, Jupiter, Venus, even the Sun, cause the telescope can clearly show the shape of each one. Please explain the traveling over horizons by ships and the curved shadow on the moon in a lunar eclipse. Yo, one question at a time, bro. You hogging the mic. Flat Earth guy, the floor is yours. Take as long as you like. Well, your horizon question, I'll answer it in an instant. The ship's disappearance is all a matter of distance. And as for the lunar eclipse, it's an easy battle. The circular form of the moon dictates the shadow. So no matter what the shape of the object that's hovering, its shadow takes the form of the object it's covering. And as for other planets being round, that's a no-go. What you see in your telescope is different from the NASA photo. Okay, that's it. It's over. No more time left to debate this. We're glad that both of you were able to present your cases. So let me give my point of view before we close out. Flatter globe is more important things in life to worry about. Man.
karma keeps your mind in jail. Born into a system where you fight beside the lies we tell. We glorify and sell freedom like a diet pill, while society feeds your desires for the dollar bill. You've been inside the wheel, running like a fire drill. Believe the American dream when it's been designed to fail. But you're entitled still, your pride is alive and well. Open up your eyes and you'll find that the genocide is real. You in denial still, conditioned to the violence. Every activist is killed or discredited or silenced. You call it coincidence, I just think it's cognitive dissonance. We just keep on harming the innocent. Any problems we just solve it with censorship. Get a grip, monarch mind control blast through the radio bands. Once you turn on your TV, you get with the program. Get with the program. Get with the program. Get with the program.
Laws being changed, the FDA putting ingredients in certain foods for certain reasons. Mostly their agenda is population control, mind control. You're being manipulated.
Greed is funding both sides of the wars we've been in. It's blowing up buildings to cover up money that's missing. It's faking events to push an agenda for conditioning. It's making money from every inmate that stays in prison. The average American bleeds because of our nation, the land of the thief, home of the slave. You could be calling it treason because of the way that I think. I've been anti-patriotic since I've been waking up out of a sleep. And this industry is toxic, I don't believe in the hypocrisy. It's a joke, all they want is to break down our brain waves and to build a mental prison. We the modern day slaves. Monarch mind control blast through the radio bands. Once you turn on your TV, you get with the program. Get with the program. Get with the program. Get with the program.
Politicians are put there to give you the idea that you have freedom of choice. You don't. You have no choice. You have owners. They own you. They own everything.
Get with the program. 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 Get with the program.
Check 1, check 2, check 1, 2, 3, 4.
Look what they're chatting about. They're chatting about. They're chatting about. Look what they're chatting about. They're chatting about. They're chatting about. Flirt, you should watch your mouth. What? You should watch your mouth. You should watch your mouth. Flirt, you should watch your mouth. What? You should watch your mouth. You should watch your mouth. They say, we are immature, like jumping on the couch. They say, we are immature, like jumping on the couch. Flirt, you should watch your mouth. What? You should watch your mouth. You should watch your mouth. Flirt, you should watch your mouth. What? You should watch your mouth. You should watch your mouth. They say, we are immature, like jumping on the couch. Look what they're chatting about. They're chatting about. They're chatting about. Look what they're chatting about. They're chatting about. They're chatting about. Flirt, you should watch your mouth. What? You should watch your mouth. You should watch your mouth. Flirt, you should watch your mouth. What? You should watch your mouth. You should watch your mouth. Tell me the reason for all the big season. Tell me the reason for all the big season. You should watch your mouth. You should watch your mouth. Watch your mouth. You should watch your mouth. Tell me the reason for all of this season. Tell me the reason for all of this season. You should watch your mouth. 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 Towers it flat. Towers it flat. They're chatting about. Towers it flat. They're chatting about. Towers it flat. Towers it flat. What they're chatting about. Towers it flat. Very clever. Towers it flat. Very clever. Towers it flat. Very clever. Very clever. Look what they're chatting about. They're chatting about. They're chatting about. Look what they're chatting about. They're chatting about. They're chatting about. Flirt, you should watch your mouth. What? You should watch your mouth. You should watch your mouth. Flirt, you should watch your mouth. What? You should watch your mouth. You should watch your mouth. Towers it flat. Towers it flat. They're chatting about. Towers it flat. They're chatting about. Towers it flat. Towers it flat. What they're chatting about. Towers it flat. Very clever. Towers it flat. Very clever. Towers it flat. Very clever. Very clever.
Yeah, shout out to the Globers. Yeah, I know it hurts. If you put what the hurt's been doing this is dirt. Brainwashed the birth to think that it curbs. Now we in first. Drank level water and now we know thirst. Check the Z go and now it's in the dirt. He got his feelings hurt, but the ceiling's yours. If you open doors, Globers mentally pour them globe floors. They don't curve. Gravity, yeah, that's what we swerve. It doesn't work. Back to the drawing board. Ask Jesus for a brother proof. Smashing globes, that's what we do. Space, oops, it went poof. Newton and Einstein, yeah, them too. We the science dudes, we got giant proof. You defiant, can't tell the truth, that's why we laugh at you. You got attitude, no curve from no altitude. Tell me what you smoking on, pass it, dude. You couldn't pass grade 2, Yeah, it's the flat earth, don't get it backwards. Roll up the map first, looking for the answers in the wrong place. While the long face ran the race, now you in last pace. Spun the globe at a too slow pace. Throwing shade up in my face, ACB on the track. Now the earth is flat, hit the live stream and now we flat smack. Got snacks in the back, bud in the sack, no rebuttals to that. And we don't slack, there's no going back. Rabbit out of hat, them globals left mad. Salty and sad, they need a trash bag. Better get glad, you better get back. Shout out to Glad, better know it's flat. It's tough to laugh when you get flat smack. You supposed to be a baller, but she doesn't pick up when you call her. Better call a lift or start the walking, cause there's no more time for talking. Yeah, I trust what I see and touch. If you can dig that, then you can lean with us. You better get back, you're not a genius. You need a genie twice. Looking like a teeny mice or a stream of ice on a fake X rocket. Just stop it. Earth is the only option. Now flat earth is popping. You cannot stop it. Check your watches. Glober's watching. He played possum, gets with it. Austin. Watched him, mopped him. This is awesome. Got business options. Hug this to stop him. Bunch of lost causes. Press play, then pause it. Glober's lost it like open faucets. Now he's stalling. No more balling. I just farted. The gas ain't falling. Talk to Arwen, then Oakley Artem. That's cold hearted, but it's where I started. Played the game on hard mode, that's just where my heart goes. There's no R though, I see the stars, bro. We go hard, yo, yeah, flat earth cargo.
Stop running in the hall. Good to stop. Slow down, sir. Stop running in the hall, sir. Anthony, get the class. You're never gonna become a college student at that rate.
Got it. Fucking science. Yeah, fucking science, bro.
Lambo, check. Goggles, check. Nodules, check.
Fucking science, bro. Hiya, lads. Welcome to science class. Bob, quit writing raps in your log sheet. No one's gonna sign your ass. Okay, let's get scientific. Fossil fuels come from years and years of biodecomposition. It's really just scientific. Why didn't all the fossils turn to oil? Some did, some didn't. Anyway, didn't Rockefeller pay a scientist off the year Geneva Convention? Wait, what was that? You wanna come up here in front of class? What, you wanna teach? You really think you're smarter than me? No, sir. Sit down. Here's your homework on the atom bomb and the World War. How it affected us then and now. Well, I seen the footage and I really just want some answers. How does someone film an atomic bomb and it doesn't destroy the camera? I mean, I was just... Bro, I'm just saying. I mean, I don't know. Fucking science, bro!
Left go, check. Goggles, check. Nodules, check.
Fucking science, bro.
Welcome to history. We evolved from Neanderthals. That is no mystery.
Well, why are there no monkey fossils?
What, are you kidding me?
I'm just saying. I just
should have learned that way back in elementary.
Man, this nigga don't know what the fuck he's
What? I have a diploma. Do you have a diploma? Or we're learning disorder? My wife is a lawyer. We both have a daughter. She's doing fine with the things that we taught her.
I'm just using the scientific method. Did we evolve from electronica boy or Homo erectus? And all of the fossilized footprints in the fossil records don't show a line of thrust. That's not consistent with compression.
What the fuck did he just say?
Yeah, okay, smart ass. This is real knowledge. Save all the hippie shit for art class. It's really starting to bug me on this one. Gonna have to trust me on this one. I've done the studies on this one. A little rusty on this one. I mean, why can't you just answer my question on the subject? It's not in the fucking book. It's not up for discussion. Science. I fucking love science. I love science.
Left go, check. Goggles, check. Nodules, check.
Fucking science, bro. Damn, must have been a hell of them Stegosaurus. It's over century burning fossil fuel. Still ain't no shortages. I ain't saying I'm Neo, but I'm nothing short of a Morpheus. Fuck, thought this was a globe. I gotta check my coordinates. You could blame my disorderly conduct on my subordinates. If it ain't no Coriolis, who's to blame for New Orleans? Why the poorest people always get extorted by corporate giants? We don't boycott, we buy in, and I find it unfortunate. Yeah, me plus you plus her plus her, that's four. Bring your worst and I'm gon' bring much more. Yeah. Leave your nerves, your skirt both at the door. Add it up. In case you didn't know.
Fucking science, bro.
Well, Earthshine is much brighter than moonshine.
Fucking science, bro.
Left go,
Moonshine.
goggles,
Moonshine.
nodules,
Moonshine.
fucking
Moonshine.
How many fingers am I holding up? Come make them beatin' if you bold enough. Bobby Ray don't give no ounce of fuck. Your team is weak and beat your bouncer up.
I'm Neil deGrasse Tyson, bitch.
What is the world? What is the world that we're living in now that we know we're not spinning? What is the world? What is the world that we're living in now we know curvature's missing? What is the world? What is the world that we're living in now we know flat earth is winning? What is the world? What is the world that we're living? It's like a brand new beginning. We know that most of y'all sitting there wishing, probably just itching for us to go away, completely dismissing things that we say like our minds have gone missing. Meanwhile, you're really the only one shifting reality as if it was switching, like it was some type of fantasy pitching. Next up the bat, but you wind up just whiffing. Nothing but air, you just can't do no hitting. Running around saying that water's sticking to outside the balls, your logic is slipping. I understand that you might think I'm tripping. Pay attention to the words that I'm spitting. Only thing that really needs any fixing, your view of the world and the way that you're thinking. No need to go always screaming and kicking. No reason to think that Earth might be tricking. If it was spinning, then we would see drifting. If it was curving, the ships would be sinking. Logical fallacy, keep on insisting. Probably just listen. How about you try some form of consistence? Ships disappear due to angular distance. Makes a lot more sense that the curve's non-existence. Why the persistence? Why the pursuit of unending resistance? Fighting a war like a soldier enlisted. Really seems as though you got it all twisted. Why not just be a bit more optimistic? Lies you've been told, the veil has been lifted. shifted. Now you've been gifted, given permission to take a position, not in opposition to the world that we're living. Key ignition, start up the engine. Choose to accept it now, this is your mission. Tell us why the damn curvature's missing. Maybe just call up a mathematician, give him a listen. Have him tell you about his presuppositions. Talking about how it's not superstition. A vacuum and air pressure juxtaposition. Make a decision, tell us how this model came to fruition. You have the right to enact your volition, right up to the day of mental acquisition. All I could do is provide ammunition. Can't take the heat, stay the fuck out the kitchen. Judgment day or to the last demolition. You can see this as an act of attrition, on the condition that after admission, do you a favor and start the forgiving. Then go out and share your newfound position with everybody who's potentially victim, falling for the global prisoner system. So many flaws, no woman can list them. Shout to my beautiful parents, I missed them. Taught me to think for myself, I could kiss them. Now to the day that I'm able to whisk them away in my arms, I will reminisce them. Yeah.
Yeah. Denver. Yeah. Stand up.
Hard body. We do not consent
to the wars you use to kill the poor.
We do not consent
to get taxes and mandatory vaccines.
We do not consent
to the GMOs that you grow.
We do not consent
to adhering your geoengineering.
We don't consent to the floor and the water supply, blinding our third eye and keeping us compliant. We don't consent to the wars you wage every day, bombing innocent children hundreds of miles away. We don't consent to you hiding our true history, or your secret societies keeping it a mystery. Cause you've been lying to all of us for centuries. Now it's time we break through your green screen reality. There won't be a rock and turn for y'all to be hiding. You're unprepared for the upcoming uprising, and no denying that you've ruled for too long. And we're chipping away at your armor with each song. We use the truth to put an end to the abuse. Once you see what's to come, I wouldn't wanna be in your shoes. You think we're just lambs lining up for the slaughter, but we're here to make your new world have no order. We do not consent
to the wars you use to kill the poor.
We do not consent
to get taxes and mandatory vaccines.
We do not consent
to the GMOs that you grow.
We do not consent
to adhering your geoengineering.
We don't consent to the chemicals you're spraying above us, and we don't consent to the criminals you're paying to run us. We don't consent to your false flag attacks and shooting hoaxes. We're standing up now and letting you know we're truly focused. We don't consent to your central bank or your corporations. We practice discipline, citizen, and subordination. We don't consent to the 1% having everything. We don't consent to be puppets, we're cutting every string. I know one thing for certain, they won't control me. You had to have heard the name by now, they call me OD. I don't consent to the media telling lies to me. I don't consent to them engineering society. It's time to take over this shit, so now we're locked and loaded, ready for anything that happens at any moment. We're wide awake, there's no way that we'll ever go back. Never sleep again, and we wanted to let you know that we do not consent
to the wars you use to kill the poor.
We do not consent
to get taxes and mandatory vaccines.
We do not consent
to the GMOs that you grow.
We do not consent
to adhering your geoengineering.
We do not consent.
For the glower to move over, there's no rovers on Mars, or the moon, or the stars. Space is fake, he's coping hard. This is fate, we came this far. This debate, yeah, this is ours. You got hate up in your heart. All the games, they fall apart. Watch me paint, yeah, this is art. I took my aim, yeah, this is war. There's no curve down on the floor, yeah, there's no globe there anymore. It's okay to share your pain, cause yeah, I've been there all before. Join the server to debate, but this is dancing with the stars. Too much food up on your plate, the flat earthers, they took your lunch. If you didn't watch the tape, then you'll get knocked out in round one. That's just what will come your way if you don't learn about debate. Yeah, I was just like you, on the globe back in the day, and I thought the earth was moving. thing till I learned that space was fake. Now I know it's not a globe and you can't tell me about the shape. But you thinking's buildings moving, that the gas is uncontained. Said you never had the proof, you should learn to feel ashamed. Cause you said the curve was there, but then you hopped up in a plane. Flat earth, it took me years, I'm not expecting you to change. Yeah, I know it takes some time and you won't get it in a day. Now you at the starting line and now it's time to run your race. And the globe is in the past, the globe earthers in last days. Man, when you tell the truth, they'll throw some shade up in your face. Do not worry about the trolls, no, they can't get up in your way. Now we in the live stream, flat smacking every day. And you need to say shit. Better back up all your claims. I won't take no fallacy. Cognism if he plays. No, it's not a disc. Yeah, flat is not a shape. If I say the earth don't move, you'll get bent all out of place. Take the flat pill. Yeah, do it with some grace. Don't get mad at me. No, you can't go to space. Cause it's on the TV. Yeah, outer space is fake. Now we in the live stream. Flat smacking every day. And you need to say shit. Better back up all your claims. I won't take no fallacy. Cognism if he plays. No, it's not a disc. Yeah, flat is not a shape. If I say the earth don't move, you'll get bent all out of place. Take the flat pill. Yeah, do it with some grace. Don't get mad at me. No, you can't go to space. Cause it's on the TV. Yeah, outer space is fake. Huh?
Get my 44 up off the just for now.
Another track is still flat.
Alrighty, MIDI HC. Yeah, that's a funny name. Welcome to the 24/7 Flat Earth Discord server.
Thank you.
What brings you here? And be honest, what shape do you think the Earth is?
I'm just here to troll.
The world is a stage, Shakespeare. You think you live on a fake sphere. There are no curvatures, ain't there? That means it's not an oblate pair. NASA's lying, it's obvious, yeah. Look at the bloopers of sloppiest. Like they're not even trying to fool half the audience, yet this will buy it up. You say it woke, but it's diet, yeah. Want a debate, do not try it, yeah. Leave them unpacking and crying, yeah. Take out the rinse and then dry it, yeah. If you got proof, then provide it. You are VC verified, and either you're seeking the truth or you will just go into hiding. Give it me, Topography. Give it me, gravity. Give it me, philosophy. Give it me, pure comedy. Give it me, Topography. Give it me, gravity. Give it me, philosophy. Give it me, pure comedy. You gotta admit, sometimes this is just pure comedy. I mean, you know, don't get me wrong, we're looking for some evidence for this globe theory, but it's pretty funny.
Grace Leonidas, 24/7 Discord Flat Earth. Welcome to the arena, gladiator. You wanted an edge? Our spears are strong, a formation of edge. It's time to push it to the ledge. Your fallacious sword will shatter on our shield, the Spartans victorious upon the battlefield. Only by the spear of truth can you make us yield.
This is where we hold them! This is where we fight! This is where they die! And these shields rise! This is Sparta!
The specificity of your claim requires you to step up your game. It needs to be substantiated, authenticated. Don't just sit there, get it correlated. Stop getting frustrated while vaccinated, thinking you're educated. Are you really illuminated while being acclimated clown, subjugated, with unabated propaganda permeated? Your arguments are constipated, your history is misstated. All your proofs are long awaited, your counters are unrelated. You're just pontificated and obfuscated. Sorry, friend. Are you medicated?
Calm yourself.
I am sorry, my friend.
But not all of us were meant to be soldiers.
It is clear you're aggravated when a fallacy is generated and a Spartan denigrated. Next time, try to reformulate it. But since you got moderated, it's time for you to get re-educated. Here, sophistry gets dominated, arguments decimated. Don't just sit there being domesticated, accepting being indoctrinated with vile claims and substantiated. That's madness incorporated. Be sophisticated and underestimated, unaffiliated and rejuvenated, stimulated and motivated, get animated, activated, rehabilitated with your mind repopulated, not automated and sedated, blindly opinionated and physically degenerated, with hearts exasperated and minds overestimated. I call that being uneducated.
Spartans! What is your profession?
See, old friend, I brought more soldiers than you did.
It's not complicated. Globe model was evaluated, radius invalidated, black swan reverberated, percolated and penetrated, and the globe deflated. Do you understand what is communicated? Light attenuated, perspective appropriated, density understated, entropy violated, Saros cycle assimilated, and the Coriolis conflated. Or do you need it illustrated, perhaps translated? Is it really necessitated to be restated? Gas dissipated, yet container is ventilated. You should feel liberated, it's been corroborated. Religion has evaporated while blind faith was annihilated. Do not be humiliated. This was dictated, slated and fated. Now outdated, antiquated, needs to be updated. And thoroughly investigated with science invigorated, its potential unmitigated. Be elated, elevated, fascinated. Don't you feel exhilarated? It's long been belated. It's something to be celebrated, not debated.
Find trust.
This was all premeditated, all of it orchestrated, perpetrated, perpetuated, all of us regulated, designated and desecrated, the whole world manipulated. We were told it rotated, that it was calculated and demonstrated, when it was really estimated and speculated and fabricated and misappropriated. The lies are completely overrated. It's time for the truth to be reinstated.
Go spread the word. Let every Greek assemble know the truth of this.
Let each among them search his own soul.
And while you're at it, search your own.
1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9.
It's the 10 black commandments. Yeah. This globe, you can't tell me about this earth. Can't tell me nothing about this curve, this speed. And my real truth is, truth is on the beach. I ain't forget about you, brothers. My Nikon police shooters. Shout out to the lobby. I've been in this game for years. It made me an animal. It's rules to this. I wrote me a manual, a step-by-step booklet for you to get your game on track. Don't let your way get snatched. Rule number uno, speak on what you know. You shouldn't make claims unless you know for sure. Otherwise you're telling lies. And if that man catch on, then your ass is gone. Number 2, never let them think the earth move. Don't you know the pendulum tricks are not science? Yeah, take it from your highness. They need to be set up from high up and kicked or fired up. 3, never trust nobody. Your science guys will set that ass up properly gassed up. Fallacy to throw it up, shit for the fast buck. They be lying in the comments, just confuse that ass up. Number 4, know you heard this before. Never get high on the CGI. Number 5, never speculate on the unknown. I don't care if they fight with an ounce, tell them bounce. Number 6, that goddamn citation, get it. You think a globe be backing up the claim and forget it. Number 7, this rule is so underrated. Keep flat earth society and the server separated. Shadows and sticks don't hit, it's bullshit. 2021, man, that shit's archaic. Number 8, DC checking 1 or 2. Stop typing and get a mic or something to speak through. Number 9, should've been number 1 to me. If you ain't trolling back, get your ass in BC. If the team must get you slipping, they ain't trying to listen. They be pitching your ass out, straight out to cog this. Number 10, a strong word called a measurement. Strictly for honest men, if not, just watch them spin. If you ain't got the globe proof, say hell no. Flat earthers want that proof, rain, sleet, hail, snow. All these rules, you'll smash globes until they break up. If not, 24 trolls who won't wake up. Truth hits your mental, watch your mind shake up. You was sleeping, now you about to wake up. Snacks in the back on your way up. Bathrooms on the left, urinal caked up. DJ on the way, about to play some. Chairs good, stogies lit, feet up, 24/7. Discord. CD, yeah. Shout out to the mods, golds, silvers, values. boy CB. B. In the lobby. Catch me in the live stream. 24/7. Shout out to Indio, CJ, Baba Yaga. Yeah. Nemus. Effie in the house. Tell him bounce.
Yeah. You're not gonna like this one. Nah. Not at first. You're gonna learn to though. You're gonna learn a lot. Check it. If you believe we put a man on the moon, you probably believe we're gonna go to Mars too. Well, I hate to be the bearer of bad news, but that's just something now we can't do. Try and leave low Earth orbit, see what happens to you as you turn into soup in your spaceman suit. What? Did you forget about the Van Allen bell? And that is filled with radiation. Yo, does that ring a bell? 4,000 degrees, that sounds hotter than hell. Man, you think if people went through there, they just melt, but NASA's already been through it. There's a lot I tell that we believe in for so long, so we might as well keep up the charade instead of breaking these chains, and let the ones on top continue to control our brains. Yo, let them do what they want with the hard money. $19 billion for cartoons, that's kinda funny. Yeah, that's just common sense to me. $19 billion on some cartoons, on some CGI bullshit. That's just me though. Look into it a little bit, you'd be surprised if that's the right word for it. If you think the moon can be terraformed, you're wrong, and I'ma have to be the one informing you that the moon isn't exactly as it appears. Like when it's waxing or waning, doesn't it seem clear? In the daylight, supposed craters turn blue, and there are even times you see a star straight through. Like it isn't a solid ball just spinning around, like it isn't a rock that's magically pulled down into our orbit, where gravity is so strong doesn't absorb it. Moon affects the tides, but other bodies of water ignore it, and it's reflecting light coming from the sun. But moonlight's colder than moon shade, explain that one. Now feel free to stay locked up inside your bubble and keep believing those lies that don't love you, and they'll tell you that the earth's shaped like a pear. Look up Atlantic conspiracies if you dare. Yeah, I'm not gonna say anything that's gonna change your mind, right? I'm just gonna plant a seed. Yeah, you've been lied to, you've been deceived, just like me.
I'd go to the moon in a nanosecond. The problem is we don't have the technology to do that anymore. We used to, but we destroyed that technology, and it's a painful process to build it back again.
Life on the ball, fantastic, we don't fall. Amazing how the sun can shine so high. Life on the ball, gravity explains it all. Be thankful that the moon remains in your sky.
You don't have to be 3 standard deviations higher than the average Asian to see someone's pissing down your leg and telling you it's raining. Who's your teacher? I'll step in the class and touch 'em. Lessons to smash and crush 'em. Weapons of mass destruction. Itching to gas and flush 'em. I know you know my motto. Nothing precedes my duty. They call me obligado. They think the house is holy. It's incommunicado. They full of guacamole. I crush the avocados. Call me the virtuoso now. That means aficionado. Master of the Stratocaster. Wizard with the pizzicato. Luciferian foolishness is what you follow. Believing you're on the ball. You have all knelt down to swallow. Fuck all your bravado. If you're dissing Mr. Dubé, you're dead or your head's just hollow. I used to marvel at your little blue marble, but now it's impossible to continent your global model.
Life on the ball, fantastic, we don't fall.
Ain't it amazing?
Amazing how the sun can shine so high.
That's what they told you.
Life on the ball, gravity explains it all.
That explains everything.
Be thankful that the moon remains in your sky.
Yo, Dubé's back to blast tracks and ask you questions. Final mass class, the last flat past is pending. First
first class broken glass globe package sending with a message to the Jews that your reign is ending. Like Payday said, warriors are gathering, so here's a smattering of what your stupid fucking sheeple ass should be asking NASA. Why the race with Rasa? How'd you get there faster? Where's the original tapes and telemetry data? You said you lost it, but what's the cost? You spend billions of dollars turning us all into ballers. Now take the fallen while you're stalling. Ponder who you Jews and Masons gonna call when the ball is burning. When the world ain't turning and the people learning that it was you that lied to us, told us we were moving. My mission's coming to fruition. I don't envy you, dude. The end is coming so soon. Your blue moon is through.
Life on the ball, fantastic, we don't fall. Astounding how we don't fall, baby. Amazing how the sun can shine so high. 93 million miles away. Life on the ball, gravity explains it all. That's what they say. Be thankful that the moon remains in your sky.
Now tell me, why do seemingly logical men behave hostile when you question the orthodoxical nature of their gospel and present several obstacles that render it impossible to reconcile the assertions they read in periodicals? The masses can't stop screaming with emphatic passion. They have been inculcated in a dogmatic fashion. They do not know the extent to which NASA's lying. They can't wrap their curved mind around the flat horizon. It isn't that surprising when they feel they got a license to utter fallacies like Neil deGrasse Tyson, saying the earth is pear-shaped. What, you freebasing? You are just an actor, clown, front man, Freemason. Tilting your earth 23.4 degrees, leaving you with 666. Now you're on your knees. Filleting these demons, see Satan has stolen your power at 66,600 miles an hour.
Life on the ball,
it's beautiful.
Fantastic, we don't fall.
You've been stuck in a spin cycle.
Amazing how the sun can shine so high.
Hoodwinked and bamboozled.
Life on the ball,
it's magical.
Gravity explains it all.
Nothing short of laughable.
Be thankful that the moon remains in your sky.
You better count your lucky stars, Earthling.
Drace 24/7 Flat Earth Discord with Robert Tarr on the beat. Shout out to Gemsy for his tireless service and great ideas. Judgments have a way of festering until you become what you hate. So don't hate and don't judge. Understand and transmute hate into love, rising above the cycle. Don't be the cycle, break the cycle, and be free as you were meant to be, operating empirically, embracing your destiny, living in reality. The globe is a no-show, the Antarctica no-go. The seafloor plateau, you don't know what you don't know. The story I just so. Paddle knows, uh-oh. Status quo, no photo, the only curve is a GoPro. Fight the flow, the fallacious combo. Metal judo, the FE commando. With knowledge as ammo. A 3-point KO. Lost your wig, bro? It's a belief, yo. Celestial navigation, relative to the location. It's called exploration, using the constellation for thousands of years without deviation. Not possible within orbital imagination. It's a faulty conceptualization. Your ears are not just for decoration. You feel no sensation. The vestibular operation proves there's no axis to rotation. All sight has limitation. Perspective is our vision. We see by light propagation, but light has attenuation and diffusion, so seeing forever is a pure delusion. Space is a privation, not a bendy dilation. Einstein's melt position is a dated apparition. FE has no competition. Its opposition is only repetition, a supposition, and superstition. We're all around faulty cognition. Welcome to the globe deposition, the lie, abolition, or the truth petition. Don't give up your critical thinking of your own volition, even if it has become tradition. That is submission to the mathematician, the sophistic cognition tactician, bringing you the war of attrition and the contradicting redefinition. Become like us, a logician, a sophistry demolition technician. Requisition your intuition, transition to erudition. But be quick, the mission to dumb down the population is so close to fruition. We pay our tuition for our own indoctrination with lies and a mission, when learning the truth should be your ambition, regardless of the optics and previous conviction. That's the true ammunition, the power of the truth coalition, on a sacred mission, restoration from sedition, a disposition of the most highest opposition, of the very same wardens that guarded your mental prison. There is no addition, no prize of admission, we get no commission and all the suspicion, but there's one condition: be honest. This is not a competition, it's a collaborative exhibition, a recognition of rhetoric superstition, with 24/7 repetition, a non-stop globe demolition. I have become a globe funeral mortician.
I'm going to stop the conversation there, but so Andrew, you have VC verified and link embedded roles. So you've obviously been in here before. What's your take on where we live? Before we get into a different conversation.
Well, yeah, we can continue this, obviously. The conversation we were having.
Yep.
So, yeah, with what I do in my life, the globe Earth gives me very good predictions for everything. So
okay, what are they, predictions or postdictions?
So they're, in many cases,
what
they
predictions?
Yeah.
Yeah, what predictions are you getting?
So, for instance, if I see like an asteroid fly by, and you give me like
an asteroid, you see an asteroid fly by?
Yeah. So if you see something fly by and you give me like position velocity, I can predict when it's going to come by in like many years' time.
I thought asteroids are like honking huge. That like meteors are like smaller. I'm just pointing that out.
Yeah. What? How are you? So you've got asteroids in the sky. You're predicting asteroids in the sky. What? Why are you looking at?
Sure. So maybe I'll be more careful. So yeah. So there's the experimental observation that you see a thing in the sky, right? We don't know what it is.
Experimental observation? Can you explain experimental observation?
So that's just something that anyone can see and observe with tools.
So an observation, not an experimental observation.
I would say observations are experiments. Yeah.
No. Do you know the scientific method for an experiment?
So my philosophical stance on this is that
it's not a philosophical question.
Okay, so what is your definition? We'll work with it.
Oh no, I asked you.
Okay, no, I think what Timbo was trying to get at is the specific question is: do you know the steps to the scientific method? Can you state those steps?
Okay, so scientific method, I think, as people are going to generally use it, is you come up with a hypothesis based on some theory. You make a prediction.
No.
You set up an experiment.
You need an observation.
You make an observation of that thing.
Observation. Yeah, observation is first.
Yeah, that's the first thing. You observe a natural phenomenon.
Yeah.
And then you come up with a hypothesis.
And then you start doing your tests, your experiments.
And then you manipulate the variables.
Mm-hmm.
You manipulate the variables, and then you come up with a testable theory. So a theory is tested over and over again, and then you have a scientific theory.
Okay, so this was actually what I was going to say originally, but so my stance on this is that the only true thing you can ever hold is the observation, right? Every theory you come to explain any of these things is always just a guess, right? And
well, let's go back to what you were talking about, because you were talking about observing things in the sky.
Right.
So, and you said experimental observation. So it's just getting at what the word experiment meant.
Yeah.
So you can't really use that word for that thing that you're doing, because you can't manipulate anything to know if your experimental observations are correct.
Yeah, cause and effect. is what science is figuring out the causes to effects.
Right. So when I say experimental observation, I'm meaning this. There's this branch of like science philosophy that is just the only true thing you
that's
ever
philosophy.
have is the observation.
There is no science.
It's not science.
There is no science philosophy.
Yeah, there is. Yeah, no, it's a field.
No,
there is no science philosophy.
Sure. Yeah, there is.
No,
So you can say no and I can say yes, but of course, right? You have to define what you want science to be, right?
No.
On pseudoscience.
No. Science is science, and it's been defined. That's why we have
but
a scientific method.
Andrew,
That's why we have a scientific method, because you have to follow the scientific method to do science.
Okay,
if
but
you don't
so
follow
my
the
question
scientific
to you,
method,
right?
the definition is pseudoscience.
May I ask a question?
Yeah, but go ahead, I suppose.
Okay, so you have a definition of science, the scientific method, right?
No, there is a definition of science from. Why do you think we have definitions?
Yeah, that's.
It's so that people don't get mistaken on what the definition is.
So my question is, who defined the scientific method?
The people who created the scientific method.
Okay, so it's a pointless
And the people
definition.
who follow it. Why?
So
what if you're not following a method to get an outcome, then you're not doing anything because everything's flawed.
Right.
Because what you're trying to do is get a cause and effect. Yeah, you're trying to come up with a theory on what is causing the effect, what the cause and effect of the observation that you're making, the natural observation. So if you can't manipulate the variables to test whether it is this thing that is the cause, then you're not doing science. So you're going to go into, we're looking into space and we're looking at, you call it a rock going through space. That's not science.
Okay, so here, let me.
Do you agree?
Let me write one more thing down so I don't miss everything.
Do you agree that that's not science?
Okay, so. Do
you agree that's not science?
I'm not sure what you're saying now. I'm just going to go back a couple of points, if that's okay.
Okay, go.
Okay, so you were saying is that we want to get a cause and effect? That I agree with? No? Oh, okay, sorry.
Yeah, my words were a bit minced, but I've only just woken up, so yeah.
That's all good. I'm on the same boat. It's a rainy Saturday here, so I can't go for my normal run, so I feel a little sluggish.
Yeah, we got a nice sunny Sunday, so get out. I'll get out and about today.
Okay.
Yeah, go ahead, mate.
So you were saying is that we want to determine some kind of cause and effect, right? If you want to rephrase this, I'll rewrite it right now.
No, that's all right. We're looking. So you're looking for a cause of the natural phenomenon, yeah?
Right. Okay.
Yeah.
Right. Natural. Okay. So, and I agree that natural phenomenon.
This is not my opinion either. If you want to look up, because I can hear you typing things in. If you want to look up the scientific method, if you look up the scientific method, then it's not. I didn't make this up.
No, I'm not saying that, right? But okay, so what you've said so far, and what I agree with, is that we want to ultimately determine cause and effects of things, and those things we want to determine are natural phenomena. So when you say natural phenomenon, this is what I, from some science philosophy, would call experimental observation, which is something that anyone...
experiment?
Exactly. It's something anyone with proper description can go and set up and observe, right?
That's observation.
But what's the experiment?
Kind of irrelevant to where we are right now.
You're using the word in your sentence. You're using experiment in your sentence. So you're saying observational experiment. So you're observing something, and then what are you experimenting on?
Right. So an example of an experimental observation might be that metals get red when they're heated. Right?
Okay.
So I can say that to you. You can go get a metal.
Yeah.
You can heat it
So
up.
how do you relate this to asteroids in the sky?
Right. So what I would say is
meteorites or
that,
whatever.
yeah. So what I would say is that the experimental observation of that is that somebody, if they're given correct instructions of how to look, they would see a thing in the sky, right? Just a thing.
How do you
right?
determine what this thing is?
Mm-hmm. So I'm not even at that point yet, right? What my
Well, we
point
can skip
was,
ahead because now we're just going over words that we're going to disagree with. So I want to know, you're doing an observational experiment on an asteroid. I want to know, the observation is you see something in the sky. Now what's the experiment?
So then it's saying I can take some data points of that thing moving, how it moves, and I can predict when it's going to come back. That's all.
And you're determining how many degrees it's moving in the sky. This is your experiment?
So that's the data I would be collecting. And
and then the cause of this or the effect? What?
Okay. So, right. So, okay, I'm like kind of an experimentalist, you would call this. I don't want to say
what are you determining
at all what the effect is. I actually would even say we can't ever know this.
So where's the
exactly. So it's not science. Sorry, go.
Okay, right. So when you say this, though, I would say that this old definition of science doesn't really hold up anymore. I don't think.
Old? Well, who changed it?
Anymore.
So I have some just logical issues with some old.
And Andrew, I want to get that logical things. You are saying that you're observing some asteroid on the measuring or calculating some angles or something.
Okay, sure. Yeah, go ahead.
And what you assuming that it's down?
I missed the last word. What I'm assuming.
What you assuming that it's down when you calculating all that stuff?
That it's.
Do you assuming something, or you're sure that that's something? It's that what you assuming?
Sorry. Can somebody clearly? I'm not sure what the question is.
He's asking you, when you're looking up into the sky on the very base level here on Earth, are you assuming something?
Okay, so when I see like a dot on the sky, I'm taking some different numbers from it, and I'm saying when I think it's going to come back.
So
and come back where, Andrew? Come back where?
Okay, so it keeps moving. Eventually, we don't see it on the sky anymore, and then I'm saying when we're going to see it again on the sky.
And what that has to do with the surface of the Earth?
Okay, so I think at this point I thought we were just talking more about scientific method and such.
Well, we can go past that because we've determined that what you're doing is not science. So.
Even if you're doing that, whatever you're doing, what that has to do with the shape of the surface?
Right. So I would say we have this observational experiment.
Yeah.
And we
You're doing it again.
For it.
Yeah, you can't put those two words together.
And what that observation telling you, Andrew?
What is the observation?
What is the result of that observation?
So there's the observation, and then the theory of gravity and orbits fits that observation.
What?
Yeah, and what is conclusion of that result?
It provides a bit more strength to the argument of gravity and orbits.
If we have the gravity in orbits, what is the conclusion of that?
that it seems like the theory of gravity in orbits is stronger.
Is it
I'm not sure.
conclusion that all? I will help you. Is it that all conclusion? You're making observation. Then you now find out that there is a gravity, and now Earth is a globe. Is that conclusion, or that has nothing to do with the globe?
So
Just straight up reification.
I guess I would say no to this. Yeah, sure.
That means if we make that observation, we can prove that Earth is a globe.
No, it doesn't prove it. No.
And what that observation telling us then?
It's telling us that the method we were using to make that prediction is pretty good.
And what is telling us of the shape of the Earth? That observation. Nothing.
Well, the model we were using to make that prediction was assuming this.
Oh, okay. That means you're using. Did you assume something? I asked in the first place.
Yeah.
You assume in the first place that Earth is a globe.
You're assuming the entire model. Yeah.
Ah, okay. Yeah. And where did you get that model?
From previous building block experiments. Yeah.
Experiments.
Similar observational tools. Yeah.
Yeah, but you're using.
Sorry, Sasha. Go ahead, mate.
You're using the globe Earth model.
Mm-hmm.
But where is that model?
What do you mean where? Sorry.
When you make observation, you assuming that Earth is a globe, and then you make some data. You know, why you don't look Earth itself and say, okay, this is a globe because there is a globe, and then you make a measurement of or calculation of something happening in the sky. Or we have that immediately. We have the globe, and now we are observing. Or we need to prove first the globe, and then we will observe. Or we should first observe, and then we will make a globe.
So I just look at it as a variety of observational things and just trying to find something that can describe all of these things.
Yeah.
All right, let's start at the start.
Making things up.
That's good. That's good point. If you have the globe on the ground,
Yeah.
do you have a globe on the ground?
Go back to the start.
Do you have a globe on the ground?
Started.
Do I have a what?
Do you have a globe on the ground?
Do I have a globe on the ground?
He's asking if
this
there's a globe according to experience the globe.
Yeah, so has anyone ever measured the globe to determine that it is a globe? This is the base point, yeah? So you need a globe to do all these things that you're doing. So if we go back to the start and you go, okay, we need to prove a globe. Has anyone ever proved a globe? Who measured it? How did they do it? And then maybe a citation and an experiment.
A demonstration.
We have these things. A demonstration, yeah.
Right. So I don't think anyone's just gone out and measured the entire.
So how do you have a globe then?
Probably the closest thing is maybe like some.
Andrew, do we have dimensions of the Earth?
Do we have the measures of the Earth?
Dimensions.
Yeah. It's going to be a little weird, right? Because it's bumpy, so you're not going to have an exact thing, but pretty good, yeah.
Yeah, we have pretty good. And how we got that in first place?
We found some numbers that fit models.
Okay, great. Does that numbers fitting with the reality?
Yes.
Did you check that?
Yeah, when I used to work with satellites, it all fit very well. So
satellites. No, I'm speaking of the surface of the Earth. We are speaking that there is a radius, there is dimensions. You said there are numbers fitting. Did you check that in reality?
So, what do you want here? I'm not sure.
Okay.
Well,
what is the radius of the Earth? What is the radius of the Earth?
I think it's like 6,500 kilometers.
Okay, and what that math is telling you how much you can see on the globe with your height?
Can I pull out a pen and paper, or is this?
You can Google it if you want.
Exam?
I will help you. 180. If you're 2 meters, something like 5-6 kilometers, not more.
Can someone else say that? Maybe I couldn't write it down.
With 2 meter height, you can see 6 kilometers, not more.
2 meter height can see.
2
Are you writing a article or something? Are you?
No, I just write down things when I'm talking with people because I find a lot of things get said and it's hard to remember everything. So you said 2 meter height can see 6 kilometers?
Yeah.
Is this, I'm assuming this is at the same elevation?
I'm telling you what is the globe math. That is what you said, 6,000 kilometers. That's telling you.
He's talking about over water. So,
so same elevation over water. Okay, and is this with refraction or anything, or is this?
Don't worry about refraction, mate, because you need R for that. So
wait, don't worry about it. Hold on.
Don't worry about it yet. Don't worry about it yet.
Okay.
All right. Okay. So just listen to Sasha.
Don't worry about.
And we will invoke refraction later. Don't worry.
Yet. You need to add in yet. If you're writing an article,
I'm not writing an article.
You're doing. I didn't say you don't need to worry about refraction. I said don't worry about refraction yet. All right. We're determining the size of the ball that they claim it is and how far you should see to the horizon on your ball. So that's what we're determining at the moment. We'll talk about the other factors later.
Okay.
This is the globe prediction at its best. It's supposed to predict where the horizon is.
Without refraction.
Andrew, question. Andrew, question. In globe Earth model, is it a horizon geometrical or optical?
Optical.
Oh, we are wrong.
Okay. Expand. Can I
how
say
something
how I'm assuming you're using
how
this,
something physical can be optical?
We only observe things through our eyes, or through pictures, or through rays of light reaching sensors.
Is it
so it's optical, right?
Okay, that's optical. Yeah. Is it Earth optical?
Is Earth optical? The way we see it and interact with it is optical. Yeah.
Is it optical? Is the physical thing that we're standing on optical or physical?
It's a physical thing, but we can only interact with it through.
Just answer the question simply. Well, there's other ways of looking at it, but anyway.
Of course, that we are observing with our eyes, but we are observing physical things.
Well, but when you're talking about a horizon, you're talking about something being traced back to a source, right? And we're using light for this, so it's optical.
Well, we're trying to determine how somebody claimed that we live on a globe. So they must have seen the curvature somewhere to declare such a thing.
Andrew, are you telling me that water, what I'm observing and what I'm seeing physically, it's optical?
Okay. Are you saying, or am I, sorry, I forget who was saying what, but the question was, is water seeing or optic? Sorry, actually, I didn't understand that question at all. Can you say
Okay, so what you're saying, right, so there's a claim that we have a ball that's a certain size. So at some point, we'll go through the measurements, at some point, the Earth, the edge of the sphere should be curving down. So is that point that we're calling the horizon, just before it starts curving down, is that optical or physical?
I would say that's optical, yeah.
Welcome to the flat Earth.
Yeah. Is there any more to say?
So, okay.
So you don't have a physical. You don't have a physical. Don't worry about reading back. You don't have a physical. Let's just have a conversation instead of writing an essay. So you don't have a physical edge to the sphere. Is that what you're saying?
So what my understanding of what was said was the ball has a certain
Don't worry
size,
about what was said. I just
so
asked
you
you a
should see
question.
an edge
Do
curving
you have
down.
a physical edge to the sphere?
If we call that edge curving down the horizon, is that optical or physical? I would say that is optical. Yeah.
I'll come to the flat
So
Earth.
where's your physical edge then? Where is your physical edge to the sphere?
There is a physical edge that exists, but we can't interact with physical things. We interact with optical things.
We can't interact with physical things, is what you just said.
Mm-hmm.
What are you talking about? Like like is your coffee cup a physical thing? Yeah, you interact with your coffee cup when you put it to your face to drink out of it. What are you saying?
Sure. This is using different senses, right?
No, it's
when
not.
We're talking about
Physical's
things we
physical,
see, that
optical's
is only
optical.
observation, right?
It's not observation, it's a measurement.
You said.
Mm-hmm.
I ask you, if I see the water in distance, physical
I think
water...
your mic cut out, Jenna, or someone...
Is the horizon apparent or is it geometrical?
No, what he's doing is he's trying to avoid the question.
Optically,
that's what he's doing. So, Andrew, what we want to do is we want to have a conversation and just get some simple answers. But you're answering a question with a question, and then repeating back what you've written down.
I gave you an answer,
and it's really distracting. So there's supposed to be they've given us a size, right?
Mm-hmm.
So
he said that it's geometric. He said it's geometric, but we see it optically, which is a useless caveat. So why don't you just get to the measurements for the geometric horizon that you see optically?
Because, Andrew, we are saying that it's optical.
Okay.
Well, where's this measurements? Crickets.
Sorry?
Where's the measurement?
Yeah, where are the measurements?
I don't know. I thought we were getting to that.
So we just
it seems like we're always just getting to it when Globers are talking to us. Like, when do we actually get to it?
Did you... Let's put like this. Maybe Andrew doesn't know. Do you know, Andrew? Did you see any measurement on the surface of the sea level?
Sorry, I don't understand this question.
Did you see any observation and measurements on the sea level from anyone?
Of
Earth curve.
Well, where's your Earth curve? Where is it? Like, you're saying we live on a ball, but you got no proof that we live on a ball. But you're saying we do observational experiments in the sky. Like, we need to prove this ball. So what we're doing is, we're doing is we're going through the motions on how did you get the measurements of this ball? How did you determine it was a ball that we stand on?
Right. Okay. So my view on this is that we have observational experiments
which you can't use those things.
Right. Observational isn't how you want to use them. That's
observational experiments are not experiments. It's just called observations.
Okay. So sorry, I'm reaching into like a field that I realize most people don't care about. So I'll try and avoid using these words.
No, we care about science. You apparently don't care about the words you're using, so
no,
that's just the issue here.
So this is like a field of the philosophy of science that takes the stance that there only exists the observations, right? And everything else we take from that is all just basically...
Yeah, that's not science. No, that's not science. The scientific method...
Okay, actually, yes, thank you. I was hoping we could get back to this. So we were saying before that something to be scientific has to follow the scientific method, right?
Correct.
Okay. Who came up with the scientific method?
Why do we have to go through all this?
Okay, I'll jump the gun. I'm going to say that the way we came up with the scientific method, or whoever defined it, or wherever you're getting it from, is basically arbitrary with the goal of trying to find a cause and effect, but I don't think that works.
You don't think the attempt to find the cause and effect works?
I think that's okay, so that's a goal, right? That's not the thing. But just trying to compare cause and effect is never going to logically be sound to give you...
Yeah, that's not the scientific method. You don't compare cause and effect.
Well, hang on, let him finish his point.
That's not how the scientific method works.
Okay, so sorry, I wrote that down from what someone said earlier. So, okay, does somebody want to define the scientific method and we'll run with that for now?
Well, hang on, before we do that, what is your point you're trying to make? I'm trying to make sense out of you.
Sure. So, my point is that I think there's a new field in philosophy of science, relatively new, that is just experimentalism, which says there is only the observations that you can make, and that's it. You might use theories to make new observations, and that might work, but at some point that new theory is going to break, and the only thing you're left with are the observations. And in the future,
I don't think...
some theory.
Sorry, when you say observations, what do you mean?
It means almost anything you can imagine. So the example I gave earlier is that a metal turns hot when it gets red.
It turns red when it gets hot?
Yeah, that's an observation. But you were talking about when your theories change, that changes your observations. No, no, it does not change.
No,
observation is always the same. Your ideas and your theories changing is not changing any observations. You understand
yes,
that?
Okay, that's key. That's exactly what
the observation you gave before was meteorites flying through the sky. That's the observation you gave before.
Exactly.
And then we went through it and we determined that that's not science, yeah?
Okay, to be clear, I didn't word it that way. I said
you called it.
You see a light.
You called it observational experiments, and I said you can't do that because they're in the sky. You can't test them.
Andrew, is it possible when you make that observation in the sky that the surface is not a globe?
Yes.
There's not.
Yes.
Okay. That means that your observation is pointless. It could be also sphere and it could be flat. No.
So you just have the observation. All you have is the observation, and you're trying to find something that fits all of the observations. That's it.
Okay. And
but what you're talking about is just a conflation of categories. There's no point in using the word experiment in any other sense. There's already established a sense in which the word experiment is used. So what you're talking about is just an observation. It's not an observational experiment. It's just an observation.
Sure. So we're using just different language, but I'm fine with that. Yeah.
Okay, so we have the observation. Okay. Now the last thing that we're just talking about with you as it concerns the subject that this VC is dedicated to is the convexity or non-convexity of the surface of the Earth. And they already got you to the point where you acknowledge that the horizon is optical. It's not a concrete edge to a sphere.
Right, yeah. Well, the thing we see, there could be a physical thing, but we can only interact with it optically, right?
But you have to substantiate that. You can't just reaffirm the consequent. Say, well, it is concrete, but we just don't observe it.
No,
if you suppose that it is concrete, you have to substantiate it.
I don't want to attribute anything concrete. I just want to say we have the observations. And
Andrew, question.
Wait, hang on. Wait. And then after me, Sasha. If you don't want to assert that the Earth is a concrete spherical entity, then you forfeited the debate.
If you want to phrase it like that, sure. Yeah. My opinion is I just want things that give me tools to make new observations. That's all. And so far in my career, I've gotten pretty good new observations using globes.
But I think it's time to ask the five basic questions.
That mean Andrew, that in that case, Earth cannot be flat.
Does that mean no?
And what
do you mean using globes? Because you're not using the Earth, because it's not a globe. So you're just ascribing sphericity to the Earth even though you don't observe the Earth concretely being an object with a convex surface.
Sure. So the way that this branch of science philosophy says it wants to work is you have previous observations, you take a thing that fits those past observations, and you make some prediction, and you try and just go make a new observation. Even if that theory fails, in the future, you have a new observation, which is added to the pool of things that new stuff has to fit to.
What you just described is just ad infinitum making observations and supposing reports of new observations. That's not a theory.
Yeah, it's just an attempt at confirming a bias.
No,
that's not even that. It's not even that. It's just an ad infinitum repetitive process of reporting observations. That's not a theory.
Okay, so in this process, you're making new theories.
Okay, which one is it? You said you make an observation, then you go make new observations, then you go make new observations.
No, there was a step in there. So you have your collection of observations. You come up with something that currently fits those observations, or even most of them. And from that theory, you see where you can look for something new. Then you go and look for that thing. Maybe you find it, maybe you don't. But if you do find it, you have a new observation. And then even in the future, if this theory doesn't work, you have a new observation to the pool that future theories have to fit to also.
Okay, you're just describing experience over time, so as long as you draw breath. What does that have to do with the shape of the Earth? Or the convexity or non-convexity of the surface of the Earth?
So, right, so what I was trying to say is, in my experience, my career, I've been able to make new observations using the globe Earth as predictors.
Okay, that's not an observation. You made observations and then you ascribe sphericity to what you're observing, even though you didn't observe sphericity.
I'm not attributing anything to anything. I'm using something as a tool to make new observations.
Using something else other than the Earth that is not a sphere. That is a sphere. Excuse me.
So
you have this other thing that is non-Earth that is a sphere.
So
and it's somehow, in some vague sense, relating the sphericity of the non-Earth object to the Earth. This is what sense does that make?
Okay, so maybe I'll just give an example to try and be concrete. So I used to work on satellites, and these were like terrestrial satellites, so they would look down on Earth.
On satellites?
Yes. So on these, they had various, I'll call them cameras, right? And they're pixel cameras. And each camera would point at little boxes on the ground, right? And when this thing looked down, you would find that the pixels on the edges were becoming very distorted. And the pixels in the center looked fine for all of predictions people had. The solution to this was that if you imagine things coming down on a circle, things hitting the edge of that circle become straight.
Hang on.
And so if you
I need to see what predictors these people are using and how they're getting to these conclusions.
Sure. So the picture is that the satellite should have been close enough that the pixels were just like a single flat piece of paper coming up. But this,
do you know how lenses work?
That's irrational.
Do you know how camera lenses work?
Wait. Let him finish everything.
Okay.
So each of these pixels were just collecting its data, and they came up flat like a sheet of paper. But the pixels on the edges were becoming curved. Not curved. They were becoming stretched. And the way to fix this distortion was to say, hey, if it's a globe, and you undo this curvature, your pixels, there's no distortion in them, right?
So you're arguing for concavity then, because stretching would imply that it's going the opposite way of your globe.
No, I might not be describing this well. I could, if you want, we can do a whiteboard and I can draw out what I'm trying to explain. It's hard to do geometry verbally, but
yeah, you're also trying to use geometry now optically, and you're looking through gas at an angle on at the ground, and you're not factoring in anything like perspective or anything like that.
So I can
also through a curved lens
too. Effect, but yeah.
You just told us that you somehow superimpose sphericity in the visual data somehow with technological wizardry, or you just suppose the hypothetical premise that you began with the word if, that if the Earth was a sphere. Nowhere in the explanation did you tell us you observed the Earth to be a sphere.
So what I'm saying is we would just get pictures back and you would see buildings look stretched and distorted.
Yeah, that's to be expected.
Okay, so what I just said, what is the point of you repeating what you just said?
I'll be honest, I don't remember what you said, so sorry.
Well, that's a problem. You just told us that you take pictures and become somewhat distorted, and then you somehow superimpose sphericity in some sense into the visual data, or you just suppose a hypothetical premise that you begin with the word if, that the Earth is a sphere. Nowhere in your explanation did you tell us that you observed the Earth to be a sphere.
So when we were collecting this data, you basically assume that the Earth is flat over what you want. But if you do that, it doesn't work.
No, that's a straw man again. Like, this is irrational.
I don't know what to tell you. This is physically the data we were getting, okay?
Yeah, the physical data you're getting, you're interpolating through your faulty ideas.
So,
a needle pulling
when you're saying interpreting, I'm saying we're just seeing things.
You created a flat Earth model with parameters that none of us have agreed to or even looked at, and then you say that that model debunks the flat Earth, even though none of us agreed to your straw man model.
Okay, so let me try and think of wording this carefully. So
be sure to start with so.
Start with so
or if. Why not start with like? So you think the Earth is a globe? What does that mean? Just tell everyone what you think that means. Like you want to tell people you got some insider secret king knowledge about the nature of creation. How? How do you know this? What, where, when, why, and how?
Okay.
Just start with that. Like you're reporting what you know to a group of people, and you don't know where these people.
Speak to us assuming that we know you're full of shit.
If it's okay if we can finish the last conversation.
Yeah, it's going nowhere because you're not understanding what flat Earth is, and I predict, based on that, you also don't know what globe Earth is. Because you would first have to understand flat Earth to get to your globe. The flat Earth model came thousands of years before anyone even suggested otherwise. So if you are brain farting flat Earth, I don't see how you got to globe Earth unless you grease the skids and you just started your understanding of human knowledge in the 1600s and then, or just say, a photograph from space is all you need. So let's hear where you're coming from. What do you think and why? That should be the more telling part, because it will be able to troubleshoot you and see what happened and why you're so broken.
Yeah, because it really seems like you feel stuck, you feel cornered, and you're just kind of spitballing and making stuff up on the fly to validate this belief that you have that you yourself don't quite understand.
So I'm definitely on my heels. I wasn't expecting to do what is science here. But
okay, well, to answer your question from earlier, sorry to cut you off, but to answer your question from earlier, all of you guys with who came up with the scientific method, it was Sir Francis Bacon. The unfortunate thing is the whole entire Western world gives the credit to Galileo. Okay, so that answers that question. Now,
we're circling back to an early, okay.
Yeah, okay.
So you just said, what is science, right? Crit asked you, what is the globe? Is that your answer? It's science?
No, sorry. Okay, so maybe we'll finish this dialogue then from like way earlier. So,
maybe we'll just skip past what just was said.
Circling back isn't going to help you. Start right now, okay?
Yeah.
So, okay.
Continue from where you were before I interrupted.
I can't finish any points, right?
No, just continue from where you were.
Guys, okay, someone on here was like, we're not trying to argue, we're trying to have a dialogue, trying to have a discussion. We can't have a discussion if we can't finish things.
Right, so I finished it by answering the question from earlier. So now we're past that. We're right back here.
Clearly,
before I interrupted.
Question, right?
So just go right back to here before I interrupted. Okay, that's where we're at. I just wanted to interject that real quick. We're done with that. We're beyond that. We're here. So if you could please answer.
Well, if you don't mind, I'd like to, because I was asking that question for a reason, obviously, right? I wasn't just asking who defined the scientific method for no reason, right?
No, we're not going back there. Sorry, we're not going back there because we determined that what you're not
beyond that. I answered that question. It's fine. Continue.
Okay, so I'll open this to the floor then. So Sir Francis Bacon, apparently, defined the scientific method. Why do we care about his definition?
I'll answer that.
At best, I mean, to finally complete this, at best it's intelligible, it's justifiable, it's practical, it's informative.
Exactly, yeah.
So,
okay, which definition do you want to use?
He gave earlier was that you vary one thing with respect to another, and you find a cause and effect, right?
The problem is if you're not using the same method, you could use the same data points, but get to a different conclusion.
Yes,
the reason why you follow the method, because otherwise, that could be your error. Like you did X, Y, and Z setup, I did ABC setup, I determined something different because of your experimental model.
This dude slaps, he gets it. Yeah.
Okay, so...
Yeah, he's teaching you you're wrong, by the way.
Okay, so here's the point, right?
No, listen. Listen to what Crit's telling you.
In 100 different ways, right?
No.
Crit wasn't talking.
No, you don't define the scientific method in 100 different ways. There's a very specific scientific method, and then you have all sorts of other methods which are not scientific. They're pseudoscientific by definition.
That's why I don't use the term scientific. The term is vague.
Right.
That's why I use the term causation inquiry method.
Can Crit finish what he was going to say? Crit?
No, I mean, you guys are all over it. Yeah, the problem is if you start doing something that is like scientific aligned, it could be pseudoscience. It still is useful. It just means you have to explain what you did different and why. Why did you deviate from the normal method? It could be lots of different reasons. It could be access to the full world. It could be, your ability to manipulate variables. Lots of reasons, lots of things can happen to make you deviate. Just explain why. If it makes sense and it doesn't seem like you're trying to bullshit, then people can follow you. People use pseudoscience every day. Sometimes even because of superstition. I mean, you might say that seems weird to you, but people are superstitious. They're very spiritual, supernatural entities that exist in the world. They really can't explain it, but hey, I flipped that penny over. Now I had good luck. Cause and effect, but it was pseudoscience. It wasn't real. It wasn't an actual experimentation. You just have to explain to me why you think you flipped that penny over, and I'll try it and tell you what I get.
Let him answer.
I don't know what the question was there, so it's hard to answer, but...
Okay, look. We have the so-called scientific method, which I more accurately refer to as the causation inquiry method. So, you saying no, not that method, then what method are you using, and why?
Okay. Sure. What method and why? Okay. So, as Critspiracy pointed out very well, there are different ways you could have defined a scientific method. and they would have given you different conclusions.
That's not what he said.
No, that's an accurate summary. That's correct. It depends which method you use, and you're going to get to different conclusions from different methods.
Yeah, it's close enough.
Yeah, but he didn't say it was different scientific methods. He just slipped that in there.
Yeah.
Okay, well, we have to be charitable in interpreting one another, so obviously it is. So go ahead.
Okay. So, different ways you want to set things up, you get different conclusions. Specifically, I think where science goes wrong is it will never be logically sound to say, okay, I observed this in this condition, and I observed this in this condition, and this in this condition. Therefore, this is true in all conditions. That's never logically sound, right?
No, those would be laws. Those weren't. That's not adjudicated through the scientific method.
So that's
wait, you work on satellites. I don't understand how you make this error. Like, in my mind, I'm presuming that someone who's working on satellites has mastered understanding this method. You don't understand that the causation inquiry method, quote unquote scientific method, is informative on trying to ascertain what is the cause of this effect, which includes controlled variables, independent, dependent, and controlled variables. So, of course, it's never the conclusion, unless someone is just making this asinine conclusion, that this event happens in all situations, in all various kinds of situations. No?
Right. So you said a word
that's not the method in principle.
Like the right step that people went in. So you're correct. So people said, okay, maybe we can't say this always implies this, right? As you were saying, we switched to saying essentially it's informative to the cause, or the wording people said is if this and this and this and this and all this, then this maybe generally implies this, right? This is the conclusion people came to.
In principle, at best, concerning the method, people are saying this caused that effect in this situation.
Right.
And so this behaves this way in this situation.
Most
at all times. Or most of the time.
Right. Most of the times is how it becomes.
Okay, so
then here's the issue.
At all times, provided the conditions are the same. The experiment has the control variables, you have all the variables, so if the conditions are the same, you're going to have the same result.
But do you really have all the control variables? Are you certain of that?
Well, this is just skepticism of how comprehensive the interpretation is.
Okay, so I'll finish this point then, and maybe we can move on. So the softer thing people came up with was that, if this, then that, if this, then that, then if this, usually that. That's the soft claim. But why then are we okay with using the soft claim? What people would say is, well, we've used this soft claim in other experiments, and it's given us good results, right? And we've used it in this other experiment, and it's given us good results. And in another one, and it's given us good results. And you do this a bunch, right? What does this look like? Well, now I have one experiment, and I got the result. And I did another experiment, and I got the result. And I used another experiment, and I got the result. This is exactly the same claim we're trying to use, because now we're trying to say the soft claim usually works. We have a circular argument where we're using the same argument within itself. So this is not logically sound.
Wait, no. What are you doing? You do the experiment, you make the interpretation.
Mm-hmm.
Okay. At best, it is a logically sound interpretation of the data, which is defensible. It's tenable under scrutiny of questions and arguments.
Can't be
It is perfectly logically sound. What you used with your soft claim is illogical and irrational.
Hang on, but let's not trample on one another's words. I'm saying this deliberately. You do the experiment, you interpret the concluding results. At best, your interpretation is sound, it's true and valid and justifiable under scrutiny of questions and arguments. Now, we're not omniscient, so we're going to continue to do this method to gain more knowledge, so as long as we draw breath, at most. There's no fallacy in that.
Okay. So, right. So you do the experiment, you interpret the results, and at best it's true and valid, right? Is what you said.
The interpretation, yes.
Right. So you can do the experiment 100 times and get the same result, right?
Say again, I'm sorry?
So you can do the experiment 100 times and get the same 100 results, right?
Sure.
Are you guaranteed on the 101st time you get the same result?
Okay, so what you're talking about is the classic problem of induction. That's all you're talking about. Okay,
Yes.
so now I understand.
This was the classic issue with old science. Yeah.
Okay, so what is your critique?
I think that the old view of science, that we're just changing one variable for another, doesn't work. That's it.
Doesn't work in what sense?
I don't think you're going to ever get solid results and a solid interpretation of real life.
What do you mean by solid?
It's not an accurate depiction of the real life.
Yeah, you're missing.
Why do you say it's not accurate?
It's a starting point for debate and discussion. It's not the end point. Once you've got an experimental model, once you've got results, then you have got a shared reality, a shared baseline that you then begin deliberation on. If you're just out there willy-nilly doing what the hell you want to do and come back with a just so story, what's there to debate? You just got an opinion. What is your backing for what you're claiming?
You said it's not accurate. I hope you're referring to the interpretation. I hope you're not referring to the method, the interpretation of the concluding data,
he was talking
the resulting data.
Right. Yeah, the interpretation will not be valid. Yeah.
Well, are you saying will not be valid as in the sense of it cannot be valid?
It won't logically be a valid conclusion.
Well, that's... It's funny you say will not be valid, because to talk about the future presupposes the uniformity of nature. So, but you don't think you can have any knowledge about the future in general, that the future would generally be like the past. So that's the irony of your position right now.
So it could be the true nature of reality, but that logical steps that you were doing are not logical. They're invalid.
But where's the fallacy? We just went through this, so where's the fallacy?
We talked about it.
Yeah, keep telling yourself that, Andrew. Maybe even you'll believe it.
Andrew, you are like 1 hour here. Now, my question will be, where are these...
Oh my god, fuck. Shit.
What, me, Gregory?
Is that actually Sasha who is speaking third language I cannot understand? You mean that?
No, sorry, I meant an hour.
Well, I'm saying, what do you think were these flat earthers making wrong things about?
Hang on, wait. I mean, that's a valid question, but let's not dart to another question. So, I'm trying to make sense out of you. Okay, so you're trying to critique. You keep hopping back and forth between the two. Either you're critiquing the method as being fallacious, or you're critiquing the interpretation of the resulting data.
If I could jump in very quickly, Gregory, which it sounds to me like what Andrew's trying to do is he's trying to validate or intellectualize the argument that the scientific method is not fit for figuring out truth about this world, because he's been here long enough to realize that adhering to the scientific method and science generally doesn't support the globe view. So ironically, as flat earthers are labeled science deniers, the globe argument is now reduced to trying to intellectually validate abandoning the scientific method.
Yeah, destroying the game after you make the game, and now you're being beat by your own game.
The globies are now science deniers. So, Andrew, you don't like the scientific method. Okay, well, we do, because there's nothing better. And it's besides the point. You've talked about observation multiple times. The only observation you have is a flat and motionless Earth. So anything assumed contrary to that is fallacious from the beginning.
So if you ever actually get to making an argument for the globe, you will all instantly be in fallacious territory because you've left observation and reality. But I think the whole scientific method thing has been done to death. We should probably move on to another point. The globies are science deniers. We get it.
Okay, so yeah, in the field of philosophy of science, people...
Dude, we're done with that. Can you hear everything that was just said?
And so specifically,
we went back around to the philosophy of science.
Well, I mean, if y'all don't want to talk to him about that, I can.
Okay.
Yeah, let Gregory talk to him, and then Gregory pivot over from that once you've done.
Yeah. Andrew, somebody unmute him, please, if someone will. So, Andrew, the philosophy of science, in other words, you're mentioning the issue of the validity of inductive reasoning.
Mm-hmm.
Now, how do I say this? This is concerning, right? How do I phrase this? You're talking about the problem of induction. So what is your solution to the problem of induction?
Okay, so I'm a little torn on a couple stances. I think the best view is to go purely to experimentalism, which is just there are things that you can observe, and any statement beyond that is bound to be false, but you can use those probably false ideas to help find new observations that you can make.
That presupposes that induction is valid.
No.
It does. You're talking about doing observations to give you more information about the general operations of the universe that presupposes that the future will generally be like the past.
No, they're just observations of things that have happened.
Okay, so how does that inform you that induction is valid?
It doesn't. You don't use induction.
So then you don't have a solution to the problem of induction.
You just have a list of observations. That's it.
So then you don't have a solution to the problem of induction, correct?
We're not using induction here.
That isn't... What? I just began this dialogue, this second half of the dialogue, asking you what is your solution to the problem of induction?
Yeah.
And then you talked about observation and experiment, which presupposes the uniformity of nature and that inductive reasoning is valid.
So,
and then you said no.
Okay, so these are different. I'm making an assumption here that I think everyone will make, which is that the universe is uniform. There is some underlying thing that is defining how everything works.
Okay, so how do you know the future would generally be like the past so as to justify inductive reasoning?
Where am I using inductive reasoning? I think I'm missing this.
I don't understand how you're missing this. You're talking. You mentioned the philosophy of science.
Yeah.
And your skepticism about inductive reasoning being valid.
Yeah.
Are you not familiar with the subject?
I would say I'm an amateur in it, but if you want to say what I'm missing here, that would be awesome.
I mean, relatively, I'm an amateur, but you say that inductive reasoning is not valid. You're skeptical about its validity.
Yeah.
Do you believe the future will generally be like the past?
I think as a basis of rationality, as like my own ethics almost, in a way that I can't rationalize, yeah, I am assuming that there's a general underlying... Sorry, actually, okay, I guess I would say no to that statement. I don't think the universe is always going to be like the past, but I think there is an underlying structure that it's following.
So, I mean, you kind of gave me yes and no. It can't be both.
Yeah, sorry. I was answering the question I thought you asked, and then I started answering the question that you did. Sorry.
So, no?
So, I don't think that at any given point, the laws necessarily are always going to be the same, or the structure, whatever you want to call it. You don't have to say laws.
And so yeah, because if they're not the same, then they're not law-like. So
well, they could be, because they could be a law that changes with time, per se. You know.
Well, I mean, you talk about could be, that you're supposing that it's logically possible either that it could or it couldn't. But I'm asking you, what do you believe?
This is what do I believe about?
I'll try again. Do you believe the future will generally be like the past?
No.
Okay. So you must live in a whole lot of hopelessness and fear and torment.
Yeah.
Because if the future is not generally like the past, then copulation could feel like torture. Or the cold cup of ice could really be a hot cup of lava at any given moment.
Yeah, yeah.
The Earth could just disappear and stop existing at any given moment, as far as you know.
Yeah.
Sorry, could I just, Andrew? Where the hell is this taking us? How are we getting to a globe from this inane rambling?
Well, let me see. Because if you don't believe the future will generally be like the past, then you've undermined all empirical knowledge. And if you undermine all empirical knowledge, it also undermines our observations of the Earth being a stationary flat level plane.
So
right,
I hope that the universe will follow the same set of laws, but logically, I don't think it has to. Yeah.
So how does any of this get you to a globe, Andrew?
So what I was saying earlier is that my view of experimentalism is that you have observations, you make probably wrong theories at times to make new observations. And in my jobs, in my careers, using a globe Earth has...
You don't have observations of a globe, though. You don't have any observations of a globe. You only have observations of a flat Earth. How does this get us to a globe?
And then the even more fundamental issue is that this method, you in your mind, you don't believe the future will generally be like the past.
I don't think it has.
This approach logically presupposes
There's no point
that it will.
To him about the method. He's not. He can't get past observation. He's saying observation. He doesn't have any observation for the globe. You only have an observation of a flat Earth. If you're talking about the globe, observation can't be in your vocabulary.
Yeah, inside his worldview,
this gets to the globe.
Yeah, and also inside his worldview, he debunked observation as a possible method, because he said he observes a flat Earth, then tested this observation and debunked it. So even his idea of observation is out the window.
You see, it's a death spiral of intellectual nothingness.
Did you say that you used observation to build a flat Earth model, and then you tested that model, and you came up with it not matching what the world was observed to be? So you used observations, repeated your observations, and came up with your observations don't match your observations.
Okay, so...
Yikes, dude.
Okay, maybe I'll restate that, and we'll see. So, I used to work on some satellites, and they were the satellites that looked down on Earth. And we thought that this satellite was had a narrow enough field of view that when we shot the camera at the surface, everything that came up should basically be looking at a flat plane. When it came back and we looked at the data, the pixels near the edge would become very smeared. Like you would see buildings would become skewed, which they
Okay, yeah, I heard this as well, Andrew, but again, this doesn't tell you anything about the nature of the surface of the Earth. I mean, we're talking about something that can be verified or validated by the public. A story about you working on a satellite, getting flat data back, but it didn't work unless you turned that flat data into a curve, therefore ball, is just fallacious bullshit nonsense. We need actual, credible, discussable evidence. I mean, this story is literally just a story.
It's a story.
If that were true, you would have endless measurements and observations in reality of a globe Earth, a horizon that conforms to the geometry of the globe Earth. All of that would be the case if your story were remotely true. So instead of getting a vague anecdotal story about satellites, could you give us some real credible reason why anyone here should believe that the Earth is a spinning ball?
So now you've kind of painted me into.
Before you continue, Andrew, in principle, before you say that,
my observation that I have experienced, and that will never be anything more than a story to you, right? As anything you do will never be more than a story to me.
No, your observation, Andrew, is a flat Earth. That's your observation. You talking about you sent a satellite up and have data on a flat Earth, which you then wrap around a ball for no reason, is not your base observation. Your base observation is a flat, motionless Earth.
No.
Is it not?
That's not what I was trying to describe, no.
No, I know it's not what you're trying to describe, but I'm getting to reality here because you're determined not to speak about reality, but that's what we talk about here. So, in reality, yeah, when you're living your life, you only experience a flat, motionless Earth, correct?
So I would say in my job is living my life. And
yeah, so when you go to the beach, you see a flat horizon, yeah?
I see a horizon.
Just answer the question.
Is it a curved horizon?
I can't tell.
What do you mean? Okay, you can't tell if it's curved, meaning you observe it to be flat.
I see.
But you think maybe there's a very slight curve that you can't perceive. So you observe it to be flat.
How are you perceiving horizon?
A horizontal?
I don't know what to tell you. It's a horizon.
Is the horizon horizontal?
I mean, let's just go with that. Hang on. Let's just go with that. He can't tell. So you don't know whether or not the Earth is convex in its surface or not.
He can't tell what the horizon is, but he works on machines that go into space, and he can tell the Earth is a globe because of those data interpolations of wrapping flat maps around a ball. He can tell that's a globe, but he doesn't know what a horizon is. Andrew, stop bullshitting us. We're not idiots.
Andrew,
when you see the horizon, Sasha, chill. I'm sorry, I'm asking a question. The horizon, listen, if you can't comprehend or agree what the horizon is, how can we possibly hope to have any kind of honest conversation with you? Because this point is not in dispute, even on the globe side. It's a flat horizon. It's horizontal. Are you saying that's not the case?
I see a horizon.
And what is the horizon?
What is a horizon?
Line or a horizontal line?
It's a vanishing point.
And what
Andrew, is horizon not horizontal? That's why it's called horizon, right?
See, I'm having a trouble with this point because as a matter of perspective, it isn't horizontal, right?
Andrew, a vanishing point is not a line.
It's a set of vanishing points. I'm sorry. Yeah.
Okay, but you're not looking at mathematical constructs, are you?
I just have one question. So the horizon is not the edge of a ball, right?
The horizon is not the edge of a ball.
I'm asking you. It's a question. Is the horizon the edge of a ball?
Is the horizon the edge of a ball?
Are you confused about my words? Am I speaking? Is this
Swahili? Sorry. I'm just trying
the wrong language?
It's all good. No, you're speaking fine, mate.
I think he's using Chat GPT.
Yeah. So, can you answer the question? You said the horizon's the vanishing point, but we've been told it's the edge of a ball that ships go under, and that the sun sets behind.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. So, is it a vanishing point or the edge of a ball? Because if it's a vanishing point, then the Earth is flat.
I see. I'm using a vanishing point, I think, different than... I guess they're kind of the same.
Like, the vanishing point is in art.
It's really not that difficult to interpret these phrases.
Yeah, so guys, in art, you have the law of perspective, right? And there's a vanishing point. But in the globe Earth model, the Earth curves way before that vanishing point.
So, what I was trying to just say is that there is some clearly observable thing, a phenomenon of a horizon. That alone doesn't convince me one way or the other.
Okay, proof doesn't equal persuasion. The horizon is called the horizon because it is horizontal, is it not?
I don't know.
Yeah, and that wasn't the point of the question, Andrew. The point of the question was to determine if you are even capable of having an honest conversation about reality. Because if you struggle this hard just to agree upon what everyone already experiences and the globe side doesn't even debate, if you can't even acknowledge that, then you're far too emotionally invested in the globe to actually have an honest argument, discussion, to make any kind of progress at all. If you can't simply agree, well, yeah, we see it as flat and motionless, but I don't believe it is because blah, 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 how can we have the conversation? You can't even agree to what everyone experiences.
In addition with that, you are skeptical about inductive reasoning and the uniformity of nature, which undermines the law-like behavior of your mind to make intelligible any empirical data, and for your concepts in your mind to correlate to the empirical data. So you can't know anything at all.
Sorry, I think I lost you at the end there. So
if you don't believe nature is uniform, and which includes that the inductive method is invalid, then you can't gain any empirical knowledge, and the concepts, the abstract entities, the concepts in your mind which you correlate to the empirical data are also not going to be maintained. So you can't make sense of any empirical data at any point.
Right. So when I was saying nature is not uniform, what I was trying to be careful about saying is I think that there is something underlying nature that is fixed, but that fixed thing can change continuously with time. It might be time dependent.
That's analytically self-contradictory. Either it's fixed and does not change, it's immutable, and it forevermore consistent, or it's not.
So no. So when I'm saying it's constant, I mean it is predetermined in how it's going to change with time.
Okay, again, that's analytically false. It's self-contradictory. Either the entity is immutable, it is A, and will forevermore be A, or not, and will become non-A in some sense somehow.
No, this is different, because if something changes continuously with time, you could come up with predictions for how it's going to change with time. Whereas what you're describing is something where there might be like a discontinuity in how it changes with time, which is then something that you couldn't predict.
Well, then what is constantly making it change from non-A to non-this to non-that?
Why are any of the laws what they are? It's entirely something.
Exactly. So you can't maintain your position with this. Follow the premises to the logical conclusion.
No, I'm sorry.
If you say A is maintaining the uniformity of nature, if you say A is maintaining the uniformity of nature, but then say A is mutable and can change later on, and it does this predetermined in a very strict pattern, then what is regulating that pattern?
Okay.
So either you are going to go on this line of reasoning forevermore, or, which is an argument you cannot justify because the argument cannot ever end, or it stops somewhere, where something is immutable and maintains the uniformity of nature forevermore.
Okay, I think we agree then, because I'm saying something is uniform if it is changing constantly in nature in a fixed
What is maintaining the regularity of that change?
Okay.
Whatever is maintaining the regularity is itself not changing.
If I said nothing...
To be fair, he's just going to go on this for hours and hours if we let him. This is nonsense again. We get back to the horizon.
This is very cerebral and abstract. Most people don't ever think on this level.
Andrew, when they say boats go over the horizon, what do you think that means?
So that's a statement. It's not a fact. So
you don't believe that boats go over a physical horizon?
If I'm trying to work on facts, I wouldn't use somebody's statement of that.
So do you believe that boats physically
moves away and it disappears?
Do you believe that a boat physically descends over a physical horizon?
No, I don't believe a statement like that. No.
Welcome to Flat Earth. There you go.
Either way, either you go the high cerebral route with me, or you go with the more basic level with him, and either way, you've undermined your position.
So
Andrew, why do you think loads of the media and stuff and the education system and all that constantly repeats this trope that you can tell Earth's a ball because the boat is going over the horizon? Why are they telling people that?
Because there's a collection of observations that are pretty easily justified by one.
But nature is not uniform.
We're talking about boats going over the horizon. You just said you don't believe that's true. So why are they teaching kids and parents everywhere, on TV, at school, that they can know they live on a spinning, tilting, wobbling ball of water in a vacuum because the boat goes over the horizon?
So
why are they doing that?
Okay, so what I was trying to say was the observation that is actually made is that a boat going for a while disappears, right?
No, but they say, Andrew, the proof of the globe, you can tell the water is bending even though it looks flat, is that the boats are disappearing bottom up because they're disappearing down a physical globe horizon. Don't pretend you don't know that. That's what they say. Why are they saying it if you know it's not true?
Okay. I don't
just answer. Don't give me a... Oh, if I say... Just answer.
Is evidence.
What?
I don't believe that in itself is evidence.
Yeah, okay. I'm asking why...
But I asked you, why are they teaching that?
Because given enough evidence, you're going to tend towards a conclusion.
No, but why are they saying...
No, why are they teaching that premise?
If it's not true, Andrew.
Because school would be really boring if people just listed a bunch of facts to you.
Okay, so then they're not trying to educate the children about truth. So they're not trying to educate the children to know the truth. They're trying to just entertain the children.
Yeah.
Otherwise, they have to lie to children. Otherwise, it's boring.
Anything from a list of observations in class.
So, Andrew, you agree that the so-called education system, the so-called public school system, is really just a state indoctrination system that is not trying to tell children the truth? Do you agree with that?
Not agree with that, no.
But you just told us they're not trying to tell the truth about the ships over the horizon. They're just saying that premise because it's fun, because it's entertaining.
I think we're giving them the best working model we have.
But you just said that's not necessarily evidence.
Andrew, you just said it's not true. How's that the best working model if they're just lying to them?
Falsehood is the best that you got?
I don't think that the conclusion is true given one piece.
No, you said it's not true in physical.
No, you said reality. That premise itself is false.
Okay, then I'm sorry, and I spoke poorly.
Okay, so now you do believe that boats are going over a physical horizon?
I believe that there is an observation that things disappear if they travel away from a while.
Okay, let's go with that. Are they going over the convex surface of the Earth?
What they're teaching people is that the boat is going over a curve of water and disappearing bottom up so you can know you live on a ball. You said you don't believe that. Are you now saying you do believe that?
Okay. So what I'm trying to be careful about saying is that there is an observation, and then separate from all of the observations are models you build to try and describe things.
Okay, enough repeating this. We don't need you to repeat this vague premise over and over again. This is not informative. We're trying to move forward. Is the disappearance of the ship sailing away from us on the water indicative that it is being obstructed behind the convexity of the Earth's surface?
I'm blanking on indicative, but if it means implies, then no, it doesn't imply.
Wait, Andrew, I'm starting to doubt that you work on satellites. You don't understand what the word indicative means, but you have skepticism about the problem of induction?
Yeah, sorry, I forget words sometimes.
Andrew, why are you being so dishonest?
Well, words are so important, though. Like words are very, very important.
Serving as a sign of something. Man. I think they
have you working on satellites since you're forgetting your words.
Andrew, if you wouldn't concentrate on your famed monotone doldrums, then maybe your brain and ears could function a little better.
Yeah, maybe.
Yeah. Andrew, I think you're bullshitting about satellites because, like, your concept, your understanding of this is just out of whack, man. Like, that's my opinion from, this side of the fence, if you will.
I wouldn't let you look at my broken remote control, to be honest.
Fucking A, right?
Yeah, I wouldn't let them change the batteries.
Don't touch my remote,
Hey, Andrew,
man.
what we have so far
don't do
is
it, please.
what we have so far is a weak inductive appeal to distortion on the edge of pictures from satellites, which somehow indicates it's a globe and indicates that this cannot happen on a flat stationary Earth. And we also have appeals to ships going over the curve, but not. Either it happens or it doesn't. It does happen. It doesn't happen. And we also have skepticism about the validity of inductive reasoning and the uniformity of nature, which undermines all knowledge. But somehow we can make observations and experiments, and then that will somehow inform us about the world.
So when we say it either does happen or it doesn't happen, that is true. There is something that is happening that from one observation alone we can't make. So
let's try this one more time.
Going over the horizon, or it might not. We don't have access to that. The only observation we have access to is that something disappears. We have a lot of observations like this, and almost every observation.
But it doesn't matter.
Let's try this one more time.
The claim from the globe is that the boats go over
to come up with a
disappear bottom up.
A tool that is useful for you.
Jesus Christ.
Andrew, you're exposing yourself now. Andrew, we can't see 10 miles. We can't see past 10 miles. We can't know that. We have traveled all over the face of the earth it was far more than 10 miles. Okay. We can know whether or not something traveling 10 miles away from wherever we're observing the ship from is going over a curve or not, especially if the entire earth we live on is a sphere. Okay, so there's no justification to say that we can't know that. So, since we can know that, then we go out and try to know this. When you go and do the observations and make the measurements, we don't observe or measure any convexity of the Earth, especially over the oceans.
Okay, so I agree with some of what you're saying here, which is you're taking an observation you do have, you're trying to make predictions about it, and from those predictions, you're not seeing what you're expecting, especially over water. That's interesting. Do you think maybe something over water is changing dramatically the nature of things around it?
All right, that's it. I'm tired of tap dancing around this stuff.
That's an optical illusion. So no, it's not changing the noumenon of the physical entities themselves.
Right.
What you're talking about is an optical illusion.
Perfect.
So minus optical illusions.
How are you?
What is the noumenon situation?
Changing what though? What would it be changing?
How you're
whether or not we can see the ship.
Yeah, but what's actually there that's being changed?
That's what I just addressed. It's not changing the noumenon physical entities themselves. It's just an optical illusion.
Is there a physical ball edge there that's appearing somehow different due to what you just described?
That's for me.
If so, how do you know that?
We don't. From that observation alone, we don't.
So we're back to them lying about boats going over the horizon. Why are people lying about that?
People aren't lying. They're trying to give people the best tool that explains various things.
But how come lying?
The best tool that we have is falsehood.
How come you know it's not true? And what, you assume they don't know it? Obviously they know it if you know it, so it is lying, because they're knowingly saying something and teaching something that is false.
I'm saying
they're lying because they're lying because they're manipulating children and teaching them and affirming the consequent logical fallacy and telling them that is the truth and proves the globe. So they're harming the children. And
Andrew, why don't they tell them in gym class to throw the ball up to the bottom of the hoop?
Okay, is anyone here? Maybe we can do an example. Is anyone here like a carpenter or something?
Yes, hi, over here, right here.
I work construction.
Okay.
Hi. So I've built a lot of stuff. I'm very familiar with squaring and leveling tools and plumb bobs.
I'm a licensed builder.
I love working flat
every day, mate.
Okay, so I worked one summer once building some decks, right? And my boss told me that when we're putting boards together, I think you would put them like directly flush next to each other because they're going to dry up and there's going to be some gaps, right?
Yeah, it's called expansion, yeah.
Okay. Is that true? I actually don't know this, so maybe this is a bad example. Is that true for
expansion
every type
and
of wood?
contraction?
Do different types of wood
actually, yeah.
Everything. Can I just get this? Expansion and contractions happens with all materials. So yeah.
Right.
Okay.
And when you're building a deck, I'm sorry, I was just gonna say when you're building a deck, you need at least a half-inch to inch gap between your boards for that shrinking and expanding.
Right. Okay. And I think Jenna, you were saying it matters the type of board, right? Like
no, I never said that.
Oh, okay, sorry. So maybe
I did
that example. Okay,
I said that.
The amount it's going to contract depends on the type of board, right? So
yeah, you've got heat, moisture.
When he told me to space them this exact amount apart.
What do you mean? Was he lying to you? He's just telling you that they expand and contract, so you need to give them a little bit of room to expand and contract.
Right. Yeah, the product he was using had to be installed a specific way.
Yeah, and he told me the exact amount to spread them apart so that they'll contract the right distance.
This is not at all analogous to our point about the education system. Cut to the chase.
What are you trying to get at?
This is not at all analogous to the education system.
What I'm trying to get at is that my boss gave me a pretty good rule of thumb and explanation for why we did something one way.
Andrew, if what you say about the horizon and shifts is true, it is not a pretty good rule of thumb.
What does wood soaking up moisture have to do with the earth?
So, hang on.
This is so desperate.
Where he gets that from is from the manufacturer, and the manufacturer have done tests on the material to see how much it expands and contracts. He didn't make that number up. The manufacturer gave him that number through testing and experimentation.
Yeah.
That is not at all analogous to the state indoctrination system.
So then,
no, stop.
My teacher
cut to the chase, stop.
Or was he?
This is not at all analogous to the state indoctrination system, where the state indoctrination system tells children, as a supposed pretty good rule of thumb, that ships disappearing beyond the horizon at a certain distance, depending on your observation height, is indicative that we live on a ball. But you say that's not true. That's a falsehood. You say that is not a pretty good rule of thumb. Stop it.
Yeah, so now we've established, right, that the education system is just propagating falsehoods about the horizon. So you agree it's not the sign of a globe Earth when the ship disappears in the distance. So what other proof or observation do they give children in schools when they're telling them that they live on a spinning ball? Because that's probably the most common one. The boats are going over the horizon, but you agree that's not true. So what would you say is that we're proving to them in school about the Earth being a globe? What is that evidence?
Okay. So
a very direct question.
We can get into why these ones you don't like also, if you want.
Well, just
in schools, they're also going to point towards sticks and shadow measurements, and they're also going to point towards, if you use gravity, how accurately it describes movements of planets, the sun.
Now, do you believe any of those actually prove the globe? Or are those the same as the boats over the horizon, and when you actually look at them, they don't prove a globe?
I would say they make me more convinced than other ones, yeah.
But they don't... Okay, so let's take... What did you say was the most convincing one? Your sticks and shadows? You think the sticks and shadows proves a globe?
I think the orbits of planetary objects are probably the most...
Right, so not sticks and shadows. Okay, so now the proof that we're giving to the kids is the lights in the sky, yeah?
Yeah.
Okay, now how do the lights in the sky tell you anything about the ground beneath your feet?
How do you logically get from the appeal to the emotions of the celestial bodies to that conclusion?
I would probably talk about the northern and southern hemisphere stars.
And how do they tell you anything about the ground beneath your feet?
So what they tell me is that both in the northern and southern hemisphere, the stars are rotating around.
Wait, where are you getting hemisphere from? Because you haven't got anything beneath your feet yet. You're just looking at the sky.
Okay. They tell me that people in the northern and southern latitudes both see stars that orbit around a singular point.
Okay.
Right.
And that works very easily on a globe Earth model.
No, wait. What globe? No, we need to get, like, what point does... those don't tell you there's anything about a globe. How will you get into a globe from that?
Okay, so as I was saying earlier, I only believe in a set of observations. And
no, but I'm talking about what they're teaching at school. How are they proving to people in the mainstream that the Earth is a spinning ball? You said not the boats over the horizon, not the sticks and shadows, it's the lights in the sky. That's what's proving it. So how are the lights in the sky moving, proving that the observably flat and motionless ground we see is not that?
So I don't believe that you're ever going to be completely convinced of anything. I think you just have
irrelevant. Not the question.
Cop out.
Not the question. How are the lights in the sky telling you that you live on a spinning ball?
There is just the observations of the lights in the sky.
But that's not an observation of anything about the ground.
Right.
So they don't tell you anything about the ground.
As I've been trying
So you can't logically get to the conclusion that the Earth is a sphere by appealing to the lights in the sky.
No observation is going to ever convincingly tell you anything.
You don't know anything about that. Your ad hominems are not valid here.
We're talking about the objective merits of your argument, regardless if it doesn't persuade anyone.
Yeah, so the lights in the sky don't tell you that Earth's a globe then.
Answer the question, Andrew.
Oh, sorry, everyone was yelling. I didn't hear a question.
No, answer.
Let's try this again. So you keep blurting back at us.
No, hold on,
people won't be persuaded.
Hold on,
everyone's talking again, guys. I'm sorry.
You just said the observation. You can never be sure of anything. But you just said the lights in the sky are the observation. But that means the lights in the sky, you agree, do not tell you that the Earth is a globe, right?
Right.
Right. Okay. So what is the proof that we are giving to the children, to the masses, that the Earth is a spinning ball? It's not the boats going over the horizon. It's not the sticks in the shadows. It's not the moving lights in the sky. What is the proof?
What we are trying to give everyone is a tool that accurately describes things that they're seeing.
What proof are we giving to the kids, to the masses, that the Earth is a spinning ball?
Any proof for anything.
So there is no proof that the Earth's a spinning ball?
There's no proof for anything.
Right. So there's no proof that Earth's a spinning ball, correct?
Yeah.
Thank you for your session, Andrew.
Yes, good night, folks.
That's it. That's it. Andrew is toast. Thank you very much. But your pseudo-intellectual mind couldn't wrap itself around empirical evidence, and that's okay. It might take some time, but you might want to sit here and listen to other conversations, Andrew. But thank you for trying. Although you just figured out that there isn't an answer to the unanswerable question, so might take you a bit. Might take some people a bit longer, but we get there either way.
Yeah,
this is the source of my contempt, at least. I'll just speak for me.
Gregory,
this is the source of my contempt when at the end of a scrutiny process where the conclusion from the dominant paradigm is really that there's no proof for anything, but they supposedly have known for centuries, millennia even, all this stuff here, just all of this. You see all this here, Gregory? We know all of this. And that Bible in your shelf, yeah, that's garbage. You say, when I'm told that, and then when I scrutinize that at the end of a scrutiny process, I'm told you can't prove anything. That's where my contempt inflames. That's where my indignation begins.
I feel like I was being strawmanned a bit there at the end of that speech, but yeah, Gregory, if you're ever around, man, I would like to talk with you some more. I think you're really smart.
It's righteous indignation, man, and it's justly said.
Thank you, Andrew.
Yeah, if you're ever around, sometimes I'll hop in like voice chat too, because it's pretty hard, obviously, to have discussions here. But if you're
right
around,
now,
I'll ping you. And
it's not hard to have discussions here. Stop mischaracterizing people here. Your ad hominems and repeated nonsense have no value.
Oh no, did I? Okay, come on, somebody bail me. I didn't. Did I ad hom any of you? I don't think I saw.
You did it earlier, yeah, many times.
All you gotta do is be truthful. That's it. In this arena. Hey, Andrew, listen. In this arena, all you got to do is be truthful and be real. You don't need to like pretend to know things. If you don't know something, the intellectual honest position is to say I don't know. We respect that more in here than you to try to answer something that you don't know.
I think
you understand what I mean?
A lot, actually.
No, you were actually trying to give an explanation.
A lot of what I was saying.
Andrew, did you ever see, or did you ever made observation on the ground? Did you see any observation on the ground, or you are speaking about only observations like in the sky?
I mean, I was trying to say I don't think you're ever going to get that. Yeah.
But did you ever seen any observation from the ground anywhere?
Again, I don't think you're ever going to see that. Yeah.
Hey, I'll do you one better, Andrew. I know it's never going to come. It's not there.
Yeah, from the ground. Yeah, I think you're right. Yeah.
Yeah, from anywhere.
All right.
How about we disagree that we're right. I'm right.
What was the height of this supposed satellite that you were doing your supposed observations from?
I think everyone's heard enough of that. If you want, I can tell you.
I just want the number.
Voice chat too. You want the?
I just want the number. I don't want anything else.
The number. Sorry,
the elevation.
The question.
The elevation at which the satellite was above the Earth's surface. What was the elevation?
It was a sun-synchronous orbit, so that would be like 17,000.
What? 17,000 what?
17,000 kilometers.
And you were seeing what? Buildings, you were saying, stretched?
Yeah, I was trying to keep it simple for the talk, but yeah, you were saying.
Yeah, you didn't provide anything to back your shit, so I just wanted to hear a little bit more details on it.
Yeah, no worries.
It's a tough room, Andrew. Trust me.
Yeah.
But if you're hearing you're truthful, it'll go well for you. Even though you seem to be like a bit on the corner right now. Just stick around. Stick around alert. Just listen to like the conversations that happen here with other people that we may have conversations with, and you'll see what the culture is here.
So. Yeah, I gotta bounce, but yeah, Gregory, I'll ping you sometime if I ever see you in here. Maybe we can voice chat too or something. Yeah.
I got a dip too.
Thank you for telling us what we already know.
Yeah, no problem.
The rigor that was just spoken in here in critiquing what I call the ACP is what should be happening in academia. That's what should be happening. What you just heard in here is what should be happening in academia, but it's not. Which is why these dogmas persist and deceive people into incoherent, gap-filled theories chock full of fallacy with no hope.
Okay, so just to be clear, I mean, so this was like my past job. I'm back in academia now. We have weekly journal clubs, and I'll say we're way harsher than what's going on in here. So
no, you're not. Because if you were, the globe model would not be held.
Yeah, if that were true, Andrew, you'd be challenging those people at that meeting about the same fallacious arguments that you just agreed with us are incorrect.
Actually, no, I picked my supervisor because he shares a lot of these similar beliefs.
So he agrees that there's no globe proof either?
Oh, well, the philosophy part, yeah.
I mean, you should tell these guys, hey guys, I went on the journey and I found out there's no globe proof. What do you guys think?
Then when you say no, the philosophy part, that just reinforces our point. Because if there is no justification for inductive reasoning, then you've undermined all empirical knowledge.
So
you've undermined the entirety of the uniformity of nature. And if you don't have uniformity of nature, then you can't know anything. I know you can hear me.
I can, yeah.
Okay.
Sorry.
So when you say no, just the philosophy part, that bolsters our point. That doesn't lessen our point. It isn't as though our point is not relevant to the point. No, it's directly relevant to the point. Philosophy is the foundation of any and all other distinct subcategories of knowledge.
Yeah. That's what I was saying. That's why I picked my supervisor, because he also kind of has this experimentalism view, of science.
So the point, right? If you don't have the uniformity of nature, you can't know anything. So your experimentalism so-called approach cannot inform you of anything if there is no uniformity of nature. I'm not going to let this go.
So, okay, I just wholly disagree on the idea that something changing normally with time, even if those laws are changing with time, that is uniform. It can change uniformly. Like we can.
What is maintaining that regularity? I've already asked you that question. What can we please cut to the chase? If that is regularly changing, what is maintaining that regularity?
It can be anything. It can be anything it wants.
It can be anything.
Yeah, we don't tell nature.
That's very informative. Yeah. So I could be regulating the uniformity of nature?
Maybe, man. I hope not.
Maybe you hope not. You would rather not uniform be regulated? Nature be uniform? You don't want regularity to nature?
I'm saying it already would be if it's changing uniformly.
You just said anything. You just told me anything can maintain the regular changing of the laws, so-called, of nature.
Okay.
So could that be me? Because I know full well I'm not doing that. I know full well I couldn't do that. So it can't be anything, can it?
It might be God. I honestly, I'm not like an atheist or anything. The laws...
It might be God.
Can be changing in whichever way they want. What I'm specifically specifying is that if we want to make any sense of them, I think we need to assert ahead of time that they are changing in a uniform way. So there's no like spikes of like there's electromagnetism.
You're kicking the can down the road, Andrew. Why are you insisting this? You can clearly hear my contempt for this approach. Okay? You're kicking the can down the road. If there is regularity anywhere to be found in nature, wheresoever, whatsoever, what is maintaining it? What is regulating the regularity?
I'm saying you have to just assume it, that there is. That's like the one thing that I will hard assume, because otherwise everything in life is nonsense, right? If there isn't.
Okay, what is it? I just asked you, what is it? What is the regulator of the regularity?
Probably God, whatever you want to call it.
Probably God. Now we know what that means, of course. You know full well that the appeal to the God, especially as it is explicated in the Bible, is the adequate answer that solves the problem of induction, but you don't want to say it fully because I assume you're not a believer.
I kind of have some...
Now you're talking to me now. That doesn't necessarily apply to everyone in here, but you're talking to me.
Yeah, I have spiritual beliefs. I'm not close enough to any faith.
Okay, so you have some vague metaphysic about so-called spirits. Okay. So, I mean, until you get that cleared, I mean, you just conceded that it's some undefined metaphysic concerning so-called spirits, whatever those so-called spirits actually are, however you articulate that, which of course is not, in principle, when arguing, going to adequately answer that question. So as far as you know, you don't know what is the regulator of the regularity. So if you don't know what is the regulator of the regularity, you can't justify inductive reasoning. You can't justify believing the uniformity of nature. And if nature is not uniform, or at least if you can't justify believing that it is, you cannot know anything at all. This is what Bertrand Russell talked about. This is what all the philosophers talked about throughout the history of philosophy. Especially Immanuel Kant in the 1700s, 200 or more years before Bertrand Russell.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
But Immanuel Kant failed.
Right. So this is...
I strongly recommend,
inductive,
but not to cut you off, I strongly recommend you do this. If you really are concerned about answering the skeptic, especially the problem of induction, read Dr. Cornelius Van Til and read Dr. Greg L. Bahnsen. You can start there. They're not the only ones. There are philosophers alive today who are Christians, Bible believers who are respected, who talk about this so as to save knowledge. There is a reason.
Guys, well, before we continue on down this road, Andrew, if you're still here, I think Jenna wanted to ask you a question.
If it's quick, I really do need to head off here.
Jenna, are you still there? I'm sure she can be quick.
Yeah, I'm still here.
Hey.
Do you want to ask Andrew?
So there are 6 basic questions that I'd like to ask. Okay.
Oh, are they
Absolutely. They are quick and they are basic. Okay.
Okay.
They're quick and they're basic. First one. Are you 100% sure that you're on Discord right now?
No.
Then we're done.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, that's all.
Oh, that was quick. Okay, thank you.
So what is it?
Yeah. If that's the case, we're not even going to go into the other 5.
Okay.
Now my question: how much you are?
Yeah, you got
here?
4 minutes. We only used 1.
Yeah, because if you are speaking with your 2%, what's that then?
Sorry, I was laughing at the start. I heard 2%.
How are you not 100%? How much you are here?
God, I actually don't know if I could quantify that.
And how we know that we are speaking with that 99%? We are not speaking with that 1% of somebody who is not here.
Well, if you know it's not 100%, can you ballpark it for us?
If you're not talking to us on Discord, then
maybe even give us a range.
Oh man, y'all are really gonna hate me after I say this. So in my opinion, there's like an infinite number of explanations for how I'm having this sensory response right now, right? And only one of them is that I'm actually here talking to you right now. So if I look at like
the chances are
what
the other
like
million
actually
things.
0, right? So it's really hard to quantify.
So what are you trying to convince us of then?
I don't know.
Like 99.9% sure the Earth's a globe?
I don't know. The question was just asked how likely I think I am to actually be here.
Yeah, So if you don't know, if you're not sure about your own existence, how are you sure about the shape of the Earth?
Exactly.
And then what are you trying to convince us of? To be also unsure like you? Or do you want us to take a position that you yourself don't take? Do you want us to be 100% sure of the globe, but not 99.9% sure about reality itself?
Yeah, so I've had this like issue for like a long time, and the thing I've always came to is that there's one probability where I'm actually here talking with you, then there's all the other ones where I'm like, it's nonsense, right? You're in like an insane asylum. For me, I don't see.
Oh, it's the latter, dude.
Yeah, it might be.
It's the latter.
but for me, I don't see any use in even believing I'm in the crazy view, right? Because if the universe is nonsense and it is just random stuff going to my head, then it's pointless to even consider that, right?
Well, you're the only one entertaining it.
Yeah, so you are speaking to us on Discord then. Holy shit.
No, that's like, because this is my thing.
Point.
Like, if you ask me how likely it is that I'm talking to you, I would say basically 0. But if you ask me what do I want it to be, I'd say I want it to be.
All right, so
0.
Andrew, based on that logic, Andrew, if you're not 100% sure of anything, but you're arguing that you're at least 99.9% sure of the globe, like how are you even doing this? If like you're saying from the whatever reality you live in that you're not sure of anything. That's what you're saying. You're not sure of anything, right?
Right. I'm assuming that we're living in the world where things do make sense. Yeah.
Okay. So that's ridiculous. You know that right now you're talking to us through this server called Discord. That's just basic.
Okay, I'm sorry. I don't want to cut you off.
Andrew, because if you're not talking to us, you're talking to yourself.
Yeah, sorry.
You realize that, right?
Yeah.
That you're having.
So if I can continue to my second question.
No, I really have to go now. It's been like 5 minutes now, so I have to
Are
go.
you sure?
Yeah.
100%. Are you sure?
I hope so. Yeah.
Are you sure?
Okay.
Are you sure?
I mean, like,
Andrew,
sure you can't stay in this reality.
Are you sure if you go that you will not stay here?
Bye. Love you. Bye.
Yeah, come back to tell
come
us
back, man.
How you don't know.
Have a good one, Andrew.
So is there still a 99%?
I hope you're sure of where you're going, Andrew.
Hey, I'm 99.9% sure he didn't even actually disconnect. He's still in the Discord, and it's just my user interface that's wrong.
Yeah, there's still a good chance. You have to entertain it. You have to entertain the possibility that he's still here. Yeah.
Wow. Yep. See, that's all I had. That's all that had to be asked. That's all that had to be done. I knew he would be. I knew he would be intellectually dishonest, okay? Like from the get-go, right out the gate. I'm pretty sure he was bluffing his balls off about working on satellites and all that other BS.
Of course.
Fucking ridiculous. Like, this dude doesn't even live in reality. He tells lies and he believes them. Like, it's complete. I was going to say it's complete and total intellectual dishonesty.
This is the end result of the globe argument. No matter how lofty or intellectual they like to think themselves or what their background working on satellites, at the end of the day, after some questioning, their entire worldview boils down to nothing can be known, I might be a brain in a jar, nothing is real.
You have been listening to excerpts from the 24/7 Flat Earth Discord Live YouTube channel. If you would like to join the discussion, simply type in your address bar discord.gg/flatearth. Thanks so much for listening.
Why would they lie? 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 Why would they lie?
I know you've been hating this, but how about that radius, huh? What is he saying though? Broken geometry. Okay. I just pointed out, now you're at hominy. Went to your mommy be trucking and driving, Globers be wildin'. They went out of style. 8 inches per mile squared, never been measured out in the wild. Why would they lie? That's what they cry when it just can't be denied. Defending the government, slave till you die. You ain't got no reply.
That stuff is flat.
Who told you that? Like I can't trust my eyes? There ain't no curvature, and the swan is black. But nice try.
Why would they lie? 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 Why would they lie?
Once you go flat, matter of fact, you never go back, you never go back.
Why would they lie? Why would they lie? Why would you ask such a question? Coming here crying to ask why they're lying? Dude, may I make a suggestion? It seems to me in your mind that you could use some introspection. Instead of advancing your thinking, you're headed straight to a sad state of regression. People keep thinking it's our job to find them the model that they've been questing. Meanwhile, they're walking around every day in the world never ever suspecting that the very own senses a human possesses have never attested. Something that's absolutely and completely reversed to the world manifested. How can you think that a person like me could take someone like you even serious? Why would they lie? Why would they lie? Bro, are you fucking delirious? How can we even engage in a true conversation if we can't surpass this? I'm gonna need you and your little fundy friends to pull their heads out their asses. Why would they lie? Are you fucking high? You really gotta be kidding me. The world that you've known, all on its own, has been nice and flat since the beginning, see? No 8 inch per mile square, that's why y'all scared to have this become mainstream. So as a result, we transform into nightmares, waking folks from the daydream. So, proceed to ask why they are lying without verifying your story. And at the end of the day, maybe all I can say is that y'all fucking bore me. Why would they lie? Can't even deny. You're sounding just like a baby. Maybe a hero is all that you need. Maybe else somebody save me.
Global abortion, all applauded. Cheers, big heads, small, enormous. From cradle to grave shall be like tortoise. NASA Tower lies every day is exhausted. Nothing more boring than the stream they recorded. Yeah, that looks real, is that a joker talking? Composite mind nuts is not a bore you foreskin. Ignoring, distorting the facts where they store is. Entering your mind irrespective of warrant. To say levels curve we expect from a zealot. Spherical excess, now we don't want it. Delusional puppet digesting the stomach. Without any warning, hick on the shoremen. Are you a moron and not that important? Similar to Karen, always reporting. Endorsing the fraud and effects without cause. Manifest force from a pseudo source. Reversing the curse of what you've been taught. They've been rehearsed in the dirt, but they still fall short. Imaginary planetary alignment coincide with space warp. Astronauts monetary paid for. Submerging the water while they claim that they orb. It's a circus show, clown circle in the globe. Why would they lie? Obvious the creator. If the glove don't fit and the earth don't turn, that's a whole lot of that they have to earn. With the horizon swan, we eliminate the curve. All our eyes are on only what we can observe. Global lies are wrong while they're hiding flatter. Keep my spies like on hide for the research. You rely upon priest and pirate like a bird. With your lying glove, preach religion like a church. How should they die? How should they die? Why would they lie? Why would they lie?
Why would they lie? Why would they try?
I got the math and science on my side. I'm running circles, it's easy as pie. Your reification is all falsified. The education is all just a lie. No need to replace it. All I need is you to face it. All I got is time and you just waste it. This is a gift staring you in the faces. Where you gonna get the truth from if not from us? Then who you dum-dum? Made the bed of your demise and chose to sleep to count the sheep since 9 to 1-1. Never been a fighter, fact of life, a choice of wrong and right that I would ever run from. State the truth, defend the youth and stop the coup. It's just a job that got to get done. Why would they lie? Why would they lie? Why would they lie? Santa was real, the fairy was real. Why mama lie? My brother died, healthcare was bad. Why mama cried? The system is broke, your son is woke. I'm setting this shit on fire.
Why would they lie? 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 Why would they lie?
Why would they not? The plot and derive by watching the sky and they know it's a clock. They picking both sides and listen with lies. The people pretend that they pick who they got. The people divide and then they disguise and now they're devising a plot. You ask why they lying from behind closed eyelids. You disguising an iris that's lifeless. You're denialist, but this lie is why you're a nihilist. Guess you're lying for the pride then. They enticing the brightest to get deprived in contrived confinement. Lie about what the meaning of life is. Get a degree in a 9-to-5 shift. Only way that you'll survive this. What's that mean? They have to bribe them. Yeah, it's tragic, their only tactic when the model under attack is asking where a map is. If they lied about the earth, what you even asking? Weaving past them, leaving blasting. Everything you believe is backwards. Occult belief is practice, that's what they achieve in masses. Yeah, it matters, you believe what masses. Massive incoherent magnets have a weak attraction, that's electrostatics. They always invert it backwards, wonder what's the verdict, pastors. Religious zealots preaching, talking past us. Sent a blitz right up the middle, who can block the fastest? Falsify the radius, you cannot walk right past it. Yeah, they truly think they got the masses, but God's got the backing, so they can't stop what happens.
Why would they lie? 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 OG. Why would they lie? I'll tell you why. They don't want to see you survive. They don't want to see you get live. Love on your queen till you hire you some kids and provide. They don't want to see you revive. Take an L, they come back harder than ever besides. Packing that hammer on side. I cannot help it, bro. Second Amendment on mine. They won't label you a felon. That way you can't get your hands on protection. That way they come in and fake an election. If they want seize your assets, you can't stop or arrest them. That way the hood is simply a reflection of the design that they predestined. If you don't like it, they pop off your top like your last name was Kennedy in Dallas, Texas.
Yo, I've been hearing a lot of talk about refrigerators and whatnot. 2020. MIDI-HC. CI.
Glovers be tweaking, they ain't been peeping the Gleason, thinking they proving the theory just cause they saw it on TV. Glovers be tweaking, they ain't been peeping the Gleason, thinking they proving the theory just cause they saw it on TV. Glovers be freaking out when they act like they're speaking about some test for you to do to prove all of their doo-doo.
Oh hell no.
No. It doesn't work that way. If you're gonna make a claim, you gotta back it up.
Prove it.
Or we just throw it away and call it a day.
It's a wrap.
They tweaking and peeking, looming and sinking, got them all reaching. Did you just say atmosphere? You ain't got no sphere. Get this globe head out of here. Black Swan, nightmare. Turns out the horizon is over there.
Look at that.
Glovers be like, yeah, but it's just not fair.
You don't see the curvature of the earth.
Cause the earth is not a sphere.
Got him.
If you ain't been peeping the Gleason, but you still asking about seasons, I got a million reasons why I think you're not a genius. You tweaking if you ain't been peeping the Gleason. Got these globe heads sheeping and weeping while we out here speaking and preaching. Peeping the Gleason, you ain't proved shit, you a bad debater. Serving up another red herring, someone get a
moderator.
Second law of thermodynamic violation, refrigerator.
Wait, what? Natural phenomena observed, please.
The Terminator will now terminate ya.
Glovers be tweaking, they ain't been peeping the grease and thinking they improving the theory just cause they saw it on TV. Glovers be tweaking, they ain't been peeping the grease and thinking they proving the theory just cause they saw it on TV.
You are sitting in a second law of thermodynamics violation in your ball-tart spinning space monkey religion.
Okay. You happy with that?
No. Are you happy with that?
Yeah, I'm thrilled.
We just showed that the ball-tarts are actual science deniers.
Had to make a song for the Globers, they ain't even know what they told us. It got flight smacked in October. It didn't go as smooth as he hoped for. Earth don't move, didn't notice. Heart gone cold, got a froze. Need somewhere to cry, we got shoulders. Refraction can't move mountains, fighters move boulders. Kick 3 points, we got holders. Midwest when it be snowing. Better wake up, need the Folgers. Got the win in hand, no folding. Earth don't move, I told him. Global stay mad, head exploding. Hold up. Now flat Earth got exposure. All we doing is exposing Globers. Get him, Sasha. Listen this. Andy and Crypto got fish and chips. Netflix and chillin' out with your chick. I told her the Earth is as flat as it gets. Once you go flat, you don't go back again. Bodie saw curve on me, left, right, they hit. Flash met the Glover, got Mac right and quit. Globe is all over by the sounds of it. It's a limp dick just like Sally's bridge. Got them cold cuts just to need a fridge. Flat Earth jab, get them needles quick. Platform, Hill House, you can clearly see it. Globe is gonna need to concede and quit. Evidence, but no, he ain't seen it. Dirty Globe, we cleaned them. Flat Earth laser, we beamed them. Shout out to Dave, this is not a fakes. Yeah, Globers be slaves. Stay in them caves, homies got played. Yeah, space is okay. Yeah. Globers getting paid, stop the globe and press play. It's flat up in this place. Take my facts and I spray. He fell to his knees to the globe he prayed. CJ, Indio, Globers be acting silly though. Probably flex make it a million. You goofy some makes a million. Central, Martov, Globers be acting silly though. Probably flex make it a million. You goofy some makes a million. Vladdy, Kiwi, Globers be acting silly though. Probably flex make it a million. You goofy some makes a million. T-Watt, Timbo, Globers be acting silly though. Probably flex make it a million. You goofy some makes a million. You know what I do at the end of the song? Shout out to all of my dogs, yeah. Yeah. And a special shout out to Lobby Squad, yeah. CB, yeah.
Derek Rodriguez. I swear the earth is flat. Or should I say earth? You think the earth is round cause that's what they told ya. From elementary school you trained to be a glober. Have you ever been out of space to see the curve? Or you just rely on NASA's every spoken word? Regurgitated theories, they be so absurd. All you globetards is just some creepy nerds. By any means, globe theories must die. We breaking down lies one at a time. Shout out to the marble spirit level guy. Planes do not dip their nose when they fly. I see the boat again, it came back in sight. Used a pair of binoculars, brought it back to life. The sun is not 93 million miles. No, parallel sun rays through the clouds. Straight down, the Most High showeth his handiwork. When he made the firmament and earth is flat. Where's the curve? Earth is flat. Where's the curve? Tell it. Earth is flat. Where's the curve? Earth is flat. Where's the curve? Man, I'm telling you, Earth is flat. Rodriguez. I swear the earth is flat. Or should I say earth? You think the earth is round, cause that's what they told ya. From elementary school, you're trained to be a glober. Have you ever been out of space to see the curve? Or you just rely on NASA's every spoken word? Regurgitated theories, they be so absurd. All you globetards is just some creepy nerds. By any means, globe theories must die. We breaking down lies, running out of time. Shout out to the marble spirit level guy. Planes do not dip their nose when they fly. I see the boat again, it came back in sight. Used a pair of binoculars, brought it back to life. The sun is not 93 million miles. No, parallel sun rays through the clouds. Straight down, the Most High showeth his handiwork. When he made the firmament and earth is flat. Where's the curve? Earth is flat. Where's the curve? Tell him, earth is flat. Where's the curve? Earth is flat. Where's the curve? Man, I'm telling you, earth is flat.
This is not a new world. It is simply an extension of what began in the old one. It has patterned itself after every dictator who has ever planted the gripping imprint of Putin on the pages of history since the beginning of time. It has refinements, technological advances, and a more sophisticated approach to the destruction of human freedom. But like every one of the superstates that preceded it, it has one iron rule. Logic is an enemy and truth is a menace. To the destruction of human freedom. This is not a new world. Truth is a menace. The destruction of human freedom. This is not a new world. Logic is an enemy. Truth is a menace. This is not a new world. This is not a new world. Logic is an enemy and truth is a menace. This is not a new world. This is not a new world. Truth is a menace. The destruction of human freedom. This is not a new world. The destruction of human freedom. This is not a new world. Logic is an enemy. Truth is a menace. This is not a new world. Truth is a menace. This is not a new world. Logic is an enemy. Truth is a menace. This is not a new world. This is not a new world. Truth is a menace. This is not a new world. Logic is an enemy and truth is a menace to the destruction of human freedom. Human freedom. Human freedom. Human freedom. This is not a new world. Truth is a menace to the destruction of human freedom. Human freedom. This is not a new world. Human freedom. Human freedom. This is not a new world. It is simply an extension of what began in the old one. It has patterned itself after every dictator who has ever planted the gripping imprint of Putin on the pages of history since the beginning of time. It has refinements, technological advances, and a more sophisticated approach to the destruction of human freedom. But like every one of the superstates that preceded it has one iron rule. Logic is an enemy and truth is a menace. Itself after every dictator who has ever planted the ripping imprint of a boot on the pages of history since the beginning of time. It has refinements, technological advances, and a more sophisticated approach to the destruction of human freedom. But like every one of the superstates that preceded it, it has one iron rule. Logic is an enemy and truth is a menace.
Miles in altitude, 5 nautical miles downrange, velocity now reading 3,340 feet per second. Seconds.
I bet you did last night, Joe. You let some of those Marshall guys come up here and fix it, didn't you? We can see. The closer I get to it, the bigger it is. Yeah, but look at the terrestrial part, Charlie. On this side over here? Yeah. This place is absolutely incredible.
Fucking challenging the whole thing, eh? It's like, wait a minute, you're saying that's a drawing? How would we get there? 1482, this is when they came up with this idea. We are on that thing, it's a ball. Hey, we should go to the North and the South Pole. We didn't do it yet, it's a fucking ball. Hey, nobody's even like jumped up high enough to see if it is a ball. We can't do that, we don't have planes yet, it's a ball. Oh yeah, can you prove that in an equation? Yeah, I can prove that in an equation. On a ball spinning 1,000 miles an hour, while it's going 26,000 miles around the sun. I don't feel it's spinning 1,000 miles an hour right now. That's because of gravity. Oh yeah, gravity? What's that? That's the thing you can't prove, people.